a page from the Bronze Codex, 2 pages from the Silver Codex, and so forth. Even a most formidable Diamond Codex comprises a mere 5 pages. The number of pages signifies the quantity of beasts one can contract. A prodigy can contract a maximum of 5 beasts. Chen Ping'an, however, wielded the script of an antagonist. In addition to possessing a Golden Codex, he also acquired a Mythical Codex with 9 pages. Each page of the Mythical Codex represents a dragon offspring. You possess but a single Golden Codex? How dare you stand among us? Apologies, but in truth, I possess another codex. Chapter 1. The Mythical Codex. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate a young maiden's poverty. Chen Ping'an, we are childhood sweethearts. You consented to our betrothal back then. Now that you have awakened the Golden Codex, you wish to annul our engagement. That is utterly impossible. 3 years. After 3 years, I shall ascend to Qingyun Mountain to seek you. At that time, we shall duel. Should you defeat me, I shall release you from our engagement. Otherwise, you shall kneel and welcome me into your home. In the Chen family's reception hall, Su Muxue glared furiously at the man before her, who stood in a daze. Beside the bewildered man, a somewhat disheveled old man with a black beard kicked him in irritation. Ping'an, the girl is challenging you. Respond. Ah. Only then did Chen Ping'an snap back to reality, his expression one of utter confusion. What is happening? Wasn't I merely browsing the internet all night? I just felt a bit tired and want to take a nap. How did I awaken to this situation? As Chen Ping'an grappled with his bewilderment, a fragment of memory flashed in his mind, and he quickly grasped the current situation. Holy moly, the sky has fallen. How did I awaken to find myself branded as a heartless man? I have traversed realms, and I have obtained the script of the villain. Moreover, why does this script seem so familiar? Chen Ping'an, seeing that he had ignored her, Su Muxue gritted her teeth and called out again. Ah, snapping back into focus, Chen Ping'an instinctively glanced up from her legs. Indeed, long, white, and straight. However, upon reaching her abdomen, he noticed a dark jade ring adorning Su Muxue's ring finger. Almost instinctively, Chen Ping'an panicked and tugged at the sleeve of the disheveled old man beside him. Quick, master, shatter her ring. Whether out of concern for his disciple or sheer stubbornness. The old man actually waved his hand and summoned a gray sparrow. Immediately, the sparrow unleashed a water arrow from its beak. Crack! With the sound of cracking jade, the water arrow shattered Su Muxue's dark jade ring. Instantly, the room fell into silence. What? Both the Chen family and the Su family stared at Chen Ping'an as if he were a ghost. What the hell? Is he out his mind? Is his master also deranged? Did he really just break it? Su Muxue stared blankly at her hand and the shattered fragments on the ground. You, Chen Ping'an, 3 years, regardless of whether you agree or not. Today, you have humiliated me. 3 years hence, I shall ascend to Qingyun Sect to settle this score. We're leaving. With that, Su Muxue angrily led the Su family members from the Chen family's reception hall. Meanwhile, Chen Ping'an remained in a state of confusion. For at that very moment, as Su Muxue's ring shattered, a mechanical system notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for seizing the fortune of the Chosen One for the first time. The fortune plundering system has been successfully activated. Ding. Congratulations, host, for activating the fortune plundering system. You have received a reward. The bloodline of the ancestor dragon and the Mythical Codex. A system. Soon after, Chen Ping'an felt as though a black codex had appeared within his sea of consciousness. His sea of consciousness now contained 2 codices. Ping'an, what are you pondering? Ping'an, just as Chen Ping'an was lost in thought, the disheveled old man nudged him. Initially, he had come down the mountain to travel, and seeing that Chen Ping'an had awakened the Golden Codex, he was quite pleased to accept him as a disciple. Now, however, he began to wonder if he had taken on a foolish disciple. Nothing at all, master. May I pose a question? What question? Is there a mythical level for codices? Mythical level? Where does that classification come from? I have never heard of it. Oh, then master, can one possess 2 codices? What? 2 codices? Are you out of your mind? Can you have 2 fathers? Chen Ping'an pondered seriously for a moment. That would depend on my mother's prowess. You'll never have 2 fathers. As Chen Ping'an finished speaking, his father, Chen Tai, could no longer contain himself and slapped the back of Chen Ping'an's head. Chen Ping'an's mother, Wang Fong, couldn't help but laugh, then interjected to ease the tension. All right, Lao Tai. Why are you quarreling with the child? Old Zhao is still here. Look at the trouble this has caused. Yes. Old Zao, my apologies. We never anticipated this situation. And oh harm done. I rather like this child Ping'an. I do not know when I will return from Qingyun Sect. So, it is quite good to sever that young lady's hopes. Chen Tai nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is a pity for the two children's childhood bond. Old Tai, is there a possibility that the bond you speak of is her coming to Qingyun Sect 3 years hence to behead me, claiming my head as proof of her ascension to the Emperor? How dare you speak so disrespectfully? Old Tai, is that how you wish to address your father? Call me father. And do you think Qingyun Sect is just any place? That girl Muxue has merely awakened a bronze codex. What ability does she possess to ascend to Qingyun Sect? The disheveled man stroked his beard and chuckled. Indeed, Ping'an, my Qingyun Sect is the foremost sect in Jiang province. Ordinary folk can only gaze up in admiration from the foot of the mountain. At this moment, Chen Ping'an truly wished to inform them that Su Muxue was no ordinary person. She had the script of the Chosen One. Old Zao also patted Chen Ping'an on the shoulder. Enough you have yet to visit Qingyun Sect. Once you do, you will understand. Now let us see your Golden Codex. What is the initial beast on the first page? All right. With a flourish, Chen Ping'an summoned a yellow codex radiating with golden light into his hand. Curiously, he opened the codex, which contained 3 pages, though the second and third pages were blank. However, the first page displayed a vivid illustration accompanied by rows of descriptions. The image depicted a yellow fox with 2 tails. Name: none. Species: 2-tailed yellow fox. Rank: bronze level 1. Skills: bite charm. The initial beast is merely a 2-tailed yellow fox? How disappointing. Let's do this once you return to the sect with me. I shall assist you. When you contract beasts in the beast realm, do not contract your initial beast. I will find you a 4-tailed fox to contract. Initial beast. Beast realm? After searching through his mind for a moment, Chen Ping'an began to comprehend that in this world, upon reaching the age of 18, one has the chance to awaken a codex and become a beast master. The codex levels are classified as bronze, silver, gold, platinum, and diamond. The bronze codex has but 1 page, the silver 2 pages, the gold 3 pages, and so on, culminating in the most powerful Diamond Codex, which can command 5 beasts. Moreover, unless one encounters an extraordinary opportunity, a codex will never upgrade throughout one's lifetime. In other words, although the master of the bronze codex is also a beast master, he is destined to possess only a single beast throughout his lifetime. Conversely, Chen Ping'an, as the master of the Golden Codex, has the potential to command up to 3 beasts, making him a highly coveted figure. To forge a contract with a beast from the codex, one must journey to the beast realm. When it comes to contracting a beast, there are 2 options available. The first is to follow the codex's guidance and contract the initial beast displayed within, which guarantees a 100 success rate. The second option relies on one's own abilities to contract other beasts of interest, with the success rate hinging on one's overall prowess. Aligning oneself with a formidable sect is indeed a prudent choice, as it could facilitate the exchange of a 2-tailed beast for a 4-tailed one. Then I express my heartfelt gratitude, Master. Haha, it is of no consequence you are my most cherished disciple. If I do not indulge you, who then shall I indulge? Subsequently, the errant Taoist began discussions with Chen Ping'an's parents regarding matters pertaining to the Qingyun Sect. Chen Ping'an, on the other hand, eagerly anticipated returning to his chamber. He was keen to uncover the true nature of the ancestral dragon bloodline bestowed upon him by the system. Furthermore, he pondered the essence of that mysterious mythical codex, uncertain of how many pages it contained and what the initial beast would be. Chapter 2. The Captive Neo. Upon returning to his chamber, Chen Ping'an promptly stripped himself bare, scrutinizing his reflection in the full-length mirror from various angles. However, after an extensive examination, he could discern no anomalies. What, precisely, was this ancestral dragon bloodline? Was it possible that he might eventually sprout horns? Or perhaps, Chen Ping'an instinctively lowered his gaze to inspect his somewhat lackluster appendage, a sly grin creeping onto his lips. Given that the ancestral dragon bloodline currently revealed nothing extraordinary, Chen Ping'an endeavored to summon the system interface using various methods he'd encountered in novels from his previous life. Alas, his attempts proved futile, as if the system were entirely non-existent. Were it not for the black tome lying dormant within his sea of consciousness, he would have thought he had merely imagined it. Chen Ping'an spread his hands, channeling his thoughts. In the next moment, 2 tomes manifested, one to the left and one to the right, within his grasp. This was no dream. The system was indeed real. Moreover, he could summon 2 tomes simultaneously. This implied that he could command the beasts contained within both tomes at once. If the mythological grade tome possessed more than 2 pages, did this mean he had effectively awakened a platinum tome? Retrieving the golden tome, Chen Ping'an hastily opened the mythological tome for a glimpse. Upon doing so, his breath caught in his throat. 1 page, 2 pages, 3, 9 pages, 9 pages. The mythological tome possessed a staggering 9 pages. He could contract 9 beasts. Coupled with his golden tome, this meant that once he matured, he would be capable of binding 12 beasts. Invincible. Was this not tantamount to being outright invincible? With these splendid visions in mind, Chen Ping'an eagerly turned to the first page of the mythological tome. He yearned to discover the identity of the initial beast contained within. Upon laying eyes on the information regarding this initial beast, Chen Ping'an's breath once again faltered, and a foolish grin graced his features. Illustrated on the first page of the mythological tome was a beast with the head of a dragon and the body of a serpent. Name, Captive Neo. Race, son of the ancestral dragon. Rank, Bronze Tier 1. Temperament, gentle. Preferences, melodies. Skills, 9-fold hypnosis, 10-fold ambush, sonic explosive, dragon's roar. The Captive Neo. The initial beast of the mythological tome was, in fact, the Captive Neo. According to legends from his previous life, it was the firstborn among the dragon's 9 offspring, and this was an initial beast, one that was guaranteed to be contractable, invincible. Was this not sheer invincibility? Chen Ping'an then summoned the golden tome, examining the 2-tailed yellow fox depicted within. What utter rubbish! He could no longer contain his impatience. Chen Ping'an was resolute. He must venture to the beast realm. He must contract the Captive Neo. Not a moment longer could he wait. Meanwhile, at the Su residence, just back from her family home, Su Muxue disregarded her parents' attempts at consolation and retreated into her own room, locking herself inside. With lingering trepidation, she retrieved a jade pendant from her bosom. In the next instant, the pendant emanated a faint green light, and an ethereal figure emerged from it. Clad in ancient attire, the woman exuded an extraordinary aura, even in her spectral form. Pangy, I am filled with hatred. 3 years. In 3 years, I shall ascend Qingyun Mountain. I will make that heartless wretch aware of the consequences of his bullying. The ethereal woman affectionately stroked Su Muxue's head. Do not worry, my dear. With Pang Yi by your side, a mere owner of a golden tome is insignificant. However, this boy possesses some peculiarities. Does he know of my existence? How could he possibly shatter the ring his master gave him? Impossible. No one knows of Pang Yi's existence, not even my parents. That scoundrel must be out of his mind. Ah, but fortunate for me, I have moved homes. Otherwise, I would have truly exposed myself. Such exposure would spell disaster. What a pity my ancestral home is lost. Now, little Shui, let us not dwell on the past. Pang Yi will guide you to the beast realm to contract your first beast. Su Muxue nodded obediently, extending her hand to summon a silver tome. Upon opening its first page, she found yet another fox, albeit a pink one with but a single tail. Little Shui, your initial beast is a psychic charm fox, but its growth potential is exceedingly limited. Since your initial beast is a fox, you can only exchange it for another fox. Fortunately, Pang Yi has had prior interactions with a fox in the beast realm. I shall arrange for him to find you a spirit fox with at least 6 tails. Thank you, Pang Yi. Let us proceed. But remember, your soul will venture to the beast realm. You must ensure the safety of your physical form. Pang Yi, this is my home. It is quite secure. With that, Su Muxue placed her hand upon the illustration of the fox on the first page of the tome. In the next moment, the silver tome emitted a silver glow, and the ethereal Pang Yi transformed into wisps of smoke, entering the silver tome alongside Su Muxue. At the Chen residence. Open sesame, rise high. Master, is this code reliable? Of course. Count yourself fortunate. The sect leader possesses an 8-tailed spirit fox and holds some influence in the beast realm. I have already communicated with the sect leader. Once you arrive at Fox Mountain, simply recite the code, and the foxes will escort you. At that point, the sect leader's 8-tailed spirit fox will easily find you a 4-tailed spirit fox as your beast. Couldn't I aim for something with more tails? What about a 9-tailed or 10-tailed? Are you out of your mind? 10 tails? Rest assured. As long as you nurture it properly, the tails will grow. Fine then. I shall take my leave, master. Go ahead. I shall protect your physical form. Just then, Chen Ping'an placed his hand upon the golden tome, pondering a moment before inquiring, Master, if I possess 2 tomes, which one should I use to enter the beast realm? Before the elder could respond, Chun Tai delivered a sharp slap. Why do you have so many unnecessary questions? 2 tomes? If you truly possess 2 tomes, I'll have your mother find you another father tomorrow. Really? I'm serious. Seeing the exchange, the elder chuckled, Ping'an, let us set aside the matter of your 2 fathers for now. If you truly possess 2 tomes, you will become my master in the future. Chen Ping'an sheepishly scratched his head. With a flourish of his hand, another tome, a black one, materialized alongside the golden tome hovering before him. I truly do have one. Upon seeing the floating black tome, both the elder and Chun Tai were momentarily stunned, their minds racing in disbelief. This had to be a sign of their brains nearly short-circuiting. After a prolonged silence, two astonished exclamations echoed throughout the Chun residence. Wait, you truly possess it? How is this even possible? A single person cannot possibly own two tomes. This is knowledge enshrined in the tome's canon. About my second father? Get lost. Quickly, Ping'an, let me see your second tome. After the initial shock, the elder's mind was filled with elation. He had struck gold. He had genuinely stumbled upon a prodigious disciple. Should this be made public, the canon would need to be rewritten. Chapter 3. This is undoubtedly a harbinger of calamity. Holy moly! Holy moly! Holy moly! Holy moly! A series of exclamations erupted from the Chen family, with Chun Tai and Elder Zao's heads billowing with white smoke. Chen Ping'an estimated that at this point, if he were to crack 2 eggs above them, they would be cooked to perfection. 9 pages. Holy moly! 9 pages. What kind of divine scripture is this? Mythical level. Mythical level. Can it truly be of mythical caliber? I can't take it anymore. My dear disciple, allow your master a moment of tranquility. 9 pages. Together with the 3 pages of the golden scripture, that totals 12. 12 beast companions. Even Elder Zao's voice began to tremble with excitement. So, master, which scripture should I use to enter the beast realm? Precious disciple, wait a moment. I have yet to collect my thoughts. Wait a minute. How come the first page of your mythical scripture doesn't even have an initial beast companion? What? Chen Ping'an was taken aback. What kind of joke is this? The Qiong is gone? Master, isn't there one? Is there? No, there isn't. Indeed, Ping'an, I don't see it either. The first page of your mythical scripture is blank. Does it truly exist? Can you see it? Yes, I can. So, does this mean that only Chen Ping'an, as the master, can see the contents of this mythical scripture? What kind of divine scripture is this? Elder Zao shook his fevered head, pondering that since only you can see it, perhaps it is a special ability of the scripture. Ping'an, you need not disclose the information of the initial beast companion to us. Moreover, in the future, no one must be informed. Chen Tai hastily added yes. Additionally, Ping'an, unless you possess the ability to protect yourself completely, you must never reveal this second scripture. Therefore, master, which scripture should I use to enter the beast realm? I am utterly lost. You decide. However, I fear that if you enter the beast realm with this mythical scripture, you might not reach Fox Mountain. How about you first enter Fox Mountain, and upon your return, use the mythical scripture again? Chen Ping'an considered it, and found it agreeable. When Chen Ping'an's hand pressed upon the double-tailed fox of the golden scripture, he suddenly felt a darkness envelop him. Upon regaining his senses, he discovered he had arrived in a hillside blanketed with vegetation. Is this the beast realm? If I'm not mistaken, this should be Fox Mountain. Simultaneously, deep within Fox Mountain, in a grove, a solitary one-tailed yellow fox sat in meditation, its front paws elegantly resting on its knees. Although it was merely a fox, it exuded an air of a wise sage. Before it knelt an 8-tailed fox in reverence. The one-tailed fox remained with its eyes closed and said softly, "You mean to say, there is a ghost named Ping'an accompanied by a human woman who wishes to pay her respects to me?" "Yes, celestial master. She claims to know you. Should I bring them over?" "Know me? How presumptuous. The one acquainted with me is her master. I shall not meet them." "Yes. Then, celestial master, shall I send them away?" "Wait. After all, they are descendants of an old acquaintance. Did they mention the purpose of their visit?" "They did. The human woman's initial beast companion is of our fox clan, and she wishes to request you to assign a 6-tailed junior to be her initial beast companion." "Oh, I see." After a moment of contemplation, the celestial master nodded, considering them as descendants of an old acquaintance. "You may handle this matter." "Yes. However, celestial master, I have a personal request." "Speak." "Celestial master, my master's sect in the human realm also has a junior whose initial beast companion is of our fox clan. So I would like to request that you allow me to select a 4-tailed kin to be his initial beast companion. But, for any future selections below 6 tails, you may decide without needing to consult me. You may leave." Once the 8-tailed fox withdrew, the previously meditative celestial master reclined on the ground, resting his front paws atop his head with a demeanor that starkly contrasted his former sage-like appearance. "Damn it, how unfortunate. That wretched Ping'an is still alive. Moreover, she knows I have not perished. Truly unfortunate. Were it not for my current injuries, I would have given her a couple of slaps. A celestial master's life is so tedious, it would be better to attend the Beast Alliance conference, where there is food, rest, and even female foxes to snuggle with at night." Just as this fox munched on fruits while humming a tune, a terrifying surge of energy suddenly erupted in the distance. Upon sensing this energy, the Celestial Master Fox S first stood on end, leaping to its feet in alarm, gazing towards the source of the energy explosion. An aura erupted from the Celestial Master Fox, which was then enveloped by a phantom. This phantom took the form of a completely snow-white fox. Most astonishingly, this phantom fox possessed 10 tails. Who dares to disturb me? The Celestial Master Fox bellowed towards the source of the energy explosion, its 10 tails raised in defiance. Yet, in the next instant, the phantom of the Celestial Master vanished, and the aura it had unleashed completely dissipated. It collapsed back onto the ground, its tongue lolling out as it squinted at the sight of the energy explosion, its life force extinguished in that moment. Its mind raced with curses, for the area where the energy had erupted had morphed into a pitch-black spatial rift. What the hell? A spatial rift? This is truly a terrifying spatial rift. What kind of existence could have caused this? No matter what it is, I cannot afford to provoke it. Damn it. How could this appear in my Fox Mountain? I can't flee. There's no escape. Play dead. I must play dead. Just as the Celestial Master Fox resolved to feign death, a low growl emanated from the spatial rift, followed by an unfathomable creature, exuding an overwhelming aura, soaring out from the rift. What is that thing? A snake? No. It's definitely not a snake. Good heavens. What in the world is this? This is absolutely not of the beast realm. I cannot provoke it. Absolutely cannot. With such an aura, even the 4 great beast lords of the beast realm would not stand a chance. Does feigning death even help? If Chen Ping'an were present, he would surely recognize it as the Qiong Qi, possessing the head of a dragon, the body of a serpent, and the horns of an ox. As the Celestial Master Fox trembled in fear, the Qiong Qi, radiating an overwhelming aura, began to shrink rapidly, its presence diminishing until it reached the lowest rank of bronze. Halting at that level. Upon closer inspection, although the Qiong Qi appeared unchanged, its body had shrunk to the thickness of an adult's arm, measuring only about 1.5 meters in length. Even so, the Celestial Master Fox dared not let its guard down, continuing to feign death without daring to move. Only after the Qiong Qi flew far away did it finally muster the courage to rise. What a terrifying encounter. I cannot provoke it. This is undoubtedly a grave omen. How could it appear in Fox Mountain? No, I must follow it. This may just be the opportunity of a lifetime. With this thought in mind, the Celestial Master Fox swiftly concealed its aura and raced in the direction where the Qiong Qi had vanished. Chapter 4. The Contract with the Qiong Qi. Within Fox Mountain, Chen Ping'an wandered aimlessly, trailed by a multitude of foxes. These foxes ranged from one-tailed to four-tailed, and among them was even the double-tailed fox, his initial beast companion from the Golden Scripture. Observing Chen Ping'an's reluctance to form a contract with it, the fox's sorrowful gaze was such that, if it were to take human form, it could surely soften the hardest of hearts. Chirp! Beside the double-tailed fox, a one-tailed fox let out a call. The double-tailed fox echoed with a chirp as well. Chen Ping'an understood that the Fox clan was inherently astute. Although their strength was somewhat lacking and they were yet unable to articulate human speech, internal communication posed no challenge. However, Chen Ping'an found himself at a loss, unable to comprehend their chatter. Chirp chirp. It's all right. Don't be disheartened. Fortunately, he hasn't chosen to contract you, or your entire life would be ruined. Chirp chirp. But I've waited so long for the chance to become an initial beastmaster. My innate talent isn't great, and I yearn for a human to nurture me, to grant me an immortal body. Chirp chirp. Just wait for the next opportunity. Anything is better than being a fool-s beast. Chirp chirp. Look, that fool is acting up again. At that moment, Chen Ping'an was blissfully unaware that the foxes were mocking him. He believed he was particularly well-liked, oblivious to the fact that he had yet to inquire about the way. Just then, he spotted a three-tailed fox he had never encountered before. He hurriedly approached, exclaiming in excitement, "Open sesame, rise high." Chirp chirp. Chirp chirp. Ignore him. He's a fool. Come join us and watch the show. Chirp chirp. I'm coming. Was this another fox that didn't understand the password? Surely not. Was his master reliable? Hadn't he said to simply find any fox to recite the password? Open sesame, rise high. Open sesame, rise high. Moments later, Chen Ping'an found himself followed by no fewer than 100 foxes. Even a five-tailed fox had come to witness the foolishness. Don't just follow me. Can you help me find someone I can communicate with? Open sesame, rise high. Chirp chirp. Damn it. What bad luck. Chen Ping'an was convinced that his master was playing tricks on him. What a bore. Open sesame, rise high. If all else fails, I won't search any longer. After all, with Qingyun as a backup, I'll just contract that two-tailed fox. Just as Chen Ping'an simmered with frustration, a six-tailed fox appeared in the distance, running and calling out, "Open sesame, rise high." They finally arrived. Chen Ping'an shouted in response, "Open sesame, rise high." Chirp chirp. Heavens. Is that not the deputy of the third general? What is he doing here? And has he gone mad? Chirp chirp. Shill. Are you trying to get killed? Run. This fool seems to have connections. Upon seeing the six-tailed fox approach, the gathering of foxes swiftly dispersed. The six-tailed fox, panting, stood before Chen Ping'an, adopting a military stance, and declared, "You must be the junior from the sect of the owner of the third general's treasure, correct? The third general? Who knows? But the password matched. Yes, that's me. Good. Apologies, the third general encountered a setback, so I shall escort you. The general mentioned finding you a four-tailed spiritual fox with better talent, correct? Ah, could we possibly have more tails?" The six-tailed fox shot him a scornful glance. What are you imagining? For tails are the limit for the third general. Now hurry up. Chen Ping'an felt a twitch of his eye. Had he just been looked down upon by a fox? Yet, there were more pressing matters at hand. After a brief while, Chen Ping'an followed the six-tailed fox to a clearing where around 100 five-tailed foxes were engaged in fierce combat. The powerful energy fluctuations leaving Chen Ping'an somewhat awestruck. How formidable. A military formation? This is utterly different from my imaginings of the beast realm. Stop staring. This way. The new recruits are over there. As Chen Ping'an continued onward, a familiar silhouette caught his attention. Su Muxue. What is she doing here? And beside her, is that a specter? Truly the old man's cheat. It seems I have stumbled into a destiny-laden narrative, contemplating the trouble she might bring him 3 years hence. Chen Ping'an felt a headache coming on. However, he too possessed a cheat, his system, so he should be stronger than her, right? After watching Su Muxue enter a wooden cabin, Chen Ping'an quietly inquired, may I ask, are there humans over there? The six-tailed fox glanced over and nodded. Indeed, that individual is a distinguished guest. Personally attended to by the third general. Do you know her? A distinguished guest? Is she already on the cheat track? What if I say we have some past grievances? You have grievances with her? The six-tailed fox shook its head. You should hasten to mend your relationship and seek her forgiveness. A guest worthy of personal reception by the third general is not someone you can afford to offend. Hiss hiss. Just as the six-tailed fox finished speaking, a hissing sound echoed from afar. Suddenly, Chen Ping'an's mythical tome uncontrollably manifested, floating at his chest. The tome opened its pages as if stirred by an unseen wind. Chen Ping'an was taken aback, and before he could gather his thoughts, a green figure, leaving behind a blur, appeared before him and plunged headfirst into the first page of the mythical tome. Instantly, Chen Ping'an felt a unique aura enter his body. Without needing instruction, it was as if he innately understood that possessing this aura would allow him to determine the life and death of its owner. Beastmaster. This was his Beastmaster. But wait, how had he contracted it? He hadn't even consented. Hiss hiss hiss. The green figure, after diving into the first page of the tome, flew out again, its serpentine body coiling around Chen Ping'an's waist, incessantly nudging its head against his face. Finally regaining his senses, Chen Ping'an directed the Beastmaster to stand before him, allowing him to see clearly. Dragon head, serpent body, ox horns, Qingyun. Is this truly a contract? As Chen Ping'an stood in a daze, the system's prompt chimed once more. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully contracting the firstborn Qingyun. Ding. Would you like to rename Qingyun? Truly, I've really contracted it. As for a name after a moment's thought, Chen Ping'an declared, let us rename it. Ding. Please provide a name, let us call it Little Nyo. Ding. Renaming successful as the system prompt faded. Chen Ping'an observed that the information on the first page of the mythical tome regarding Qingyun had changed. Name, Little Nyo. Former name, Qingyun race, son of the ancestral dragon rank, bronze tier 1 personality, general preferences, music skills, 9, 10, sound wave bomb. Dragon roar. Is this tome truly so intelligent? Even retaining a former name? Not only that, but Chen Ping'an soon discovered that the second page of the mythical tome also displayed an image, albeit dim and locked, accompanied by a row of text beneath it. Unlock conditions. Condition 1. Hostess strength must reach silver tier 1. Not yet completed. Condition 2. Accumulate 100 points of heavenly Tao fortune. Current, 1005. Chapter 5. Grandson finally finds you, Grandpa. Hiss hiss hiss. After being commanded anew by Chen Ping'an, Little Nyo appeared noticeably more jubilant. The dragon head nuzzling against Chen Ping'an's clothing, making soft hissing sounds. Chen Ping'an also patted Little Nyo's head while pondering the unlocking conditions on the second page. The strength requirement was easy to comprehend. But what about accumulating heavenly Tao fortune? Moreover, he had already accumulated 5 points. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Ping'an began to understand. It was likely the result of having his inexpensive master shatter Su Muxue's ring. What is happening? Beside him, the six-tailed fox wore an equally bewildered expression, struggling to comprehend the current situation. Did you not come to contract with our fox clan? As the six-tailed fox opened its mouth to speak, a stern voice echoed in its mind. Silence. Pretend you have heard nothing and seen nothing. Continue on your path. Upon hearing this voice, the six-tailed fox was initially taken aback, but then a wave of excitement coursed through its entire being. It recognized this voice. It had only heard it once before, when the third general had taken it to meet the Celestial Master. This was indeed the voice of the Celestial Master. The Celestial Master had taken the initiative to communicate with him. Chen Ping'an was about to explain, but he noticed that the six-tailed fox seemed unconcerned and turned to continue walking ahead. If it was indifferent, Chen Ping'an felt no need to dwell on it. Little Niu followed closely behind him as they flew. In the distance, within the forest, the Celestial Master Fox gazed at Chen Ping'an's retreating figure. Its mouth agape as if it could swallow a chicken whole. The hissing sounds from Little Niu were indecipherable to Chen Ping'an, yet he understood the meaning. Initially, he had thought this formidable being, who tore through space and exuded a terrifying aura, would unleash chaos upon the beast realm. But now, he was suddenly informed that it was here seeking kin. Indeed, just moments ago, Little Niu had been hissing, and the Celestial Master Fox had heard Little Niu refer to Chen Ping'an as father and express joy at finally being reunited with him. No way. Are you kidding me? Even a blind person could see that Chen Ping'an was human. How could he possibly be your father? There is no such thing as reproductive isolation. And who is your mother? What a human-beast romance. Nonetheless, the Celestial Master Fox was increasingly convinced of one thing. This human was anything but ordinary. To have birthed such a terrifying existence, how could he be merely an average human? After assessing its own injuries, the Celestial Master Fox gritted its teeth and decided to take a gamble. It recalled that this human had mentioned having a conflict with the humans brought by the peaceful radiance, right? So, it might as well make a good impression. Immediately, the Celestial Master Fox concealed its presence and dashed towards the residence of the third general. At this moment, the eight-tailed third general was escorting a six-tailed spirit fox back to his residence when he suddenly paused, his expression one of surprise. After nodding to himself, he instructed the six-tailed fox behind him, "Go back and bring me the weakest, most ill six-tailed spirit fox." Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully plundering 10 points of heavenly luck. While still trailing the six-tailed fox, Chen Ping'an was suddenly jolted by the system's notification sound. This left Chen Ping'an somewhat perplexed. Wait, what did I do? What did I plunder? Is this system so hasty? Following the six-tailed fox in circles, Chen Ping'an found himself being led away from the gathering place of the foxes toward the mountains behind the gathering site. Soon, he arrived at a small wooden cabin. The leading six-tailed fox then turned and respectfully said, "All right, this is the place. You may enter on your own. I shall not accompany you." With that, it gave Chen Ping'an no chance to inquire further and swiftly vanished before his eyes. What on earth is this? Chen Ping'an was utterly bewildered. Shouldn't he have taken me in to find the four-tailed fox? Filled with doubt, he stepped forward and pushed open the door of the wooden cabin. Creak. As the door swung open, Chen Ping'an finally beheld the interior of the cabin. In the center stood a stone statue of a fox, a 10-tailed one at that. Before the statue lay an offering table. This was undoubtedly a shrine for the Fox clan. Sitting cross-legged on a mat in front of the table was a yellow fox, exuding an ethereal aura that made Chen Ping'an feel as if he were in the presence of a celestial being. "Where is my four-tailed fox? What is this?" "Oh, young friend, you have arrived." The fox spoke first. Chen Ping'an nodded in response. "I am here, indeed. May I ask who you are, Taoist?" "Taoist? Young friend, do not belittle this old man. You have come here to seek the initial beast contract with the four-tailed spirit fox, am I correct?" Indeed. Despite the fox being merely a one-tailed creature, it was evident that it was extraordinary, prompting Chen Ping'an to adopt a tone of respect. "Since you are aware, might you allow the four-tailed spirit fox willing to contract with me to appear?" "Not so fast." The fox shook its head, its front paws making gestures reminiscent of humans calculating fortunes. "Allow me to divine for you. Let us see where your destined initial beast lies." It can be divined?" Chen Ping'an was taken aback, unable to comprehend why contracting an initial beast would be so convoluted. Hadn't his master said everything was prepared? "Then, will you divine?" "Very well." 3 minutes later, Chen Ping'an observed the fox's expression deteriorating increasingly, eventually revealing a look of sheer terror. What is going on?" Though skeptical of such matters, Chen Ping'an cautiously inquired, Taoist, is there something wrong with my initial Fox clan beast?" No. The fox's expression regained composure, though disbelief lingered in its eyes, leaving Chen Ping'an even more confused. "When I calculated just now, I was astonished to find that you possess a connection with me." "What?" Chen Ping'an was taken aback. "What connection?" As he spoke, the once ethereal fox transformed its demeanor entirely, adopting a sycophantic attitude. No longer sitting cross-legged, it scampered directly to Chen Ping'an's front. In a shocking display, it extended its tongue to lick its own shoe in front of him. I just calculated. This connection is even of blood relation. You are my long-lost grandfather. Upon uttering these words, the fox forcefully pushed its front legs down, rising to its full height and bending its hind legs. Thud! It knelt before Chen Ping'an. Grandfather, please accept your grandson's bow. At long last, I have found you. What the hell? This act left Chen Ping'an utterly dumbfounded. He was genuinely perplexed. What nonsense is this? Grandfather? I am your grandfather? No. Are you out of your mind? I'm only 18. I don't even have a wife. And you, a fox, come out claiming I am your grandfather? Hiss, hiss, hiss. Little Nyo behind Chen Ping'an was equally bewildered. Grandfather? Could it be the child of a long-lost sibling? That shouldn't be possible. There's no trace of the father's bloodline within him. Chapter 6, Celestial Fox Gaosheng. As if sensing little Nyo's scrutinizing gaze, the celestial master fox hurriedly wiped its tears and exclaimed, Grandfather, I am here. Why seek another Fox Clan beast? I can be your beast. What? Chen Ping'an was utterly confounded by this fox's antics. This grandfather title is something I will never acknowledge. However, could this fox truly serve as my initial beast? It certainly seems extraordinary. Are you genuinely willing to become my initial beast? Of course. Quickly, grandfather, present your treasured tome. Under the fox's urging, a golden tome materialized before Chen Ping'an. Oh, just gold? Upon encountering Chen Ping'an's treasure, which turned out to be merely a golden tome, the fox regarded the vigilant young bull with a measure of skepticism. This should not be. The progenitor of such a deity should possess something more illustrious than a golden volume. Yet, dismissing such thoughts, the fox concluded that this might indeed be its fortuitous opportunity. With that, it stood once more, extending its claw to rest upon the golden tome. In Chen Ping'an's mind, a message materialized, inquiring whether he wished to forge a contract with the fox before him. Now that felt right. Contracts are reciprocal, after all, unlike the young bull, which had seemingly entered into a contract without requiring consent. After silently contemplating the contract, the fox transformed into a beam of light and entered the first page of the golden tome. The information on the first page of the tome shifted as well. Name, Gaosheng. Race, Celestial Fox. Rank, Bronze Tier 1. Personality, Crafty. Likes, Sowing Discord. Skills, Fox Fire, Fiery Impact, Meteor Fire, and Celestial Claws. Once the contract was sealed, Gaosheng emerged from the golden tome once again. Chen Ping'an, observing Gaosheng's character and preferences, fell into a reverie. What is this? Crafty? Sowing Discord? Clearly, this is not a creature of noble intent. You are called Gaosheng? Indeed. Grandfather. Do not refer to me as grandfather. I am not your grandfather. Gaosheng had intended to say more, but upon noticing the warning glare from the young bull, its eyes darted. Ah, indeed. I must have miscalculated. It appears our bond is one of master and servant. What a remarkable creature, capable of both bending and standing firm. Master, pray accept my homage. However, when Gaosheng raised its head once more, it found only the young bull, as Chen Ping'an's figure had vanished. Chen Ping'an had utilized the tome's power to transport his soul to the beast realm. Now that the origin had concluded, he naturally returned. Upon witnessing his master's departure, Gaosheng approached the young bull with a servile grin. Haha, big bull. Chen Ping'an, on the other hand, experienced a moment of darkness, and when he regained his senses, he found both Zhao Daoren and Chun Tai gazing at him with palpable tension. As Chen Ping'an awakened, Zhao Daoren hastily inquired, My precious disciple, what transpired? Was it a four-tailed fox? No. Zhao Daoren's countenance stiffened in disbelief. How could that be? Did you not report the secret signal? At the mention of the secret signal, Chen Ping'an felt a surge of irritation. What kind-hearted individual employs such a signal? I reported it. Then how could it be that you did not even acquire a four-tailed fox? The ancestors' eight-tailed spirit fox holds considerable status on Fox Mountain. Chen Tai pressed further. If it is not four-tailed, then it must be three-tailed? Chen Ping'an shook his head once more. What? Could it be that you contracted your initial beast, a two-tailed one? Neither, he replied, only a single tail. You. Both elders felt a wave of dizziness wash over them. However, my fox possesses certain peculiarities. Peculiarities? How peculiar can it be? Ping'an, surely you have been deceived. Quickly, allow me to inspect your tome. A moment later, Zhao Daoren grew perplexed. Ping'an, why can't I read the words on your golden tome? Are you certain it contains information? Can others not see my golden tome? Of course it does. Then how strange. Never mind, both tomes have appeared. It is no great matter if they are invisible. Quickly, summon your beast, so I may see what is so special about your one-tailed fox. Very well, Chen Ping'an nodded, and the golden tome stirred of its own accord, revealing Gaosheng at his feet. Upon sighting Gaosheng, Zhao Daoren's expression darkened once again. A yellow-furred, one-tailed creature? This is nothing but the most ordinary of fox clans. It likely doesn't even qualify as a spirit fox. Alas, alas, Ping'an, how could you be so foolish? How could you contract such a fox? A waste. A complete waste. Hearing Zhao Daorin's apparent disdain, Gaosheng, who was experiencing the wonders of the human realm for the first time and was intrigued by the air of this world, grew agitated. Master, who is this old man? He seems to look down upon you. Can you tolerate this? If it were me, I certainly could not. Speak. You can talk. Upon hearing Gaosheng articulate human speech, Zhao Daorin was taken aback. Chen Ping'an, in response, delivered a swift kick. He looks down upon you. Not me. If he disdains you, can you endure that? Indeed. This creature truly relishes in sowing discord. Well, Master, I believe I can endure a bit longer. Such spirit. How is this even possible? Upon overhearing Chen Ping'an and Gaosheng's animated exchange, Zhao Daorin felt utterly bewildered and suspected that the textbooks might soon require revision. The tomes on beast mastery explicitly state that aside from mimicking birds capable of uttering a few words, other beasts can only articulate human speech after attaining gold-level mastery. Yet, this fox appears to be merely bronze tier. Master, that old man's gaze towards me is unsettling. What does he intend? Master, you must keep your distance from him. He is my master. Oh, a master, then there is no cause for concern. I suddenly perceive that this elder's eyes are quite clear. Ping'an, what breed is this fox? It is a celestial fox. A celestial fox? What sort of breed is that? I have never heard of such a term. Never mind, never mind. Zhao Daorin chose not to pursue the matter further, coming to the realization that his disciple was indeed extraordinary. From now on, anything impossible to manifest in him would come as no surprise. A day later, at the entrance of the Chun family estate. Master, how shall we reach the sect? Is the sect far from the city center of our province? Are you not a formidable beast master? Surely you possess a powerful flying beast to carry us back directly? Observing Chen Ping'an's inexplicable excitement, Zhao Daorin retrieved his phone and opened a ride-hailing app. Ping'an, what era is it? Of course, we shall take a taxi. Goodness. Chen Ping'an was momentarily taken aback, realizing the truth in Zhao Daorin's words. Although there exists a myriad of beasts, the technological level of this world is not inferior to that of his former life. 10 hours later, at the entrance of the undulating mountains, Zhao Daorin and Chen Ping'an disembarked from the vehicle. Ping'an, let us proceed. Our sect lies deep within the Qingyun mountain range. Master, in this day and age, why does our sect not have a road? Wouldn't it be easier to drive directly in? Upon hearing Chen Ping'an's query, Zhao Daorin shot him an exasperated glance. If a road were built to the foot of the sect's mountain, then anyone with a vehicle could simply visit us. Shall we not maintain some dignity for our sect? That does seem reasonable, considering it is a reclusive sect. Chen Ping'an nodded. Then, Master, how do we enter? Must we walk? Ping'an, what are you thinking? We are beast masters. Do you not possess a mount? With that, Zhao Daorin produced a golden tome identical to Chen Ping'an's, which opened of its own accord to reveal the second page. Soon after, a rhinoceros that exhaled flames appeared before Chen Ping'an. Zhao Daorin deftly leapt onto the rhinoceros's back. Ping'an, let us be on our way. I shall teach you about beast mastery while you enlighten me on technology. You share with me the wonders of technology, and I will engage with you in beast mastery. Go. Chen Ping'an also summoned Gaosheng. Master, do you wish for me to ride him? Gaosheng's current physique resembles that of an ordinary fox, rendering him incapable of being ridden. Master, won't you allow me to mount? He inquired. There seems to be ample space upon your rhinoceros back. I am accustomed to traveling alone, his master replied. Ping'an, why aren't you leaving? What are you doing with your phone? I'm calling a cab. Why call a cab? Haven't we just arrived? No particular reason. I'm going home. Master, I have calculated that the bond of master and disciple between us has run its course. I intend to return home and seek a new master. I refuse to believe that with my golden compendium, I cannot find a master capable of allowing me to ride a spirit beast. Please, Ping'an, I believe our master-disciple relationship can still be salvaged. Moments later, Chen Ping'an found himself seated upon the back of the fire rhinoceros alongside Elder Zhao. His suitcase was precariously perched upon the rhinoceros horn. Master, you claim I am your sole disciple. How many disciples do you have ahead of me? Not many. Merely 2, an elder sister and an elder brother. After a brief pause, as if recalling something, Elder Zhao added, rest assured, they are both good individuals. Chapter 7, The Second Child of Fortune. The fire rhinoceros seemed to possess a better sense of direction than its master, navigating through winding paths rather than main roads. Soon, Chen Ping'an arrived at the summit of a mountain. The towering stone gate bore the inscription 9th Peak. Upon entering, he was met with a grand hall that radiated brilliance. The expansive space, however, was devoid of any presence, lending it an air of desolation. Sensing the aura of the fire rhinoceros, a man and a woman emerged from within the hall. The woman, clad in a form-fitting gray outfit, had delicate features that exuded strength. The man, dressed in traditional scholarly garb, appeared rather frail. Especially upon seeing Chen Ping'an, he could distinctly perceive their eyes twitching. Elder Zhao retracted the fire rhinoceros and introduced, Ping'an, this is your elder sister, Xie Xiaoan, and your elder brother, Fan Yujio. Cough, cough. What? Chen Ping'an was momentarily taken aback by the names, Xie Xiaoan, Fan Yujio. How fitting. Are they the otherworldly counterparts of the black and white impermanence? Elder sister. Elder brother. After sizing up Chen Ping'an, Xie Xiaoan remarked, Master, is this your sole disciple? Cough, cough. Indeed. Chen Ping'an sensed something amiss. Again? Master. When you first took me as your disciple, you stated that you would only accept one throughout your lifetime. Yet the following year you brought in a second disciple. Haven't we clarified this before? The gate of Ninth Peak is a double door, requiring 2 individuals to close it. Very well. And what of now? A triple door? Not quite. Merely that Master wishes to try a triple folding. What absurdity is this? Chen Ping'an was left bewildered. Shortly thereafter, under Xie Xiaoan's guidance, Chen Ping'an arrived at his quarters. From her, he learned that the Qingyun Sect consisted of 10 peaks, with the 9th peak managed by Elder Zhao. Thus, the first day at Qingyun Sect came to an end. The following morning, after being awakened by Xie Xiaoan for breakfast, Chen Ping'an was escorted by Fan Yujio to the main peak. Along the way, Xie Xiaoan curiously asked, Second brother, where are we headed? Fan Yujio, shaking his robe, replied with an air of inevitability, Surely Master did not neglect to inform you before bringing you up the mountain? It seems he didn't mention much. Alas, little junior brother, Master is wonderful in every regard, though perhaps a bit lacking in common sense. You must be patient with him. Your elder brother is now taking you to the main peak for registration and to sign up for the newcomer Spirit Beast Combat Tournament. Spirit Beast Combat Tournament? Indeed, it's customary, and I've heard that today's first prize is a blue-quality sacred relic, so do your best. Chen Ping'an pondered and understood. Sacred relics are treasures acquired during explorations of secret realms, remnants left by the original owners of those realms. Essentially, these secret realms are graves dug by powerful beasts, as all beasts in the beast realm believe in reincarnation. Therefore, before dying, powerful beasts will take all their treasures with them to their graves, ensuring that they can quickly regain their memories and rise again in their next life. By a twist of fate, these graves connect to the human realm, thus creating numerous secret realms. Upon arriving at the main peak with Fan Yujio, Chen Ping'an found it bustling with activity. Expecting to squeeze through the crowd, he was surprised to see most individuals recoil in terror upon spotting his elder brother, as if they had seen a ghost. Meanwhile, his elder brother remained unfazed, casually waving at them. Elder brother, why do they seem so afraid of you? Afraid of me? No, they are simply showing the warmth of our sect. Humph. Fan Yujio, do you dare to come to the main peak? Just as Chen Ping'an began to write his name at the registration desk, a scornful voice echoed from afar. No need for Chen Ping'an to inquire. Those around him had already identified the speaker. Hiss. It's senior brother Shi Qi from the first peak. Why is he here? Step aside. The rivalry between the first and 9th peaks was well known. Goodness. Chen Ping'an couldn't help but exclaim, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Standing beside Shi Qi was a youth of similar age, clearly a newcomer this year, yet in Chen Ping'an's eyes, he was enveloped in a golden radiance that nearly blinded him. A child of fortune. This fellow is also a child of fortune. The youth had now noticed Chen Ping'an, his face expressing disdain as he stepped past Shi Qi to stand before Chen Ping'an. Senior brother mentioned just yesterday that the 9th peak has a new arrival this year. Could it be you? Gazing at the arrogant youth before him, Chen Ping'an, for reasons unknown, instinctively threw a punch. Boom. With a scream, the youth clutched his nose, blood gushing forth. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have plundered a fragment of heavenly Tao fortune. There's fortune involved? I merely threw a punch, and I gained fortune? Such a stroke of luck. Chen Ping'an's eyes sparkled, ready to charge forward again. Enough. What sort of behavior is this? What kind of behavior is this? The 9th peak is truly a gathering of uncouth individuals without the guidance of elders. Today, I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of the sect leader. As his words fell, a 1-meter-tall lizard materialized before him, blocking Chen Ping'an's path, and it raised its claw to strike. Chen Ping'an was just about to summon Gao Sheng when a ripping sound echoed, and a muscular arm reached out from beside Chen Yi, seizing the lizard's claw. My junior brother needs no assistance from you. Chen Ping'an turned in astonishment to glance at his elder brother. Good heavens, this fellow is now all muscle, and he managed to catch that lizard's claw with sheer physical strength? Gasps of astonishment reverberated around them. Silver rank 7. By heavens, They have all reached silver rank 7. And Fan Yujio, this is truly astonishing. Wasn't it said that the upper limit for insect-type spirit beasts is quite low? Do you call this low? His physical insect has undoubtedly reached rank 7. You shall pay for this. I will kill you. I shall certainly kill you. At this moment, the young man, who had been pummeled by Chen Ping'an, managed to stabilize the torrent of blood gushing from his nose and glared menacingly at Chen Ping'an. Having awakened his scripture and upgraded it to its current state, he had never experienced such a significant setback before. It dawned on him. I know who he is. He is Su Chao. As the young man wiped away the blood, those around him began to recognize him as well. Su Chao? The prodigy who fell from the cliff in the first mountain? Yes, that's him. My goodness. Does that mean he is the possessor of the platinum scripture? The second individual in our sect, aside from the sect leader, to hold a platinum scripture? Indeed. How fortunate he seems. Not only did he awaken a golden scripture, but he also survived a fall from a cliff and stumbled upon a peril-free secret realm, instantly upgrading his golden scripture to a platinum scripture. Hearing the discussions around him, Chen Ping'an confirmed his suspicions. Indeed, the child of fortune is always favored. Chapter 8. As long as he steps outside the sect, we shall silence him. I will kill you. I will kill you. I will kill you. With Su Chao's furious roar, a platinum scripture materialized before him. As the light descended, a towering stone giant, 2 meters high and composed of rock, emerged. The stone giant also roared and swung a fist towards Chen Ping'an. Kill me? I wish to kill you. Fortune, oh fortune. I wonder how much luck I would gain from slaying a child of fortune. The golden scripture appeared, and Gao Sheng manifested in front of Chen Ping'an. Confronted with the stone giant's fist, Gao Sheng's fox claws ignited with flame, his fox visage brimming with disdain. Celestial Inferno Claw. Boom. Crack. In the clash, the stone giant's rocky arm was instantly engulfed in flames. A howl of anguish erupted from the giant's mouth, and without hesitation, it severed its burning arm to prevent the flames from consuming its body. Silence. The once raucous surroundings, stirred by the conflict, fell abruptly quiet. Even Qi forgot to command his lizard to attack, as all eyes turned towards Chen Ping'an, or rather, towards Gao Sheng. Did he speak? Indeed. It seems so. This energy fluctuation. Bronze level 1. Yes, it appears so. The stone giant seems to be bronze level 3. One strike from a bronze level 1 suppressed a bronze level 3? Yes, that seems accurate. Goodness. At this revelation, everyone went wild. Their eyes fixated on Chen Ping'an with astonishment. Ding. Successfully plundered 3 points of fortune. A notification echoed in Chen Ping'an's mind. Upon reflection, it seemed his heavenly fortune had reached 19 points, a rather swift accumulation. Thus, does defeating a child of fortune equate to seizing their luck? Chen Ping'an's gaze towards Su Chao grew increasingly fervent. Meanwhile, Su Chao found himself in a state of shock. Injured? His stone giant was hurt? And by a peer? A fellow beastmaster, no less? No. This is impossible. What have you done? What on earth have you done? This was merely an ordinary fox. Why? Why is he so powerful? I certainly did not mishear. He spoke. Gao Sheng, witnessing this, cast a scornful glance at Su Chao. Fool. Is it not common for Lord Fox to speak? And you, why is your face covered in blood? Do you enjoy having blood on your face? Oh, Lord Fox has deduced it. This is menstrual blood, isn't it? You must be a female, or perhaps of a special constitution, with menstrual blood oozing from your nose. Hiss. At Gao Sheng's words, all present gasped in shock. This fox not only speaks, but he also appears to curse. And quite harshly at that. Wait a moment. Let me find something. Find what? Nonsense. Of course, I am looking for the Beastmaster's manual. A bronze level 1 Beastmaster can speak? Have my 20 years of compulsory education been in vain? Menstrual blood. Su Chao's face flushed crimson from Gao Sheng's insults. A child of fortune, by definition, is born to carry immense luck, soaring through life and earning admiration. They are also among the most prideful individuals. Now, being berated so harshly by a mere fox, he felt as though his brain might burst. You, from the 9th peak. I will kill you. I will certainly kill you. I will ensure your death. Uft. Upon finishing his words, the blood he had just managed to staunch erupted once more from his nose. This startled Gao Sheng. My heavens. Master. Does he experience this twice a day? Ding. Plundered 1 point of fortune. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have accumulated a total of 20 points of fortune, and the system store is now officially open for your perusal. What? This can also plunder fortune? When Chen Ping'an turned his gaze back to Gao Sheng, he found the entirety of the fox radiating with golden light. Enough. Just then, a voice of authority resonated, and a majestic white crane appeared in the sky, bearing an elderly man with a white beard upon its back. Qi, Fan Yojo, are you all unaware that dueling is prohibited within the sect? As the eldest senior brother of 1 peak and the second senior brother of the 9th peak, You lead the way in private combat. You are both sentenced to confinement in your respective peaks for 1 month. What are you dawdling for? Take your junior disciples and withdraw immediately. Feeling the oppressive aura emanating from the white crane above, Chen Ping'an felt a twinge of guilt, for it seemed he had indeed been the first to strike. He hurriedly retracted Gao Sheng and stepped back behind Fan Yojio. Both Fan Yojio and Shi Qi dared not retort. Instead, they hastily bowed to the elder on the crane, acknowledging their orders. Having said that, the two prepared to escort Chen Ping'an and Su Chao away. As Chen Ping'an noticed Su Chao's venomous glare upon leaving, he pondered. This seems amiss. He is a child of fortune. Is he not supposed to be magnanimous? Have I bent him to my will? On the way back to the 9th peak, Chen Ping'an followed the slender, bare-chested figure of Fan Yojio, who appeared somewhat frail. Observing Fan Yojio's silence, Chen Ping'an felt a twinge of apprehension. Brother, have I caused trouble? Hearing Chen Ping'an's words, Fan Yojio turned in surprise to face him. Junior brother, what do you mean? When have you caused trouble? Chen Ping'an was taken aback. Was I too impulsive? After all, I did strike first. Oh, is that what this is about? Indeed, it poses some trouble. Just as Chen Ping'an was about to soften his tone, Fan Yojio continued, considering we are within the sect, it is troublesome to kill Su Chao outright. Junior brother, he will undoubtedly harbor resentment towards you and will seek trouble behind your back. Alas, such a hassle. Junior brother, we must devise a plan to lure him outside the sect. Chen Ping'an was left in shock. What kind of predatory words are these? His elder brother does not seem as amiable as he appears. Brother, why must we lure him outside the sect? What else would we do? Naturally, we must kill him. Private duels are forbidden within the sect, but who cares outside? We need to keep a close watch on him. As soon as he steps outside the sect, we shall silence him. Holy moly! Incredible! This elder brother. I absolutely adore him. To slay a child of fortune. The very thought of that luck makes Chen Ping'an salivate. Brother, can I accompany you when you kill him? It is not a matter of whether you can join, junior brother. This is your enemy. According to our 9th peak's rules, we can assist you in severely injuring him, but the fatal blow must be delivered by your own hand. Oh, the love. Such profound love. Chen Ping'an's eyes began to sparkle with excitement. Second elder brother, who was that figure in the sky just now? And wouldn't killing Su Chao, as the possessor of the platinum scripture, affect the sect's fortune? Humph. Fan Yojio let out a cold snort, questioning the worth of the Platinum Codex's possessor. Before one has matured, what significance does it hold to be the owner of even a Diamond Codex? A prodigy that cannot survive is not a true prodigy. As for the individual from earlier, he is the elder of our sect's law enforcement hall, Elder Xing. Once the conversation began to flow, Chen Ping'an and Fan Yojio found themselves deeply engaged on their journey back to the 9 peaks. Upon their return, they discovered that Elder Zhao was absent, but Xie Xiaoan awaited them with a grim expression. The sight sent a shiver down Chen Ping'an's spine. His second senior brother was clearly a ruthless individual who favored kin over reason. Would the senior sister intend to reprimand him? Xie Xiaoan approached Fan Yojio with a cold demeanor, declaring, I've seen everything that transpired in the sect's group chat. Do you realize your mistake? Fan Yojio, feeling somewhat embarrassed, nodded slightly. His senior brother had treated him so well. How could he allow his brother to take the blame? Just as Chen Ping'an was about to step forward to take responsibility, Fan Yojio continued, I was unable to defeat Shi Qi. Acknowledging your mistake is a good start. You have truly brought shame upon our 9th peak. After reprimanding Fan Yojio, Xie Xiaoan turned her attention to Chen Ping'an and smiled broadly, her demeanor brightening. Our little junior brother is impressive. That so-called prodigy from the 1st peak, Su Chao, was utterly overwhelmed. Flattered by the praise, Chen Ping'an scratched his head, attributing it to luck. Well then, since we're back, let us all rest well. Senior sister is going out for a bit. Where are you going, senior sister? Where else? The eldest brother from the 1st peak has attacked our second from the 9th peak. It would be shameful for me not to seek him out for a life and death challenge. Chapter 9. Unlocking the System Mall. After watching his senior sister depart, Chen Ping'an came to a realization. The 9th peak was filled with fierce characters who prioritized kinship over reason, resembling a touch of villainy. Back in his room, he recalled how Gao Sheng had vented some fortune points earlier, which seemingly unlocked a system mall. However, he was uncertain how to access it. Following the various tropes from novels in his past life, he attempted different methods until concluding that simply contemplating mall would suffice. At that moment, a transparent interface appeared before Chen Ping'an, displaying 2 major options, elixirs and sacred relics. Upon clicking into the elixir section, various subdivisions emerged: bronze-grade elixirs, silver-grade elixirs, gold-grade elixirs, platinum-grade elixirs, and diamond-grade elixirs. There were further options beyond diamond-grade, but Chen Ping'an could not access them, and the visible options were all locked. Closing the elixir interface, He examined the sacred relics section, which presented a different layout resembling a slot machine. Similar to the elixirs, the extraction button for this machine was also locked. Chen Ping'an attempted to click on the lock of the sacred relic lottery machine, and a system prompt sounded. Ding. Would the host like to spend 100 fortune points to unlock this feature? What? It requires fortune points to unlock? Chen Ping'an glanced at the top left corner of the system mall, which indicated he currently possessed 20 points of heavenly fortune. Well, that meant he couldn't unlock it. Closing the sacred relic interface, he reopened the elixir section and clicked on the lock above the bronze grade. Ding. Would the host like to spend 20 fortune points to unlock this page? 20 points. Just enough. The early bird enjoys the worm. Chen Ping'an was not one to hoard fortune points. Unlock. Ding. Unlock successful, consuming 20 fortune points. As an unlocking animation concluded, Chen Ping'an finally saw the options within the bronze grade elixirs. There were only 3 types. Item, blood recovery pill. Effect, consuming it accelerates the healing process of injuries. Price, 1 spirit stone. Item, energy recovery pill. Effect, consuming it accelerates energy restoration. Price, 1 spirit stone. Having played online games before, Chen Ping'an recognized the effects immediately. These were simply health potions and mana potions. The third elixir, however, piqued his interest. Item, spirit awakening pill. Effect, consuming it can enhance the intelligence of low-tier beast companions. Price, 10 spirit stones. These items were indeed valuable. However, what precisely were spirit stones? Before joining the sect, he had only dealt with Chinese currency in Zhejiang province. When faced with uncertainty, seeking assistance was the way to go. Noticing the time was just past 10, Chen Ping'an got up and knocked on his second senior brother's door. As Chen Ping'an had anticipated, his second senior brother was still awake. Spirit stones? Upon hearing Chen Ping'an's inquiry, Fan Yojiu pulled a small white stone, about the size of a fingernail, from his pocket. Junior brother, this is a spirit stone. The currency used among beast masters. As the disciple of our master, you will receive 2 stones each month. Only 2? What else do you expect? Spirit stones can be directly given to beast companions to accelerate their growth. However, I advise you against doing so. It would be akin to forcing growth and detrimental to their future development. Chen Ping'an nodded, contemplating, and finally asked, Second brother, how many spirit stones do you currently have? Me? Junior brother, what are you planning? Fan Yojiu immediately became alert, exclaiming, I can help you with a tough situation, but if you want my money, dream on. I'm merely asking. I still have about 13. Hey, second brother, could you lend me one? Hey, what is this about? Don't close the door, second brother. Let us talk. I have a great opportunity. If you lend me one today, I might be able to return 10 tomorrow. Initially pushing Chen Ping'an away to close the door, Fan Yojiu paused upon hearing the prospect of a tenfold return, allowing Chen Ping'an back inside. Junior brother, what exactly do you intend to do? Just lend me one for now, and you'll find out shortly. After some thought, Fan Yojiu gritted his teeth and reluctantly handed over a spirit stone to Chen Ping'an. Tenfold, huh? If you don't return it, even as your senior brother, I'll still give you a beating. All right. Chen Ping'an smiled and promptly opened the mall interface, selecting the blood recovery pill. Ding. Does the host confirm the purchase of the blood recovery pill? Confirmed. With the spirit stone vanishing from his possession, a red elixir appeared in Chen Ping'an's hand. Second brother, come and help me take a look. Do you recognize this thing? Second brother, slightly puzzled, took the elixir offered by Chen Ping'an, inspected it, and shook his head. I've never seen this before. What is it? Never seen it? What about something similar? Neither. At this point, a term sprang to Chen Ping'an's mind. Exclusive. Then, second brother, what if a beast companion is injured or exhausted and needs energy replenishment? Fan Yojiu replied matter-of-factly, what else is there to do? Let them recover slowly. Or buy energy liquid. But that stuff is exorbitantly priced. A single bottle costs 10 spirit stones, and I'm not willing to spend that. Energy liquid? Chen Ping'an nodded. Second brother, what if I told you that this blood recovery pill can heal the injuries of beast companions? What? Fan Yojiu was taken aback. Pointing at the crimson elixir, is this really it? Can it mend wounds? Are you certain? Absolutely certain. Why not give it a try, second senior brother? Chen Ping'an replied. Fan Yojiu regarded Chen Ping'an as if he were a fool, utterly unconvinced. Nevertheless, Chen Ping'an's insistence prompted him to give it a shot. With a wave of his hand, a golden tome materialized before him, revealing a centipede about 10 centimeters long in the palm of his hand. The sight sent chills racing down Chen Ping'an's spine. Perfect. My centipede has sustained injuries today. Let us test it on him. The centipede, a creature of the goo family, was indeed a parasitic beast. Its injuries were incurred during a battle against Shi Qi's lizard when it had possessed second senior brother. Evidently, to be the master of a peak, Shi Qi possesses considerable skill. I wonder if our senior sister will fare well when she seeks him out. All right. After administering the healing elixir to the centipede, It took mere moments for Fan Yojo to leap up, disbelief written all over his face. What? It's really healed. How is this even possible? Junior brother, where on earth did you procure this miraculous elixir? Do you have more? Such a waste. Such a waste. How could I have used something so precious? It should be sold. It should be sold. Chapter 10. The dignity of Fan Yojo observing second senior brother's dramatic display of frustration, Chen Ping'an felt reassured. Despite appearing gentle, his second senior brother was, in truth, merciless, with an insatiable love for wealth, akin to a miser who hoarded his riches. Second senior brother. If this elixir could be sold in bulk, how much do you think it would fetch? Do you have it in bulk? Indeed. Fan Yojo gasped, trembling as he placed both hands on Chen Ping'an's shoulders. How much do you have? As many as you desire, provided you have spirit stones. Is that genuine? How did you come by it? That is not your concern. Just know that as long as you have spirit stones, I can provide as many as you wish. How many spirit stones for one? Chen Ping'an, sensing the nature of Fan Yojo's miserly disposition, decided to propose a collaboration. 1 spirit stone will buy you 1 elixir. Fan Yojo gasped again, realizing, so your earlier request for spirit stones was to procure this elixir? Precisely. Now tell me, how much do you think we can sell it for? Everyone has their little secrets. Fan Yojo did not pry further into Chen Ping'an's methods, but pondered for a moment before calculating. Though I've never used energy liquid, in terms of convenience, your healing elixir is undoubtedly more reliable. However, energy liquid not only heals, but also replenishes energy. In comparison, they're quite similar. Energy liquid can be sold for 10 spirit stones. Thus, your healing elixir can surely command the same price. Very well. Chen Ping'an nodded. Then we shall sell it for 5 spirit stones. 5. Isn't that a tad low? A potion so easy to carry should start at 8 spirit stones. No, just 5. This is a consumable. We must pace ourselves. That makes sense. Second senior brother, I actually have 2 more types of elixirs. More? What are they? Fan Yojo's eyes lit up once again. An hour later, Fan Yojo, with tears in his eyes, gazed at the solitary spirit stone remaining in his possession. He had just tested all 3 of Chen Ping'an's elixirs, leaving him with but a single stone. Second senior brother, do you think we could become wealthy by opening a shop to sell these elixirs? Wealthy? Fan Yojo chuckled dreamily. We would be fabulously rich. Ascending to the pinnacle of life. Junior brother, why don't you take on the role of second senior brother, and I shall be your junior? As long as I receive a mere 10% of the shares, I would be content. Not possible. We agreed on an 80-20 split. 80 for me, 20 for you. You will manage the shop and all subsequent sales. Second senior brother, this is a no-risk venture for you. All right then. Fan Yojo wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, already envisioning a blissful future. However, but junior brother, our elixirs lack popularity, and at 5 spirit stones each. I doubt anyone will buy. Then we must advertise. Second senior brother, you are the second senior brother of the 9th peak. Surely, your promotion will lend credibility. Well. Fan Yojo scratched his head sheepishly. Junior brother, our 9th peak doesn't enjoy the best reputation. I fear no one would believe me. Poor reputation? Chen Ping'an felt a twinge of dread, sensing he might be embarking on a misguided venture. Then let us find someone with a good reputation. After a moment of contemplation, Fan Yojo suddenly smacked his thigh. I've got it. I know someone who can help us with promotion. As long as he is happy, we won't have to worry about business. Oh, who is it? Our very own internet celebrity from Qingyun Sect, Qiong Qi of the 3rd peak. Come, let us seek him out. Internet celebrity? Chen Ping'an paused at the term, feeling a dissonance. Often forgetting that the technological advancements in this world were akin to those of his previous life. Perhaps overwhelmed by visions of a prosperous life ahead, Fan Yojo grew more excited than Chen Ping'an, becoming impatient with his pace. Without hesitation, he summoned the centipede and, amidst Chen Ping'an's protests, hoisted him onto his back and dashed down the mountain path. As they reached the entrance of the 3rd peak, Fan Yojo set Chen Ping'an down, only for him to retch repeatedly. The centipede's possession equated to a beast of burden, with Fan Yojo bearing Chen Ping'an's weight, making it feel as though he was riding a beast himself. However, Chen Ping'an had no desire to ride Fan Yojo's beast again. In stark contrast to the dimness of the 9th peak, the 3rd peak was ablaze with light. After walking a mere few dozen meters, Chen Ping'an spotted disciples setting up a mobile phone stand to live stream. This left him utterly bewildered. Junior brother, the 3rd peak's phone is primarily responsible for our sect's promotion. Second senior brother, won't this tarnish our Qingyun Sect's image? It strips away all sense of mystery. What image? We are not broadcasting to the common folk. There are other Beastmaster factions beyond our Qingyun Sect. That seems reasonable. Live streaming. Doesn't that mean we could sell through live broadcasts? This is certainly faster than opening shops everywhere. Chen Ping'an scanned the disciples at the 3rd peak. all engaged in live streaming. Second senior brother, who should we approach? These fellows lack a proper studio. They're of no use to us. Their streams probably attract only a dozen or so viewers. Come, I'll take you to find someone more substantial. Moments later, Chen Ping'an arrived at a modest bamboo hut that appeared to be suppressing its excitement. Before they could enter, they heard a derisive voice from within. Go away and reflect on yourself. Second senior brother, they're still live streaming inside. Should we wait? No need. Junior brother, just wait here. Your second senior brother still has some face. I'll go in and greet him. He undoubtedly shut down the stream immediately. Fine. Indeed, after all. Second senior brother was from the 9th peak. Although the 9th peak's reputation was lacking, its strength was genuine. So surely he had some clout? Once Fan Yojo entered the bamboo hut, Chen Ping'an heard a voice inside, one filled with astonishment as if seeing a ghost. Holy cow! Fan Yojo, what brings you here? Then came the amicable voice of second senior brother. I'm here to discuss a business deal with you. Kindly end your live stream. With you? You wish to negotiate? Are you aware of the current number of viewers I have? You want me to close it, and then, boom. Oh no, stop. Fan Yojo, cease at once. That is my newly purchased live streaming camera. Halt. Do not destroy it. That supplementary light is a limited edition. I will shut it down. Talk. I will talk. Stop. When Fan Yojo emerged, a smile graced his face. All right, little junior brother, come in. Once we have concluded our discussion, I shall say this. Within Qingyun Sect, I still possess a modicum of influence. What a modicum of influence, Chen Ping'an thought, his eyelid twitching. He's a villain. Isn't this the quintessential villain? Upon entering the bamboo hut, Chen Ping'an beheld a scene of utter chaos, with fragments of live streaming equipment strewn across the floor. A bespectacled man, exuding the demeanor of a shrewd merchant, sat behind a bamboo table, gazing despondently at Fan Yojo. Chapter 11. The Money Spring with its own BGM. Upon noticing Chen Ping'an's entrance, the man's expression soured further. So, you are the new malicious disciple from the 9th peak, the one who strikes indiscriminately and only knows how to curse at beasts? It seems that none who can enter your 9th peak are of good character. A new malicious disciple? Chen Ping'an scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Has my reputation grown so vast? Qian, how about I have my senior sister negotiate with you? No, let's talk. I've already shut down my live stream. What more do you want? Speak. Let us conclude this and be on our way. Little junior brother, you take the lead. Chen Ping'an nodded. Brother Qian, I have a deal worth over 10,000 spiritual stones. Would you be interested? Over 10,000 spiritual stones. Qian couldn't help but chuckle, his expression akin to one who had just heard an outrageous claim. A kid from the 9th peak, it's good to have dreams, but reality is harsh. Perhaps you should return and reflect for a while before re-emerging. Click. What the? I am speaking civilly. Damn it. Fan Yojo, stop. If you smash my limited edition teacup, even if your senior sister comes to beat me to death, I will not negotiate. All right. Kid, quickly, what business do you propose? Hurry. Truly. One must rely on one's second senior brother, Chen Ping'an thought, observing his brother, who was perilously close to smashing a teacup. Brother Qian, what I wish to discuss is a business involving medicinal pills. Medicinal pills? What are those? Like this. Chen Ping'an awkwardly produced a blood revitalization pill, purchased with the last remaining spiritual stone of his second senior brother. What is this? A lump of clay? It's a medicinal pill. This is indeed a medicinal pill. Chen Ping'an then proceeded to articulate the effects of the pill. Upon hearing this, Qian's eyes widened, disbelief etched upon his features. You mean to say that such a minuscule object possesses healing effects comparable to, or even superior to energy liquids? Truly? Indeed. At this revelation, the disdain in Qian's eyes was replaced by a glimmer of gold. His gaze towards Chen Ping'an transformed entirely, akin to a son looking upon his father. His pupils morphed into shapes of characters. How can I trust you? You may summon your beast to test it. However, should it prove effective, you must pay. Brother, you are rather unscrupulous. You want me to pay for a trial version? Hee. As Chen Ping'an merely smiled in response, Qian gritted his teeth and nodded. Fine. What is the price? 5 spiritual stones. Upon hearing this price, Qian nodded in agreement, considering it a fair offer. However, there is a problem. He summoned forth a yellow-green parrot, his beast. My beast is unharmed. How do we ascertain the efficacy of the medicine? Simple. The second senior brother, holding the teacup, grinned and placed it down. In the next moment, a centipede appeared on his face and crawled into his mouth. Just injure him. Boom. Fan Yojo. 1 minute later, Qian's eyelids twitched as he glared at his two-colored parrot, his heart filled with astonishment. His parrot had reached the 2nd tier of silver. Yet even so, it could not withstand the might of Fan Yojo's punch. Just what level of strength does Fan Yojo possess? Could it be that he is on the verge of ascending to gold? Brother, I hope you are not deceiving me. Reluctantly, Qian placed the blood revitalization pill into the parrot's beak. With the medicine taken, in just a few breaths, the once swollen bird head returned to its original state, showing no signs of injury. Meanwhile, Qian's eyes had completely transformed into characters. In Chen Ping'an's astonished gaze, Qian swept everything from the table to the ground, including the teacup that Fan Yojiu had previously picked up. He then leaped onto a stool, placing his left foot on the table and excitedly grasping Chen Ping'an's hand with his left hand, while his right hand pointed skyward. Brother, look. Do you see what I see? Huh. Chen Ping'an was at a loss, secretly wishing to remark, I see a lunatic. However, he still desired the assistance of this renowned beast influencer for his publicity. I see the ceiling? Wrong. You see the mountain peak. With a vigorous pull, Qian hoisted Chen Ping'an from the stool and proclaimed loudly, no one supports my aspirations for Qingyun. I shall tread snow up the mountain peak. Brother, do you see? The snow beneath your feet is melting. Brother, do you see the mountain peak? We are ascending towards the summit of Qingyun Sect. As Qian finished speaking, his parrot even cooperated by mimicking a tune in its clumsy parrot voice. In the courtyard, the pear blossoms fade once more this year. In the clear night, the moonlight spills on the empty steps. In dreams, the flutes and zither play old melodies. Awakening from dreams, tears stain the rosy face. In the little, reciting over and over, heard, the clock's chime swallows, teaching past lives to part from the long night. Chen Ping'an was utterly astounded. No, you, people bond with beasts for combat. You bond with yours for it to sing. You even have your own BGM. Truly, it is like a tadpole tattooed with a frog. Are you showing off? Once the parrot finished its song, Qian continued, Brother, how many of these pills do you have, and how shall they be delivered to me? Delivery? I shall not provide delivery. You want to deliver? Qian was taken aback, his expression darkening as he plopped back down onto the stool. What? If you want to deliver, why discuss business with me? Get lost. You are wasting my sentiments. Are you certain? Of course, I am certain. Brother, you should reflect. Very well, my initial intention was to propose you to invest. With a sigh, Chen Ping'an stood to leave. Wait, brother, I was merely speaking off the cuff. We can still discuss. Little servant, play the music. Continue. Upon hearing this, the parrot began to sing once more in its clumsy imitation. In the courtyard, the pear blossoms fade once more this year. In the clear night, the moonlight spills on the empty steps. Brother, how do we go about this investment? Finally, Chen Ping'an turned and smiled. Let us jointly invest in the first batch of goods. I will provide the supply, my second senior brother will handle the physical store. And you will be responsible for publicity and sales on the Beast Network. Oh, are we aiming to grow strong and prosperous? Brother, do you have enough supply? With money. There is more than enough. And how shall we divide the shares? Originally, my second senior brother and I were to split it in an 80-20 ratio. If you agree, I shall relinquish a portion, and we can go with a 72-18-10 division. How does that sound? 72 for me, 18 for my second senior brother, and 10 for you? 10. Isn't that a bit insufficient? Too little? Well, shall we add a bit more? Never mind, I shall seek others. My elixirs should sell well. And perhaps I might even elevate a streamer to fame. Wait, let us seal the deal. How much for the first batch? What is the cost? Chen Ping'an chuckled and extended 3 fingers. The cost of this elixir is 3 spirit stones. Of course, I have other varieties as well. Upon hearing Chen Ping'an mention that the cost was 3 spirit stones, Fan Yojiu's eyelid twitched. Confirmed. My little junior brother is no ordinary person. How could he be so ruthless? But I like it. Chapter 12. Can this thing be signed on someone else's behalf? Qian truly lived up to his reputation as a major influencer in the Qingyun Sect's promotional department. He was far more reliable in marketing than Chen Ping'an. The two discussed elixir advertising and future prospects for an entire evening, leaving Fan Yojiu somewhat bewildered, as his responsibility was merely to manage the physical store. Subsequently, Qian even took out his own money to purchase trial packs of Chen Ping'an's other 2 types of elixirs. The final pricing for the 3 elixirs was as follows: Blood Activating Pill at 8 Spirit Stones, Qi Recovery Pill at 6 Spirit Stones, and the Spirit Awakening Pill at 50 Spirit Stones. Once the promotional arrangements for the Beastmaster Network were finalized, Chen Ping'an and Fan Yojiu returned to the 9th peak, as Fan Yojiu still bore the punishment of the Wall Mountain's reflection. After returning to his room, Fan Yojiu excitedly took out his money pouch, pouring a pile of spirit stones onto the bed, a foolish grin spreading across his face. However, he was even more convinced of his junior brother's avarice, and that the group from the 3rd peak engaged in live streaming was indeed quite wealthy. The Spirit Awakening Pill, which cost 10 spirit stones, was sold to his junior brother for 30 spirit stones. This meant that selling a trial pack at cost still yielded a hefty profit, and most importantly, his junior brother was genuinely kind. The spirit stones he earned were all given to him. Fan Yojo resolved that from now on, anyone who dared to harm his little junior brother would have to contend with him. Over the next 2 days, Qian Quan and Fan Yojo secretly engaged in selecting storefronts and preparing early advertisements for the elixirs. The entrance of the elixirs was on track, requiring no further concern from Chen Ping'an. He merely needed to collect the money and deliver the goods when the time came. What left him speechless was a blood-red paper in his hand, along with the sister who had given it to him, Xie Shaoan. Sister, is this mine? Indeed. I signed it for you. No. Sister. Chen Ping'an's eyelids twitched. Didn't you go to deliver the life and death contract to that senior brother from the first peak? Why did you sign one for me instead? He wouldn't dare accept even if you gave him 10 times the courage. I had no choice. For the dignity of our 9th peak, I had to step in. What the hell? Is this even sane? Can this thing be signed on someone else's behalf? Chen Ping'an examined the red-lettered document, which indeed was the life and death contract between himself and the child of fortune, Su Chao, for the Beast Master competition. Rest assured, little junior brother, Master is aware of this. If you are truly in danger, Master will intervene. But what is the difference between signing a life and death contract and not signing one? Not much, really. It's called the Beast Master competition after all. So aside from those like your second senior brother who are bound by contract curses, everyone else will be using their beasts in the arena. The beasts from the ancient texts truly die, so it's all rather inconsequential. However, once you sign the life and death arena contract, if you don't encounter Su Chao, that's fine. But if you do, not only will your beasts have to compete, but you, the Beast Master, must also enter the arena. Furthermore, the beasts can directly attack their masters. So you must not only control your beast to attack the opponent, but also ensure your beast protects you from your opponent's beast. I see. Chen Ping'an nodded. Little junior brother, are you not afraid? Afraid? Why should I be? Shouldn't Su Chao be the one afraid? By the way, senior sister, if I do end up killing him, the sect 1T hold it against me, right? You 1T be able to kill him. The most you can do is injure him. The head of the first peak isn't foolish enough to let Su Chao be killed right in front of him. If you truly wish to kill him, wait until he ventures out for training or enters a secret realm seeking opportunities. So this life and death contract is merely a formality. Then, it mostly just means injuring him. In the hall of the first peak, Su Chao glared darkly at the life and death contract in his hand, identical to Chen Ping'an's. Shi Qi and a stern-looking middle-aged man stood before him. Su Chao, my junior brother, what do you think? Do you have confidence? After tucking the contract into his robes, Su Chao revealed a bloodthirsty smile. Senior brother Shi Qi, once that Chen Ping'an encounters me, I will ensure he has no whole bones left. The humiliation he inflicted upon me can never be forgotten. Shi Qi nodded but remained cautious. Junior brother Su, while you possess the platinum tome, the gap between new disciples who have just awakened their tomes is not substantial. You both have only one beast each. You will only truly showcase your formidable talent once you reach the platinum level and contract for beasts. Senior brother, I understand. But do not worry. I have a backup plan. Last time I was injured by that Chen Ping'an because he attacked first, and my stone giant underestimated that despicable fox. This time, with my preparations, Chen Ping'an is nothing but an ant. Merely a stepping stone for me. Oh, you have a backup plan? That's good. Then I shall await your good news. The 9th peak has been too arrogant for too long. It is time for them to understand who the true first peak of the Qingyun Sect is. Rest assured, senior brother, I shall not let you down. Su Chao then turned to the middle-aged man. Master, I have one more request. The middle-aged man nodded. What is your request? Speak, so that I may hear. Master, when I engage in the life and death duel with that Chen Ping'an, after I injure him, please help me block the Taoist from the 9th peak. The middle-aged man's brow furrowed, but he soon smiled with satisfaction. You truly wish to kill him? Indeed. Good. It's rare to see you with such ambition. I will assist you in holding back the Taoist, allowing that Chen Ping'an to become your stepping stone. Thank you, Master. Chen Ping'an, just you wait. Life on Qingyun Mountain passed swiftly, especially on the 9th peak. The other 8 peaks had their own tasks to attend to, but the 9th peak had no one overseeing it. Chen Ping'an had not even seen his master. The study of Beast Master knowledge was solely conducted by his senior sister, Xie Shaoan, who devoted 2 hours each night to teach him. Fan Yojo blatantly ignored Elder Xing's prohibitions, hardly staying on the 9th peak, and made daily trips between the 3rd and 4th peaks. With Qian Quan's assistance and financial backing, he successfully acquired a storefront on the 4th peak and began renovations. Finally, with a resounding toll from the great bell atop the main peak, the new Disciple Beast Master competition of the year was officially announced. A massive electronic screen was erected in the main peak square, displaying a series of competition slots. Major streamers, usually residing on the 3rd peak, turned their cameras toward the combat arena. There were a total of 4 arenas, with participants divided into 32 groups, each consisting of 50 individuals. Today's competition was a free-for-all battle among 100 participants, vying for the top 32 spots. In the square, Chen Ping'an looked at the participant distribution on the screen, feeling somewhat disheartened. 32 groups, each with 50 individuals. This year's newcomers numbered a staggering 1,600. Aside from the main peak, which housed the sect leader, there were only 9 peaks. The main peak was not accepting new disciples, and even the other peaks had at least 100 newcomers each this year. Therefore, everyone had teammates, except for Chen Ping'an, who stood alone. Chapter 13. You must be a prodigy, right? Chen Ping'an. The crowd, initially focused on their designated groups, was suddenly captivated by a thunderous shout. As they turned their heads, everyone instinctively parted to create a pathway, donning expressions akin to spectators at a grand performance. Even the influencers broadcasting from the third peak pointed their cameras towards the source of the voice, eagerly narrating, "Look, this is none other than Su Muxue, the favored contender for this year's Beast Tamer competition at Qingyun Sect and the owner of the Platinum Codex." Upon hearing that he was indeed the possessor of the Platinum Codex, a chorus of excitement erupted in the live-streaming rooms, with viewer numbers skyrocketing. In the neighboring province of Zhejiang, within the prestigious Qingyun Sect of Su Province, 2 young ladies were engrossed in the live broadcast of Qingyun Sect's Beast Tamer competition. One of the girls, upon seeing Su Muxue, scoffed, "Is the Platinum Codex really that impressive? No matter how many beasts one possesses, if their strength is lacking, it's all for naught. Don't you agree, Muxue?" The girl beside her was Su Muxue, who had recently entered Qingyun Sect and seemed to hold a respectable position there. "Sister Qiong, possessing the Platinum Codex means they will surely devise a way for Su Muxue to acquire formidable beasts. However, he pales in comparison to you. A true prodigy who has awakened bloodline powers and gained innate skills." Su Muxue nodded, acknowledging that this was indeed her reason for joining Qingyun Sect, a plan orchestrated by her benefactor, the ethereal Qingyun. "By the way, Muxue, didn't you mention that Heartless Man also joined Qingyun Sect? Let us see if he appears in this live stream." A smirk crossed her face as she mused. "I wonder how much regret he feels now that you've awakened your bloodline powers. After you defeat him in 3 years, you want to just annul the engagement. Will you? You plan to marry him?" At the mention of Chen Ping'an, Su Muxue's expression darkened with fury. "Yes, I want him to kneel and beg me to take him. I will torment him daily. He shall grovel at my feet. His entire life will be lived in my shadow." Qiong, bewildered, could only wonder how this gentle girl transformed into a vengeful spirit at the mere mention of a scorned lover. "And you expect him to lick your feet?" Looking at the breathtaking Su Muxue, Qiong fell silent, contemplating if this was punishment or an unintentional reward for him. As the livestream shifted, a strikingly handsome young man with a radiant smile appeared on screen. Su Muxue's eyes welled with tears. "It's him, that wretched Heartless Man. Is that so?" The young man was none other than Chen Ping'an, and upon seeing him smile, Su Muxue's rage intensified. He brandished a red life-and-death contract before the audience. "Chen Ping'an, have you seen your draw? Unfortunately, you must reach the top 8 to face me. But if you lack the strength to make it to the top 8, at least your life will be spared. However, if you do reach the top 8, it will be your demise. I will surely kill you." Su Muxue's declaration ignited a frenzy both in the venue and across the streaming platforms, with viewers exclaiming, "What a sensational revelation. The most promising prodigy from Qingyun Sect has declared war." Qiong, watching intently, remarked, "He seems to be at odds with this prodigy from Qingyun Sect. This could get interesting." "Muxue, that looks like a life-and-death contract in his hand. Perhaps you won't have to wait 3 years for your Heartless Man to meet his end." However, as she spoke, Qiong's smile faltered. A wave of violent killing intent radiated from the seemingly gentle Su Muxue. Her red pupils widened, appearing eerily terrifying. "If he dares to harm Chen Ping'an, I will kill him. I will kill him. No one else can humiliate Chen Ping'an but me. He belongs to me. If he dies in Qingyun Sect, I will slaughter them all. Everyone must pay for his demise." Qiong was taken aback, realizing an astonishing truth. In just a few days at Qingyun Sect, Su Muxue had been voted the foremost beauty among the male disciples, but she seemed to possess a dangerously obsessive side. Back at the Beast Tamer competition, after delivering his threatening proclamation, Su Muxue turned to leave, a smirk gracing his lips. "Finally, I've vented some frustration. My reputation should be restored now." Suddenly, he heard a commotion behind him. "Su Muxue, watch out." Confused, he turned to inquire, only to feel a tremendous force strike his back, sending him sprawling forward, his face scraping the ground. Gasps echoed through the crowd as the livestream chat exploded with shock. Su Muxue felt a stinging pain in his mouth, and, momentarily dazed, he quickly regained his composure. "Chen Ping'an, is he really attacking a beast tamer without following the rules?" "Ah!" Su Muxue roared in anger as he scrambled to his feet, blood dripping from his lips. "Chen Ping'an, Chen Ping'an, scratching his head with a hint of embarrassment. Replied, "Sorry, I couldn't hold back. I hope I didn't hurt you too much. But it's all right. Prodigies like you don't cry out in pain, right? You must be a prodigy, after all. Ding. Congratulations, host, for seizing 5 points of heavenly Dao luck. Of course, I'm a prodigy. I won't hold a grudge against someone who ambushes me." Su Chao gritted his teeth, wiping the blood from his mouth. "Chen Ping'an, just you wait. You will regret this. I'm looking forward to your attempts at making me regret it. Ding. Congratulations, host, for seizing 1 point of heavenly Dao luck." Chapter 14. With the elixir in hand, the world is mine. Hearing the system notification, Chen Ping'an couldn't help but smile broadly. Su Chao was indeed a walking ATM for heavenly Dao luck. A few hits and some harsh words could yield such rewards. However, he noticed that the golden aura surrounding Su Chao had dimmed significantly since their first encounter. It appeared that the fortune of every child of the heavenly Dao had a fixed value. Upon encountering Chen Ping'an, he effortlessly subdued the prodigious talent of the Qingyun Sect without facing any repercussions, nor was there a management figure from Qingyun Qi to reprimand him. The live broadcast chat erupted with a flurry of inquiries, as viewers bombarded the screen with question marks. Is this for real? Just like that? It's over. This is the owner of the Platinum Codex. Isn't the Qingyun Sect concerned? Indeed, if it were one of our sect, the elders would be in an uproar if one of our outstanding talents was struck down. Qian Quan, observing the lively comments in his streaming room, felt a twitch in his eyelid as he explained, "Dear friends, had it been anyone else, they would surely face disciplinary action and warnings from the law enforcement hall. However, Chen Ping'an is a different case. He is a new disciple from the 9th peak of our Qingyun Sect. Who would dare to provoke him? They would be lucky to avoid him." Hiss. The 9th peak. What is so special about the 9th peak? Can someone elaborate? You don't know? You're still young. You will learn in due time. But I advise you, unless you possess absolute strength, it's wise to steer clear of the 9th peak of Qingyun Sect in the future. The previous speaker is correct. Just witnessing them might cause an explosion. Boom. The resounding chime of a bell echoed once more as the first batch of 200 disciples from 4 groups approached the arena, summoning their respective beasts to compete. The new Disciple Beast Tournament of the Qingyun Sect had officially commenced. Chen Ping'an also turned his gaze to see if any disciples were worthy of his attention. Upon inspection, he noticed that aside from 2 or so possessing silver codices, the rest wielded only bronze codices, and none of their beasts exhibited any remarkable potential. Round 1, Round 2, Round 3. It wasn't until the 3rd round that Chen Ping'an spotted a Golden Codex. Each time a little prodigy emerged, the surrounding spectators would eagerly disclose their identity without him needing to inquire. It was the formidable Mandanyo from the 6th peak, a hot contender this year. To his astonishment, the beast accompanying him was a terror horn bull. If nurtured to the platinum level, it had the potential to evolve into a terror wing bull, undoubtedly a beast of extraordinary capability. Mandanyo did not disappoint, successfully advancing to the top 32. When the 4th round arrived, it was Chen Ping'an's turn to take the stage. Due to Su Chao's influence, he had already become the focus of attention as he prepared to enter. Nearly all live streams shifted their focus to him. With a beaming smile, Chen Ping'an approached the position designated for beast tamers at the edge of the arena. The shimmering Golden Codex once again became the center of public interest. With a wave of his hand, Gaosheng materialized at Chen Ping'an's feet. Following that, the audience watched as Chen Ping'an hung a gourd around Gaosheng's neck, after which Gaosheng leaped onto the arena. Those who were absent during the registration process were left puzzled by Chen Ping'an's beast. What kind of creature is this? A fox? Just one tail? With that for color? Could it possibly be an ordinary yellow fox? Not even a spirit fox? No way. How could he dare to engage Su Chao in a life and death duel with such a beast? Shoo, let me tell you, this fox is anything but ordinary. Oh, what makes it so special? Can it speak? Are you kidding me? Are you treating me like a fool? After all beasts had been summoned, the disciples in Chen Ping'an's group exchanged knowing glances. The competition commenced. As the referee began the match, every beast from Chen Ping'an's faction charged simultaneously toward Gaosheng. Various energy attacks surged toward Gaosheng in an instant. How shameless, observers remarked, unable to suppress their pity. Isn't this bullying? Who told him to be from the 9th peak? It seems Chen Ping'an is bound to be eliminated directly. Who could argue otherwise? Being besieged by hundreds of beasts of equal rank, even a bronze tier 5 could hardly withstand such an assault. Indeed, as the tumultuous energy dissipated, the onlookers beheld Gaosheng, disheveled and weakened. Chen Ping'an's companions exhaled a sigh of relief and chuckled. So he is not that impressive after all. The 9th peak is nothing extraordinary. It's a shame our seniors warned us to be cautious of those from the 9th peak. Cough cough. Yet, Chen Ping'an remained unfazed, his smile unwavering. Meanwhile, far away in Su province, Su Muxue had completely lost her composure. Her eyes were bloodshot, yet her lips curled into an enigmatic smile. They all must perish. They all must perish. Hiss. Yu Tian, besides Su Muxue, couldn't he help but shudder, clearly unsettled. In the arena? Upon noticing Gao Sheng's significantly weakened aura, the other beasts lost interest in him and descended into a chaotic free-for-all. Just as Gao Sheng was overlooked, he surprisingly managed to stand up unsteadily. Indeed, he was standing on 2 feet, like a human. What is this fox planning? All eyes shifted back to Gao Sheng. Huffed. After standing, Gao Sheng coughed up a mouthful of fox blood and, with a semblance of dignity, removed the gourd from around his neck. He opened the gourd and poured out a black pill, which he nonchalantly tossed into his mouth before the astonished gaze of all. This action left everyone perplexed, and the comments in the live stream reflected similar confusion. However, mere moments later, the crowd's eyes nearly popped out of their heads. Gao Sheng's yellow fur began to visibly rejuvenate at an astonishing rate. His previously lethargic demeanor vanished, replaced by an invigorated appearance. Gao Sheng then exclaimed with excitement. What to do when your beast is injured? Fear not. Try the 9th Peak S blood revitalizing pill. Pain disappears upon consumption. Small in size. Fast-acting. A must-have for travel or home. For healing injuries, I choose the blood revitalizing pill. After this enthusiastic declaration, Gao Sheng triumphantly held the gourd aloft. With this pill in hand, I possess the wisdom to conquer. In that moment, silence enveloped the arena. Even the beasts on the 4 platforms ceased their fighting, all staring at Gao Sheng with eyes wide in disbelief. After a pause, the crowd erupted into chaos. What the hell? What is this pill? Is it truly that remarkable? It can heal injuries so rapidly, and it's so small. Energy liquids are nothing compared to this. Exactly. This is from the 9th peak? Is it for sale? If the effects are this good, I must buy some. No, you're all missing the point. This bronze tier 1 fox just spoke. I can't believe my eyes. This fox can actually talk. And it's advertising. Chapter 15. With the pill in hand, I have the wisdom. Witnessing Gao Sheng's performance, Chen Ping'an was utterly delighted. This round of advertisement was flawless. The various streaming rooms were now in heated disarray. But the predominant topic was not the pill, but rather how this fox could possibly speak. A bronze tier 1 fox can talk. No one stop me. I must go consult textbooks. Hurry. I'm waiting. What caliber of expert writes textbooks? Have I been learning for so long just to end up with nothing? At this moment, Gao Sheng was also casting admiring glances at Chen Ping'an. As Gao Sheng regained his vigor, the beasts that had previously been brawling on the arena began to unify their efforts to attack Gao Sheng once again. However, this time, Gao Sheng did not simply stand and allow them to strike as he had during their first encounter. Instead, like a ballet dancer, he gracefully evaded their attacks with a series of soft, fluid movements, dancing on the tips of his fox-like feet. Although Gao Sheng's displayed prowess was frighteningly formidable, all present could only think, this fox is utterly insufferable. He merely dodged without retaliating, yet his gaze was fixed on the beastmasters below. How utterly absurd. Even I, your esteemed elder, am astonished. You are pleased to contract such foolish beasts? Just look. Not a single one of your beasts can touch even a single fur from my tail. What purpose does this serve? Might as well kill and feast upon them. If I were their master, I would surely discard such stupidity. Wouldn't you agree, master? Chen Ping'an nodded in agreement, affirming, indeed, birds of a feather flock together. So, you surely cannot be as foolish as your beasts? Upon hearing Gao Sheng's words, the faces of the beastmasters flushed with embarrassment. They had never experienced such humiliation. Am I truly being scolded by a mere beast today? The beastmasters turned fiercely towards Chen Ping'an, their glares sharp enough to kill. If looks could slay, he would have perished hundreds of times over. Chen Ping'an chuckled. My apologies, my beast has a bit of a loose tongue. I truly cannot control it. I shall ensure he behaves better and refrains from speaking the truth in public again. Chen Ping'an. This only fueled their anger further. Observing this, Gao Sheng began to mock. Oh, you delightful little fools. Even if you're trash, you dare not admit it. And why do I call you trash? Of course, it's because you lack the intellect of this esteemed master. Yet, on the other hand, do you know why this master possesses such keen intellect that even a mere bronze tier can articulate words? The previously enraged crowd found their curiosity piqued. All eyes now fixed on Gao Sheng. Even the other 3 arenas had paused their battles, waiting for the conclusion of the match at Chen Ping'an's stage. As the arena fell silent, a frequent companion of Qian Quan, a streamer named Sanfeng, boldly interjected, Why? Why can a mere bronze tier fox speak? A splendid question. Gao Sheng grinned widely, producing another pill from his gourd. Do you desire your beasts to possess high intelligence, to be endowed with wisdom from a young age, thus avoiding decades of missteps? Do you wish for your beasts to converse like this master at the bronze tier? Behold, The 9 Peaks Enlightenment Pill. Your beast mentor for cognitive development. 1 pill a day? With a year of persistence, your beast may also achieve this. Gao Sheng raised the enlightenment pill high above his head, proclaiming loudly, "With this pill in hand, I possess the intellect." Oh, how the crowd was left in disbelief. Wait, are you seriously advertising again? What on earth is in this fox? What manner of wondrous thing is this 9 Peaks pill? And Chen Ping'an, for heaven's sake. This is a Beastmaster competition. Have some respect for your opponents. The other 49 participants alongside Chen Ping'an were seething with frustration. You're the only one showing off, aren't you? Meanwhile, the chat room erupted. The mystery is solved. The reason this fox can speak is that it consumed the 9 Peaks Enlightenment pill from the Qingyun Sect. My heavens. Streamer, do you have any more of those pills? Are they for sale? I want to buy them. Qian Quan beamed as he read through the barrage of comments. Dear friends, yes, of course. They are available for delivery. Once this Beastmaster tournament concludes, you can purchase them from my brother's stream, delivered right to your doorstep. Fair and square. Witnessing Gao Sheng both evade and insult while simultaneously promoting a product, Chen Ping'an's opponent could no longer contain himself, bellowing, "Chen Ping'an, are you going to fight or not?" "Fight. Of course, we shall fight." Chen Ping'an, unable to suppress his laughter, turned to his group of 49 companions and boasted, "Forgive my candor, but you are all worthless. Did you truly believe that banding together would make you my match?" Gao Sheng, attack. Upon receiving Chen Ping'an's command, Gao Sheng nodded, rehanging his gourd around his neck before dropping to the ground. Then, instead of dodging, he surged forward towards the nearest beast. Heavenly Flame Claw. With flames erupting from his left paw, he struck down, igniting the beast in a blaze. A chilling wail escaped the creature's mouth, and after a couple more cries, it was reduced to ashes, vanishing into the realm of rebirth. Gasp. How powerful. The spectators were left in stunned silence. Just moments ago, the energy fluctuations had clearly indicated a bronze tier level. Yet how could he be so strong as to obliterate a foe of the same tier in one strike? A special move. I understand now. This must be the fox's ultimate technique. Fear not, everyone. It is well known that special moves consume vast amounts of energy. He cannot use them continuously. Gao Sheng smirked. You are like frogs in a well, lacking vision. A special move? Let this master show you what it means to unleash continuous special moves. Heavenly Flame Claw. Heavenly Flame Claw. Amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, Gao Sheng unleashed over 20 consecutive Heavenly Flame Claws, each one vanquishing a beast. Once or twice could be attributed to luck, but 20 times? Now, aside from Chen Ping'an's opponent, the crowd fell silent, having recognized a stark truth. This single-tailed, foul-mouthed yellow fox appeared to be invincible among its peers, a terrifying force. Quickly, the energy emanating from this fox has clearly diminished significantly. After using such high-energy skills consecutively, he must be out of energy. Do not be disheartened, brethren. We are but a step away from defeating this fox. At this moment, Gao Sheng rarely nodded. Have you finally gained some insight? You can actually tell that this master is running low on energy? But no matter, the words hung heavy in the air. Quickly, stop him. P.S. reaching for the gourd again. Who knows what he will pull out this time? Unfortunately, the 49 beasts could not even graze a single hair on Gao Sheng, let alone the mere 20 remaining. Swiftly, he retrieved a pill and consumed it. Moments later, Gao Sheng's energy surged back to full capacity, just as the crowd had predicted. He once again raised the gourd high above his head. Feeling tired, drained, or low on energy, have a 9 Peaks restoration pill. Banish fatigue and return to your former self. With this pill in hand, I possess the energy. Chapter 16. I advise you to step down swiftly. Yet another advertisement. Is this 9 Peaks pill truly that extraordinary? It was evident that Gao Sheng's promotional tactic had been immensely successful. Now, not only the members within Qingyun Sect were aware of the 9 Peaks pills, but the entire Beastmaster community across Huagua was likely to recognize the name. Heavenly Flame Claw. Restored to full energy, Gao Sheng executed several more Heavenly Flame Claws, ultimately concluding the match and propelling Chen Ping'an into the top 32. With this victory, a radiant light erupted from Gao Sheng. The spectators were left speechless, while those who had battled Chen Ping'an felt as if they had consumed something foul. Damn it. So we joined forces to attack you, and instead of eliminating you, we merely became your experience fodder? The radiant white light emanating from Gao Sheng signifies his advancement, as his prowess has now ascended to the second tier of bronze. Following the referee's announcement of the match's outcome, Chen Ping'an seized the moment to deliver a parting shot. Now that he had embraced the role of the antagonist, he was determined to flaunt his arrogance. Do you believe it now? Believe what? I mean to say, each one of you sitting here is nothing but trash. Chen Ping'an, ding. Congratulations on successfully claiming 1 luck point. What the hell? What is this situation? Can luck points be acquired from afar? It was evident that this was yet another gift from Su Chao, though Chen Ping'an hadn't even confronted or berated him this time. Gratefully, Chen Ping'an turned towards the camera broadcasting Qian Quan's live stream and declared, "Su Chao, you are truly a good person. Ding. Congratulations on successfully claiming 1 luck point." Inside the chamber beneath the main peak's clock tower, 10 individuals stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows, observing the events unfolding on the arena. Their expressions were undeniably rich with emotion. "Old Zao, where did your disciple come from? What manner of beast is that? Its strength is rather outrageous." "Indeed. And what of that elixir? When did you 9 peaks acquire such a thing?" These 10 were the most formidable members of the Qingyun Sect, consisting of the sect leader and the elders from the 9 peaks. Old Zao, upon being questioned, found himself at a loss. After bringing Chen Ping'an to the 9 peaks, he had essentially left everything in the care of Xie Shaoan, and he had no idea how so many peculiarities had suddenly surfaced. However, little did they know just how remarkable his disciple truly was. When he eventually reveals the 2nd volume of the Beast Mastery Compendium, they would all be left dumbfounded. "Leader, I am also unclear about this. You know well that I, from the 9 peaks, never meddle in the private affairs of any disciple." The sect leader nodded but continued to inquire. "I can overlook the other matters, but what exactly is going on with your disciple's beast? Wasn't it agreed that he would receive a 4-tailed fox?" "Leader, how can you ask me that? Shouldn't you be questioning your own arrangements?" "Wait a moment, let me inquire." The sect leader, now somewhat bewildered, waved his hand, summoning a platinum compendium that materialized before him, from which he summoned an 8-tailed fox, the 3rd general of Fox Mountain. "Master." The 3rd general, upon appearing, first saluted the sect leader and, after surveying the surroundings, inquired, "What do you summon me for?" 3. "Do you recall that I asked you a few days ago to arrange for a 4-tailed fox for the younger generation of our sect?" "Of course, I arranged it all." "Truly? Then why did he contract a 1-tailed fox? Have your spiritual foxes become so powerful that even a single tail is nearly invincible among the same tier?" The 3rd general looked utterly perplexed. "1-tailed? How is that possible? And invincible at the same tier? Master, are you mistaken? A 1-tailed fox doesn't even qualify as a spiritual fox on Fox Mountain. Then take a look and tell me what is going on. Is that fox not a 1-tailed?" Following the direction of the sect leader's finger, the 3rd general observed that Chen Ping'an had yet to retract Gao Sheng, who was presently licking Chen Ping'an's shoes in a show of loyalty. "Huh, it truly is a 1-tailed fox? No, wait." The 3rd general, initially surprised, recalled that he had explicitly instructed his deputy to secure a 4-tailed fox, and his deputy had assured him that both the human and the fox had been delivered to the Tianshi temple on the back mountain. How could it be that a 1-tailed fox was contracted? Did his deputy pull some tricks behind his back, betraying the trust of his master? However, upon closer inspection, the 3rd general's entire demeanor changed. Despite the fox being yellow, a distinct tuft of white fur was clearly visible at the center of its tail. What a ludicrous joke. The foxes in the beast realm are not to be compared with those in the human realm, where white foxes can be found in clusters. In the beast realm, any fox exhibiting even a single strand of white fur possesses an exceptionally potent bloodline. Moreover, this was a tuft. Currently, only a handful of the 9-tailed fox lords and the true supreme beings of the Fox clan, namely the Fox clan's Tianshi, could boast such a feature. Rubbing his eyes with his fox paw, the 3rd general finally confirmed it. There was no mistake. This was, in fact, the supreme being of their Fox clan, the Tianshi, who was recuperating in the back mountains of Fox Mountain. Gao Sheng. No, their revered Tianshi was currently demeaning himself by licking the shoes of a human? This was indeed an eye-opener. But wait, what sort of identity does a Tianshi have? What could possibly compel a Tianshi to act in such a manner? This implied that the human before him possessed an extraordinary secret. At this revelation, the 3rd general's fur bristled in alarm. He gazed at the 9 individuals surrounding his master, suppressing the tumultuous waves of emotion within him, and spoke in what he believed to be the most mundane tone. "It truly is a 1-tailed fox. Perhaps I misjudged." "Misjudged? Are you certain?" "Absolutely certain." The 3rd general's words left everyone momentarily speechless, their expressions filled with oddity, as if he were jesting. Clearly, there was more to this than met the eye. It seemed that this fox held some significance on Fox Mountain, perhaps even a position of minor leadership. One could only conclude that Chen Ping'an's fortune was remarkable. His first contracted beast was a fox of such formidable talent. Only the sect leader of Qingyun Sect, the master of the 3rd general, could discern that his second beast, the 8-tailed spiritual fox, concealed some undisclosed truth. The sect leader, being astute, stated, "In that case, let's leave it at that. Old Zao, we shall discuss your disciples' matters later. The morning's match has concluded, and there are still several hours until the afternoon's competition. Let us all return to rest for now." Very well. Once the elders from each peak had departed, The sect leader furrowed his brow and turned to the third general, asking, "Little three, tell me honestly, what is the true identity of this one-tailed fox?" The third general sighed, "Master, please do not press me on this matter. I will not divulge it, even if you attempt to coerce me with the power of the contract. I would rather perish." "So serious?" The sect leader was taken aback, realizing the gravity of the third general's words. He understood well the third general's significance on Fox Mountain. There must be a secret so profound that the third general would rather face annihilation than reveal it. Could it be that Chen Ping'an's fox was a descendant of a nine-tailed lord? The expression on the Qingyun Sect leader's face turned cautious in an instant. "Very well. I shall refrain from inquiring about the fox's identity. Little three, after so many years of our master-servant relationship, I now ask you, do you have any advice for me?" The third general nodded, "That I can provide." "Then do tell, what is your suggestion?" "Master, I suggest you hasten to abdicate, passing the position of Qingyun Sect leader to that young lad." Chapter 17. Chen Ping'an and the Celestial Maiden. "For heaven's sake, hurry up and abdicate. Is this something a beastmaster should say?" The sect leader's eyelids twitched as he withdrew the third general with a wave of his hand. Yet, he was now more convinced than ever that Chen Ping'an's one-tailed fox was no ordinary beast. During the afternoon break, beneath a secluded tree's shade, Fan Yojo looked at Qian Quan with delight. "Really? Someone has offered a price exceeding 100 spirit stones? No doubt about it. It can only be said that our junior brother's beast is simply remarkable. The advertising effect is explosive. That is my junior brother, not yours. It's all the same. You agree, don't you, junior brother?" Chen Ping'an nodded in agreement, pulling out his phone to check the trending topics. "Second senior brother, look. The top 4 trending topics in the Beastmaster realm are basically our 9 peaks elixirs. We're just waiting to hit the jackpot." Chen Ping'an beamed as he observed the trending topics, reveling in his newfound fame. Trending topic in 1. 9 years of compulsory education was all for naught. To encounter a bronze-level beast that can articulate speech is indeed astonishing. When faced with a beast that possesses a penchant for cursing, one might find themselves. As for the Qingyun Sect, it is shrouded in mystery, particularly regarding the revered 9 Peaks elixir. Among its ranks emerges the formidable Dark Horse, Chen Ping'an of the 9 Peaks. Out of the 10 entries, 4 belong to him. Second senior brother, Brother Qian Quan, I've managed to secure my end. Now it's your turn. Once the afternoon match commenced, Chen Ping'an took the opportunity to assess potential adversaries and the fabled Child of Fortune who might be concealed within the crowd. However, the Child of Fortune is not as ubiquitous as cabbage. They cannot be found everywhere. In the afternoon, a golden tome made an appearance, while the other victors were awarded silver tomes. It wasn't until the evening match that Chen Ping'an's spirits lifted upon the entrance of a young maiden onto the stage. She radiated golden light. This maiden, enveloped in brilliance akin to Su Chao, exuded a luminosity at least threefold that of his. This is a superlative Child of Fortune. Nevertheless, Chen Ping'an felt a mix of certainty and confusion. How curious. I can indeed identify the Child of Fortune. Su Chao was not a mere coincidence. They truly shine before my eyes. Yet, why was there no glimmer surrounding Su Muxue when I laid eyes on her? Could it be that she is not a Child of Fortune? That seems implausible. She is practically an extension of her grandfather's luck, from whom I have also garnered numerous fortune points. Perplexed, Chen Ping'an found himself at a loss regarding this system, as he observed the new Child of Fortune before him. She donned an elegant ancient garb in a gradient of deep green to emerald, her hair elegantly styled in a bun. Her visage striking yet exuding an aura of aloofness that discouraged any approach. Altogether, she evoked the essence of a green ink wash painting. Typically, such prodigies would attract commentary, revealing their identity, yet this time, both he and those around him wore expressions of bewilderment. Do we have such a beauty in the Qingyun Sect? Chen Ping'an nudged the still daydreaming Fan Yojo. Who is she, second senior brother? Fan Yojo glanced over casually. Ah, that is Qingning, the sect master's granddaughter. Wait, why is she here? Isn't the sect master overly protective of her, rarely allowing her to step outside? Qingning? Chen Ping'an nodded, just as he intended to watch Qingning's match. She unexpectedly approached him amidst the gazes of all present. This left Chen Ping'an momentarily stunned, glancing left and right to confirm she was indeed walking towards him. Could it be that my charisma has reached such heights? The Child of Fortune is approaching me of her own accord, despite her celestial beauty. Qingning's frigid aura dissuaded others from initiating conversation, even parting the way to allow her passage to Chen Ping'an. Upon reaching Chen Ping'an, her previously cold gaze turned even chillier as she fixed her eyes upon him. This left Chen Ping'an somewhat bewildered. Miss, do you need something? Humph. Qingning scoffed, her tone laced with discontent. Are you attempting to usurp my position? What? Chen Ping'an was taken aback, utterly perplexed. What position am I usurping from you? You've already done it, yet you refuse to acknowledge it? What on earth? What have I done? Did I even engage with you? Are you unwell? Goodness. They indeed engaged. Chen Ping'an uttered without thinking, yet those observing were quick to react, their expressions reflecting shock. Quick, spread the word. Chen Ping'an and this celestial maiden have become entwined. Qingming continued to regard him with a cold stare. Will you not admit it? What exactly must I concede? Fine. Very well. If you refuse to concede, mark my words. The position of sect master is mine. Upon my grandfather's passing, I shall be the rightful heir. With that proclamation, Qingming turned and returned to her position among the beast tamers on the stage, leaving Chen Ping'an in a state of utter disarray. What is even happening here? Who is vying for this so-called position of sect master? Not only do I not desire to contend for it, but even if I did, I lack the capability. I am merely a new bronze-level beast tamer. How could I aspire to such heights? And furthermore, speaking of your grandfather's demise, you're already contemplating such morbid thoughts? Truly a devoted granddaughter. As Qingming astonishingly summoned a platinum tome, the entire Qingyun Sect erupted in excitement. 2 tomes. This year, there are 2 platinum tomes among the newcomers. The Qingyun Sect is on the rise. I dare say Qingming will undoubtedly claim the top spot this year. Why, you ask? Is Su Muxue not formidable? Is that freak from 9 Peaks not strong? It's simple. Aesthetics reign supreme. Qingming's beast is a water elemental spirit with a lotus-shaped head. After careful observation, Chen Ping'an concluded that this spirit matches Su Muxue's stone giant in caliber, whereas his own high victory pales in comparison. Not to mention the little bull from his mythical tome. It seems the championship of this beast tamer competition is firmly within my grasp. Even if I am unaware of what this so-called sacred relic truly entails. Following today's matches, the top 32 will emerge. Chen Ping'an identified 3 individuals worthy of attention, with the rest posing no threat whatsoever. Among these, the most noteworthy are naturally the main peaks Qingming and the first peaks Su Muxue. Aside from these 2 platinum tomes, the golden tome wielding man Dainyu also possesses genuine strength. By early the next day, the 4 arenas were already surrounded by throngs of spectators. Upon arriving, Chen Ping'an discovered that, in addition to the Qingyun Sect disciples, many from other sects had also come. The live broadcast equipment was significantly more advanced than the previous days. The top 16 matches would be held simultaneously across 4 venues, with 2 matches in the morning and 2 in the afternoon. Chen Ping'an was assigned to the first group. Chapter 18. What are your thoughts on the position of sect master? Like Chen Ping'an, Su Muxue was also placed in the same round. If both could advance to the top 16, they would undoubtedly face each other in the quarterfinals. Chen Ping'an. As soon as Chen Ping'an arrived at the beast tamer area by the stage, Su Muxue called out to him from the adjacent arena, gesturing with a hand across his throat. Observing this, the broadcasters hurriedly shifted their cameras back and forth between the two, providing commentary. The beasts are permitted to enter. With the referee's announcement, Chen Ping'an summoned Gao Sheng. Gao Sheng appeared as usual, ready to leap onto the stage with a gourd hanging from his neck. This caused quite a stir for Chen Ping'an's opponent. Wait, this is unfair. I protest. What are you protesting? Referee, his beast is carrying medicine. This is not fair. Without Chen Ping'an needing to speak, Gao Sheng disdainfully interjected, Grandson, are you foolish? My master didn't stop you from bringing anything. You could have brought it too. The referee nodded in agreement. Indeed, you could have brought it. What can I bring? I've already inquired about that medicine. It's not for sale yet. To heal, one must use energy liquid. A bottle costs 10 spirit stones. Who in their right mind would use that during a competition? With no other choice. Chen Ping'an's opponent resignedly summoned an armadillo. The match begins. As the referee's words concluded, Gao Sheng was immediately engulfed in crimson flames. Heavenly burning claw. Without holding back in the slightest, Gao Sheng launched a full frontal assault. After all, he was among the 32 strong, and the pangolin possessed some degree of skill. Aware that he could not withstand the might of Gao Sheng's heavenly flame claw, the pangolin curled into a ball, enveloping itself in layers of earth. Boom. As Gao Sheng's heavenly flame claw descended, remarkably, the pangolin managed to defend itself. This sparked a glimmer of hope in the eyes of Chen Ping'an's opponent. Haha, you startled me. Watching your match, I thought this fox was formidable, but it seems it is merely mediocre. Huh, pathetic. Are you out of your mind? Just enduring one slap from this master, and you're already popping champagne? Truly a case of a small knife cutting one's backside. Foxfire. With Gao Sheng's proclamation, a blaze of yellow flames erupted beneath the pangolin. Master, have you ever tasted pangolin? Today, little Sheng will whet your appetite and let you savor a delicacy. Consumed by the foxfire, the pangolin could no longer endure. If this continued, it would truly be cooked. As it opened its body to bite Gao Sheng's foot, a flame-imbued claw suddenly appeared before it. Chicken head, behold the claw. Chen Ping'an triumphed. He advanced to the top 16, witnessing Chen Ping'an's swift victory. The spectators were deeply moved. What the hell? Can someone tell me where this fox came from? How can it be so outrageously powerful? Unrivaled at the same level. Is this not direct invincibility at the same tier? To defeat this fox, one would need at least the strength of a 5th tier bronze. 5th tier seems exaggerated. 4th tier should suffice. Meanwhile, Su Muxue, who had been secretly competing with Chen Ping'an in the adjacent arena, grew increasingly anxious. With Chen Ping'an advancing so swiftly, he was still battling. Did this not imply that he was inferior to Chen Ping'an? No way. Absolutely not. In this lifetime, I, Su Muxue, seek nothing else but face. He decided to reveal a bit of his hidden cards. You don't really think that the secret realm I encountered after falling off the cliff was just to upgrade my tome, do you? Stone Giant. Activate skill fission. With this declaration, the colossal stone giant began to disintegrate, transforming into 5 smaller stone giants. Though their size diminished, their strength remained intact, each still embodying the power of a 3rd tier bronze. The 5 stone giants charged towards their opponent, swiftly dispatching them within a few moves. Su Muxue emerged victorious, advancing to the top 16. Upon hearing the judge's announcement, Su Muxue hurriedly scanned the crowd for Chen Ping'an, eager to flaunt his prowess and assert that he was not inferior. However, after a thorough search, he found no trace of Chen Ping'an. This left Su Muxue feeling increasingly frustrated. Tomorrow marked their life and death battle. Did Chen Ping'an not care to acknowledge him? Ding. Successfully plundered 2 points of fortune. Just as Chen Ping'an, on his way to the 9th peak after receiving news from the old man, heard the system notification in his mind, he was momentarily taken aback. What was going on? By heaven's conscience, he had truly done nothing this time. How had he managed to plunder? It was needless to guess. It had to be Su Muxue. Su Muxue was practically a cash cow for his fortune points. Chen Ping'an resolved that it was better for Su Muxue to remain alive. Upon returning to the 9th peak, Elder Zhao had long been awaiting his arrival. Upon seeing Chen Ping'an return, he even rushed forward, appearing as if he intended to assist him. My precious disciple, take it slow, don't fall. Holy moly. At that moment, Chen Ping'an felt as though he were being crawled over by a million ants, and goosebumps erupted all over his body. Even those beside Elder Zhao could hardly contain their astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. Was this truly the same Elder Zhao? The merciless killer, known as the contemporary by Qi? Chen Ping'an abruptly halted. What are you doing? Master, if you continue like this, our master-disciple bond may come to an end. Really? Well, in that case, wouldn't you be left without a master? Have you considered me? Upon hearing this, those beside Elder Zhao brightened, hastily promoting themselves. I believe I possess the capability to become your master. What capability do you even possess? Elder Zhao shot a glare at the individual before introducing, Ping'an, our bond as master and disciple is unbreakable. Recently, I have been brushing up on my charm. As the saying goes, the youth of today favors enthusiasm. If you do not appreciate my enthusiasm, let me introduce you. This is our Qingyun Sect's leader. So you may refer to him as the sect leader from now on. Sect leader? The grandfather of that Qingning, the possessor of the Platinum Tome, the mightiest entity of Qingyun Sect? Chen Ping'an hastily bowed to the sect leader. Disciple Chen Ping'an pays respects to the sect leader. No need for formalities. We are all part of the same family. No need for such distance. Come, let us converse within. Who is part of your family? This is my disciple. Not your disciple. This is my 9th peak. Not your main peak. It's all the same. It's all the same. Relations are quite nuanced, and who knows? Perhaps in time, we will truly become one family? Ha! How beautifully you think. Ping'an, come inside. Although the two were bickering, Chen Ping'an could discern that his master and the sect leader shared a strong rapport. Following the two into the grand hall of the 9th peak. Without Chen Ping'an needing to inquire, the sect leader directly took Chen Ping'an's hand and said, Ping'an, I wonder if you have any aspirations regarding the position of sect leader? Chapter 19. Is the young sect leader this casual? What kind of predatory words are these? Chen Ping'an was utterly bewildered, staring at the seriously expressioned sect leader. Well, I suppose I have no particular ideas. What? How can you have no thoughts? The sect leader frowned. As a young man with a talent for beast taming, how could you not have some grand ambitions? How about this? When you grow a bit more and reach the platinum level of beast tamers, I shall relinquish the position of sect leader to you. What do you think? To be honest, Chen Ping'an had no idea how to respond to the sect leader at that moment. He even wondered if the sect leader was unwell. What kind of good person just offers you the position of sect leader right off the bat? This is truly a good person. Boom. Fortunately, while Chen Ping'an was still in a daze, Elder Zhao slapped the back of the sect leader's head. You, Qing, are you out of your mind? Or do you have some ulterior motive? Could it be that you know something? At that moment, the sect leader looked at Elder Zhao with surprise. Do you know as well? How did you find out? What the heck? This is my disciple. How could you possibly know? Shouldn't this matter be known only to me and Ping'an's parents? I am the sect leader of Qingyun Sect. What's the issue with that? Now the two elders began to exchange incredulous glances. However, unbeknownst to them, one was speaking of Chen Ping'an's possession of 2 beast taming tomes, while the other was referring to the extraordinary status of Chen Ping'an's beast, Gaosheng, within the beast realm. Since you know, it makes sense, indeed, with Ping'an's abilities. Being a sect leader would be a waste of talent. A waste of talent? My heavens. The sect leader's heart raced once more. Was Gaosheng's identity truly that terrifying? So it's settled then? Once Ping'an reaches the platinum level, he will take over as sect leader? Such a fortuitous arrangement was, of course, agreeable to me. Thus, it shall be settled. No, are you out of your mind? This is the position of sect leader. Ah, the esteemed leader of the Qingyun Sect, the largest sovereign in Zhejiang province. Is this truly how matters are settled? Observing the two individuals before him, who swiftly reached a conclusion with mere trifles, Chen Ping'an found himself in a state of bewilderment. Have you consulted my opinion at all? This doesn't seem right, does it? What is wrong with that? Sooner or later, we shall all be one family. It's settled. Haha, what a rare moment of joy. Come, old friend. It has been ages since we last indulged in a drink. Very well. Without granting Chen Ping'an a chance to voice his thoughts, the two turned and began to depart. All right. The sect leader seemed to recall something and, with a flick of his wrist, tossed a dark green jade pendant to Chen Ping'an. Ping'an, take this. It symbolizes our Qingyun Sect's young master. You must strive to challenge others and venture into secret realms to elevate your strength. Automatically catching the pendant, Chen Ping'an took a glance. It bore no extraordinary energy, merely an ordinary piece of jade. The front was inscribed with an image of the Grand Hall of the Qingyun Sect, with the words Qingyun elegantly etched above it. The reverse showcased the overall view of the 9 peaks of Qingyun Sect, adorned with a character signifying youth. What? Am I now to be called the young master? This is absurd. After the sect leader and elder Zhao departed, Xie Xiaoan and Fan Yoju slipped in, both gazing at Chen Ping'an with curious eyes. Junior brother, what did the sect leader want with you? Fan Yoju inquired. Could it be that the sect leader has designs on our 9 peaks elixirs? You must not yield. As long as you stand firm, the sect leader cannot take them from you. Our master shall surely assist us. Chen Ping'an shook his head, feeling an inexplicable smile tugging at his lips. It's nothing much. I'm simply to be the young master and inherit the leadership of the Qingyun Sect in the future. Huh. Xie Xiaoan cast a disdainful glance at Chen Ping'an. The young master? You? Junior brother, have you been drinking too much fake wine? Have you lost your senses? Indeed. Fan Yoju added, bemused. The young master? If you truly were the young master, I would have to reverse my name. Reverse your name? Chen Ping'an's eyes sparkled. Second brother, there's no need for that. If it were true, why not change the U in your name to Wu? Change to Wu? Fan Wujiu? Fine. But if it's false, you must share 1/10 of the 9 peaks elixir profits with me. Deal. Huh. You two are gambling in front of your elder sister? Do you think so little of me? Xie Xiaoan exclaimed. How can you leave me out of this? How about this, junior brother? I may not be interested in money, but it irks me when others have what I lack. I shall join in the wager. If you lose, you must change my name, and if you win, I want 1/10 of the 9 peaks elixir profits. Of course, I seek no dividends, just the prestige. All right. You all seem to be good siblings. But it appears you're all plotting against my 9 peaks elixirs. Chen Ping'an laughed. Let us make this interesting, shall we? If elder sister loses, she'll change her name to something amusing. Change to something amusing? Xiaobayan. Very well. At this, Chen Ping'an displayed the young master jade pendant in his palm amidst their mischievous grins. What is this? It seems somewhat familiar. Xie Xiaoan curiously took the pendant to examine it, but moments later, her playful smile vanished, her face stiffening in disbelief. This is impossible. How can this be? Goodness. Junior brother, what is your true identity? You can't possibly be the sect leader's illegitimate child, can you? Forget it. I'm done. I need some peace. Xie Xiaoan returned the pendant to Chen Ping'an and turned to leave. Elder sister, what about the wager? What wager? This is dull. I'm done. And junior brother, don't you want to inquire in the sect? Am I not a person of my word? You're quite proud of it, aren't you? Chen Ping'an could only silently roll his eyes at his elder sister, relieved he hadn't taken it to heart. What is this? So mysterious. Hand it over to me for a look. Seeing Xie Xiaoan leave, Fan Yoju was even more perplexed. Had it seemed like elder sister lost? But how could that be? The junior brother had only arrived a few days ago. How could he become the young master? Is it really that outrageous? Even dramas wouldn't dare portray such absurdity. After examining the pendant, Fan Yoju's expression turned complex. The young master's token. This is truly the young master's token. It's absolutely ludicrous. I'm done. This is pointless. Fan Yoju mimicked Xie Xiaoan and turned to leave. Second brother, what about the wager? Junior brother, why don't you go ask around? I am indeed a person of my word. All right. Not a single one of you is trustworthy, it seems. Chapter 20 ISNT at just a smaller font. After handing the young Master Jade pendant to Chen Ping'an, the sect leader and Elder Zhao did not return. This only heightened the surreal feeling within Chen Ping'an. The next day, at the main Peak S arena, the competition was set for the round of 16. Following the original format, 4 arenas would run concurrently, with 2 matches held in a day to determine the top 8. However, due to Chen Ping'an and Su Muxue's involvement, an additional match was arranged for them to compete first, thereby determining the top 8. On the arena, Su Muxue coldly regarded Chen Ping'an. Chen Ping'an, I acknowledge that your beast has some strength, but you shall not progress beyond this point. Today, I shall demonstrate to you the true extent of my power. As Su Muxue spoke, he secretly reveled in his own bravado. How impressive, how dignified. I spent the whole night crafting those lines. Surely, my reputation will be restored. He raised his chin, awaiting a response from Chen Ping'an, but after a lengthy silence, he opened his eyes only to feel his molars nearly shatter. This is a life-and-death duel. Chen Ping'an, far from being tense, was now posing dramatically at the edge of the arena, in front of the livestream cameras. You scoundrel. You truly look down upon me, don't you? I am the possessor of the Platinum Codex. Ding. Successfully plundered 1 fortune point. It truly worked. Upon hearing the system notification, Chen Ping'an smiled, having discerned Su Muxue's character. This prideful young genius was deeply concerned with his reputation. Once he understood his personality and tailored his approach, fortune points would flow abundantly. Coughing lightly, Chen Ping'an felt invigorated, striking what he deemed his most charming pose before the camera while declaring, "Greetings, everyone. I am Chen Ping'an, the junior brother of the 9 Peaks, aged 18, and yet to be wed." Ding. Successfully plundered 1 fortune point indeed. Su Muxue's fortune was the easiest to harvest. The audience watching Chen Ping'an's antics was left speechless. What was he doing? This is a life-and-death duel, and he is courting? This is a profound disrespect to his opponent. Exactly. The opponent is Su Muxue, and this is live-streamed, bringing shame upon our Qingyun Sect. Who do you think will win this time? Will it truly be a matter of life and death? Impossible. If either of us went up, there is a genuine possibility of life and death, but these two? One is a genius with the Platinum Codex, and the other is merely the junior brother of the 9 Peaks. Death. Unthinkable. At worst, they would only sustain injuries. The sect absolutely would not allow them to perish. Indeed, your insight is remarkable. Who do you believe will emerge victorious this time? Is it even a question? It must be Su Muxue. Why, you might ask? I would argue that Chen Ping'an stands a strong chance. You have all witnessed his fox. Its tongue may be sharp, but its prowess is undeniable. However, Su Muxue wields the Platinum Codex. Though unverified, it is common knowledge that the rank of a codex bestows an implicit advantage in beast mastery. Yet, Chen Ping'an is no slouch. He possesses a Golden Codex, while Su Muxue may have the Platinum Codex. He must reach the Platinum tier and contract 4 beasts to fully harness its might. Soon enough, the audience below was divided into 2 factions over who would claim victory. Yet it was apparent that the supporters of Su Muxue were in the majority. In the upper chamber of the main Peak's bell tower, the master of Qingzong chuckled, hands clasped behind his back. This year, our Qingyun Sect is truly thriving. Tell me, my esteemed colleagues, who do you think will triumph? Is that even a question? Clearly, it is my cherished disciple. Cherished disciple? An elder named Zhao nearly had his eyes pop out at the master's declaration, instinctively suppressing a retch. Zhao, what cursed entity has possessed you? Cherished? I can't hold it in any longer. I'm about to be sick. With Zhao leading the charge, 3 others began to gag as well. Nonsense. Your disciple, with that foolish fox, dares to challenge mine? An elder from the first peak snorted, clearly displeased. Elder Lu, if you are unconvinced, shall we wager? What would you bet on? What does your 9th peak have that can match mine? I concede your strength surpasses mine. But in terms of resources and manpower, your advantage is negligible. Zhao Elder wore a sly smile. This time, let us wager something else. Something else? What do you propose? If one disciple loses, the name of their peak on the Qingyun map shall be inscribed in a font smaller than the others. Now that's an intriguing wager. The other elders perked up, recognizing the brilliance of this bet. You, Elder Lu Henti anticipated that Zhao would propose such stakes. A smaller font indeed signifies the weakest peak. Yet, seeing the triumphant expression on Zhao's face, Elder Lu gritted his teeth and agreed. Very well. A smaller font it shall be. As the crowd held their breath, Chen Ping'an and Su Muxue finally summoned their respective beasts. This time, Gao Sheng was not adorned with the gourd, as it was prohibited in the competition. Su Muxue, whom Chen Ping'an had previously disregarded, regained his confidence. He brushed his bangs aside, covered his left eye with his left hand, and propped his right hand at his elbow, tilting his head as he faced Chen Ping'an with an air of arrogance. Chen Ping'an, Today, I shall let you taste the essence of death. Chen Ping'an was momentarily taken aback. What an utterly juvenile pose. Are you not embarrassed? Gao Shang, equally astonished, inquired, Master, should I summon Lord Niu to battle him instead? I'd rather not engage. Why not? Because I refuse to fight a fool. Ding. Successfully plundered 1 point of fortune. Damn it. Chen Ping'an, even at death's door. You still jest. Stone Giant. You split. Su Chao commanded, and the stone giant divided into 5 small bronze tier giants. Attack. The 5 stone giants charged towards Gao Shang. Parchment. Chen Ping'an looked at Su Chao in confusion. Must you yell when your beast uses a skill? Chen Ping'an, is that truly your focus? You should be paying attention to your beast. You won't even know how it meets its demise. Is that how you think a celestial master meets their end? You truly must have been born with too much force, squeezing your brain. Foxfire. As 5 stone giants approached from different angles, foxfire erupted around Gao Shang. Stone giants. Use harden. Su Chao shouted, the giant's legs glimmering with a metallic sheen, successfully resisting the flames. Huh. Chen Ping'an, did you see that? Your beast simply cannot match my stone giants. Chen Ping'an clapped his hands. I see now. What do you understand? Did he discern the stone giant's weakness? You shouted that out not for any reason other than to show off. Ding. Successfully plundered 1 point of fortune. Chapter 21. Can luck be charged? No. I was discussing combat while you were fixated on yelling skills. How does your thought process differ so drastically from others? Meanwhile, the disciples of Qingyun Sect, having overheard the exchange, brightened with newfound understanding. Yelling out skills doesn't seem so bad after all. It elevates the experience. You're right. It feels quite grand. Free-tailed leopard. Use bite. Incredible. Just by shouting, I already feel so much more exalted. Su Chao, the prodigy, had uncovered this secret. Overwhelmed with excitement, the crowd began to cheer for Su Chao. What? This revelation left Su Chao momentarily stunned, his face flushing with exhilaration rather than anger. It seems my performance was impeccable. This aligns perfectly with my persona as a prodigy. At that moment, Su Chao regarded Chen Ping'an with a slightly softened expression, even feeling that Chen Ping'an was rather amiable. Chen Ping'an, however, was bewildered, as the golden aura surrounding Su Chao had dimmed significantly. Yet, after the crowd cheered for Su Chao, his golden light regained its former brilliance. Is this luck truly chargeable? Su Chao, blissfully unaware of Chen Ping'an's thoughts, would have felt quite aggrieved had he known. What did I do? As a wielder of the Platinum Codex, is it wrong for me to enjoy the spotlight? Why can't I flaunt a little? You let me shine, yet you strike first. Nevertheless, thoughts aside, the battle must continue. With luck replenished, the harvest must go on. Gao Shang, prepare yourself. Chen Ping'an had no intention of shouting skill names, as that would merely inform his opponent of his impending attack. At that moment, the foxfire began to gather frantically before Gao Shang. Hey, you, the monkey with a long face. Stop grinning. Let your celestial master warm you up. Fiery impact. The concentrated foxfire surged forth like a dragon of flames, hurtling towards Su Chao. Su Chao was taken aback, nearly forgetting that this was a life-and-death arena. The Beastmaster could directly attack the Beastmaster himself. Stone Giants. Quickly, use Rock Shield to protect me. Su Chao urgently commanded his 5 stone giants to shield him, yet Gao Shang's strike came with such swiftness. The stone giants managed to raise their shields just in time, but it barely covered Su Chao's vital areas. A piercing scream echoed, followed by a pungent odor wafting across the arena. Although Su Chao's face was shielded by the stone barrier, his hair was not spared. In an instant, the flames consumed his hair, reducing it to mere ashes, leaving behind only a shiny bald head. With a burst of laughter, the onlooking disciples could no longer contain themselves. Su Chao, in sheer terror, gingerly touched his scalp. My head can be severed. Blood can flow, but my hairstyle must remain intact. Yet, as he ran his fingers over his head, he realized there was nothing left. In that moment, Su Chao stood there in a daze. Meanwhile, Chen Ping'an's mind was inundated with system notifications. Successfully plundered 1 luck point. Successfully plundered 1 luck point. Successfully plundered 1 luck point. The notifications continued in a relentless stream until 10 had appeared. In Chen Ping'an's eyes, Su Chao's once radiant golden aura had now dimmed by half. Su Chao, in agony, shut his eyes. It's over. My life is ruined. I am finished. My dignity. Chen Ping'an is trampling on my dignity. Chen Ping'an, I will kill you. I will kill you. Su Chao had completely lost his composure. You have forced my hand. Now you shall die. Stone Giants. Use ultimate skill. Fusion. In the next moment, the 5 fragmented stone giants began to converge once more, their power surging uncontrollably. What was once a trio of 3rd-tier bronze giants was now fusing, inexplicably increasing in strength. Bronze 4th tier, bronze 5th tier, bronze 6th tier. The stone giant had fully fused, and at this point, everyone was rendered speechless. Gulp. The sound of swallowed breaths echoed as astonished gasps filled the arena. My heavens. Bronze 6th tier. Fusion? What kind of skill is this? This is extraordinarily powerful. A newcomer of bronze 6th tier? This can't be called a newcomer. Su Chao truly lived up to his status as the possessor of the platinum tome. Chen Ping'an is doomed. Indeed, but his defeat is not unjust. How could a mere 2nd tier compete against 6th tier? Chen Ping'an, now do you understand my might? Do you have any last words? If not, then prepare to meet your demise. Chen Ping'an shook his head, outwardly calm, yet internally he was in turmoil. Was this the extraordinary power of the Child of Fortune? Is this even possible? The combination of splitting and fusion was undeniably formidable. So this fellow, after falling off a cliff, not only survived but also upgraded his tome and learned 2 divine techniques. This was merely the dim light of Su Chao. What about the brilliance of Qing Ning? Far surpassing Su Chao? Chen Ping'an, you don't think this is the end, do you? Today, I, Su Chao, shall ensure you die understanding your fate. In the next moment, Su Chao astonishingly produced a fragment of armor formed from rock. A relic. This is a relic, this aura. It is a green quality relic. Su Chao actually possesses a relic. Amidst the crowd's astonishment, Su Chao's smile widened uncontrollably. With a forceful throw, the relic soared towards the fused stone giant. As the armor fragment made contact with the stone giant, the relic began to complete itself, and in less than a breath's time, the stone giant was clad in stone armor. Its power surged once more, reaching bronze 7th tier. Chen Ping'an, to allow me to unleash all my trump cards. You can consider it a fitting end. Stone giant, unleash heaven and earth collapse. The fully formed stone giant let out an ecstatic roar. The power of the earth element converging wildly into its palm. Gao Sheng, now visibly alarmed, rushed to Chen Ping'an's side and erected a barrier. Master, this kid is currently 5 tiers higher than me. With my present abilities, I can only achieve a draw at best. Master, quickly summon Bull Elder. Chapter 22. The Bull takes action. 5 tiers higher a draw? So that means a defeat is unlikely? Chen Ping'an looked at Gao Sheng in astonishment. He had suspected Gao Sheng's strength, but never anticipated he could directly cross 5 tiers in battle. Very well. However, I must devise a strategy. Surrendering is out of the question. Even a draw is unacceptable. I must summon the bull, but I don't wish to attract too much attention. After some thought, Chen Ping'an whispered to Gao Sheng. In the next moment, a surge of fox fire erupted from Gao Sheng, but this time the flames did not spill outward. Instead, they enveloped Gao Sheng's true form. Chen Ping'an stealthily summoned the mythical tome, concealing it within his clothing. You all enjoy shouting skills, so I shall do the same. Su Chao, I didn't expect you to be quite formidable. Since that's the case, I too shall exert my full power. You? Your full power? Huh. You are merely at your wit's end. Su Chao scoffed. You can't possibly think that your Beastmaster flames can withstand my stone giant now, can you? Not necessarily. Gao Sheng, transform. With a resounding fox cry, Chen Ping'an quickly retracted Gao Sheng and swiftly summoned the bull into the center of the foxfire. Without the supporting power of the foxfire, it dissipated, revealing the bull's majestic form. Wait. Upon seeing the bull, everyone was left in utter confusion. Their minds flooded with question marks, as the smoke of bewilderment curled from their brains. No. What is this? It shouldn't be a fox. How has it transformed into a giant python? And what breed of python is this? It even has bull horns? Transformation? Chen Ping'an just mentioned transformation. Goodness. This is not transformation. This is downright bizarre. A fox turning into a giant python? This is absurd. Am I losing my mind? Wait. Can you sense the aura of this python? It is utterly different from the previous fox. One could say one is heaven and the other is earth. Is this truly the same fox? Of course. Otherwise, how could Chen Ping'an, a mere bronze-level beastmaster, summon 2 beasts? That does make sense. This is truly unprecedented. A fox transforming into a giant python? Not only the disciples of Qingyun Sect, but even the sect master and the 8 elders in the top box of the bell tower were left dumbfounded. Why 8? That is because the elder Zhao was aware of the situation. Yet, seeing the bewildered expression of the sect master, he too hurriedly feigned confusion, even internally marveling. Indeed, one must possess exceptional acting skills to become a sect master. You're not aware of it? You still managed to display a shocked expression. Even I was almost fooled. Alas, it seems I must practice more. Sect master. No, something is very wrong. What on earth is happening? Did you all notice? You should be able to sense it. The aura of this giant python is entirely different from that of the fox. It can even be said to be one is heaven and the other is earth. Is this truly the same fox? The sect master of Qingyun was equally bewildered. Theoretically, it was true, but if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. However, the undeniable truth stands before us. You cannot possibly tell me that Elder Zeo's little apprentice, merely at the bronze level, has the ability to contract 2 beast companions. Impossible. Absolutely inconceivable. How splendid it is. Thus, this gigantic python must indeed be that fox transformed. Who would have thought that the fox possessed such a remarkable skill? By heavens. Elder Zeo couldn't help but secretly give a thumbs up to the young master of Qing. It's all thanks to you. Humph. As all eyes turned to Chen Ping'an, Elder Lu from Yifeng felt a surge of displeasure. So what if it can change forms? It is laughable. No matter how it transforms, it remains a mere bronze level 2. Merely a spectacle. It is nothing in the face of my apprentice's stone giant. Is that so? Elder Zeo narrowed his eyes, fixated on Elder Lu. Under Elder Zeo's scrutinizing gaze, Elder Lu felt a chill run down his spine. A hint of guilt creeping in. Humph. We shall see. Upon its emergence, the little calf showed no interest in the stone giant that was incessantly creating seismic waves by pounding the ground. Instead, it turned and nudged Chen Ping'an's leg with its horn. Hiss hiss hiss. Chen Ping'an hurriedly squatted down to pat the little calf's head. Good calf. Just wait a moment for our reunion. Can this bronze level 6 stone giant be defeated? Hiss hiss hiss. The little calf cast a proud glance at the stone giant and nodded affirmatively. Very well, I entrust it to you. Hiss hiss hiss. The little calf then returned to the front. Su Chao was now somewhat bewildered. What on earth was happening? A metamorphosis of beast companions? Moreover, why was this gigantic python completely unaffected by the seismic waves generated by a stone giant? Chen Ping'an, do you think that just because the fox has shed its fur and transformed into a python, it ceases to be a fox? Today, your fox's transformation is futile. I will avenge my pride. Stone giant, attack with all your might. If seismic waves are ineffective, then I shall crush you with my fists. Hiss hiss hiss. As the stone giant charged toward him, the little calf did not take it seriously. A faint green light emanated from its hooves. Suddenly, Chen Ping'an felt a gentle breeze sweep past. When he looked back at the little calf, he was astonished to see that the wind energy before it had coalesced into an azure guqin. Hiss hiss hiss. The little calf let out another cry, and a pair of hands formed from wind elements appeared beside the guqin. Zing. The strings of the guqin vibrated, producing a piercing sound wave. Under this wave, the stone giant, still charging toward him, staggered back several steps, cracks appearing upon its rocky exterior. Gasp. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the audience. Everyone was dumbfounded, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. I can't believe it. Elemental power materialized into a physical form. Could this possibly be the feat of a platinum-level beast companion? This python is platinum level. How could that be? Can't you feel it? This python is merely bronze level 2. Bronze level 2 can actually manifest energy into a physical form. Am I dreaming? I must be dreaming. Incredible. This python is truly remarkable. By heavens. Chen Ping'an is remarkable. Jiufeng is indeed still Jiufeng. With this beast companion, a bronze level 2 can effortlessly repel a bronze level 7. To think that just this one could match the strength of how many of ours? Invincible. This is true invincibility. Listening to the praises directed at Chen Ping'an from below, Su Chao's face flushed crimson. This glory is mine. It was meant to be mine. I painstakingly elevated my stone giant from bronze level 3 to bronze level 7 temporarily. Shouldn't you all be astonished by that? Why is everyone solely focused on Chen Ping'an? Why? Is it that Chen Ping'an is inherently my nemesis? You all pay attention to him. Very well. Then I shall surely eliminate him. Su Chao's eyes turned bloodshot. Stone giant. Kill. Kill this fox-turned python. Slay Chen Ping'an. Chapter 23. An encirclement from all directions. Little calf. Utilize the encirclement from all directions. Zing. Witnessing the stone giant charging once more, the little calf shook its head, appearing regretful. Just now, it was merely testing the sound, and it could hardly bear it. If it truly engaged, how could it withstand any retaliation? The azure hands began to pluck the strings of the guqin incessantly, and a melody infused with a murderous aura spread throughout the arena in an instant. What is this melody? I've never heard it before. Yet, why does it sound so enchanting? Indeed, it's divine. This rhythm evokes a sensation of being amidst a bamboo forest, heroically battling against 100 foes to break free from encirclement. It fills me with fervor. Do you feel this too? By heavens. I do as well. No. What is happening here? What kind of beast companion does Chen Ping'an possess? A bronze level 1 that can speak. And now, upon transforming, it can play music. My intellect is now outshone by a mere bronze level 1 beast companion. Now it has reached bronze level 2. Did Chen Ping'an not mention that this is all due to the Jiufeng awakening pill? Damn it. Can humans even use that awakening pill? I want to partake as well. Unlike the spectators below, who conjured vivid images, the stone giant and Su Chao found themselves fully immersed in an illusion, wherein they became the protagonists besieged. To face 100 foes is not something everyone can accomplish. Even among the same realm, even if one is a prodigy, it remains true. At that moment, within the stone giant's perception, he found himself in a bamboo grove, surrounded by hundreds of identical stone giants charging at him. They exchanged blows, fists colliding fiercely. Boom. As one of the stone giants in the illusion smashed his arm, he let out a cry of agony, and in reality, his arm shattered and fell away. Immediately afterwards, the audience witnessed the stone giant's body deteriorating further with the accelerating tempo of the melody. Not only that, but Su Chao was also ensnared in this illusion. However, it was not stone giants that surrounded him, nor his own phantoms, but rather Chen Ping'an. In Su Chao's eyes, hundreds of Chen Ping'ans approached him, each wearing a smile as they pummeled him relentlessly. The humiliation he felt plunged both his spirit and body into despair. Initially, Su Chao attempted to resist the relentless assaults of countless Chen Ping'ans with indignation and fury, but he quickly realized it was futile, not to mention hundreds. Even a single one he could not overpower. He could only crouch down, clutching his head as he was struck. The physical pain caused him to tremble. Yet as time elapsed, he experienced an inexplicable sensation of pleasure. Why? Why do I feel a thrill amidst this pain? What is this? Despite the pain still coursing through his body, he began to relish the sensation. To the outside observer, Su Chao appeared to be lying on the ground, clutching his head, his skin suddenly alternating between hues of blue and purple. Hiss hiss hiss. At this moment, the little calf also sensed something amiss, glancing at Su Chao in astonishment. Then, the pitch changed once more, becoming even more menacing. At this moment, within the illusion, Su Chao felt the pleasure from the pain dissipate. How could it vanish? I have not yet had my fill of pleasure. But as the thought crossed his mind, he suddenly felt a piercing pain, urging him to look up. Upon doing so, his breath quickened. The hundreds of Chen Ping'ans, who had been wielding their fists, now bore daggers in their hands. Moreover, these daggers were slicing gently against his skin. Moreover, each incision was executed with exquisite precision, delicately slicing through his dermis, eliciting pain and bloodshed. Yet devoid of any mortal peril. After a brief period of adjustment, he suddenly realized that this sensation was oddly more pleasurable than the act of being struck. Hiss. Now it was little Nyo who was losing his composure. No. What is this? How could this be enjoyable? This is unacceptable. If that is the case, I shall cease your torment and simply end your life. At this moment, it wasn't just little Nyo who sensed the anomaly. Chen Ping'an also became aware. Earlier, his mind had been inundated with system notifications. Ding. Successfully plundered a point of fortune. Ding. Successfully plundered a point of fortune. Ding. Successfully plundered a point of fortune. The notifications continued to stream in, surpassing 20 in number, while Su Chao's golden aura visibly diminished. But now, the system alerts had ceased. Su Chao's golden light began to surge once more, even escalating at a pace faster than when it had waned. Chen Ping'an couldn't help but marvel. Truly, he was the child of fate, a prodigy born of the heavens, aligned with the will of destiny. Was he akin to the characters in the novels he had once read, breaking through adversity and mastering extraordinary skills? This is bad. Have I become the sharpening stone for my opponent? Do villains perish from excessive chatter? I merely sought to torment him a little, to amass some fortune points. This cannot continue. It's time for a decisive blow. Little Nyo, eliminate him. Little Nyo nodded, poised to alter the melody and directly slay Su Chao when, crack. The stone man could no longer withstand the onslaught, his entire being crumbling into fragments, which entered Su Chao's platinum tome for rebirth. At this point, Su Chao had already transformed into a bloodied figure. Stop! Stop! At that moment, Elder Lu of the First Peak finally broke free from the constraints of the troublesome elder. Bursting through the window, beneath him, he stood upon a massive bat, soaring directly to the center of the arena. Upon witnessing the bloodied Su Chao, Elder Lu's face contorted in agony. My beloved disciple, Chen Ping'an, I command you to halt. Chen Ping'an, appearing helpless, recognized that it was futile to proceed with the kill. However, the outcome had yet to be determined. You, Elder Lu glared at the equally dazed disciple serving as the referee. Why are you standing there in a daze? Hurry and announce the result of the match. Oh, right. The referee disciple snapped back to reality and hastily proclaimed, Chen Ping'an wins and advances to the top 8. With Elder Lu now hovering above to protect Su Chao, Chen Ping'an had no choice but to retract little Nyo, silently observing the rejuvenated Su Chao. Little Chao? Are you all right? Seeing this, Elder Lu quickly leaped down from the giant bat, supporting the wobbling Su Chao. Master, I'm fine, just disappointed you. It's all right. It's all right. As long as you're unharmed. I shall take vengeance for you. Vengeance? Is that still necessary? Recalling the sensation from moments ago, Su Chao's face flushed with embarrassment. It was a deep blush. He cast a complex glance at Chen Ping'an before descending the arena with Elder Lu's assistance. Su Chao had exited the arena, yet Chen Ping'an remained rooted in place. His expression one of sheer terror. What had he just witnessed? My heavens! Chen Ping'an's mind was in turmoil. Just now, the way Su Chao blushed while looking at him, was that not the gaze of a devoted wife upon her husband? And there was an element of longing in that look. What on earth? What in the world is happening? Chen Ping'an was covered in goosebumps. No, I thought I was starring in an exhilarating revenge saga, but you're telling me I'm in a Sichuan opera? Chapter 24. Chen Ping'an has rendered his junior brother a fool. Victory! Victory! The cheers from the audience erupted in waves. Everyone was somewhat incredulous. Let me catch my breath. My goodness, a Bronze Stage 2 has triumphed over a Bronze Stage 7? A complete and utter domination? Indeed, it seems so. What is happening in this world? This is utterly insane. However, soon, the astonishment transformed into fervent shouts. Chen Ping'an, the Tongue King of the Nine Peaks. Chen Ping'an, the Tongue King of the Nine Peaks. No, this is enough to make Chen Ping'an want to spit blood. Upon descending, he casually grabbed hold of a shouting individual. Brother? I can accept being called Nine Peaks Chen Ping'an, but what does this Tongue King title mean? The captured individual, now even more excited, gazed at Chen Ping'an with shining eyes. The Tongue King touched me. He touched me. Quickly tell me, what does Tongue King signify? Oh, it's nothing much. The Tongue King refers to your fox familiar. His speech is simply too sharp, so we dubbed him the Tongue King. He can speak. What does that have to do with me? Isn't he your familiar? Fine. Chen Ping'an could only grimace, his eyelid twitching as he silently accepted this reality. However, this crooked smile was fortuitously captured by Qian Quan's camera, causing a commotion in the live broadcast room. Look, the Tongue King's mouth is crooked. As expected of the Tongue King, truly a model for our generation. His mouth can even be crooked. Tongue King YYDS. Qian Quan was at a loss for how to explain. He simply could not, for the title of Tongue King seemed to have become universally accepted. Moreover, witnessing the continuous influx of viewers into the live stream, he realized that failing to seize this wave of traffic would render him unworthy of being the top streamer of the Three Peaks. Indeed, the family members were right. Tongue King YYDS. The Tongue King is our role model. In the Su province, Qingyun Sect, Tian also regarded the live broadcast with exaggerated expressions. Junior sister Muxue. Your scoundrel seems somewhat formidable. Su Muxue's tone bore a hint of acidity. What of it? No matter how strong he is, in 3 years, I shall make him regret ever having crossed me. Tian nodded but couldn't help but worry for Su Muxue. Would she truly be able to win in 3 years? It seemed increasingly precarious now. After all, a Bronze Stage 2 had just dominated a Bronze Stage 7. Tian found herself thinking that Chen Ping'an appeared increasingly handsome. This life-and-death duel had catapulted Chen Ping'an into the limelight as a superstar of the Qingyun Sect. However, becoming a celebrity did not bring Chen Ping'an any joy. Not only was he unhappy, but even Xie Shaoan and Fan Yuzhou shared in his discontent. The once tranquil Nine Peaks was now teeming with people and cameras. The streamers from the Three Peaks had completely surrounded Nine Peaks. Chen Ping'an resolutely refused to make an appearance, ultimately leaving Xie Shao and to resolve the situation. From this experience, Chen Ping'an also learned of his senior sister's prowess and one of her familiars. Xie Shaoan's strength had astonishingly reached Golden Stage 6. One of her familiars was a lich assassin of the undead type, resembling a decaying humanoid frog. Xie Shaoan's intervention left Chen Ping'an feeling quite unnerved. He watched as the lich assassin vanished from sight, only for the Three Peaks disciples' backs to sprout a pair of decaying frog hands. These rotting hands did not attack. Instead, they gently caressed the faces of the Three Peaks disciples. The overwhelming stench combined with the tactile sensation caused a significant portion of the Three Peaks disciples to vomit, exclaiming that Xie Shaoan was a devil before fleeing in haste. This scene hit Chen Ping'an hard. It was truly unexpected that his senior sister had contracted an undead familiar. In stark contrast to Nine Peaks, the First Peak felt rather subdued. Within the grand hall of the First Peak, Elder Lu's countenance darkened as he scrutinized a pile of documents. Upon closer inspection, he realized that these were all studies concerning Chen Ping'an's fox. Yet all the research indicated that such a fox could not easily master the skill of transformation. This implied that Chen Ping'an's fox was, in fact, a new breed. Elder Lu had even dispatched his own beast to inquire in the Beast Realm's Fox Mountain. But the conclusion remained the same. The Fox clan had never even heard of such a skill as transformation. Before Elder Lu, Shi spoke with indignation. Master, Chen Ping'an has humiliated junior brother Su Chao. He has brought disgrace upon our sect. Are we to stand idly by? Su Chao, called upon by name, recalled the countless instances of Chen Ping'an assaulting him, causing his face to flush red. Well, it's not too bad. Not too bad. What do you mean by that? Shi Qi's face darkened. Master, look, Chen Ping'an has turned junior brother into a fool. I'm not a fool. Su Chao retorted. Silence. Elder Lu commanded, rubbing his temples. Chen Ping'an cannot be allowed to live. He will undoubtedly jeopardize my plans. Plans? What plans? Su Chao asked, momentarily taken aback. Curiosity flickering in his eyes. Elder Lu seemed to recall something, glancing at Su Chao. You are still new to this, Su Chao. Some matters will be revealed to you in due time. For now, Shi Qi, you must contact them. Chen Ping'an cannot remain alive. Understood, Master. Su Chao. You may leave now. Despite his confusion, Su Chao nodded and withdrew. Once outside the grand hall, Su Chao's curiosity bubbled forth. Senior brother, what are the plans Master spoke of? Who are you going to contact? Shi Qi halted, turning to face Su Chao with a serious expression. Junior brother Su Chao. Some things are better left unasked and unguessed. When the time is right, you will naturally understand. The moment is simply not yet ripe. However, I can tell you this. Chen Ping'an is as good as dead. With that, Shi Qi strode away. Chen Ping'an is as good as dead. Initially, Su Chao believed he would feel exhilarated upon hearing this news, yet he found himself unexpectedly reluctant. Why did images of Chen Ping'an beating him arise in his mind? The thought that if Chen Ping'an were to die, he would no longer be able to strike him, stirred a sudden pang of sorrow within Su Chao. At the Qingyun Sect's main peak arena, Chen Ping'an emerged victorious, advancing to the top 4. The matches leading to the semifinals required little effort from him. For not everyone was a child of fortune endowed with the ability to enhance their strength. Although his opponent also possessed a golden tome, they could barely withstand a single strike from Chen Ping'an's fiery claw and a few scathing remarks before they succumbed. In the afternoon, during the quarterfinals, Chen Ping'an faced a formidable opponent, a brawny figure known as Mandan Yo. As the two ascended the arena, the spectators anticipated a fierce showdown, leading to a packed audience, second only to the life-and-death duel between Chen Ping'an and Su Chao. However, upon taking the stage, the brawny contender merely scratched his head and said, I'm not your match. I concede. Can we be friends instead? Chapter 25. She was entirely correct. Yet somehow absurdly mistaken? Don't you want to try fighting me? No need. My mother advised me before I came here to recognize my place. I'm no match for you. So that's it? That's it, I concede. The audience could not contain themselves, erupting in a chorus of curses. Yet, it was futile. With the referee declaring Mandan Yo's concession, Chen Ping'an sailed into the finals, marking the end of the match. Afterward, Chen Ping'an exchanged contact information with Mandan Yo, thus solidifying their newfound friendship. That day, Chen Ping'an remained to observe the subsequent duel between the Child of Fortune, Qingning, the granddaughter of the Qing Sect master, and another golden tome wielder. As anticipated, the Child of Fortune, Qingning, emerged victorious, with her opponent failing to reveal any hidden strengths. The following day, upon his arrival at the arena, Chen Ping'an was momentarily taken aback by the overwhelming spectacle. As he beheld hundreds of live-streaming drones hovering above, cameras were set up in every conceivable location, making it impossible to count them all. Chen Ping'an mused that if he wore a short-sleeved shirt and hot pants, any slight gap would be captured in stunning clarity by those cameras. Beast Masters, take your positions. With the referee's announcement, both Chen Ping'an and Qingning moved to their respective spots. Casting a polite smile at Qingning, Chen Ping'an noted her status as another child of fortune, pondering how to extract her fortune. However, the next moment, upon witnessing Chen Ping'an's smile, Qingning furrowed her brows and glared at him, demanding, Humph? Chen Ping'an, what are you laughing at? Are you mocking me? Me? I'm not. You dare deny it. Chen Ping'an, you are shameless. Seeing Chen Ping'an's innocent demeanor only intensified Qingning's fury, her tone growing more severe. Yet to others, her words took on a different flavor. What is happening? Why does this feel off? Qingning's goddess-like beauty drew the ire of half the male spectators, who glared at Chen Ping'an. Hey, what have you done to Goddess Ning? Exactly. As a man, how dare you bully Goddess Ning? Chen Ping'an, I once admired you. What is even going on here? Chen Ping'an felt a wave of confusion wash over him, pointing at himself. Qingning, one can eat recklessly, but one must not speak carelessly. What have I done to you? Explain yourself. Humph. Qingning coldly scoffed. You truly make me look down on you. Not only did you take away my most precious possession while I was asleep, but now you refuse to admit it. Gasp. In that moment, the entire arena fell eerily silent, all eyes wide with shock as they stared at Qingning and the equally bewildered Chen Ping'an. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 30 seconds. After a full 30 seconds, everyone snapped back to reality, and the eyes of all the male disciples turned red with rage. Qingning was a girl. What is the most important thing for a girl? Especially something taken while she was asleep. That could only mean her purity, her innocence. Chen Ping'an, you scoundrel. How dare you? You must pay for this. Return my goddess's purity. I will fight you to the death. Yes, I too. Accept my challenge for a life and death duel. What the hell? What the hell? Chen Ping'an was truly bewildered now. Wait, I've only seen you 3 times, and I've only spoken to you once. How could I possibly have done that? This is a baseless accusation. I am innocent. My innocence. Yet, before Chen Ping'an could clarify amidst the uproarious shouts of the crowd, Qingning furrowed her brow and scolded, "Silence. Chen Ping'an took away my most important possession. What does it have to do with you? I never needed your help." Crack. Crack. The sound of shattered hearts echoed through the arena. The male disciples' hearts were broken. By the heavens, Chen Ping'an, you not only defiled my goddess's body, but you are also affecting her mind. Return my goddess. Return my goddess. Why am I even involved in this? What on earth is happening? At this moment, Chen Ping'an's eyes twitched uncontrollably at the corners, and he felt an overwhelming urge to slap Qingning awake. Do you even realize what you are saying? Such outrageous words. Yet, Qingning remained unfazed, her gaze fixed coldly on Chen Ping'an as she declared, "Chen Ping'an, today, I shall defeat you before my grandfather and reclaim my most treasured possession." Hearing this, Chen Ping'an seemed to grasp the underlying implication. Could it be that she intended to retrieve that item? Was she planning to undergo some technological transformation? No. He quickly recalled his first encounter with Qingning, when her animosity towards him stemmed from the competition for the position of the next sect leader. Therefore, her most cherished possession must indeed be the token of the young sect leader. Chen Ping'an further remembered that when the sect leader presented him with the token, it was already around 10 in the evening. At that hour, a Qingning, who adhered to a normal schedule, should have been asleep. Oh no. The realization struck him like a bolt from the blue, nearly causing him to spit blood. She was not wrong, yet her assertion seemed absurdly misplaced. The fact that her most valued possession was the young sect leader's token was simply outrageous. Casting a glance at the male disciples, who were eyeing him with predatory intent, Chen Ping'an understood that no amount of explanation would suffice today. "You lunatic. You truly are a lunatic." Qingning, unable to contain himself, he erupted with a curse. This outburst transformed the finals venue into a cacophony of outrage directed at him, and it was all broadcast live. In Su Province, at the Falling Cloud Sect, Yu Tian seethed with anger, exclaiming, "Indeed, this person is a scoundrel. How could he behave in such a manner?" "Muxue? Muxue?" Yu Tian complained, glancing at the live broadcast only to be taken aback by what she saw. "Jia jia jia jia." Muxue's pupils dilated as she cackled with glee while watching the broadcast. "Qingning, your name is Qingning. Jia jia jia. You must die. Chen Ping'an is mine. Mine. Touch my belongings, and you shall perish. Jia jia jia." Frantically, Yu Tian turned away, internally repeating, "I did not see anything. I saw nothing." On the live broadcast, upon hearing Chen Ping'an's accusation of being a lunatic, Qingning became enraged. Summoning her beast, the Lotus Water Spirit, she rebuked Chen Ping'an. "You dare to take from me the most important thing and openly insult me. Very well. Summon your beast. I shall make you regret this." Chen Ping'an couldn't help but laugh in anger. "Qingning, today, you shall learn what it means to be outmatched. I will show you that the talent you deem powerful is nothing before me." With that, Chen Ping'an summoned Gaosheng. Chapter 26, The Power of Wealth. A complete set of sacred relics. Let us put it to the test. Chen Ping'an, if you truly possess the strength to defeat me, what would it matter if I gave you my most precious possession? Most precious? Chen Ping'an felt a surge of anger. The token of the young sect leader was not something he could easily present without a proper footing. Any attempt at explanation would fall on deaf ears, as people's hearts would only follow their own assumptions. "Qingning, whether you like it or not, your most cherished possession is already mine." "Oh no, it's confirmed. The King of Words has spoken. Quick, check how old the goddess is this year. She seems to look under 18. So what if she is not 18? Not being 18 means 3 more years of waiting. Let the King of Words pay the price." Observing the fervent audience below, Qingning frowned. Why were they more excited than she was about losing her most treasured possession? It was utterly insane. Chen Ping'an shot her a glare. "You don't know?" "I naturally do not know." "Well, when you do find out, you will regret it." "Regret? Humph. Absurd." As Qingning continued to bicker with Chen Ping'an, Gaosheng on the arena could no longer endure it. "Damn it, you arrogant woman. Do you think you can get away with this? Hurry up. Are we going to fight or not?" "Fine. Very well." With that, the match commenced, and Qingning's water spirit launched the first attack. The water spirit, with a lotus head and human body, began to twist and transformed into a regular lotus flower. The water-formed roots plunged into the arena. Subsequently, from the lotus's center, the surface of the arena became covered with a layer of water. Amidst this transformation, water lilies and lotus flowers emerged from the ground. And in the blink of an eye, the arena had morphed into a pond of lotus flowers. Gaosheng, standing amidst this aquatic spectacle, gazed around in astonishment. What the hell? A domain? This shouldn't be possible. This water spirit is only at the bronze tier 3. How could it possess a domain? He felt no power from the domain, realizing the absurdity of it all. I see now, he muttered to himself. Hearing Gao Sheng's musings, Chen Ping'an inquired, Gao Sheng, what have you understood? What kind of skill is this? Setting aside the attack power, the sheer style of this is off the charts, truly befitting a child of destiny. Master, this is not merely a skill, this is a power, a monetary power. What? Monetary power. Monetary power. Master, this is a set skill of a sacred relic. This arrogant woman possesses at least a complete set of 4 blue quality sacred relics. Blue quality. A complete set of 4? Chen Ping'an felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. He was no longer a novice. He understood the value of sacred relics. The champion of the new Beastmaster tournament only received a single green quality sacred relic. And here she was, presenting a complete set? Damn it, I nearly forgot. Qingning is the direct granddaughter of the sect leader. She's a genuine super rich second generation. You clever fox, you possess some insight. Water spirit, send him to the Book of Rebirth. As Qingning spoke, the lotus pond erupted with blooming lotus buds, and within them appeared a palm-sized humanoid water spirit with wings, armed with a tangible bow and arrow. In an instant, these water spirits took flight like a swarm of bees, shooting arrows at Gao Sheng. Foxfire. Gao Sheng hastily summoned Foxfire to envelop his body. Boom, boom. Yet, the arrows, which appeared no larger than toothpicks, detonated upon contact with Gao Sheng's Foxfire, displaying terrifying power. With just one volley, half of Gao Sheng's Foxfire was extinguished. Now, Gao Sheng began to curse. Damn it, this arrogant woman. Do you not want your precious lotus anymore? Those bows and arrows must be purple quality sacred relics, right? What the hell? Chen Ping'an's expression darkened again. Wasn't this a competition for novice disciples? That fortunate child, Su Chao, had only received a single green quality sacred relic, while the others relied on mutated stone giants. Yet here she was, flaunting a complete set of blue quality sacred relics. And now she even unleashed purple quality sacred relics? Chen Ping'an finally comprehended that the ability of this child of destiny was indeed monetary power. Qingning, with a cold smile, replied, your fox mouth is foul, yet you possess some understanding. Indeed, it is a purple quality sacred relic, but what of it? There are no rules against bringing them to the competition. If you had one, you could bring it too. Why does that sound so familiar? Chen Ping'an rolled his eyes. What can I bring? I don't even possess a white quality sacred relic. But just wait. Wait for me to unlock the relic shop. When that time comes, shall we compare our relics? I wonder what you will bring to the table. You foul creature. Do you truly believe that relying on these relics makes you a match for your esteemed master? If these relics were driven by a silver tier beast master, your master might still feel a twinge of apprehension, but with your mere bronze tier water spirit, bah, your master will have to unleash his full power. Meteoric fire. Gao Sheng's surface was once again enveloped in foxfire, and a surge of formidable fire energy erupted around him. Sizzle. The lotus pond formed by water elements around Gao Sheng began to boil and evaporate under this fiery energy. Water spirit, halt him. The bee-like water spirits incessantly drew their bows and loosed arrows, but at this moment, the temperature surrounding Gao Sheng was so high that these arrows evaporated before even touching the foxfire. Feeling this energy, Qingning was left utterly astonished along with the audience. Such powerful fire energy. Bronze tier 7? No, this must be at least bronze tier 8. Damn. How can this bronze tier 2 fox unleash the power of bronze tier 8? Meanwhile, the live-streaming host, Qian Quan, shook his head. This power is not bronze tier 8. It is bronze tier 9, merely a step away from silver tier 1. Hiss. Qian Quan's words were undoubtedly a bombshell. Bronze tier 9. A bronze tier 2 beast can unleash the might of bronze tier 9? Chen Ping'an looked at Gao Sheng with delight. He knew Gao Sheng was formidable when serious, but he never anticipated him to be this strong. In the private box atop the bell tower, the Qingyun Sect master was beaming with joy. Excellent. Very good. We are all one family. Sooner or later, we shall be a family. However, Elder Lu from Peak wore a grim expression. On the stage, Gao Sheng seemed to have gathered his energy. You foul creature. I shall let you run wild. Meteor. Fall. As Gao Sheng's words fell, a layer of red clouds covered the stage, and a meteor composed of fire elements surged forth from the clouds, plunging directly onto the stage. The meteor was nearly the same size as the stage, exuding immense pressure. The silver tier beast masters watching below felt their breaths quicken. Qingning, once proud, was now filled with astonishment. She never expected Chen Ping'an's fox to possess such abilities. Yet, recalling how Chen Ping'an had taken her most treasured possession, her heart ached. No matter what, she could not afford to lose to Chen Ping'an. Chapter 27. What does it mean to be wealthy? This is what it means to be wealthy. Gritting her teeth, Qingning retrieved a fragment of metal emanating a faint purple glow from her bosom. Lotus Water Spirit. As she softly uttered, she threw the fragment onto the stage. The lotus pond on the stage vanished instantly, and the Lotus Water Spirit reverted to its original form to receive the metal fragment. The moment it made contact, the fragment erupted with purple light, beginning to transform into a shield inscribed with intricate runes. The shield radiated brilliance, enveloping the Lotus Water Spirit. Boom. Having completed all this, Gaosheng's meteor finally descended. A violent explosion resonated, accompanied by scorching gales that spread outward, even making Chen Ping'an feel the heat. As for the spectators, they were left dumbfounded. Is this the new recruit from this year's Awakening Manual? You call this the new Disciple Beastmaster competition? Damn. This could rank high in the entire sect's Beastmaster tournament. And this is merely Bronze Tier 2. Moreover, it did not rely on any relics. Unbelievable. I don't even know how to express my feelings right now. 1,000 words condensed into 4. The Mouth King is incredible. Alas, what a pity, although beauty is justice. Yet, against the assault of Bronze Tier 9, the goddess should have lost, right? Indeed. However, when the smoke cleared, everyone was once again astonished. For the Lotus Water Spirit emerged unscathed, although the purple shield in her hand had turned to dust upon impact. Qingming gritted her teeth, declaring, "Today, victory must be mine. Chen Ping'an, I refuse to believe your beast still has the energy to execute that attack again." Chen Ping'an was equally taken aback. No injuries. Under Gao Sheng's strike, it was completely unharmed? Through the manual, Chen Ping'an understood that Gao Sheng, as Qingning had said, truly lacked the capacity to launch a second attack. Damn it. This is too much of a bully to the fox. Gao Sheng was speechless. You foul creature. Are you out of your mind? Isn't this supposed to be the sect's Beastmaster competition? The first prize is merely a single green relic. Are you out of your mind? For the sake of that green relic, you used a disposable purple relic. That's a one-time use. A purple one at that. A genuine lifesaver. Upon hearing Gao Sheng's words, Chen Ping'an finally understood why the Lotus Water Spirit was unharmed. Now, Chen Ping'an felt his defenses crumbling. I am not fighting against the child of destiny. I am battling against wealth. A one-time use, as the name suggests, can only be utilized once. However, the energy of a disposable relic is several times that of the ordinary. Its power is so formidable that it is truly a treasure for survival. Are you out of your mind, Qingning? If you want to use it, why not just give it to me directly? I would concede without hesitation. That won't do. Chen Ping'an, I must defeat you fairly and squarely. Fair and square, you say? You mean to win with money, right? Gazing at the stage, which had reverted to a refining pool, Chen Ping'an was genuinely exasperated. Encountering a wealthy opponent, what can one do? Gao Sheng, are you all right? Master, I am a noble fox. How could you question my well-being? Of course, I am fine. Master, watch me crush him. Oh, Gao Sheng is fine. Chen Ping'an nodded. Good. Then let us annihilate him. All right. Master, behold my ultimate move. In an instant, Gao Sheng was engulfed in blazing foxfire, the flames coalescing into a colossal tornado encircling him. Ultimate move. Transformation. What the hell? Upon hearing the word transformation, Chen Ping'an understood Gao Sheng's intention. Is this what you meant by being fine? You truly have mastered the art of leveraging power. Yet Chen Ping'an could not afford to be uncooperative. Having come this far, even a disposable purple relic had emerged. And Chen Ping'an felt a surge of pride. Winning was absolutely non-negotiable. I shall make you submit, you extravagant woman. Secretly summoning the mythical manual against his belly, he recalled Gao Sheng and summoned the little cow. As the flames dissipated, Gao Sheng's form vanished, replaced by the little cow. Here it comes. Here it comes. As the little cow appeared, all the spectators were electrified. Will we hear that song again? This fox has finally unleashed its full potential. So, who do you think will win this time? The giant python transformed from the fox seems terrifyingly powerful. If it were anyone else, I would confidently say Chen Ping'an would win. But now, facing a little fairy, I can only say I have no idea. Is it because beauty is justice? No. It is because she is exceedingly wealthy. Who knows what other relics she possesses? That does seem plausible. Seeing Gao Sheng transform into the little cow, Qingning furrowed her brow. Has it transformed into this form again? Su Chao fell to this form. Chen Ping'an, allow me to experience the power of your beast in this form. Lotus Water Spirit, with the gentle call of the lime. A colossal lotus bud materialized at the center of the water element concentrated arena lotus pond. As this lotus bud emerged, all the water elements began to converge, and under their gathering, the bud bloomed magnificently. Though this may seem like a lengthy process, it transpired in the mere span of 3 or 4 breaths. Once the lotus fully unfurled, a water spirit, standing at a height of 1.60 meters, manifested within the bud. However, the appearance of this water spirit left Chen Ping'an utterly astonished, exclaiming, "What the heck? Is that Neza?" At that moment, the water spirit bore a head adorned with 3 lotus flowers, 6 arms, and stood upon 2 rotating lotus blossoms. Each of its 6 arms wielded a sword, a bow, and a spear, with a blue ribbon entwined around its form. While it might not be a perfect likeness to Neza, there was undoubtedly a resemblance of around 50 to 60%. The most astonishing aspect was that Chen Ping'an, in a daze, observed that all the weapons and the 2 lotus flowers beneath the 6-armed water spirit were relics, except for the spear and bow, which were purple relics. The rest were all blue. This was utterly outrageous. Chen Ping'an was truly at a loss, thinking, I am not allowed to use elixirs because it would violate the rules. Yet she can wield relics? Just 1 relic would be manageable, but it seems she has a wholesale supply of them. Qingning, on the other hand, was unfazed, stating, if you have any, I wouldn't mind you using them. I don't have even a single decent one. However, Qingning, relics are merely external objects. You cannot genuinely believe that with just these relics, you can stand against me. Xiaoyo, do not hold back. Show her no mercy. Punish her severely. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyo nodded. A guqin formed from the wind elements appeared above Xiaoyo, and a gentle melody began to resonate. The moment this melody played, everyone except Chen Ping'an felt a sudden heaviness in their heads. Why do I feel so sleepy? You too? I feel like I could fall asleep. Can I lean on your shoulder? Dude, we're not performing Sichuan opera here. 9. This is Xiaoyo's other musical score, 9. With a clang. As one individual succumbed to slumber, a significant number of bronze-level beast tamers also collapsed, emitting deep, snoring sounds. Quick, quick, cover your ears. We can't listen to this. It's eerie. Too eerie. What skill is this beast tamer employing? Ding. If those below were affected, how much more so the lotus water spirit above? Originally brandishing a collection of purple relics, the lotus water spirit now flew about erratically, resembling a mountain character in its erratic movements, with its spear rising and falling sporadically. You have many relics? Then I shall render them useless. Xiaoyo was truly impressive. Both compositions had distinct effects, yet wielded immense power. Ultimately, the lotus water spirit could no longer withstand the drowsiness and collapsed onto the arena. The lotus pond that covered the arena vanished, leaving only the lotus water spirit's true form. Chen Ping'an grinned. Xiaoyo, no need for pleasantries. Send the lotus water spirit to her demise. Let her face the consequences. Show this lunatic that relics are not omnipotent. To forge iron, one must be resilient oneself. Hiss. Xiaoyo nodded, and the guqin and his hands dissipated into thin air, his previously elegant demeanor transforming into one of formidable authority. Facing the sleeping lotus water spirit, he opened his mouth, and streams of energy coalesced around him. Dragon's roar. With a resounding dragon's roar, a massive sound wave obliterated the arena before Xiaoyo, reducing it to dust. As for the lotus water spirit lying on the arena, she was utterly vanquished, dissolving into a blue light that merged into Qingning's platinum tome. Silence. In that moment, the entire arena area fell silent once more. Everyone stared, dumbfounded, at the now-halved arena. What a joke. This is the arena, the battleground for beast tamers. To prevent destruction, the arena is constructed from the finest stones. Yet now, not a trace of energy was visible. Was it truly just because of that dragon's roar that half the arena vanished? What terrifying power is this? Gulp. Everyone swallowed hard, their gazes toward Chen Ping'an shifting once again. Admiration. Genuine admiration. This was merely a bronze-level beast tamer, yet he had already achieved such prowess. Truly remarkable to enter the 9 peaks. King of Mouth. The referee disciple approached, unable to conceal his astonishment, realizing that even silver-level beasts might not possess such destructive capability. This was indeed a new beginning. This year's first-place winner of the new Disciple Beast Taming Competition, Chen Ping'an, King of Mouth, King of Mouth. With the announcement of the results, the crowd erupted into cheers once more. Chen Ping'an then walked over to the still-dazed Qingning. Now do you yield? You. Qingning cast a complex glance at Chen Ping'an, her pride visibly diminished. If everyone were evenly matched, she would have undoubtedly remained unyielding. However, witnessing that colossal serpent practically obliterate the relic-laden lotus water spirit, she could not deny the overwhelming strength he possessed. Chen Ping'an, you are formidable. Please safeguard my most treasured possessions. After uttering these words, Qingning resembled a deflated balloon, turning and silently departing the arena. Meanwhile, a notification sound echoed in Chen Ping'an's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 15 points of fortune. Did I just gain 15 points in one go? Chen Ping'an glanced at Qingning's retreating figure. Though he had undoubtedly seized a full 15 points, there was no sign of any diminishing golden glow around her, confirming that Qingning was indeed a true wealthy heiress. In every conceivable aspect, he needed to devise a strategy to exploit her wealth, yet he remained uncertain about what remedy would be effective against Qingning. Opening the system store, After adding the 20 points gained from defeating Su Muxue, Chen Ping'an now possessed 58 fortune points, bringing his total fortune to 78 points. He was just 42 points away from unlocking the relic lottery machine. He had to find a way to acquire more. Naturally, the best option remained Su Muxue. At that moment, Qingyun Master, accompanied by 9 elders riding their respective flying beasts, gradually descended from the clock tower's box towards the arena. Upon seeing Qingyun Master, all the disciples hurriedly bowed. "We pay our respects to the Master." The Master nodded, dismounting and approaching the remaining half of the arena. Chen Ping'an felt a twinge of anxiety. "Master, you're not going to make me pay for this, are you?" "Haha, of course not. Chen Ping'an, you are remarkable. You will surely become the pillar of our Qingyun Sect. Come forth to receive your prize." Realizing that this was likely the reward for his first-place finish in the Beast Taming competition, Chen Ping'an nodded and stepped onto the arena. At this moment, all eyes and cameras were fixed upon him. Under the spotlight, Qingyun Master presented a fragment of metal radiating green light to Chen Ping'an, solemnly stating, "Ping'an, this green quality relic, the Heart Protector armor, is awarded to you. Keep it up. This master believes in you." "Is it of green quality?" Chen Ping'an thought he should feel elated as he pinched the iron piece in his hand, for it was indeed his inaugural relic. However, recollecting the wholesale-like relics of Qingning, his joy dissipated. The comparison was utterly disheartening. It seemed that the sect master of Qing had sensed his dismay, for he approached Chen Ping'an and whispered into his ear, "Ah, Ping'an, in your youth, you were unaware of the benefits of a wealthy patron. In your later years, lamenting over your empty pockets will bring you sorrow. Strive on, and I shall facilitate your pursuit. Should you win over my granddaughter, her fortune shall be yours. Furthermore," he added, "do not harbor resentment. It is not that this sect master is reluctant to bestow upon you superior relics, but simply that those bestowed upon Qingning were not from me, but rather from her father, who is not affiliated with our Qingyun Sect. Let me confide in you. Her parents are of such immense wealth that they could rival nations, and she is their sole heir. Thus, if you were to marry Qingning, I have high hopes for you. After all, she has already given you her most treasured possessions." Goodness, is this sect master not serious? What audacity! What nonsense is this? To claim that one is unaware of the advantages of a wealthy patron in one's youth? Her parents are wealthy beyond measure? What is this farce? Do you think I am the kind of person who is swayed by money? I merely wish to give this wealth a home. Nevertheless, once my Jufeng apothecary opens its doors, I should refrain from unnecessary expenditures. Let it be. I shall go with the flow. After bestowing the prizes to the victors, the sect master of Qing addressed Chen Ping'an, "Ping'an, you may now share your thoughts with everyone, as this year's top newcomer in our sect." A moment of ostentation? Chen Ping'an's eyes sparkled with excitement. Meanwhile, Qian approached the arena with a camera to capture a close-up of Chen Ping'an. He grinned broadly and scratched the back of his head. "To be honest, I don't have much to say. Achieving this first place is not due to my exceptional prowess, but rather because my opponents were, without exception, rather subpar." Hiss. Goodness. How brazen. Chapter 29. The fifth sovereign emerges from the beast realm. Cut the feed. Hurry. Cut the live broadcast. The sect master of Qing stared at Chen Ping'an with a furrowed brow, realizing this was bound to incite animosity. In the ensuing days, Chen Ping'an enjoyed a period of tranquility, rising to fame within the Qingyun Sect. However, he remained reclusive at Jufeng, evading the eager onlookers who sought to glimpse him. The Jufeng apothecary opened as scheduled the day after the competition. Chen Ping'an did not attend, but according to Fan Yojo's accounts, the turnout nearly overwhelmed the shop's entrance. Furthermore, Qianquan's online broadcast saw an explosive surge in orders. Fortunately, Chen Ping'an was partnering with Qianquan. Had it been anyone else, they might not have recouped their initial investment in the apothecary. Ultimately, this venture proved lucrative for Chen Ping'an, ensuring his financial security in the Beastmaster realm, provided he refrained from extravagant spending. One day, as per his usual routine, Chen Ping'an summoned Gaosheng to train in the Jufeng practice chamber. The strength of a Beastmaster is determined by the might of their most formidable beast. To level up, beasts must engage in combat to gain experience, alongside self-cultivation. Following the recent Beastmaster competition, Gaosheng's strength had reached the 4th tier of bronze, and Chen Ping'an's beast level had concurrently ascended to the same tier. As for the little ox, Chen Ping'an had no worries. As long as he advanced, the ox would naturally follow suit in strength. After a fiery claw struck a wooden post, Gaosheng expressed his frustration. "Master, shall we venture out for a challenge? I am utterly weary of striking this post day in and day out. I sought opponents, yet none are willing to spar with me." Su Muxue has also been elusive of late. Presently, when Chen Ping'an seeks sparring partners of equal rank, no one pays him any heed. It is merely an invitation for a beating. Higher-ranked opponents also dismiss him. Winning would be bullying, and losing would be even more humiliating. as Gao Sheng lamented. Chen Ping'an sensed an unusual darkness descending. Checking his phone, he noted it was only 1 in the afternoon. Why was it so dark? Goodness. Master, look at the sky. The sky? Chen Ping'an glanced upward, astonished to see the sun obscured by shadows. Is it a lunar eclipse? This world experiences lunar eclipses too. Gao Sheng, however, was on high alert. A lunar eclipse? What lunar eclipse? Master, this is an invasion from the Beast realm. My goodness. It has been years since we witnessed an invasion from the Beast realm. Have I been neglecting my duties? How have I received no news? He pondered which race had breached the connection to the human realm. Where was the invasion's portal? Invasion from the Beast realm? What nonsense is this? Is this not merely a lunar eclipse? The eclipse passed swiftly. Within a minute of fully obscuring the sun, it receded, allowing sunlight to once again illuminate the earth. However, the various factions within the Huan nation were thrown into disarray, with emails rapidly circulating among them. The previously tranquil Huan nation was now in turmoil, and the same applied to the Qingyun Sect. Within the grand hall of the sect master's peak, the sect master of Qing regarded the 9 elders below with a furrowed brow. Esteemed elders, it is now confirmed that this incursion from the Beast realm has occurred within our Huan nation. However, the military is still investigating the exact location. The elder responsible for public relations from the 3rd peak frowned. The invasion from the Beast realm has persisted for 2 days. It is already confirmed to be within our Huan nation. Yet the military has not even clarified the location. In previous instances of Beast realm incursions, those beasts would typically sweep through the nearest cities. Yet this time, there has been no sign whatsoever. It has been 2 full days. The portal has been open for 2 days. Who knows how many beasts have escaped through it? Indeed, echoed the elder from the 5th peak, his voice grave. If we cannot ascertain the situation here in Huan nation, what about the Beast realm? Have they uncovered no information at all? The sect master of Qing sighed. That is precisely why I have summoned you. This time, should the military identify the location of the Beast realm incursion, our Qingyun Sect must rush to their aid. The beasts involved in this incursion are formidable. Upon hearing the sect master's declaration, all the elders adopted serious expressions. Sect master, which faction of the Beast realm are we facing? It is the Ox clan. The Ox clan. Elder Zhao pressed further. Which branch of the Ox clan? There are no branches. It is the entire Ox clan. What? The entire Ox clan? Shock and fear washed over the faces of all the elders. And Elder Zhao's expression grew increasingly grim. The entire Ox clan. How is that possible? With the myriad branches among the various beast races, they are not only adversarial, but also operate independently. How could the entire race unite? Could it be? The sect master of Qing nodded helplessly. According to the intelligence provided by the military's beast master, a sovereign-level powerhouse with royal blood has inexplicably emerged from the Ox clan. A sovereign-level beast? A 5th sovereign has appeared in the Beast realm? Why is there not a whisper of news? Is this information coming from the Beast Master serving under the Monkey Sovereign in the Beast realm? The sect master nodded, indeed. The elders gasped in unison. Elder Lu from the 1st peak urgently inquired, why? A beast reaching the sovereign level possesses unfathomable strength. They are far beyond what our human race can contend with. Our human realm has nothing they desire. Why would they tear apart the fabric of space to allow the Ox clan to invade us? The sect master's expression shifted to one of peculiarity. Sect master, could there be hidden motives? The sect master shook his head. There is no hidden agenda, currently. The upper echelons of the Beast realm are aware that in due time, your beasts should also receive news. However, the reason is somewhat absurd. Absurd? How so? According to the news, this esteemed bovine is a female. Ahem. Yes, indeed, a lady. Several elders nodded in agreement, pondering what was so remarkable about this. It seemed perfectly normal, did it not? The purpose of this revered being's incursion into the human realm was to seek someone. To find a human. What? At this, the 9 elders appeared perplexed. Seeking a human? A revered being? No. Individually, I comprehend these words, but why do they elude me when strung together? Indeed, what could she possibly want with a human? She is searching for a husband. This esteemed being declared her intention to locate her spouse. Anyone who obstructs her quest for her husband shall be regarded as an enemy. What? What on earth? Sect leader, I must have misheard something just now. Let me confirm. Did you just say that this esteemed being dispatched the bovine clan to invade the human realm in search of her husband, who happens to be a human? That is precisely the case. Good heavens. What in the world is this? A female bovine seeking a spouse? And a revered one at that? Even if you are on the hunt for a mate, with your prowess, is there not a single bull in the bovine clan that would not heed your call? And yet, your chosen husband is a mere human? Have you lost your senses? To put it bluntly, don't you find that aspect of our human race rather diminutive? This is akin to using a toothpick to stir a cauldron. Purely absurd. Sect leader, is there any detailed information regarding this human husband? Sect leader Qing let out a wry smile. There are no specifics regarding his appearance, only that the human husband the esteemed being seeks possesses 2 horns atop his head. Chapter 30. Have you not heard of the taboo against male-male intimacy? Horns atop his head. Is she unwell? If one has horns, are they truly human? The elders expressed their bewilderment. This newly emerged esteemed bovine must certainly be deranged. Perhaps due to the invasion from the beast realm, the business at the Nine Peaks Alchemy Shop has surged in recent days, particularly the online store managed by Qiong Qi. Now, Qiong Qi streams live to receive alchemical goods by day and retrieve supplies from Chen Ping'an in exchange for spirit stones by night, establishing a standard operational flow. However, this process is soon to be interrupted. Ping'an, junior brother, you cannot leave. You absolutely cannot depart. What will I do if you go? Qiong Qi gazed at Chen Ping'an with a pained expression. Brother Qian, what if we pool all our spirit stones together to place a bulk order at once? Not enough. It is utterly insufficient. Yet, the orders of our master cannot be defied. Alas, Qiong Qi sighed helplessly. Junior brother, you have just arrived and are still at the bronze level. What do you think the sect is thinking? The invasion of the beast realm requires you to head to the front lines? A week has passed since the lunar eclipse occurred. Under the investigation of the information department of the Huagua Nation, the entrance to the beast tide has been located. Unlike previous beast tides, this one is marked by the involvement of revered beings, rendering the entire tide remarkably organized. The entrance to the beast tide has been confirmed to be in the Panyun mountain range of Su province. Naturally, Qingyun Sect must provide support. Currently, 3 of the 9 elders have already ventured ahead to Su province. The disciples of Qingyun Sect are now mobilizing. Once assembled, they will be led by the elders of the 4th and 5th peaks to the front lines. As the leading new disciple of this cohort, Chen Ping'an naturally finds himself on this list. Of course, he is nominally assigned to logistics and will not directly engage on the battlefield. Despite his numerous reservations, Qiong Qi ultimately joined Chen Ping'an and Fan Yujiu in gathering 40,000 spirit stones, all sourced from Chen Ping'an to replenish their stocks. A day later, at the main square of Qingyun Sect, sect leader Qing stood upon the platform delivering a pre-departure address. At the very rear of the procession, Chen Ping'an found himself exchanging glances with the 3 individuals nearby. He recognized them all: Su Chao, Qing Ming, and Mandanyo. Upon seeing Chen Ping'an, the expressions of these 3 varied. Mandanyo, upon encountering Chen Ping'an, beamed with joy. Big brother Chen, it is surprising that we meet again so soon. This time, I will stick with you at the beast tide front. Chen Ping'an held a favorable impression of Mandanyo, and they quickly fell into conversation. Qing Ning, upon seeing Chen Ping'an, made no demands to reclaim her possessions, as if she had come to terms with reality. However, she remained rather aloof, standing there and ignoring Chen Ping'an. As for Su Chao, Chen Ping'an was utterly bewildered. Why was this fortune extractor regarding him with such peculiar eyes? When they did not approach him, Chen Ping'an, of course, could not be bothered with them. Ignoring sect leader Qing, who was droning on and on, Mandanyo stepped forward and whispered to Chen Ping'an, Big brother Chen, have you heard the news? What news? Hee. We will meet up with the disciples of the Falling Cloud Sect in Su province. And then, I have heard that the new saintess of Falling Cloud Sect will also be present. The new saintess? Indeed. According to rumors, this new saintess is breathtakingly beautiful. Moreover, she has even awakened the power of her bloodline, gaining a unique skill. Bloodline power? Chen Ping'an suddenly recalled something. He had almost forgotten that he too had awakened the power of a bloodline, that of the ancestral dragon. Yet, it seemed there was little difference before and after awakening. Danyo, do you know how this bloodline is activated? Of course not, brother Chen. There are scarcely any who awaken their bloodlines in Huagua, and even if there are, they are treasures of their respective factions. How could they possibly disclose information about their bloodlines? That seems right. After all, there isn't a single bloodline awakened in Qingyun Sect. Big brother Chen, if you are interested, perhaps we could seize the opportunity to meet the saintess when we go to Su province. You could talk to her directly? The saintess, you say? Chen Ping'an smiled, considering it was not an impossibility. Unashamed, while the 2 brothers were chuckling conspiratorially, Qing Ning could no longer tolerate it, frowning and softly rebuking, who was being shameless. Chen Ping'an, of course, would not let it slide. Just as he opened his mouth to respond, Mandanyo scratched his head and said, Big sister, I almost forgot you were here. Big sister? Qing Ning's eye twitched, visibly displeased. Who are you calling big sister? Who is your big sister? Hee, big sister. Who in Qingyun Sect does not know about your affair with big brother Chen? You. What affair could I possibly have with him? Do not spout nonsense here. I understand. Ahem. Just as Mandanyo was apologizing, Su Chao approached with a furrowed brow. You are Mandanyo? Indeed, what of it? Remove your hand from Chen Ping'an's shoulder. Have you not heard of the taboo against male-male intimacy? What the hell? Male-male intimacy? At this, Chen Ping'an erupted in anger. What is he trying to do? Get lost. Unable to contain himself, Chen Ping'an kicked out, landing a blow on Su Chao's abdomen. What terrified Chen Ping'an was that after receiving the kick, Su Chao emitted a soft sound of pleasure. Subsequently, his expression appeared one of enjoyment. Moreover, where was the system notification? Su Chao did not care about his pride. His way of extracting fortune from Chen Ping'an was to publicly humiliate him, was it not? What was happening now? He seemed to be malfunctioning. As Su Chao approached him once more, Chen Ping'an hastily raised his hand to stop him. You, don't come any closer. At this, Su Chao's gaze turned even more resentful, but he acquiesced. Then make him remove his arm from your shoulder. What the hell? What the hell? Chen Ping'an felt a chill run down his spine, as if Su Chao had activated some peculiar mode. Keep your distance from him. You must stay far away. The previously sullen Qingning frowned upon hearing Su Chao's words and added, disgusting. Although Chen Ping'an had merely kicked Su Chao without a second thought, the moment Qingning uttered her insult, Su Chao's face flushed crimson. Qingning, who are you calling disgusting? If you have the courage, say it again. What of it if I call you disgusting? Don't you find yourself revolting? Ding. Successfully claimed a point of luck. What the hell? Chen Ping'an was taken aback as he observed the escalating argument between Qingning and Su Chao. Wait, is this even possible? Can one truly gain luck points like this? Silence. As the bickering grew louder, the Grand Master of Qingyun Sect, who had been enthusiastically outlining grand plans, could no longer contain himself. Enough. Are you all ready to set off? Having been interrupted mid-speech, he waved his hand in dismissal towards Elder Wu Feng, signaling that he was done. Elder Wu Feng nodded, discarded a wad of cotton from his ear, and summoned a golden tome. The tome opened of its own accord to the second page. In the next instant, an enormous devilfish, towering 1,000 feet high, materialized in the sky. Chapter 31. The ever-scheming Gao Sheng. The visual impact of this devilfish was overwhelming for Chen Ping'an. Yes, this is what I envisioned for beast taming. It's magnificent. Come aboard. The fish's tail descended, transforming into a staircase. The four of them boarded the devilfish, which had a remarkably flat back and flew smoothly. Observing their fellow disciples seated on the ground, they too adopted a similar posture. However, Qingning and Su Chao sat quite apart, as the two luck-bearers had begun to clash. As the massive devilfish vanished above Qingyun Sect, the elders remaining in the sect returned to their respective peaks. At peak 1, Elder Lu had just entered the hall when his eldest disciple, Shi Qi, hurried over. Master, what news? They've left. What do we do now? A bloodthirsty smile crept across Elder Lu's face. You may now convey the message. This is a divine opportunity. We can use the beast tide as a pretext to make Chen Ping'an disappear from this world. Not just him. That Xie Shaoan has also gone to the Pan Yun mountain range. Inquire if it is possible to eliminate him as well. Hearing Elder Lu's words, Shi Qi nodded enthusiastically. On the back of the gigantic devilfish, a voice erupted. What a spendthrift. Look at him. What kind of gaze is that directed at you? Is it one of disdain? Can you endure this? If it were me, I couldn't. Hey, you. How can you tolerate being looked down upon by a girl like that? Are you still a man? I can't stand it. Not at all. Shut up, you sly fox. And you, Qingning. Apologize to me for your earlier remarks. Otherwise, even though you are a woman, I will make you regret it. Apologize? Humph. I merely expressed my disgust at your attitude towards Chen Ping'an. I asked you to keep your distance. Was I wrong? Hey, Qingning. You two can argue all you want, but don't drag me into this. I've said nothing. Qingning shot a glare at Chen Ping'an. You indeed said nothing. But your sly fox here has said plenty. The area on the devilfish's back, neither too spacious nor too cramped, was allocated to their small group due to their unique status. However, to Chen Ping'an's dismay, Su Chao stubbornly attempted to sit beside him. Who can tolerate this? Chen Ping'an wasted no time and delivered 2 swift kicks. In the past, such a gesture would have garnered him some luck points. But this time, Su Chao merely grunted in response. Chen Ping'an's scalp tingled, seeing that Chen Ping'an refused to let him sit next to him. Su Chao had no choice but to move beside Qingning. Being another luck-bearer, Qingning had no intention of indulging Su Chao, promptly ordering him to move further away. Thus, the two began to quarrel anew. As they bickered, Chen Ping'an received a notification from the system, inexplicably accumulating luck points. Even he was unsure whose luck they stemmed from. With such fortune at hand, Chen Ping'an summoned Gao Sheng without hesitation. The moment Gao Sheng appeared, his incessant chatter commenced, leading to the earlier commotion. Qingning, you can only be second because I encountered Chen Ping'an first. Otherwise, do you think you could ever surpass me? Humph, disgusting. You. Su Chao leaped to his feet. Qingning, stand up. Do you dare to face me in a duel? Gao Sheng interjected eagerly. Yes. Yes. Fight. That's the spirit. Grandson. Fox Master acknowledges your prowess. Granddaughter. He is openly provoking you. Can you endure this? Have you broken your legs? Stand up. Fight him. Be quiet. Chen Ping'an. Control your fox. But Su Chao, do you truly believe I fear you? Let us fight. Damn, master. This girl is insulting you. Can you bear it? If it were me, I couldn't. Just as Chen Ping'an was preparing to watch the spectacle, ready to commend Gao Sheng for stirring the pot, he felt a twitch in his eyelid and delivered a swift kick. Get lost. Gao Sheng was sent flying, but cheekily returned to Chen Ping'an's side, licking his shoes with his tongue. Master, it's just a habit, I said it instinctively. Look, your shoes are dirty now? Chen Ping'an couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation at Gao Sheng. This fellow was undeniably audacious. As Qingning and Su Chao approached Elder Wu Feng, seeking a space for their duel, the amiable man Danyo patted Chen Ping'an on the back. Brother Chen, are we really letting them fight? Aren't you going to intervene? After all, we're on the same team. Are you joking? If they fight, I can just lie back and reap the luck points. Only a fool would intervene. The more fiercely they clash, the better. You want to intervene? Then neither will I. The impending duel between the two prodigies revitalized the previously somber atmosphere among the disciples. After a considerable time, the massive devilfish arrived at the outskirts of a mountain range. Upon arrival, Chen Ping'an sensed the powerful aura emanating from the mountains. Though hidden by the forest, he was certain that formidable beasts lurked within. The devilfish came to rest in a clearing at the mountain's edge, lowering its tail, allowing all Qingyun Sect disciples to disembark. As Chen Ping'an stepped down, he was greeted by the sight of a military contingent clad in camouflage. A middle-aged officer, appearing to hold a high rank, approached Elder Wu Feng for a brief conversation. Subsequently, Elder Wu Feng instructed all disciples of Qingyun Sect to comply with the commands of the Chinese military on the battlefield. At this moment, Mandan Yo nudged Chen Ping'an and whispered, Brother Chen, did you see that? In China, the most powerful organization is indeed the military. Chen Ping'an nodded in agreement. Moments later, a 30-something officer approached the four of them, saying, You four, come with me. After walking for about 10 minutes with the officer, they were led into a tent. Inside, besides the four of them, there were a dozen others present. The group of individuals observed Chen Ping'an with a mixture of curiosity and disdain. A voice laced with sarcasm pierced the air. Finally arrived? Huh. Truly befitting of the Qingyun Sect. What an impressive display, making us wait for half the day. I had thought someone from our cohort would be formidable, but alas. Merely a bronze-level practitioner? No sooner had he finished speaking than Gao Sheng, who had been trailing behind Chen Ping'an, erupted with indignation. Hey, Su Chao, you scion. Qingning, the spendthrift. It seems they look down upon you. Can you tolerate that? I know I certainly couldn't. Chen Ping'an rubbed his forehead, bemused by Gao Sheng's audacity. He truly seized every opportunity to sow discord. Speak up. The expressions of the onlookers were now one of incredulity. Chapter 32, The Yellowed Pages. Bronze-level beast tamers, speak up. Gao Sheng shot a disdainful glance at him. What is the fuss? Just talking. Everyone, quiet down. The middle-aged officer interjected with a cold snort. This is the front line, not your respective sects. This is not a place for your frivolous antics. Here, if you wish to flaunt your talents, you must engage the invading beasts. As the officer finished, Chen Ping'an noticed Gao Sheng's mouth about to open again. He quickly summoned Gao Sheng into the tome. What nonsense would he spout now? It was clear he could not contain himself. I know you are the most exceptional talents of your respective sects, so I present you with a choice. The officer continued after surveying the group. The first option, as per your sect's request, is to be assigned to the logistical medical units, where you will assist with logistics and medical care. The second option is to join the frontline blockade. Of course, as bronze-level practitioners, you will only be required to operate in the peripheral war zones, where the strongest beasts discovered thus far are merely silver level. Now choose. Those opting for logistics, step to my left. Those willing to join the front line, step to my right. However, let me forewarn you, the battlefield is ever-changing. Once you join the frontline blockade, I cannot guarantee your lives. At this, silence enveloped the tent. The battlefield was no laughing matter. The forces of the Bull tribe, commanded by a revered leader, were no fools. Conflicts between humans were mere exercises in beast taming. Yet, these beasts would not adhere to such protocols. They understood that by eliminating the beast tamers, their beasts would return to the beast realm. Thus, it was indeed a matter of life and death. While everyone remained silent, an unexpected thought surged within Chen Ping'an's mind. He must agree, and this invasion from the beast realm would yield unforeseen rewards. This notion struck him suddenly, leaving him puzzled. Without hesitation, he declared, I choose to head to the front line. The middle-aged officer nodded, casting a satisfied glance at Chen Ping'an. Excellent. Seeing Chen Ping'an take the lead, the robust Mandan Yo followed suit, stating, If Chen is going, then so am I. Su Chao shot a complex look at Chen Ping'an. Count me in as well. I'm going. Qingning joined in as well. Witnessing the four from the Qingyun Sect opting for the front line, The others gritted their teeth and declared, I too choose to go to the front line. Ultimately, the majority decided to proceed to the front line, although 7 opted for the medical logistics unit. Moments later, those 7 departed the tent, escorted by a medic. Chen Ping'an silently counted. 10 individuals remained. Among them was the one who had initially stirred the pot. At that moment, the middle-aged officer smiled and introduced himself. Very well, let us get acquainted. I am Zhao Peng, and you may refer to me as Captain Zhao. To think he was a captain. From now on, you will form an independent squad. Rest assured, while the battlefield is unpredictable, you are the future of Huagua, and I will do my utmost to ensure your safety. Of course, the military will not have you toil without recompense. Follow me. Shortly after, the group followed Zhao Peng to another tent, which resembled a museum, displaying various artifacts, each marked with military merit values. Zhao Peng smiled and said, This is the Military Merit Exchange Center. I'm not boasting. Everything available in your sect can be found here, and even things your sect lacks, we have. I'll give you 10 minutes to explore as motivation for your deployment to the front line. I hope that upon your return, you can exchange for something that satisfies you. Intrigued, Chen Ping'an and the others began to examine the items, though Qingming appeared indifferent, not even moving. Zhao Peng, noticing this, curiously inquired, Aren't you going to take a look? Can these items be purchased with spirit stones? Zhao Peng paused, then nodded, except for a few unique relics. The rest can indeed be purchased. Then I want to look. Suit yourself. Chen Ping'an, aware of the underlying situation, inwardly cursed the wealthy second generation. He bypassed the consumables section, heading straight for the relics. As Zhao Peng had mentioned, the abundance of relics was dazzling, predominantly in white and green, with a few blue ones. Yet not a single purple relic in sight. Captain Zhao, are there no purple relics here? Upon hearing Chen Ping'an's question, Zhao Peng shook his head. You must be Chen Ping'an. The value of purple relics should have been conveyed to you by your sect. We do not have them here. But if you achieve something noteworthy, you may still have a chance to obtain one. No purple relics? Chen Ping'an discreetly glanced at Qingming, who was resting against the display case with her eyes closed. Just how wealthy was she? However, soon after, when Chen Ping'an arrived at a display case lacking any level designation, a yellowed piece of paper caught his attention. That sudden thought surged once more. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he felt an insistent urge to possess this paper. Could it be something extraordinary? Captain Zhao, what is this? Chen Ping'an quickly pointed to the yellowed sheet. Oh, these are items brought out from secret realms, possessing certain characteristics, but whose uses cannot be discerned. I recall this paper is said to be impervious to water and fire. Other than that, it is rather unremarkable. Impervious to water and fire. An item of undetermined use. Chen Ping'an glanced at the price tag. 50 merit points. Decision made. Regardless of the circumstances, he must gather 50 merit points to acquire this paper. Just as Chen Ping'an was finishing his observations, a sudden exclamation erupted from the consumables area. My heavens! Come quickly. There are actually elixirs here. Elixirs? Chen Ping'an was taken aback. Could there be other means of acquiring elixirs besides himself? As he approached the source of the commotion, he found himself stunned. Were those not his own blood vitality elixirs, chi recovery elixirs, and spirit awakening elixirs? Moreover, the prices of these elixirs are exorbitantly high. A single revitalizing pill and a chi recovery pill each demand 10 merit points, while the chi awakening pill costs 80 points, far more than the paper we just saw. The crowd was animatedly pointing at the elixirs. Indeed, it is an elixir. I never expected to find it here. I have made up my mind. No matter what, I must acquire a revitalizing pill. Chapter 33. Why do I feel like I've been bombarded with money today? At this moment, several members of the Qingyun Sect turned their gazes toward Chen Ping'an. Although Chen Ping'an had not publicly revealed his identity as the owner of Jiufeng Elixirs, it was he who first called out the name of Jiufeng Elixirs through his rather mischievous beast. Who would have thought that Jiufeng Elixirs could exist even in such a strictly disciplined military setting? Moreover, judging by the man's tone, these elixirs are indeed quite rare. With a sense of curiosity, Chen Ping'an stepped forward to inquire, are these elixirs truly scarce? Haven't they been distributed nationwide? Before he could finish speaking, the initial loudmouth scoffed. How foolish of you. As members of the Qingyun Sect, Jiufeng elixirs are supposedly a product of your own sect. Surely you know what this is? This is an elixir. Even if you've never heard of it, are you not familiar with the 3 slogans? What 3 slogans? You don't even know that? Of course, they are. With elixirs in hand, the world is mine. With elixirs in hand, my intellect is mine. With elixirs in hand, my power is mine. All right. Chen Ping'an was utterly taken aback, never imagining that the impromptu lines performed by Gao Sheng would become promotional catchphrases. Furthermore, while these elixirs may be sold nationwide, how many can truly be obtained? Not only are these elixirs compact, but their effects surpass that of energy liquids. Do you know how much a revitalizing pill costs in the secondhand market right now? What? There's even a secondhand market? Chen Ping'an was momentarily stunned. Indeed. The reason the elixirs had not fully saturated the market was due to the lack of initial capital. Only after selling a batch could he reinvest and sell more. Gradually accumulating stock, spreading throughout the market requires time. 15. In the secondhand market, a revitalizing pill sells for 15 spirit stones each. Damn it. Chen Ping'an felt a twinge of frustration. This was outrageous. Observing the fervent gaze of the speaker directed at the elixirs, he smiled. Would you like to purchase some? I can sell them to you for 13 spirit stones each. You have them? Indeed. How many do you possess? I have as many as you desire. As many as I desire? Who do you think you are? Do you believe the Jiufeng elixir shop is your family business? What a joke. You Qingyun Sect members not only enjoy putting on airs, but also boast excessively, don't you? At this moment, Qingning, who had been quietly listening, surprisingly interjected. Do you truly have as many as you claim? Chen Ping'an nodded. 13 spirit stones. You can have as many as you wish. Very well. However, I only brought enough pocket money for a day. I will take 100 pieces, please. 100. Chen Ping'an was taken aback. 100 pieces? That amounts to 1,300 spirit stones? Pocket money for a single day? Good heavens. I knew this wealthy lady had money, but I never expected her to be this affluent. Ah, trying to act tough, are we? You boldly declare you can have as many elixirs as you want, and you dare to request 100 pieces? The individual who had been mocking them resumed his derision, dripping with contempt. I can't take this anymore. Man Daniu stepped forward. You may not believe my sister-in-law, but how can you doubt my brother? Qingning shot Man Daniu a glare. Pa? Who is your sister-in-law? Believe your brother? What a farce. Do you comprehend what 100 elixirs entails? Do you realize what 1,300 spirit stones signifies? That sum would cover the entire monthly expenses of our Qingyun Sect. At this point, Qingning, surprisingly proactive, proposed, is it possible that your sect is simply too impoverished? You. All right, fine. Is this a performance now? If you can truly produce 1,300 spirit stones today, I will kneel and call you grandma. And you. He pointed at Chen Ping'an. If you can present 100 elixirs directly, I will kneel and call you grandpa. Grandpa? That name is rather peculiar, isn't it? Qingning paid him no mind, instead retrieving a pouch. I can't be bothered to count. There should be over 1,400 spirit stones here. Consider the excess a gift to you. Now, bring me 100 revitalizing pills. Good heavens. A gift of over 100 spirit stones. Chen Ping'an was left speechless. If his second senior brother, who had almost severed their brotherly bond over 13 spirit stones, were to hear this, he would surely vomit blood. Haha, over 1,400? And you are giving away the surplus? Now, Kuaishan, who was laughing heartily. When he saw Chen Ping'an open the pouch, he too leaned in for a glimpse. Upon seeing the contents, Kuaishan, who stood frozen in place. Observing this, the people beside him hurriedly nudged him. Tiger brother, what's wrong? Hurry up and expose them. Ignoring the dazed Kuaishan, who, Chen Ping'an quietly exchanged 200 spirit stones for 200 revitalizing pills. Qingning, I have never been fond of taking advantage of others. Here are 200 revitalizing pills. Consider the excess a gift. Huh. Now it was Qingning's turn to be stunned. What is happening? She is usually the one throwing money around. Why does it feel like she is being pelted with money today? However, she instinctively opened the pouch handed over by Chen Ping'an to take a look. Seeing this, the dazed Kuaishan, who also leaned in to take a peek. Upon seeing the contents, Kuaishan, who was once again left speechless. Chen Ping'an, I do not enjoy being indebted to others. However, I have only brought these spirit stones this time. How about this? For this battlefield, if you need any items, just let me know. I should have everything. Seeing that both transactions were completed, Kuaishan, who, still not ready to reveal the performance, noticed that the people behind him were becoming increasingly anxious. Tiger brother, speak up. I can't watch this any longer. Am I being treated like a fool? Hurry up and expose them. Only then did Kuaishan, who, still in a daze, turn his head. Expose what? Expose these two Qingyun Sect folks? Boom. With that, Kuaishan, who delivered a punch squarely to the face of the man who had been mocking them. How dare you speak like that? This is my grandma. This is my grandpa. What the hell? Now it was Chen Ping'an's turn to be astonished. Good heavens. You really know how to adapt, don't you? Are you related to Gaosheng by blood? Qingning frowned. Who is your grandma? This is what grandma said. After exploring all the items available for exchange on the battlefield, Chen Ping'an and his companions followed Zhao Peng to the defense line they were assigned to guard. At this time, a loyal little follower had emerged beside Chen Ping'an and Qingning. Kuaishan, who was now thoroughly impressed by their financial prowess. An hour later, a transport vehicle halted outside a camp. Chen Ping'an and his companions disembarked and entered the encampment. Upon seeing Chen Ping'an's arrival, a dozen or so soldiers dressed in military attire quickly approached Zhao Peng, saluting before hastening back to the vehicle they had arrived in. It was only then that Zhao Peng handed each of them a merit token. This area is now under your jurisdiction. You are not allowed to let any beasts pass through. This merit token will automatically calculate your achievements upon slaying beasts. 4 bronze-level beasts, regardless of rank. 10 will earn you 1 merit point. 4 silver-level beasts, 1 point for first rank, 2 points for second rank, and so forth. However, it is unlikely that you will encounter a silver-tier beast. Even if you do, there will be no need for you to intervene. After Zhao Peng elucidated the method of calculating battle achievements, he pointed to the lone warrior who remained at his side, stating, "He shall be your safety officer from now on, a silver tier of the second rank. He will not interfere in your affairs, but will assist in slaying any beasts that escape when your defenses falter, as well as safeguard your lives in times of dire peril." Chapter 34, Master. I have an immature idea. With that, Zhao Peng returned to his vehicle and departed. The camp was left with only Chen Ping'an and his freshly arrived companions, along with the safety officer. The officer, after casting a glance at Chen Ping'an and the others, paid them no further heed and sighed as he retreated to his tent. "Boss Chun, is this it?" Mandan Yo gazed at the desolate camp. Feeling somewhat bewildered, his mind struggled to comprehend the situation. Nevertheless, he reassured himself, recalling his grandmother's words that it was acceptable for him to lack intelligence, as long as he followed someone wise. "I suppose this is how it is?" The newly recruited subordinate, Qiong Qi, also approached, asking, "Boss Chun, are we truly on the front lines? This is nothing like I imagined." "Do not underestimate it. The beast tide is not to be trifled with," Qing Ning interjected, uncharacteristically taking the initiative and summoning her lotus water spirit. "Yes, elder sister," Mandan Yo and Qiong Qi, following suit, summoned their respective beasts. "Do not call me elder sister." "Very well, elder sister," Chen Ping'an retorted, summoning Gao Sheng with a flick of his wrist. The others soon followed suit, each conjuring their own beasts. Before long, Chen Ping'an and his companions had divided into 2 small groups. One group consisted of the 4 from Qingyun Sect, along with Qiong Qi, who had unceremoniously inserted himself among them. The other comprised individuals from various other sections. The disparity between the 2 groups was quite pronounced. The smaller coalition of sects had gathered around a fire, deliberating where to procure food, for the camp, aside from the tents, offered nothing else. In contrast, Chen Ping'an's side was equipped with sunflower seeds, beverages, small stools, and even a barbecue grill, all of which were produced by Qing Ning. At that moment, Chen Ping'an realized that the items Qing Ning claimed to possess were indeed all at her disposal. This woman was truly wealthy. One could only wonder how expansive her storage device was and how many items it contained. Whatever Chen Ping'an desired, she was capable of providing. Beside the barbecue grill, Mandan Yo murmured while basting the meat, "Boss Chun, why does it feel like we are on a picnic? Where are the beasts of the tide?" "You ask me. But who should I ask? Didn't your fearsome horned ox go to scout the surroundings? Did it not convey any messages to you?" "No. If it encountered danger, it would call out, and we would all hear it." Qing Ning frowned, addressing Chen Ping'an. "After all, we are here to train. Are we just supposed to wait idly? Do you have any plans?" Chen Ping'an was taken aback. This noble scion dared to inquire of him? "You are asking me? Who else would I ask?" "Chen Ping'an, though I am reluctant to admit it, you possess the greatest strength here. I am not a woman without discernment. Having too many voices in a team is not advantageous." Mandan Yo promptly gave a thumbs up. "I understand. A husband and wife should be of one mind." Silence. Qing Ning would have liked nothing more than to give Mandan Yo a swift slap. "Master, I have an immature idea," Gao Sheng chimed in, inching closer with a mischievous grin. "Oh, what idea might that be?" "Hee hee," Gao Sheng chuckled. "Master, you may not yet be aware, but the bull's sovereign invading your realm is formidable." "Really? What news do you possess?" At this, all ears perked up. "Of course. Do you not know who this celestial master is?" "Master, let me tell you, just days ago, the monkey sovereign accepted a commission from the higher-ups of your human race to investigate the suddenly emerged bull sovereign. And guess what happened?" "What happened? Speak quickly." "The bull sovereign showed no respect for the monkey sovereign whatsoever. They clashed immediately. The outcome was quite absurd. The monkey sovereign could only defend himself, and before he had a chance to retaliate, he was driven out of the bull sovereign's territory." Wow. The news left the group stunned. The bull sovereign was that powerful? Did this imply that, were it not for certain restrictions preventing powerful beasts from crossing into the human realm, the bull sovereign alone could overturn the entire human world? Xu Chao, who had been silently observing Chen Ping'an, turned to Gao Sheng with suspicion. "Gao Sheng, what is your status within the Fox clan of the Beast Realm? Such information regarding the Beast Realm sovereigns should be confidential. How do you know it so clearly?" Gao Sheng rolled his eyes at Su Chao, disdain evident. "Brat, how do you speak to your elder? Do you know who I am? I could frighten you with my identity. I am a master beneath the sovereign among the Fox clan, above myriad foxes. The Fox clan sovereign, the ten-tailed heavenly fox, do get acquainted. After Gaosheng's proclamation, he awaited the astonished reactions of those around him. However, after a long pause, there was no gasp of surprise upon reopening his eyes. He found Su Chao and Qing Ning regarding him with scornful expressions. Qing Ning bluntly stated, Gaosheng, I concede that you are powerful, but you claim to be of sovereign rank? In the Fox clan? When has the Fox clan ever had a sovereign-level powerhouse? 10 tails? Who does not know that the Fox clan can at most grow 9 tails? Uninformed, when the Fox Lord dominated the Beast realm. Your grandfather's grandfather's grandfather had yet to be born. Qing Ning shot Gaosheng a disdainful look, treating him as if she had not heard him. Chen Ping'an interrupted, all right, enough of that. Gaosheng, what exactly is this immature idea you mentioned? Hee. Gaosheng smirked cunningly. Master, since we now know how powerful the Bull Sovereign is, do you not have any thoughts on the matter? Why has the inquiry shifted from me asking you to you asking me? What thoughts could I possibly have about the Bull Sovereign's strength? Master, the Bull Sovereign has dispatched the Bull clan to invade the human realm precisely to seek that so-called husband. Why not simply become her husband? Then, you would be the Bull Sovereign's man. Wouldn't that allow you to stride confidently through both the beast and human realms? Even the higher-ups of your human realm would have to lower their heads and address you as Grandfather Bull. To hell with that. Chen Ping'an's eyelid twitched, and he delivered a swift kick. Gaosheng, seemingly accustomed to it, was sent flying a few meters away but promptly flipped and returned to Chen Ping'an's side, sticking out his tongue and licking his shoes. Master, look, my fur has dirtied your shoes again. Gaosheng's antics made Qua Shan who had been ingratiating himself, gaze with wide-eyed admiration. He immediately stripped off his shirt, revealing his chiseled abs, squatting down to wipe Chen Ping'an's shoes with his clothing. Boss, they are a bit dirty. Allow me to clean them for you. What the hell? Gaosheng was taken aback. What is this operation? Stealing my business? Brat, get away. The master's shoes are mine. Su Chao also frowned, angrily rebuking Qua Shan who, keep your distance from Chen Ping'an. Wait, are you all insane? Chen Ping'an's eye twitched. Get lost. Qing Ning, holding her forehead, wore an expression of exasperation. I lost to such people? No. Qing Ning, I am not that kind of person. What does this have to do with me? I am innocent, all right. Meanwhile, the seemingly simple-minded Mandan Yo exhibited an unusually contemplative expression. Boss Chen, Gaosheng speaks the truth. Why not accept that role as her husband? Though she has horns, you do not. Chapter 35. Is it not simply a sense of ritual I desire? Upon witnessing the sheer folly of those who heed their own counsel, Gaosheng promptly interjected. What does it matter if it's a chicken leg or a duck foot? It's merely a horn. This is easily resolved. The Bull Sovereign, the Bull Sovereign. Even if the husband is human, surely these horns must be bovine in nature. With so many bull beasts in the beast tide, once we encounter them, we can slay a couple and fashion their horns into headgear. Thus, we would possess our horns. The imposing figure of the Bull Sovereign expressed a look of realization. Boss Chen, I believe this plan is feasible. Chen Ping'an felt a flicker of alarm. Feasible? Then let this Bull Sovereign's man be yours. I shall procure a pair of bullhorn headpieces for you, and if one pair is insufficient, we shall make it 2. And henceforth, you shall serve as the esteemed bull consort of our camp. Moo. At that moment, a sharp bellowing of a bull resonated from the depths of the forest. Upon hearing this sound, everyone stood at attention, and the Bull Sovereign hastily exclaimed, Boss Chun, that is the call of my terror horn bull. We are under threat. Prepare for battle. All rose swiftly, while their summoned beasts dashed outside the encampment. Indeed, moments later, the first sight to greet them was the terror horn bull, followed closely by nearly 100 red-eyed bulls, their eyes ablaze with fury. So many. This was Chen Ping'an's first encounter with such a multitude of beasts of the same kind. Setting aside their strength, the very aura they exuded instinctively instilled fear. Stone Giant. Witnessing this, Su Chao was the first to act, tossing forth his green relic, which manifested as a shield in the stone giant's left hand. Boom. The shield struck the ground, and the stone giant, resembling a mountain, stood resolutely before the other summoned beasts. It must be said, had they been allies rather than foes, the presence of the stone giant would have offered immense reassurance. Meanwhile, the mountain tiger beside him, enviously wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth, mused, a relic. And a green one at that. Is it truly so delectable? Am I to be outdone? Chen Ping'an, too, revealed the prize he had won during the Beastmaster tournament. A green heart shield. The iron piece transformed into a heart shield upon touching Gaosheng, affixed to his chest. Another green quality relic. The mountain tiger's saliva flowed even more profusely. The boss is indeed the boss. Having just become a Beastmaster, he already possesses a green quality relic. Just as the mountain tiger finished his thoughts, the Bull Sovereign timidly patted his shoulder. Brother, this is just the beginning. Why not take a glance at our sister-in-law's side? The mountain tiger turned to look, and upon seeing, his entire demeanor changed. He beheld Qingning, who had just thrown 3 purple relics. These iron pieces transformed into an icy armor, a blue longbow, and a pair of lotus shoes upon reaching the water spirit. 3 relics, and all of them purple? The mountain tiger's mind momentarily short-circuited. What configuration is this? Even the leader of his sect could not amass such treasures. Are you sure this is a fellow beastmaster of our generation? Chen Ping'an was equally aghast as he gazed at Qingning. Qingning, how did you acquire yet another piece of armor? I didn't see you use it during the last tournament. Oh, after our last match. I realized that while my Lotus Water Spirit has formidable attack power, its defense is somewhat lacking, so I asked my father for another piece. I had my eye on a red quality one, but he wouldn't grant it to me. What the hell? A red quality relic? Chen Ping'an swallowed hard. If memory served, red relics were strategic level equipment on a national scale, weren't they? Wait, what on earth do Qingning's parents do? Focus. They're coming. During their conversation, the first wave of red-eyed bulls had already charged toward the stone giant. Stone giant, utilize the earth shatter. Su Muxue shouted, his brow furrowed. Subsequently, the stone giant raised the shield and slammed it onto the ground. With a thunderous roar, the earth began to convulse around the stone giant. Qingning also showcased her prowess, Lotus Water Spirit. Employ water arrow attack. The Lotus Water Spirit drew the purple relic bow, conjuring a water arrow from thin air. As the bowstring released, the water arrow shot directly toward the forehead of one red-eyed bull. The mountain tiger was left bewildered, glancing at the bull's sovereign beside him. Brother bull, why are Su Muxue and our sister-in-law calling out the skills of their beasts? Aren't they embarrassed? Ahem. The bull's sovereign cleared his throat, his cheeks tinged with a faint blush. That's just our sect's specialty. Boom. Moo. The water arrow struck true, hitting the red-eyed bull squarely in the forehead. And with a mournful cry, it collapsed lifelessly. A faint light emerged from the fallen beast, merging into the battle merit token at Qingning's waist. Battle merit. In that instant, the red-eyed bulls transformed in Chen Ping'an's eyes into mere tokens of merit. However, after some time, while Su Muxue's stone giant had slain 3 red-eyed bulls and the Lotus Water Spirit had taken down 5, Gaosheng remained standing there, utterly dazed. Chen Ping'an's patience wore thin. Gaosheng, what on earth are you doing? Attack. Huh. Gaosheng turned, confusion etched on his face. Master, you haven't instructed me to attack. Is that really necessary? Well, look at them. The Lotus Water Spirit is using water arrow. The purple striped tiger is employing its bite. Chen Ping'an's eye twitched. Have you been assimilated or something? Gritting his teeth, Chen Ping'an shouted, Gaosheng, use the sky-burning claw. All right. Gaosheng's fox claw ignited in flames as he sprinted forward to strike a red-eyed bull with a single swipe. Unsurprisingly, the bull fell dead instantly. Yet, Gaosheng then froze again, merely dodging the bull's horn strikes. Gaosheng, what now? Attack. Huh. Master, but you only called for the sky-burning claw once? For heaven's sake. Fine. Is this how you wish to play? Gaosheng, I shall give you another chance. What do you want me to command? Noticing Chen Ping'an's genuine frustration, Gaosheng retracted his neck. Master, please don't be like that. Just look at how ceremonious they are. I merely wished for a touch of ceremony. Do you wish for it now? No, I don't want it anymore. With Gaosheng finally joining the fray, not a single red-eyed bull could breach their defenses. However, on the other side, several small teams composed of disciples from different sects were already lamenting their plight. Numerous single-horn bulls had breached their defenses, charging directly at them. Unlike the possessed beasts of the Gu clan, their true forms lacked any offensive capabilities. In an instant, the newly formed teams were utterly scattered, each fleeing in their own direction. Truly a burden. I cannot fathom why Captain Zhao would send you here. As they observed 3 red-eyed bulls breaking through their line and heading toward the city, the safety officer, who had been inside the tent, finally emerged, speaking coldly. Chapter 36. Could Qingning be a saintly hypocrite? A bronze tome materialized before him, and a saber-toothed tiger-like wolf appeared before him, dashing toward the breaching red-eyed bulls with a remarkable swiftness. The wolf's speed was such that in the blink of an eye, it had already pounced on another red-eyed bull. The previously downed bull lay on the ground, blood spewing from 2 gaping wounds in its neck. Upon encountering the security officer, the ragtag team of disciples from various sects rushed to his side, as if he were their savior. Useless. Truly a congregation of inefficacy, lacking organization and discipline. Indeed, the sects are the malignant tumors of Huagua. Our military should assume control. The security officer was now filled with displeasure. He had no desire to remain. But military orders were not to be disobeyed, so he reluctantly stayed behind to babysit this flock of fledglings. Although Captain Zhao had mentioned that the fledglings could earn military merit by slaying 100 cow beasts, could this group of novices truly achieve such a feat? It would be far more gratifying to do the killing himself. Alas, he envied his comrades who were free to leave. With a sigh, The security officer casually turned his gaze towards Chen Ping'an, curious if there were any red-eyed bulls breaching the defenses in that direction. However, upon turning, he was taken aback. Internally questioning, could it be? Are these truly of the bronze tier? Before him, a heap of red-eyed bulls lay slain, numbering at least 30, not to mention the fierce bulls and purple-striped tigers. The coordination among the stone giant, lotus water spirit, and a single-tailed fox was nothing short of seamless. The stone giant defended the main assault route of the herd. The one-tailed fox engaged in flanking, while the lotus water spirit provided ranged support. No way. Another question mark appeared above the security officer's head. A one-tailed fox? That uncontracted fox? And it managed to slay a bronze 5th-tier red-eyed bull in a heartbeat? Rubbing his eyes, he wondered if he was dreaming. Was this still the world he knew? His initial reluctance to stay dissipated as he gazed at the group surrounding him, recognizing the stark difference. This was the disparity. Take that, Grandpa Fox. After Gao Sheng dispatched the last red-eyed bull before them with a single strike. The battle at this location concluded. Chen Ping'an then glanced towards another squad, which was still engaged in a fierce struggle with red-eyed bulls, having already sustained injuries to 4 of their contracted beasts. Military merit. This was all military merit. Snatching the merit. Gao Sheng. At Chen Ping'an's command, Gao Sheng understood and charged towards the red-eyed bulls facing the other squad. Qingning and Su Chao, realizing Chen Ping'an's intent, followed suit as the stone giant and lotus water spirit shifted the battlefield. Half an hour later, all the red-eyed bulls on both battlefields had become corpses. Meanwhile, a faint white glow emanated from Gao Sheng, signaling his direct advancement. Chen Ping'an calculated the tally. Gao Sheng had slain over 20, earning him 2 points of military merit. Having just arrived, it seemed that the 50 points of military merit on that yellow paper were not as daunting as they appeared. The battlefield was indeed advantageous. Not only could one gain experience, but also accumulate military merit. The security officer approached, patting Chen Ping'an on the shoulder, expressing his satisfaction. You did well. He then ignored Chen Ping'an and returned to his tent. The fierce bull was equally elated, exclaiming that it was the first time he had killed so gratifyingly. Just as Chen Ping'an's team reveled in their inaugural real combat victory, a member from another squad stepped out, visibly displeased. You are being rather unfair, aren't you? Chen Ping'an frowned, questioning. What do you mean by unfair? You are seizing our military merit like this? Those red-eyed bulls were clearly ours. Indeed. Are all of you from Qingyun Sect so unreasonable? Chen Ping'an was taken aback, incredulous at their audacity. Did you raise these red-eyed bulls? Just because you say they are yours, they are yours? If we hadn't assisted you, your contracted beasts might have perished. The fierce bull chimed in, exactly. If your beasts die, you would have to wait a day to revive them. It's nearly dark. Who knows what dangers lurk at night? Without your beasts, you are doomed. That's not our concern. I know you Qingyun Sect people are unscrupulous. Stealing our military merit. You must give us an explanation. Chen Ping'an sneered, what explanation do you want? After a brief exchange of glances among them, the leader boldly declared, you must transfer the military merit for the 20 or so red-eyed bulls you just killed to us. In the future, if such an incident occurs again, you can only injure the beasts but not kill them. The final blow must be left to us. Yes, exactly. Chen Ping'an was both amused and enraged. Turning to Qingning and Su Chao, he inquired, what are your thoughts? Su Chao, who was already sensitive about his pride and had awakened his hidden attributes after being beaten by Chen Ping'an, was not one to tolerate any disrespect. This was not Qingyun Sect. The opposing team looked perplexed. What do you mean? This isn't Qingyun Sect. Crack. Just as he expressed his confusion, Gao Sheng suddenly darted to his side, raised his leg, and struck, bending his foot grotesquely. Chen Ping'an then calmly remarked, what he means is, this isn't Qingyun Sect, and we won't be held accountable for harming your sect members. Did you hear my master's words? How astonishing. I've seen many foolish foxes, but encountering a shameless fool like you is a first. You, from Qingyun Sect, you dare to harm me. Do you know who I am? He shouted angrily, glancing towards the security officer's tent, bewildered as to why he wasn't intervening. Doesn't he care? Sighing at this scene, Qingning shook her head and said, Chen Ping'an, Su Chao, is this how you resolve issues as disciples of Qingyun Sect? Chen Ping'an glanced at Qingning, a thought striking him. Could it be? Was Qingning a bleeding heart? If so, she was even more irritating than Su Chao. Should he find an opportunity to deal with her first? Yet, her background seemed substantial. Qingning, what do you suggest I do? Should I truly hand over the military merit to them? No need for that. It's actually quite simple. Allow me to handle it. Oh. Chen Ping'an nodded. Then show me how you would resolve this. The opposing members, despite the pain of their broken leg, managed to smirk. Finally, a reasonable person from Qingyun Sect. Now you not only owe us military merit, but you must also compensate for the medical expenses of my leg. Qingning shook her head. Not so fast. Earlier, you asked if we knew who you were, right? Now I'll return the question. Do you know who he is? pointing at Chen Ping'an. She continued, do you know who he is? Chapter 37. So it turns out my master is that impressive? Why is it turning back to me again? Chen Ping'an stared blankly at Qingning, unable to comprehend her intentions. If Chen Ping'an was confused, the others were even more bewildered, gazing at Qingning in utter confusion. Him? Isn't he a disciple of your Qingyun Sect? What status does he hold? Exactly. What status do I have? Chen Ping'an was equally curious, awaiting her explanation. He is a disciple of the 9th peak of our Qingyun Sect. Is that all? Chen Ping'an was baffled. What significance did the 9th peak hold? Was that supposed to be his identity? However, to Chen Ping'an's surprise, upon hearing that he was a disciple of the 9th peak, the legless opponent first froze. Then his expression morphed into one of exaggerated terror. You, what did you say? He is a disciple of your Qingyun Sect's 9th peak? Could his master be? Qingming nodded, affirming, indeed, just as you guessed, my master's surname is Zhao, and his given name is Baiqi. Hiss. The sound of gasps filled the air, as if everyone was taken aback. My master is named Zhao Baiqi. This was the first time Chen Ping'an learned his master's name. And judging by the expressions of the individuals across from him, what was going on? Did they also recognize his master? Was his master truly that renowned? Such bewilderment. Ignoring them, Qingning continued, all right, we can proceed with our conversation now. You are aware of his identity, yet he remains unaware of yours. So who are you? In an instant, the man with the broken leg jumped back 2 steps, his face contorting as if he had just tasted something vile. I am. His stammering was intolerable for Gao Sheng, who interjected, who the hell are you? Can't you even articulate? Did your brain get squashed by your own stupidity? Even without Gao Sheng's reprimand, the man dared not respond angrily, biting his lip as he declared, I am from the Qingyun Sect. You're full of crap. Now, the flunky, who had been leaning towards Chen Ping'an, couldn't he hold back. I've never even seen you at the Qingyun Sect. I'm just unlucky. Let it be. Blushing from being exposed, the man hopped away on one leg towards their camp, akin to a fleeing rabbit. What in the world? Chen Ping'an was genuinely bewildered. Was this how it was resolved? Was his master really that formidable? Just a name terrified them to the point that they wouldn't dare mention their own sect? Meanwhile, the flunky, ecstatic, exclaimed, Chen Lauda. I told you the moment I saw you. You had an extraordinary aura, a true hidden dragon. Now it makes sense. You are indeed his disciple. Chen Ping'an looked at Qingning in confusion. Qingning, is my master really that impressive? Qingning, equally perplexed, shook her head. Chen Ping'an, you don't even know about your own master? No, I don't know. He exclaimed. I know. Gao Shan who interjected, grabbing Chen Ping'an's arm. Chen Lauda, I know. Your master is incredibly powerful. At this point, Su Chao, displeased, stepped forward and swatted Gao Shanhu's hand away. What else with the touching? Just speak. Damn it. Chen Ping'an quickly retreated a couple of steps, exclaiming, I don't care about this drama. Gao Shanhu, tell me, what makes my master so remarkable? Subsequently, Chen Ping'an learned from Gao Shanhu that 10 years ago, there had been an invasion from the beast realm, led by the bird clan known as the Guanming birds. Just like now, newly recruited disciples from various sects had been sent to the front lines. That year coincided with the time his second senior brother had just joined the sect. As expected, there were some well-known incidents. His second senior brother appeared gentle, but was certainly not one to be bullied. He clashed with others at the front lines and ended up injured. After the beast tide subsided and they returned to the sect, Zhao Baiqi discovered the injuries on Fan Yojio's body and rode his blazing rhinoceros straight to the second largest sect in Chuan province, the Zizhu sect, demanding an explanation. Seeing just one person from the Zizhu sect, they naturally dismissed him, even mocking him. This infuriated Zhao Baiqi, whose eyes turned red. The next day, when people arrived at the Zizhu sect, they found that thousands of its members had met a gruesome fate, with not a single survivor. This battle established Zhao Baiqi's fearsome reputation. Today, if one were to speak of the most formidable individuals in the beast realm, Zhao Baiqi would undoubtedly rank among the top 3. Provoking others might still allow for reasoned discourse, but provoking Zhao Baiqi meant certain death, not just for one, but for entire sects. Moreover, Zhao Baiqi possessed 3 terrifyingly powerful beasts. Upon hearing Gao Shanhu's account, Chen Ping'an was left in utter disbelief, taking some time to regain his composure. Holy cow, that old man. Zhao Baiqi, is that incredible? No wonder when I was at Qingyun Sect, nearly everyone avoided me. Except Su Chao. At this, Su Chao twitched at the corner of his eye. He too was distressed. He had thought that if he could embarrass Chen Ping'an and make the disciples from Jufeng look bad, he would have succeeded in being quite the show-off. I just love showing off. Who knew you would play so dirty? We're supposed to be gentlemen, using words not fists. And you, without a word, just came up and punched me in the face. Don't I have any dignity? Chen Lauda. From now on, I'm sticking with you. You've got to protect me. Sure, sure. They had just come from a fierce battle. Although the beasts had done the fighting, summoning them required considerable mental effort, leaving the beast tamers somewhat fatigued. Qingning brought out a few buckets of instant noodles to quell their hunger, and after Gao Shanhu took his watch, Chen Ping'an and the others returned to their respective tents. As the sun set and the moon rose, it soon became around 1 in the morning. At this moment, the moon was obscured by dark clouds. Gao Shanhu and his beast, the purple-striped tiger, were both feeling quite drowsy. Inside Su Chao's tent, he had fallen into a deep slumber when suddenly he awoke, glancing at the ground beside him. Squeak! The next instant, a hole appeared in the ground, and a mouse the size of a bottle cap emerged. Squeak! The mouse squeaked twice and spat out a rolled-up note. Huh! Su Chao picked up the note, and his expression changed drastically, shifting through various emotions. The mouse then burrowed back into the hole, which promptly vanished. Half an hour later, after what seemed like a struggle, Su Chao opened the tent and stealthily made his way into the depths of the forest. An hour later, upon his return, his expression was more complex than before. Less than 10 minutes after returning to his tent, Su Chao unexpectedly exited again. This time not heading into the dense woods, but coming to knock on Chen Ping'an's tent. Chapter 38. So you are this kind of person. Chen Ping'an, blissfully asleep, was stirred awake by the knocking on his tent. He checked his phone. 3 in the morning. Was this madness? His first thought was that Gao Shanhu must have discovered something. Without delay, Chen Ping'an rushed out of the tent, only to freeze upon seeing the visitor, instinctively tightening his rear. Su Chao, what do you want? I'm not that kind of person. Su Chao, forcing a smile, grew serious. Chen Ping'an, may I come in for a moment? You? Come in? Chen Ping'an's immediate response was to refuse. 2 solitary males in one room? What if he got bent? But upon seeing Su Chao's grave demeanor, he relented and opened a path. Come in then. Their conversation lasted until dawn, when they finally emerged from the tent together. Qingning had already prepared the ingredients and Mandanyo was busy making breakfast. Instantly, Chen Ping'an and Su Chao became the center of attention. The fried egg in Mandanyo's hand fell to the ground. Chen Lauda, you're actually this kind of person. I wouldn't mind. Really, you can go to hell. We're discussing serious matters here. Serious matters. Disgusted, Qingning showed a look of repulsion. What serious matters could you two possibly be discussing? You, Qingning, who are you calling disgusting? Of course, I'm talking about you and Chen Ping'an. Immediately following, amidst the silence of peace, Su Chao once again began to quarrel with Qingning. Concurrently, a system notification sound intermittently echoed in Chen Ping'an's mind. Ding. Successfully plundered 1 point of fortune. Although it was never explicitly stated, everyone had tacitly accepted him as the captain, which made his failure to mediate the dispute seem rather unbecoming for a leader. However, if he intervened, wouldn't that mean losing his fortune points? Faced with this difficult decision, Chen Ping'an ultimately resolved to mediate the conflict. Yet, instead of taking it upon himself, he would delegate the task to Gao Sheng. As soon as Gao Sheng appeared, he did not disappoint Chen Ping'an's expectations, promptly launching into his role as peacemaker. Hey, what are you two bickering about? Is there really anything worth arguing over? You can't even best a woman in a quarrel and still have the audacity to fight? Cease this nonsense at once. Truly disgraceful for a man. Why don't you go home and remove that piece before you come back to argue? And you, girl, what are you making a fuss about? As a grown woman, being berated by a man in broad daylight, isn't that humiliating? Stop the bickering and retreat to the tent. Ding. Successfully plundered 1 point of fortune. Ding. Successfully plundered 1 point of fortune. Ah, splendid. Chen Ping'an cheerfully accepted the egg pancake handed to him by Mandanyo, enjoying the delightful melody of the system notifications in his mind while observing the increasingly heated argument between the two. Glancing at the shop interface, he noted that his fortune points had already climbed to 89, and his total fortune points had long surpassed 100. As soon as he reached the silver level, he could directly unlock the second page of the Mythical Compendium. Moreover, Su Chao resembled a power bank, with his fortune light gradually dimming as he quarreled with Qingning. Yet once the argument concluded, a mere glance from Su Chao would cause that golden glow to reignite. He was indeed a power bank, and Chen Ping'an was his charging station, retrieving the energy he provided. As for Qingning, Chen Ping'an had yet to devise a method to earn fortune points from her. He had tried both confrontation and reprimand, yet to no avail. Was it possible that the only way to gain her fortune was to seize the great opportunity she acquired? Ding. Successfully plundered 1 point of fortune. Ah, another point gained. Just 10 more until he could unlock the relic lottery machine in the shop. Let them quarrel. Alas, fate was unkind, as the argument escalated, nearly turning into a physical altercation under Gao Sheng's influence, when suddenly a mooing sound reverberated from afar. Here it comes. Everyone prepare. Qingning and Su Chao hastily ceased their skirmish, each summoning their respective beasts. Su Chao cast a complicated glance at Chen Ping'an. This time, Chen Ping'an unusually did not shy away from the target, instead offering him a reassuring expression. Almost immediately, Chen Ping'an observed Su Chao's golden aura regain its original brilliance. Disgusting. Qingning shot them both a disdainful glance before turning away to avoid witnessing the scene. Moo. As Man Dinyo's terrifying horned bull materialized, hundreds of red-eyed bulls, ranging from bronze 1st to 6th rank, appeared behind him. The stone giant deployed its copper wall, iron bastion. As per usual, Su Chao's stone giant absorbed the damage. Qingming's lotus water spirit delivered ranged attacks, and Gao Sheng unleashed a torrent of melee damage. Meanwhile, the purple striped tiger of the mountain tiger and Man Dinyo's terrifying hornbull merely provided peripheral support. This time, the number of red-eyed bulls was evidently greater than the previous day. By the time Chen Ping'an and his team had finished vanquishing their foes, 6 full hours had elapsed. Upon learning that Chen Ping'an was from the 9 peaks of Qingyun Sect, the members of the other team dared not approach him, fearing trouble. Just as everyone prepared to resume their rest, Su Chao suddenly rose and pointed into the distance, exclaiming, "Wait. It seems there are still beasts over there." HM. At his words, the team members turned their gazes toward that direction, and indeed, something appeared to fleetingly dart away in the distance. Qingming summoned her lotus water spirit once more, declaring, "Let us go. We must pursue." Chen Ping'an shot her a sidelong glance, noting her fierce bloodlust. Su Chao, however, shook his head, stating, "We don't know what that is yet. It could be too dangerous. How about this? Chen Ping'an, you accompany me to assess the situation." Man Dinyo outright refused, insisting, "No way. I'm going with you." Including the mountain tiger who had ingratiated himself into the team, they both clamored to join. Su Chao glared at the two. "I called for Chen Ping'an, not you. With your strength, if the enemy is even a bronze 6th rank red-eyed bull, you won't stand a chance." As the two continued to argue, Chen Ping'an nodded. "All right, I will go with you." Su Chao acknowledged his agreement. "Then let us proceed." As the two prepared to enter the forest, Qingming furrowed her brow, insisting, "I'm coming with you." Su Chao again declined, stating, "No. You stay back to protect Man Dinyo and the mountain tiger." "Fine then. Chen Ping'an, please be careful." Chen Ping'an nodded, affirming, "Okay." Su Chao huffed. "And what about me? You can hurry up and perish." All right. Such a disparity in treatment. Moments later, within the forest, after walking for a dozen minutes, they arrived at a clearing. "Su Chao, did you find anything? Were you mistaken?" "No. Here's the plan, Chen Ping'an. Let's split up. I'll go left. You go right." Agreed. They designated the clearing as their point of divergence. Shortly after they had distanced themselves, the earth in the clearing began to tremble, and a mouse the size of a fist emerged from the ground. The mouse glanced in Chen Ping'an's direction, then in Su Chao's, before burrowing back into the soil. Chapter 39. The assassin reveals himself. Soon, the ground before Su Chao also began to shift. The small mouse that had appeared in his tent the previous night resurfaced, once again spitting out a piece of paper. Su Chao took the paper, glanced at it, his expression complex. Meanwhile, Chen Ping'an continued onward, with Gao Sheng perched on his shoulder. "Master, can we truly trust that guy's words?" Chen Ping'an nodded, recalling Su Chao's statements from the night prior. "I believe we can. Master, please don't take any risks. If a golden level threat emerges, even the formidable bull elder might not escape." Since Su Chao claimed it was a silver level threat, it must indeed be silver level. Gao Sheng rolled his eyes at Chen Ping'an, puzzled by how easily his master had come to trust someone who had previously been an enemy. Gao Sheng remembered that, for safety's sake, Chen Ping'an had not allowed him to return to the beast realm, and he had slept soundly beside Chen Ping'an until Su Chao barged in. Initially expecting trouble, he was taken aback when Su Chao simply stated that his master had sent someone to kill Chen Ping'an, and that the assailant was a silver 5th rank. Su Chao even described the person's appearance and recounted how he had been instructed to lead Chen Ping'an to a specific location. Ridiculously, Chen Ping'an hesitated for only a moment before believing Su Chao's words and engaging in a detailed discussion about the assassin. Ultimately, he decided that since Su Chao was willing to assist him, he might as well let Su Chao continue with his plans. After all, he was confident he could handle a silver-level threat, and having Su Chao as an insider would be advantageous. Little did Gao Sheng know that the reason Chen Ping'an could trust Su Chao was that he could perceive the aura of fortune surrounding him. Even a fool could discern the recent fluctuations in Su Chao's fortune aura. Though reluctant to admit it, Chen Ping'an understood that Su Chao genuinely wished to collaborate with him. "Master, over there." Suddenly, Gao Sheng hastily patted Chen Ping'an's shoulder and pointed towards the distant thicket. Indeed, there emerged a large, shadowy figure. It seemed to be aware of being discovered by Chen Ping'an and hurriedly fled forward. Chen Ping'an's expression grew grave, just as Su Chao had indicated. This must be the location where the silver-tier assassin lay in ambush. Naturally, Chen Ping'an could not match the speed of that shadow, and Gao Sheng could not abandon him at such a critical moment. Thus, the shadow swiftly vanished from sight. In the distance, the shadow ran for a while before taking refuge behind a boulder. A figure emerged from behind the rock, revealing that the shadow was, in fact, a rat. Immediately, this rat opened its mouth and spat out a piece of paper. The figure took the note, glanced at it, and then bowed slightly to the rat, assuring it that since he had arrived, there was no need for concern. A mere bronze tier opponent would surely meet his demise today. The rat nodded and slowly sank into the ground, disappearing from view. The figure then returned behind the boulder and waved his hand, conjuring a silver-grayed tome before him. Before him appeared a 2-meter-tall gray mantis and a massive chameleon. The chameleon's skin shifted colors, seamlessly blending into its surroundings and vanishing from sight. The mantis leapt onto a tree trunk, concealing itself among the towering treetops. A minute later, Gao Sheng and Chen Ping'an arrived at the scene. The figure behind the rock revealed a bloodthirsty smile. Finally, they had come. Chen Ping'an, meanwhile, was muttering furiously. What a fool this assassin is. What kind of arrangement is this? Knowing that I'm here and still not wanting to leave? What if I had been unaware? This path is utterly untenable. Gao Sheng, if that fool doesn't show up after 100 meters, we should just leave. Master, I say we needn't even bother coming. Gao Sheng exclaimed, suddenly shouting and becoming engulfed in foxfire. With a leap, he sprang from Chen Ping'an's shoulder, executing the burning sky claw. Chen Ping'an instinctively crouched down. Boom. A resounding explosion echoed from the front bumper, followed by a rush of hot air. Damn it, it's a chameleon. Gao Sheng's voice came through. Only then did Chen Ping'an rise to look, seeing Gao Sheng's fox claw gripping a long, red, viscous tongue. Due to the tongue's exposure, Chen Ping'an could see another chameleon. The same color as the tree trunk, lurking at the end of the tongue. Silver tier 5. Just as Su Chao had said. The assassin was approximately at silver tier 5. Damn, you've pissed off the Fox King. Gao Sheng continued to shake his fox claw, but the chameleon's tongue was tenaciously sticky, refusing to let go. Suddenly, Chen Ping'an noticed an electric arc flickering along the chameleon's body, which traveled along the tongue and struck Gao Sheng. Gao Sheng shuddered slightly, appearing unhurt. Are you trying to give me a massage? He scoffed, and the foxfire enveloped him once more, attempting to scorch the tongue binding him. Although the chameleon was of silver rank, it displayed a pained expression under the relentless heat of the foxfire. Nevertheless, it had no intention of relinquishing its grip, curling its tongue to pull Gao Sheng closer. Hell no. Fox King, doesn't he believe I can't handle you? Are you afraid of fire? In Chen Ping'an's astonished gaze, Gao Sheng boldly raised his hind leg, unleashing a stream of yellow liquid onto the chameleon's tongue. Urine? No. Are you actually peeing in the middle of a battle? Chen Ping'an was genuinely baffled, but even more bewildering was the fact that the chameleon, upon being doused, released Gao Sheng's tongue and retreated in horror. Gag! Gag! As soon as the tongue withdrew, the chameleon began to retch violently. Can you believe this? Shameless. Just then, a voice pierced through the air from the direction of the massive rock. The assassin, no longer concealing himself, emerged, pointing at Chen Ping'an and cursing vehemently. Shameless. Utterly disgusting. I've participated in countless battles, and this is the first time I've encountered someone so vile. Urinating during combat? Who taught you that? Who? And your beast can actually do that? Chen Ping'an had not anticipated that Gao Sheng's little incident would not only thwart the chameleon's attack, but also force the hidden assassin out of the shadows. This saved him the trouble of searching for him. Gao Sheng, take him down. With a roar, Gao Sheng sprang into action, enveloping his claws in flames once more and launching an attack at the assassin. Ant. The assassin scoffed, initially believing the sluggish chameleon would be easy prey. However, with a sudden leap, the chameleon's body crackled with electricity as it darted towards Gao Sheng, sending him sprawling. Damn! Gao Sheng exclaimed in pain, cursing as he engaged the chameleon in combat. This time, however, the chameleon refrained from using its favored sticky tongue. There was no need. Gao Sheng's urine had done the trick. The assassin found himself momentarily dumbfounded. Unable to resist, he pulled out his phone to review the data. Glancing back at Chen Ping'an and Gao Sheng, everything seemed correct. Both were indeed at bronze tier 5. There was no hidden power whatsoever. Wait, what the hell is going on here? A bronze tier 5 fox is matching my silver tier 5 chameleon in combat? This disparity is not just 1 or 2 levels. It's an entire tier difference. Are you truly at bronze tier 5? Chen Ping'an smirked disdainfully. Currently, yes, but that will change soon. Oh, so you have been hiding your strength. Not quite. It's just that once I defeat your silver tier chameleon, my beast will undoubtedly advance. Observing Chen Ping'an's confident demeanor, the assassin's expression turned cold. Is that so? You are Chen Ping'an. I initially thought it was an overreaction to send someone to deal with a mere bronze tier junior. Yet now it seems that allowing you to grow would indeed disrupt our plans. Organization? Plans? Chen Ping'an understood that the figure he referred to was undoubtedly Elder Lu from Yifeng. However, what organization was he part of? What was this plan? Chen Ping'an was genuinely unaware. Influence the plan. Forget it, Chen Ping'an. There is no need for further dialogue with a dead man like you. I had intended to toy with you, but now, it's time for you to perish. Do you really think that being part of my organization means I am merely a silver tier possessing a bronze-grade tome? As the assassin spoke, Chen Ping'an felt an energy fluctuation above him. Noticing this, Gao Sheng immediately unsheathed his claws, encircling Chen Ping'an with a shield of foxfire. In the flickering glow of the foxfire, a piece of iron materialized out of thin air, elongating into a protective mirror that hovered above Chen Ping'an's head. A metallic clang reverberated through the air as a colossal mantis descended, its sickle-like claws striking the protective mirror. This scene utterly shattered the assassin's perception of reality. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, and once assured that he was not hallucinating, he could not contain himself any longer. This is impossible. A holy relic. How could a mere human wield a holy relic? Chen Ping'an shrugged. Which of your eyes saw me wielding it, you fool? It was your grandfather who controlled it. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You commanded a holy relic out of thin air? I refuse to believe it. Gao Sheng chuckled mockingly. Fool. Do you even know the origin of holy relics? What you humans refer to as holy relics were once the gear worn by powerful beings from our beast realm. It's not mere bragging. Your fox grandfather crafted no less than 80 pieces of such gear. It's merely a matter of remote control. Isn't this a piece of cake? You forged gear? You created a holy relic? The assassin was momentarily taken aback, but quickly adopted a disdainful expression. Child, you nearly had me fooled. Such equipment. Holy relics only manifest within secret realms. Fool, you understand nothing. The secret realm is merely the grave of our fallen beast realm warriors. Do you take pride in digging up graves? A grave? The assassin glared at Gao Sheng, his teeth clenched. Nonsense. Even if you could control a holy relic from afar, so what? Even if your bronze level could withstand my silver level beast, I possess 2 beasts. You shall die today. Chen Ping'an, what are you laughing at? Chen Ping'an grinned. My friend, did you not conduct any investigation before attempting to kill me? Who told you I only have 1 beast? Ridiculous. Are you suggesting that a bronze level could possess 2 beasts? Can you unlock 2 pages of the tome at your bronze level? Not yet. I can only unlock 1 page for now. However, I possess 2 tomes. You have 2 tomes? Chen Ping'an, are you aware that you are about to meet your demise, hence your delusions? 2 tomes? If you truly had 2 tomes. Today I what? 2 tomes. The assassin had initially intended to continue mocking Chen Ping'an, relishing in his despair before delivering the fatal blow. But what did he see now? Another black tome materialized before Chen Ping'an. Black? What level is this? No, wait. 2 tomes. How could he possibly have 2 tomes? Although his master had instructed him never to reveal the possession of 2 tomes until he was strong enough to stand independently, it seemed the opponent was destined to die. So revealing it wouldn't matter, right? Little Bull. The mythological tome flipped open, and Little Bull appeared before Chen Ping'an. 2 tomes. 2 beasts. Bronze level. Damn. Who fed me this intelligence? At this point, the assassin was utterly unhinged, unable to restrain his curses. Damn. Even if there are 2 tomes. 2 beasts, so what? I am silver level. Silver level. No sooner had the assassin finished yelling than Little Bull launched the first attack. The ancient zither materialized once more, and the melodious sound of an ambush filled the air. The chameleon and mantis, previously engaged in assault, stood frozen in place upon hearing the music. After a few moments, wounds began to appear on the chameleon and mantis, blood instantly staining their bodies. Their energy rapidly waned. A scream erupted as the assassin staggered out of the environment created by Little Bull's ambush. Upon witnessing the scene before him, his breath quickened. How is this possible? Without any means to retaliate, I, a silver-level beast with a silver tome, face a mere bronze-level beast and cannot retaliate in the slightest. Damn it. All the information was wrong. What do you mean Chen Ping'an's greatest trump card is the transformation skill of a fox beast? I will transform, damn it. This is clearly 2 beasts. I have been deceived. You all have been deceived. Without a moment's hesitation, the assassin disregarded the lives of the 2 beasts and turned to flee, reasoning that a beast's death merely allowed for resurrection within the tome after a day. Oh, you thought you could escape upon seeing my bull brother? Gao Sheng grinned, lunging forward, his claw striking the assassin's chest. Chapter 41. In adversity, we share, in fortune, I rejoice. With a sickening thud, the assassin was struck by Gao Sheng's claw, sending him reeling backward, blood spewing forth. He fled with equal haste to his retreat. Hey, fool, why are you back? Don't you like running? What the hell? Is that human language? No, you are not human. Wasn't it you who sent me back? Clang. Meanwhile, Little Bull's zither melody reached a crescendo before abruptly halting. By this time, the mantis and chameleon beasts were bloodied and barely clinging to life. Hiss hiss hiss. Little Bull, satisfied, scampered back to Chen Ping'an's side. Gao Sheng hurriedly translated, Master, Bull Grandpa says he cannot continue playing. If he finishes, both of them will die. Die? So what if they die? Hiss hiss hiss. Little Bull called out again, and Chen Ping'an turned to Gao Sheng for translation, only to find him with tears brimming in his eyes as he gazed at Little Bull. Bull Grandpa, my grandfather passed away early. Henceforth, you shall be my true grandfather. Chen Ping'an was perplexed. I asked you to translate, and you ended up crying? Hiss hiss hiss. Bull Grandpa, even if you do not acknowledge me as your grandchild, you shall forever be my grandfather in my heart. Seeing Chen Ping'an's bewildered expression, Gao Sheng wiped his tears and explained, Master, Bull Grandpa means he will handle the finishing blow. Both of them are silver level and possess more experience. Bull Grandpa does not require experience. He will naturally reach the same level as you based on your strength. You shed tears over letting him have the experience? And you recognize him as your grandfather? Truly, you have no shame. All right, then hurry up and finish them off. Understood. Gao Sheng nodded, summoning 2 fiery claws that swiftly dispatched the 2 silver-level beasts. Instantly, radiant white light surged forth from Gao Sheng's body. Simultaneously, Chen Ping'an and Little Bull were also enveloped in white light. Moments later, Chen Ping'an reveled in the sensation of his newfound strength. Bronze level 9, just 1 tier away from reaching silver level, allowing him to unlock a second beast. No, it would be the second and third beasts, especially with Little Bull's prowess. How could the second be lacking? You, the assassin, still reeling from Gao Sheng's earlier strike, glared with a fury that could ignite. To be honest, had the experience gained from defeating an enemy's beast not been limited to the first kill, Chen Ping'an would have considered keeping him around for experience farming. With the beasts defeated, and having finally secured a sense of safety, Chen Ping'an approached the assassin. Gao Sheng stepped forward, pressing his claw against the assassin's throat. Chen Ping'an then stomped on the assassin's arm, crouching down to pry his fingers apart. Will you speak? Crack. Ah. The finger snapped. Will you speak? You. Chen Ping'an. Crack. Ah. Will you speak? The assassin, enduring the excruciating pain of severance, felt the urge to convulse. Yet with Gao Sheng's claws poised at his throat, he dared not budge. You. What do you want me to say? Why don't you ask? Oh. Did I not inquire? Gao Sheng tilted his fox head, seemingly genuine in his assertion. Very well then, speak up. What is the organization you mentioned earlier? What plans are in motion? How am I a hindrance to your schemes? Hee. Chen Ping'an, do you wish to know? Do you truly desire the knowledge? Beg me. Plead with me. Upon hearing Chen Ping'an's inquiry, the assassin grew increasingly arrogant. You refuse to speak? I will. Just beg me, and I shall reveal everything. Then don't say anything. I no longer wish to know. Gao Sheng. Very well. In the next instant, a searing flame erupted from Gao Sheng's claw. Boom. With a single strike, the assassin's body was obliterated. Master, it's done. Why do you look at me like that? Is there something wrong with your face? Get lost. Chen Ping'an delivered a swift kick. Who permitted you to kill him? But master, did you not instruct me to eliminate him? I told you to frighten him first. With no recourse, and now that the man was dead, Chen Ping'an could hardly retaliate against Gao Sheng. Upon returning to the camp, he found Su Chao had already arrived. Noticing Chen Ping'an's safe return, Su Chao visibly exhaled in relief. The trio of Qingning rushed over eagerly. What happened? Did you find the beast that fled? Granddaughter. Whom do you look down upon? When my master intervenes, what issue remains unresolved? After soothing the trio with a flurry of fabrications, all but the one tasked with night watch, Mandanio, retreated to their respective tents for rest. That night, a familiar sound of knocking echoed at Chen Ping'an's tent. The visitor was, of course, Su Chao. Now, alongside the hidden admiration he bore for Chen Ping'an, Su Chao also felt a burgeoning respect. After all, he had just faced a silver rank 5 adversary and returned unscathed. Chen Ping'an, what of the assassin? Did he escape? Scattered in pieces, I suppose. Scattered in pieces? Dead. Indeed. Outmatched, outclassed. Su Chao was genuinely impressed. Chen Ping'an inquired whether Su Chao knew of the organization and plans the assassin spoke of. Unfortunately, Su Chao only knew what his master and senior brother Shi Qi had mentioned, but remained oblivious to the specifics. Once adversaries, the two had, in a most unexpected manner, transformed into confidants through the incident involving the assassin. Su Chao, Chen Ping'an said candidly, you now understand that your master harbors genuine malice towards me and has taken action. I shall seek vengeance for this wrong. So what is your stance now? Su Chao sighed. Chen Ping'an, believe it or not, during our time in the sect, though I often declared your death, it was merely bluster. I sought to reclaim my pride by injuring you. However, I never anticipated my master would genuinely attempt to kill you. nor that this mysterious organization and its schemes would emerge. I feel as though my master is no longer the person I once knew. I am willing to assist you in your quest for retribution. I shall act as your informant in the future." Seeing Su Chao's heartfelt disclosure, Chen Ping'an felt a bit embarrassed and scratched his head. "You never intended to kill me, but I truly desired your demise. Had it not been for the current Beast Tide invasion, I would have already plotted with my senior brother to lure you into a trap. Brother Su, no need for further words. From now on, you shall be my brother. Chen Ping'an, in times of hardship, we shall share our burdens. In times of fortune, we shall share the rewards." Su Chao paused, sensing something amiss. But when he saw Chen Ping'an extend a brotherly embrace, his face broke into a wide grin. "Excellent. From now on, we are brothers. In hardship, we shall share together. In fortune, you shall partake." Chapter 42. Ironically, truth goes unbelieved. In the Beast realm, among the Bull clan, the various branches of the Bull clan, once scattered, had now converged at the Mountain Water Valley. Within the valley, a grand palace was under construction. Outside the palace, a dark spatial passage loomed. Inside the main hall of the palace, a woman, appearing to be around 25, sat regally upon a throne. With delicate features, adorned with a pair of water buffalo horns. She wore a flowing purple gown, exuding both elegance and authority, her formidable presence undulating with her breath. She surveyed the leaders of the various Bull clan branches below her with a calm demeanor. Not a whisper of news yet. Her words, though devoid of anger, commanded respect and authority throughout the hall. Leading the assembly was an elder with yak horns, who promptly knelt on one knee. "Respected one. The passage currently permits only Golden Rank 3 members to enter. We cannot breach the defenses of the human race." The woman merely cast a fleeting glance at him. "I require no explanations. I ask you, have you found anything?" "Nay, we have not." "Humph." With that, she rose, unleashing a terrifying force that bore down upon all present. Under such oppressive pressure, every member of the Bull clan found themselves unable to stand, bowing their heads in submission. "Then, what purpose do you serve me?" In an instant, all members of the Bull clan broke into a cold sweat. As the Beast realm was now aware, a mysterious sovereign had emerged within the Bull clan, unifying the entire lineage. All beasts assumed this unity stemmed from her status as a sovereign, her mere gesture summoning all the Bull clan to rally around her. However, the truth was, this sovereign had appeared from nowhere, swiftly overpowering every branch of the Bull clan. Any who defied her faced annihilation, their lineage erased from the Beast realm. She had unified the Bull clan through ruthless methods. Now, her wrath instilled fear in all, as they trembled at the thought of her unleashing her fury upon any branch that displeased her. "Initially, you all promised that should I succeed in opening a passage to the human realm, you would assist me in reclaiming my husband. Now, you tell me it is unattainable?" The elder with the yak horns internally lamented. "What we meant was for you to open a passage that we could access. Yet the only passage you opened permits only those of Golden Rank 3. This is beyond my capability." Most critically, they dared not voice their concerns, for any explanation might incite her wrath, and when she was enraged, it was not merely one life at stake, but an entire branch. Just as the Bull clan trembled in silence, the Bull sovereign suddenly froze, her previously commanding aura now tinged with a hint of excitement. Excitement? The entire Bull clan stared in bewilderment. What was this? Such an emotion had never been witnessed since the Bull sovereign's ascension. "You present the current map of the human realm occupied by our clan." The elder with the yak horns hastily bowed and offered a scroll of the map to the Bull sovereign. Upon opening it, the map revealed the contours of the Pan Yun mountain range. The Bull sovereign pointed to the edge of the map. "Now, withdraw all our main forces to this location. I can sense it. My son's power has recently manifested here." "This, your son? Wait, were you not seeking a husband? How does a son suddenly come into play?" The elder lamented in confusion. Indeed, it is a tale of bulls and steeds. Despite their internal musings and doubts, the elder with the yak horns dared not question further. Swiftly nodding yes. "Respected one, I shall make the arrangements at once. Go forth. Do not let me down this time, or your existence will be rendered obsolete." "Yes, yes." The elder of the cattle clan hurriedly retreated. If Chen Ping'an and his companions were present, they would undoubtedly realize that the location indicated by this esteemed individual was precisely where they were stationed along the outer defense line. Within the camp, following the pattern established over the past few days, the red-eyed cattle would launch their assault in waves each day, prompting everyone to rise at dawn and summon their beasts for comprehensive vigilance. As anticipated, the alerting bellow of the horned cattle rang out, heralding the arrival of several hundred red-eyed cattle once more. Having already endured 2 previous encounters, the group had honed their coordination and promptly formed their ranks, systematically preparing to resist the oncoming herd. However, as the battle unfolded, something peculiar caught their attention. It was Qingming who first noticed the anomaly. She scanned back and forth between Gao Sheng and Chen Ping'an, ultimately incredulously inquiring, Chen Ping'an, your beast has astonishingly reached the 9th tier of bronze. And your strength has ascended to the 9th tier of bronze? What? As Qingming's words fell, the imposing cattle and the scheming mountain tiger shifted their focus from the red-eyed cattle to Gao Sheng. Upon seeing this, both were left in a state of disbelief, their eyes widening as if they were brass bells. No way. Is it truly the 9th tier of bronze? But how is that possible? Weren't you only at the 5th tier of bronze yesterday? Big brother Chen, what have you done? Did you save the world? A 4-tier leap in a single day? Have I been discovered? A slight smirk crept onto Chen Ping'an's lips as he sheepishly scratched his head. Well, I didn't expect it myself. It seems I inadvertently reached the 9th tier of bronze. Inadvertently? Chen Ping'an's explanation left everyone speechless. What do you mean by inadvertently? Teach us your ways. Big brother Chen, can we discuss this inadvertently in detail? Of course. Really? The imposing cattle exclaimed, aren't we brothers? What could possibly be off the table? The mountain tiger, who had joined the fray, pleaded, Big brother Chen, we are brothers too. Share your insights with me. All right. It's not a great secret. If you wish to know, I shall tell you. Tell us, Big brother Chen. Don't keep us in suspense. Even the proud Qingming leaned in, eager to listen. It was well known how arduous it was to ascend tiers. One typically needed to slay at least 100 foes of the same rank to barely achieve a level up. Moreover, this number increased with each tier. Well, it's nothing much. Chen Ping'an scratched the back of his head. I merely dispatched 2 silver tier 5 foes. Oh, just 2 silver tier 5s, is it? So simple for you? Wait, what? The imposing cattle's eyes bulged again. You killed 2 silver tier 5s? Really? What is going on here? I thought we were brothers in arms, yet you're pulling tricks on us. Silver tier? And at 5? That's a significant leap. Not to mention, even if it were tier 1, we'd be celebrating in our homes tomorrow. You don't believe me? I trust you, you big fool. You simply don't want to share the details, do you? Well, if you don't want to share, that's fine. Ah, yes. I believe you, how could I not? Sighing, Chen Ping'an shook his head. It was clear that they were skeptical. What has happened to this world? Speaking the truth seems to garner disbelief. Chapter 43, Run. Quickly run. What a thrill. Originally capable of easily defeating the red-eyed cattle herd, now that Gao Sheng had reached the 9th tier of bronze. It was akin to slicing through melons. In less than half an hour, all the red-eyed cattle were vanquished. Gao Sheng returned to Chen Ping'an's side, exclaiming, Master, I feel that with just 5 or 6 more waves, I could directly reach the silver tier. Oh, so that means 5 or 6 days. Chen Ping'an's eyes brightened once more. If Gao Sheng reached the silver tier, his strength would undergo a qualitative transformation. However, as today's quota of red-eyed cattle had been depleted, he called out, Qingming, I'm hungry. Qingming shot him a glance, but she nonetheless retrieved pots, pans, and ingredients from her storage gear. Without needing to be told, the mountain tiger sprang into action, saying, Big sister, leave the rest to me. You and Big brother Chen can sit and wait. Don't call me big sister. All right, sister. Yet, just as the mountain tiger began to heat the oil, a bellow echoed from afar. Moo. The imposing cattle exclaimed, there are more enemies. The group quickly resumed their defensive stances. Not only Chen Ping'an and his companions, but even the safety officer, who had previously appeared, stepped forward again, gazing curiously into the depths of the forest from whence the bellow had come. As Chen Ping'an and his companions had learned, this defensive zone typically experienced only one wave of beastly incursions each day. Why was there a second today? However, he remained unfazed. As long as the red-eyed cattle did not come in droves, he was confident he could handle them. Yet, as the alerting horned cattle appeared, everyone was momentarily taken aback. Something felt amiss. Why were the horned cattle covered in blood? Furthermore, upon closer inspection, the number of cattle seemed significantly diminished. A cursory glance revealed no more than 50 remaining. But how could this scenario be so drastically different? Their eyes were no longer red. They appeared larger and more imposing, and their horns exuded an intimidating aura. Despite the reduced numbers, their presence felt even more formidable. The safety officer, snapping out of his daze, felt an icy dread creep over him, his hair standing on end, and his voice turned sharp with terror. Run. Everyone run. With that, he summoned his beast and charged toward the herd. Run? The safety officer's alarm caused everyone to freeze momentarily. Run? Why should we run? However, the herd bore down on them with such speed that there was no time to regain their composure. In an instant, everyone understood the urgency of the situation. Silver tier. The 50 beasts charging toward them were all silver tier 1 to 2 beasts. Boom. In a mere exchange, a stone giant stationed at the front was sent flying by one of the cattle, its sturdy stone body fracturing upon impact. Damn. Upon witnessing this, Gao Sheng was the first to spring into action, unleashing the fiery claw upon the foremost beast. Boom. With a single strike, the beast was sent sprawling backward, crashing into several others. What? This sight left the safety officer momentarily stunned. The beast he had sent forth hesitated for a moment. A thought flashed through his mind. Am I seeing ghosts? Did that bronze-tier beast just send a silver-tier beast flying? Were these silver-tier beasts merely illusions? As this thought crossed his mind, another scream erupted from a nearby squad. The safety officer turned to see a beast break through the defensive formation of that squad, its horn piercing through the abdomen of one beastmaster. In an instant, the horn emerged bloodied from the man's back. The man barely had time to let out a scream before his body was torn in half by the furious swing of the bull's head, transforming him into a lifeless corpse. This is no illusion. It is all too real. This is the lineage of the ferocious bulls. The herd of bulls. Run. Everyone. Flee at once. In truth, there was no need for the safety officer to shout. Everyone already comprehended the dire situation. The members of another small team fled desperately towards the rear, but they were no match for the full-speed charge of the silver-grade bulls. Another scream echoed as yet another individual was struck by the silver-grade bull herd. A massive hoof came crashing down upon him, obliterating his body with explosive force. The safety officer, witnessing this, was consumed by anxiety. Though he held disdain for these individuals, his military orders compelled him to protect them. However, matters of urgency weighed heavily. Even as a silver grade himself, he could only withstand a handful of bulls, and now there were no fewer than 50. On Chen Ping'an's side, apart from him, the spirits of the others had already plummeted. Even Qingyun's eyes betrayed her fear. 50 silver grade bulls. This is more than 50 silver grade beasts. Moreover, there was no beginner-esque protection here. These bulls were intent on targeting the beast masters themselves. Just as chaos enveloped everyone, Chen Ping'an's deep voice resonated. Do not panic. Steady yourselves. Gather around me. Gao Sheng, clear the way. Su Chao, your stone giant must follow closely behind Gao Sheng, using its life to withstand the bulls breaching Gao Sheng's defensive line. Qingning, do not hold back. You too, like Su Chao. Utilize every sacred relic of the Lotus Water Spirit that you can. Mandanyo, you and the Mount Tiger's beast must protect us closely. Should any bull breach our dual defenses, your beasts must stand firm with their lives. For reasons unknown, upon hearing Chen Ping'an's words, the previously terrified crowd found their hearts suddenly calmed, and they swiftly obeyed his commands. At the forefront, Gao Sheng swatted aside a bull with a mighty paw, exclaiming, "Come on, you scoundrels! Follow my master. This celestial master will lead you to safety." In that moment, everyone truly recognized Gao Sheng's immense strength and looked at Chen Ping'an with gratitude. They had initially believed that escape was impossible today, yet Gao Sheng, with his bronze-grade prowess, was valiantly facing off against the silver-grade bulls, carving a path for Chen Ping'an and the others to flee. The safety officer at the front also cast an appreciative glance at Chen Ping'an. As long as he survived today, he would ensure that Chen Ping'an's actions were reported, calm under pressure, meticulously organized. This was the hallmark of a leader. Such talent should belong to our military in Huagua. On the other side, witnessing Chen Ping'an and his team forging a path through the silver-grade bull horde, the members of another team felt as if they had grasped a lifeline in the midst of a tempest. They too began to sprint towards Chen Ping'an, shouting, "Save me! Chen Ping'an! Save us! Take us with you! Take them with us!" Chen Ping'an furrowed his brow. Given the current situation with the bulls, it would be exceedingly difficult for Gao Sheng to protect his own team, let alone the other group. Chapter 44. Have you forgotten the oath we made that night in the tent? Mandanyo, Mount Tiger. Anyone who dares approach will be dealt with ruthlessly. The two, who had originally been tensed and prepared to control their beasts for a desperate defense, were momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. Boss Chen, is this really all right? We are on the same front after all. You wish to save them? Is that possible? Yes. You may exchange yourselves, trading your lives for theirs. What? Upon hearing Chen Ping'an's words, the two realized that the seemingly easygoing Chen Ping'an had a heart of ice. Qingning, observing as one from the other team was about to reach them, furrowed her brow and quietly asked, "Chen Ping'an, is there no way to save them?" Chen Ping'an did not conceal the truth. "I could save them, but I have no desire to." Releasing the bulls would indeed allow for a rescue. But why should he? They had previously expected him to share their achievements. Understanding dawned upon Qingning. She was not the saintly figure Chen Ping'an had imagined. Upon hearing his words, she, who had been following closely behind Gao Sheng as the second line of defense, immediately knocked an arrow. Whoosh! The sound of a water arrow slicing through the air was followed by a scream of agony. Looking back, the nearest individual stared in disbelief as the water arrow that had once pierced his chest transformed into liquid, pooling on the ground, while blood continued to flow from the gaping wound. You all. With great effort, he managed to utter 2 words before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. This sight struck Mandan Yo and Mount Tiger with profound impact. Chun Ling and gazed at Qing Ning in astonishment. Indeed, the child of destiny was extraordinary. The heart of a saint could never belong to one marked by fate. Qing Ning coldly continued, Chen Ping'an, you protect me, and I will bear the blame. With that, she shouted towards the dazed members of the other team. Who dares approach? Who dies? Good heavens. Truly remarkable. Chen Ping'an's gaze towards Qing Ning shifted. This woman was not to be trifled with. Her decisiveness in killing was astounding, witnessing the life and death struggle of their comrades. The surviving members of the other team transformed their fear into rage. You vile wretch. Chen Ping'an, are you really going to watch us die without lifting a finger? You deserve to die. You all deserve to perish. Even in death, I will not spare you. Qing Ning sneered, after you die, I will be waiting for you to find me. Ah, her words proved prophetic. Just as she finished speaking, they were impaled by the horns of the silver-grayed bulls. The safety officer, witnessing this, felt an even greater shock. Clear discernment. Though morally questionable, it was the best choice in the current predicament. A prodigious talent. A truly remarkable talent. He must not perish. Gritting his teeth, the safety officer charged towards Chen Ping'an with his beast, shouting, You lot. I will hold them back for you. Run. You must flee. After a few breaths, the safety officer's beast engaged the silver-grayed bulls, blocking more than a dozen of them. Chen Ping'an felt an internal struggle. Should he save them? Chen Ping'an, what are you waiting for? Move. As Chen Ping'an hesitated, Qing Ning unexpectedly took his hand, pulling him back. Originally worried that Qing Ning was too saintly, he now found himself in the role of the saint. Chen Ping'an shook his head, dispelling his doubts, and urged Gao Sheng to clear the way as they continued their escape. With the safety officer providing cover, the pressure on Gao Sheng's group significantly eased. Just as they thought they might escape, the sound of bulls echoed from above. Everyone instinctively looked up. Upon doing so, their hearts tightened once more. The safety officer, surrounded by the bulls, was clearly overwhelmed. Cloud bulls. How could there be cloud bulls here? What in the world is happening? In the sky, 6 bulls. Their bodies cloaked in white fur and standing upon a mass of white clouds, menacingly gazed down at Chen Ping'an and his companions. From their aura, it was evident that these 6 bulls were of the silver 4th tier. Most importantly, these bulls could fly. This was akin to a dimensional assault. There was no way they could outrun the pursuit of aerial units. Chen Ping'an, you'd best run for your life. To Chen Ping'an's surprise, the first to halt their escape in the wake of the Cloud Ox's appearance was none other than Qing Ning. Her expression was resolute. Chen Ping'an, with Gao Sheng's prowess, you should be able to flee alone. Do not concern yourself with us. Just run. Upon witnessing this, Su Chao also ceased his retreat. His expression was one of deep reluctance, yet he gritted his teeth and declared, Qing Ning speaks the truth. Better for you to survive than for us all to perish. I too will not run. Boss Chen, you must flee. Me too. Observing the 4 who appeared resigned to their fate, Chen Ping'an felt a stirring in his heart. When he too refrained from running, Qing Ning urgently admonished, What are you dawdling for? Run. We will hold them off for you. Gao Sheng, are you not going to carry your master away? As Chen Ping'an's beast, and having studied the art of servitude, Gao Sheng, upon seeing his master's demeanor, understood his intentions. His previously tense expression softened, brimming with confidence. Nonsense. For 2.5 years, I, Master Nyo, will take action. The ones who should be fleeing are they. In an instant, a flicker of foxfire enveloped him, forming a swirling vortex of flames. Within the inferno, Gao Sheng's voice resonated once more, transform. Hearing his words, Qing Ning and Su Chao were reminded of the overwhelming power of Gao Sheng's serpent-like form post-transformation. They had nearly forgotten that Gao Sheng had yet to unleash his full potential. Initially, Gao Sheng could easily challenge foes beyond his rank at the bronze 1st tier. Now, having reached the bronze 9th tier, he possessed the strength to withstand the assaults of 5 or 6 silver tier oxen. If he transformed, his power would undoubtedly surge. Surely, he could manage to bear the brunt of 5 foes, at the very least. Upon witnessing the excited expressions of Su Chao, Qing Ning, and the mighty Nyo, Cao Shan who felt a tinge of confusion. Brother Nyo? What is going on? What transformation? Transformation? As the name implies, it is a transformation. You will soon comprehend. However, when the flames dissipated, Gao Sheng remained unchanged, still a fox, without a hint of alteration. Cao Shan who was even more perplexed. Brother Nyo, is this truly a transformation? It seems there has been no change. Ah, this. Mighty Nyo was equally baffled. What on earth? Qing Ning and Su Chao gazed at Chen Ping'an, equally bewildered. Chen Ping'an chuckled softly, shaking his head. Can I trust you? Su Chao, slightly displeased, replied, Brother Ping'an, what are you saying at such a time? Have you forgotten the oath we made that night in the tent? What do you mean by the oath that night in the tent? Don't speak nonsense. My reputation. Disgusting. Qing Ning expressed her disdain but nodded. Chen Ping'an, I have no friends. In this time of adversity, I acknowledge you as my friend. Boss Chen, my grandmother always says that one must value loyalty. If you had abandoned me just now, I would have met the same fate as the others. I may not be eloquent, but please believe in me. Kaoshan, who eagerly raised his hand. Me too. Chapter 45. Sincerity is the ultimate weapon. Then it is imperative that you keep this a secret. A secret? What is there to keep secret at a time like this? Just as the group was engulfed in confusion, Chen Ping'an gently waved his hand, revealing a second tome, entirely black, floating beside the golden scripture before him. Everyone was rendered speechless. Wait, what is this situation? Is that 2 tomes? Is there truly a second tome floating before Boss Chen? Goodness, it appears so. What on earth? 2 tomes. This is impossible. Both Qing Ning and Su Chao, the children of fortune, were utterly flabbergasted. 2 tomes. How did this happen? How is this possible? Have I wasted my education? No, wait. 2 tomes imply 2 beasts. So that serpent-like beast was not a transformation of Gaoshang. As the realization dawned upon them, the small ox appeared beside Gaoshang. Their expressions turned bitter. The once confident visage of Qing Ning faltered. She rarely refrained from reprimanding Su Chao, instead questioning, Su Chao, do you and I truly count as prodigies? Just as Qing Ning's words faded, Chen Ping'an's mind resonated with the system's notification. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have plundered 10 luck points. Chen Ping'an was taken aback. He had stolen from Qing Ning. This meant that to seize luck points from her, he had to diminish her confidence? Oh dear. Chen Ping'an felt a twinge of guilt. They were all brothers and sisters now, and while they trusted him, he still had to outsmart them. Nevertheless, despite losing 10 points of fortune, Qing Ning remained aglow, her brilliance undimmed. It seems the reservoir is still substantial. Perhaps it can be further tapped. If it can regenerate like Su Chao's, it would be an endless source. Moreover, Chen Ping'an discovered that shaking Qing Ning's confidence was indeed his method of shock. Sigh, it is not that I wish to show off, but the system compels me to do so. Su Chao, after his initial astonishment, accepted the situation with composure. Qing Ning, without a doubt, we are both geniuses. Yet, even among geniuses, there are ranks. Brother Ping'an simply ranks higher. No wonder Brother Ping'an urged us to keep this a secret. 2 tomes. If everyone were to find out, the dangers he would face would be immense. Qing Ning nodded. It is likely that not only our adversaries would scheme to kill Chen Ping'an, but even nations opposed to our Huagua would send assassins to eliminate him. Indeed, Su Chao sighed inwardly, let alone enemies. Even my master would undoubtedly mobilize all his forces to eliminate Chen Ping'an. Clang. At that moment, the wind elemental hand conjured by the small ox plucked the strings of a lute. Ninefold hypnosis. As the prelude played, the herd of oxen and cloud oxen showed little reaction, charging toward Chen Ping'an. However, after merely 4 or 5 breaths, their movements began to slow visibly. Several silver-tier oxen fell to the ground, emitting anguished cries. After another breath, over 50 oxen succumbed to slumber. Even the clouds beneath the flying cloud oxen thinned, and their flight took on an S-shape. This scene utterly astonished everyone. To them, Chen Ping'an appeared as a deity descended from the heavens. Huzi, did you bring your phone? Quickly record this moment. A bronze tier. 1 bronze tier controlled over 50 silver tiers. More than 50, not just 5. Brother Niao, if this gets recorded, wouldn't it expose our leader's dual tomes? Well, perhaps it would. I need some space. I need to calm down. Moo. The few cloud oxen in the air sensed the threat posed by the small ox. What puzzled them the most was that although this small ox was powerful, it should not invoke such a significant reaction. There was, however, an underlying hint of bloodline suppression. It was this suppression that enabled the small ox to hypnotize the herd with a single melody. Seeing that the cloud oxen remained awake, the small ox sighed and, with a hiss, altered the melody. The 9-fold hypnosis transformed into 10-fold ambush. Upon hearing the melody, Su Chao's expression transformed instantaneously, inexplicably, amidst this atmosphere. His cheeks flushed a shade of crimson. This was the very essence. The strains of 10 Directions ambush resonated, and the once supine silver-grade cattle began to manifest inexplicable wounds, their vitality plummeting, yet they clung to a thread of life. Meanwhile, the clouds beneath the feet of the 5 cloud cattle dissipated entirely, plummeting to the ground and unleashing a cacophony of roars into the air. Indeed, 10 Directions ambush was a formidable area attack, yet Chen Ping'an found himself perplexed. Little bull. If you intend to employ 10 Directions ambush, why resort to 9? Isn't that merely a waste of energy? Hiss, hiss, hiss. Responding to Chen Ping'an's query, the little bull emitted a series of hisses. Regardless, Chen Ping'an could not comprehend. Gaoshang. Translate. At that moment, Gaoshang was already weeping with emotion. Master, the Bull Lord is benevolent. The Bull Lord is truly benevolent. I asked you to translate, not to extol his virtues. No, master. The Bull Lord says that although he is aware he will ultimately slay these cattle beasts, he wishes for their demise to be devoid of suffering, ideally in their slumber. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The Bull Lord also lamented that these 5-cloud cattle could not grasp his good intentions, which is why they face such agonizing ends. What nonsense. Chen Ping'an's eyelids twitched, and even Qing Ning, who had previously revealed her ruthless side, found her eyelids fluttering. You dare call this benevolence? Truly, you are the embodiment of virtue. I am most grateful to you. Hiss, hiss, hiss. All right. The little bull let out another cry. But this time Gao Sheng refrained from translating, instead excitedly rushing to each of the cattle beasts that had but a breath left, executing them with his fiery claws. One strike at a time. By the time he reached the 30th beast, a radiant light emanated from Gao Sheng's body. Silver Grade 1. Under the collective gaze of many, Gao Sheng had ascended directly to Silver Grade 1. After dispatching the 5-cloud beasts, another radiance enveloped him. Silver Grade 2. He ascended so effortlessly to Silver Grade 2, the likes of Man Dinyo and his companions swallowed hard. Recalling Chen Ping'an's earlier statement about how he had leaped from 2 Silver Grade 5 beasts straight to Bronze Grade 9. Could it be that he was indeed telling the truth? I am utterly dumbfounded. You are genuinely sincere. Sincerity truly is a lethal skill. Chapter 46. Unlocking the second page of the tome. Noticing the envious gazes from Man Dinyo and others, Gao Sheng stood tall, mimicking Chen Ping'an's mannerisms, scratching his fox-like head. Alas, I do not wish to level up so swiftly, but alas, there is no helping it. A king's assistance is invaluable, and it does not incur penalties. Why not? You all find yourselves a king to assist you. I find myself a feather. Everyone's eyelids twitched. It sounded deceptively simple. Just find their respective mentors to partake in this endeavor. However, the stark reality was that this was utterly impossible. The rules of this world mirrored those of video games. If someone crippled a beast, you could not simply swoop in for the kill and expect to claim it all as your own. Thus, seeking one's master or hiring someone to grind experience was an impossibility. Otherwise, the world would be teeming with experts. Yet Chen Ping'an was different. Although Gao Sheng and the little bull were distinct entities, they shared a commonality. They were both Chen Ping'an's beasts, under the same master. The notion of experience being divided was non-existent. As long as the little bull consented, Gao Sheng could claim the entirety of the experience from any finishing blow. Blood spurted. This was akin to a violent eruption of blood. Only then did Qing Ning and the others realize. Crisis. Did it seem the crisis had been averted? Were we not to perish? Well, it appears so. Unreal. Utterly surreal. This is simply too fantastical. Surely, even a drama wouldn't dare portray such a scenario. Just moments ago, we were engaged in a life-and-death struggle, and now it has been resolved? Ding. Successfully plundered a point of fortune. Ding. Successfully plundered a point of fortune. Ding. Successfully plundered a point of fortune. A series of system notifications resonated, and a joyful smile graced Chen Ping'an's face. A bountiful harvest. This round was indeed a grand success. Not only had he advanced to Silver Grade, but the fortune points he currently possessed could directly unlock the relic interface in the store. Observing the injured and unconscious safety officer in the distance, Chen Ping'an began making arrangements for the aftermath. Man Dinyo, go check on the safety officer. Huashan Hu, gather those corpses into a pile. Qing Ning, heat the oil. Qing Ning paused, her expression peculiar, yet she nodded in compliance. Su Chao, you possess the strength of a stone giant. Handle the remains of these cattle beasts. At this moment, Chen Ping'an had undeniably become the cornerstone for the others, and thus, his word was law. However, Qing Ning still underestimated him slightly. Chen Ping'an, and what will you be doing? Me? Chen Ping'an waved his hand, and 2 tomes appeared. I wish to see what my initial beast is now that I have attained Silver Grade. Silver Grade. What a jarring level. Ding. Successfully plundered a point of fortune. After receiving another fortune point from Qing Ning, she busied herself with her tasks. Chen Ping'an then opened his golden tome. Indeed, aside from Gao Sheng on the first page, an image had appeared on the previously blank second page. Upon glimpsing the initial beast on the second page, Chen Ping'an furrowed his brow. A chicken? No. Which esteemed tome initiates with a mere chicken? Glancing at the information, he read, Race, Gray Peacock. Rank, Silver Grade 1. Well, it was not a chicken. This gray creature was, in fact, a peacock. This indicated that his second beast type was avian. However, he remained uncertain whether this gray peacock was of a beneficial or detrimental variety. Setting aside the gray peacock, Chen Ping'an eagerly flipped to the second page of the mythical tome. At this juncture, the second page of the mythical tome remained gray, adorned with a lock. Yet, the lock's hue was green. Beneath the lock, the progress was inscribed. Unlock conditions. Strength, Silver Grade, achieved. Total fortune value, 100,100 achieved. With the unlocking conditions met, upon intent clicking, he could unlock the second page. Done. This is perfect. Chen Ping'an hastily focused his intent on the green unlock option. Ding. Would the host like to confirm the unlocking of the second page of the mythical tome? Confirm. As Chen Ping'an selected confirm, the gray lock on the second page erupted with colorful radiance, soaring into the air and forming a three-dimensional, multicolored lock above the page. Chen Ping'an felt a surge of power emanating from himself, coalescing into a resplendent key. The key automatically inserted itself into the lock and began to turn. Crack. A crisp unlocking sound resonated, and the colorful lock transformed back into vibrant light, returning to the second page of the mythical tome. Underneath this kaleidoscopic glow, the content of the second page began to materialize from thin air. Chen Ping'an glanced and beheld an image of a creature with the head of a dragon and the body of a leopard. This dragon head bore a different demeanor from that of the prison bull. It was elongated, its teeth not shaped like the sharp fangs of a carnivore, but rather flat, exuding an aura of refinement and benevolence. In this illustration, the dragon's snout somewhat resembles that of a jackal, with a notably short mouth, sharp fangs, and eyes that gleam with a menacing light. Just one glance from this creature instills a sense of lethal intent in Chen Ping'an. The body of the leopard, too, does not convey the elegance and agility typically associated with its kind. Rather, every part of its muscular form exudes an overwhelming sense of power. Turning to the text below, we find the following details. Name, Yizi, YZ, race, son of the ancestral dragon rank, silver tier 2 personality, unknown preferences, unknown skills, unknown the personality, preferences, and skills remain a mystery. Chen Ping'an mused inwardly. These attributes would only be revealed after he formed a covenant with Yizi. Nevertheless, his heart raced with exhilaration. Initially, he had merely speculated, but now he was certain. Once again, it was a son of the ancestral dragon. This time, the second son. The mythical compendium had 9 pages. There could be no mistake. He was resolute in his determination. The subsequent pages of this compendium must undoubtedly feature the other 7 sons. Invincible. Was this not tantamount to absolute supremacy? At this moment, Chen Ping'an yearned to utilize the mythical compendium to forge a corporeal connection and enter the beast realm to contract Yizi. However, given the current environment and circumstances, he hesitated. He truly dared not proceed. If another wave of formidable beasts were to emerge, his physical form would be irrevocably compromised. Furthermore, Chen Ping'an had to consider the implications of using that compendium to enter the beast realm. After all, he had previously employed the Golden Compendium, which had led the young calf to approach him of its own accord. He was also uncertain about the initial beast of the avian variety. He had no knowledge of its quality. If it proved inadequate, he would need to ask his master to leverage connections to acquire a more suitable creature. As Chen Ping'an pondered these matters, Gao Sheng leapt onto his shoulder and casually glanced at the pages of the Golden Compendium. Upon seeing it, Gao Sheng scoffed. A gray peacock? Master, what a worthless creature. I would disdain it even as fodder. Almost forgetting about Gao Sheng's presence, Chen Ping'an inquired, Oh, Gao Sheng, is this gray peacock truly subpar? Subpar? Master, let us not insult the notion of subpar. This creature is even more useless than a single fox from my clan. Chapter 47. Unlocking the Gacha Machine. More useless than a single fox? Chen Ping'an instinctively glanced at the tail behind Gao Sheng. Gao Sheng hastily replied, Master, please do not look at me like that. I am different. I am a celestial fox. A celestial fox. All right, you are a celestial fox, a single-tailed celestial fox. 10 tails. Master, I have 10 tails. They simply have yet to manifest. Very well. 11 tails. You are an 11-tailed fox. Gao Sheng silently wept within. Why did his honesty never earn him Master's trust? Ah, birds. He had initially intended to tease Gao Sheng further, but the latter suddenly exclaimed in alarm. What? Is there something wrong with birds? Gao Sheng's fox eyes darted around, and after a moment's thought, he remarked, Master, that peacock for sustenance is absolutely not to be contracted. However, regarding birds, I once had a, well, friend, if you could call it that, who should be in a similar predicament as I am now, hanging on by a thread. Perhaps when you go to contract in the beast realm, I could take you to find him. Your friend? Chen Ping'an paused, recalling something. It seemed that this line of reasoning held merit. Even if he sought out his master, the latter would undoubtedly look for someone with a beast of the avian variety, one that held some standing within the avian community of the beast realm to facilitate the process. Yet, was not Gao Sheng the perfect candidate? Though Gao Sheng often boasted, his standing within the Fox clan could not be too low, and his formidable strength was undeniable. Even if he could not challenge beings of a higher tier like the young calf, overcoming lesser opponents should pose no challenge. Chen Ping'an's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Is your avian friend reliable? My friend? Gao Sheng hesitated for a moment, seemingly lost in reminiscence, before nodding. Master, I assure you, my friend's strength is absolutely dependable. Perhaps around 1/5 of my own. Dependable, you say? Why do you mention that? Well, as long as his strength is reliable, the rest matters little. If Gao Sheng equated to 1/5 of his own strength, then he would indeed surpass the average avian beasts. By the way, what kind of bird is your friend? And to which branch does he belong? How fortuitous, master. My friend is also of the peacock lineage, specifically a rainbow peacock. A rainbow peacock? Chen Ping'an racked his memory of the beast realm knowledge he had recently absorbed. After a considerable effort, he could not recall any mention of a branch called the rainbow peacock within the peacock lineage. Gao Sheng, is there truly a rainbow branch of peacocks? I thought the most gifted peacocks were limited to 5 colors. Are you suggesting that you've suddenly added 2 colors? Surely, you do not take me for a fool? Rest assured, master, this will indeed be my comrade in battle. I would never jest about such matters. Of course, this is contingent upon my friend's survival. After all these years, the last time we met, we were both barely clinging to life. Though my strength has waned, I have managed to endure. Now, with you as my master, I shall heal and soon regain my former prowess. However, I cannot ascertain the fate of my friend. I do not know if he has survived. Oh, is that so? Chen Ping'an nodded, noting the nostalgia in Gao Sheng's demeanor. It seemed there were many tales to tell. Yet, given the rarity of Gao Sheng voluntarily sharing memories of the past, he could not help but ask curiously, Gao Sheng, you often speak of your past. What was your strength back then? Oh, above the rank of respect. Very well. You're putting on airs again, are you? For the time being, Chen Ping'an set aside the idea of contracting a beast, as he could not ensure the complete safety of his physical form. After surveying his busy companions, he opened the system interface and selected the relic interface. The ethereal image of the gacha machine reappeared, and the lock transformed into a vivid green, akin to the lock on the second page of the Mythical Compendium, indicating that he was now able to unlock the gacha machine. Without hesitation, Chen Ping'an chose to unlock the relic gacha machine. Ding. Does the host wish to expend 100 luck points to unlock the relic gacha machine? Confirm. As per usual, the lock transformed into a 3-dimensional shape. An energy emanated from him, coalescing into a key. Upon unlocking, the lock radiated with a spectrum of colors, merging into the gacha machine. Ding. Successfully unlocked the relic gacha machine. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully unlocking the relic gacha machine. The system grants 1 complimentary opportunity to draw a relic. Once the system notifications concluded, Chen Ping'an excitedly accessed the gacha machine and began to examine its features. Relic gacha machine, level 1. Current probabilities: white relic, 80 green relic, 15 blue relic, 3 purple relic, 19 red relic, 0, 0, 1 golden relic, 0 current level consumption, 10 luck points per draw. Remaining draws, 1. Note: at current level, every 10 draws guarantees 1 purple relic. How splendid. Upon seeing the gacha machine, Chen Ping'an rolled his eyes. So this is the game you wish to play. You even display the probabilities. Is this system responding to the national call, then? 10 luck points for a single draw. 100 points for a guaranteed minimum? Chen Ping'an tapped an upward arrow adjacent to the gacha machine. Ding. Would the host like to spend 1,000 luck points to upgrade the relic lottery machine? What the heck? It requires 1,000 luck points to upgrade? Chen Ping'an's eyelids twitched once more. Where on earth am I supposed to acquire that? Relying solely on super and Qingning. I might as well wait until the end of time to gather 1,000 points. No way. Chen Ping'an resolved that once this beast tide subsided, he would venture forth to seek out the children of fortune. Gazing at the single lottery chance gifted by the system, Chen Ping'an promptly clicked to draw. Given the odds, he had no expectations of receiving anything remarkable. He would be content with merely drawing a blue item. He considered it a mere formality to fulfill the minimum requirement. Ding. Does the host wish to consume 1 opportunity to draw a relic? Confirm. Upon his confirmation, an ethereal machine resembling a capsule toy dispenser appeared before him, commencing its mechanical rotations. Ding. As the machine came to a halt, a red capsule rolled out from beneath it. Red? Chen Ping'an was taken aback. And before he could collect his thoughts, the capsule machine erupted in dazzling light, with 2 red congratulations flashing incessantly before him. What the heck? Only then did Chen Ping'an regain his senses, his expression blank. Had he truly drawn the 001 probability? No, that can't be right. Is this a red relic? A national strategic resource of unprecedented value. With a thud in his heart, Chen Ping'an cautiously reached out to grasp the orb. Upon contact, it shattered, revealing a piece of crimson metal. As it landed in his hand, it transitioned from ethereal to tangible. Chapter 48. The outrageously powerful red relic. Staring at the metal fragment in his palm, Chen Ping'an felt a surge of reality wash over him. A red relic? Did I truly just acquire a red relic? If others found out, would they not turn green with envy? He glanced towards Qingning, who was still busy cooking in the distance. Should I flaunt it before her? Perhaps I might gain some luck points? After a moment's reflection, Chen Ping'an shook his head. Showing off should be done casually, that is when it feels truly satisfying. If he approached her now with this red relic, wouldn't it be akin to a nouveau riche? Yet, what exactly were the effects of this relic? Just as these thoughts crossed Chen Ping'an's mind, a line of ethereal text appeared on the surface of the relic. Item, Soul of the Phantom. Grade, Red. Effect 1. Increases the bearer's fire elemental power by 100 when equipped. Effect 2. Reduces casting time of fire elemental skills by 50. Effect 3. Grants a 10 chance to cast fire elemental skills twice. Set, Phantom Set. 2-piece effect, Skill, Inferno of Heaven. 3-piece effect, Skill, Hellfire. 4-piece effect, Phantom, can create a phantom with equal strength to the user. When the user attacks, the phantom will unleash skills with the same might. Note, phantoms can trigger effect 3 when attacking. Reading through the cascade of words, Chen Ping'an's eyes widened, his mind racing with disbelief. This is insane. Just this one piece can double the user's fire elemental power. The most outrageous was the 4-piece effect. A phantom. This is akin to creating a clone. The clone possesses identical strength to the original. Moreover, it can trigger effect 3. This essentially means that using a skill could yield a maximum of 4 instances of that skill. Take Gao Sheng's meteoric fire as an example. When Gao Sheng uses it, there is a chance he could unleash 4 instances of meteoric fire at once. This elevates a minor skill to the realm of forbidden spells. Terrifying. Simply terrifying. No wonder red relics are classified as national strategic resources. If red relics are this powerful, what about the most formidable golden ones? A 4-piece set. A 4-piece set. Chen Ping'an could scarcely contain his excitement, drooling at the prospect of ever completing such a set. Gao Sheng. Since this enhances fire elemental power, it goes without saying that this should be given to Gao Sheng. Master, what is wrong? Gao Sheng, who had been napping on Chen Ping'an's shoulder, opened his eyes in confusion. Upon seeing the red metal piece being secretly handed to him, he too was left dumbfounded. What the heck? What the heck? Red. Shoo. Don't make a fuss. Wealth should not be revealed. Gao Sheng's mind was racing with disbelief. Red. This is indeed red. Even in his era, red was a treasure beyond compare. He had nearly risked his life to obtain a single red item, and now his master had gifted him a red relic? Fearing that Chen Ping'an might change his mind, Gao Sheng hurriedly swallowed the relic whole. Chen Ping'an could only shake his head in resignation. An hour later, after the group had finished clearing the battlefield and enjoyed Qingning's culinary skills, they began to deliberate on their next course of action. No one had anticipated that the ultra-rich Qingning's cooking would be so exquisite. Shall we leave? The safety officer is unconscious, and this place feels too eerie. Silver grade. Over 50 silver grade creatures. Mandan Yo, still shaken, remarked, but Captain Zhao said there would only be a few silver grade creatures here. What the heck is a few? There are over 50. If it weren't for our leader, we could have ended up like those others. The mountain tiger nodded in agreement. I feel the same. Chen, should we leave? Chen Ping'an nodded, turning to Su Chao and Qingning. What about you two? Su Chao glanced at the unconscious safety officer. I also think we should retreat. We're on the front lines, and aside from this safety officer, we have no way to communicate. With such a significant upheaval, we must inform headquarters. Indeed. Over 50 silver grade creatures. This is beyond our capability. Except for you. Then let us retreat. Denyo, stop fiddling with those horns and carry the safety officer. We're leaving. Immediately. At that moment, Mandan Yo was busy crafting a headpiece from a pair of horns he had cut from a cloud ox. He had gathered additional materials from Qingning's treasure chest. Surprisingly, despite his rugged appearance, Mandan Yo was quite skilled, creating something that looked rather appealing. Chen Ping'an sighed in exasperation. What on earth are you doing? Hurry up. Mandan Yo grinned. Chief, this is for you. With that, he placed the horned headpiece atop Chen Ping'an's head. Look how fitting it is. It's like horns. Haha. Even Qingning couldn't help but laugh at the sight. Chen Ping'an was left speechless. No, are you out of your mind? I thought you were doing something serious. Instead, you were just pursuing that earlier suggestion from Gao Sheng. What is wrong with you? Are you mentally unwell? As Chen Ping'an reached to remove the horns, Qingning surprisingly intervened, blocking his hand. Chen, this really suits you. The man of the bull god. Haha. The group burst into laughter once more. Just as they reveled in laughter, a surprising voice echoed from the heavens. Oh, humans. Horns. The bull sovereign does not deceive my kind. There truly exists a man with horns. And he is right here. A collective gasp ensued, and they hurriedly gazed upwards. To their astonishment, they beheld a middle-aged man levitating above them, sporting a pair of horns akin to Chen Ping'an's, yet his horns radiated a silvery metallic gleam. Astonishingly, his nose was that of a bull. A beast. A bull beast. This was a bull beast capable of assuming human form. This must be at least diamond tier. How could this be? How could such a formidable being appear here? In an instant, a singular thought flooded everyone's minds. They were doomed. This was a confrontation beyond their capabilities. Chen Ping'an too felt a pang of dread, swallowing hard. The lowest tier was diamond. He was utterly outmatched. Even if Little Bull intervened, it would be futile. There was no solution. This was utterly insurmountable. Doomed. Was he truly destined to perish here? Chapter 49. Do not bow your head, or the helmet will fall. Without any discernible energy fluctuations. The powerful diamond tier bull beast had already descended from the sky to stand before Chen Ping'an. With a thud, the breath exhaled from the bull's nostrils landed squarely on Chen Ping'an's face. His sole thought was, how foul. This creature evidently had never brushed its teeth. The stench emanated directly from its nose. Amidst the gasps of the onlookers, the bull-headed figure grasped Chen Ping'an's arm and squeezed it a few times. Chen Ping'an. This startled Qing Ning and the others, who wished to assist him, but they found themselves utterly immobile, able only to utter sounds. After a few squeezes of Chen Ping'an's arm, the bull beast exclaimed in surprise, Horn boy, your skeletal age is merely 18? Odd. Could I have made an error? How could the partner of the bull sovereign be such a small fellow? But wait, the leader clearly stated this was the place. He spent a decade of cultivation to send me here. Surely, this is no jest. Meanwhile, Chen Ping'an was mentally cursing. No, are you an imbecile? Horn boy. For crying out loud. Anyone with half a brain can see that this is merely a headpiece. This is nothing but a headpiece. Horn boy. Are there no other horned humans here? No horned old boys? Upon hearing the bull beast's inquiry, Chen Ping'an concluded that although this creature was powerful, it seemed somewhat lacking in intelligence. While the others remained bound, he turned to glance at those behind him. Had Gao Sheng's ominous words truly come to pass? Did these bull beasts genuinely believe he was the partner of the bull sovereign? If that were not the case, wouldn't his companions have been slaughtered by this bull beast long ago? Contemplating this, Chen Ping'an chose not to clarify the headpiece but instead shook his head, saying, there are no horned old boys, only I, the horn boy. None. Then it must be you. The bull beast mused. I didn't expect the bull sovereign to favor this type. Indeed, it seems he has a penchant for youth, regardless of gender. This revelation made Chen Ping'an's eyelids twitch once more. Yet, before he could contemplate further, the bull beast summoned several earthen spikes that materialized before him, all aimed at Qing Ning and the others. A chill of impending doom washed over them. What do you intend to do? Stop. What do I want? I intend to kill them, of course. Chen Ping'an rushed forward to shield the earthen spikes, gritting his teeth in defiance. If you dare lay a finger on them, I swear I will die right before you. If that happens, you won't be able to return with me, the horned boy. And the bull sovereign will surely be enraged. Won't he? This. Chen Ping'an's threat evidently struck a chord, as the bull beast hesitated for a moment before nodding. Very well, as long as you obediently accompany me, I shall not harm them. Agreed. It's a deal. I will go with you. Then let us depart. The bull beast, clearly not wishing to waste any time, swiftly seized Chen Ping'an by the waist and soared into the sky. This posture made Chen Ping'an's blood boil with embarrassment. This was utterly humiliating. Who carries someone like this? As Chen Ping'an was whisked into the air, the expressions of Qing Ning and her companions were filled with urgency, yet they remained immobile. They understood that Chen Ping'an had willingly allowed himself to be captured to save them. By now, considering their previous encounters with the bull cloud herd, Chen Ping'an had already saved them twice. They owed him their lives. However, as Chen Ping'an ascended to a height of 15 meters, their anxious expressions faded, replaced by bewilderment. In the air, Chen Ping'an was vehemently cursing the bull beast for being a fool. The sensation of weightlessness caused his body to jolt up and down. Yet, amidst the chaos, he felt a sudden coolness on his head, and upon glancing down, he saw a horned headpiece gracefully plummeting towards the ground. In that instant, an absurd thought flashed through his mind. Do not bow your head, or the helmet will fall. And fall it did. This was it. Was it not a catastrophe? The bull beast would surely kill them in retribution. It was over. Qing Ning and the others wore expressions of shock, realizing the quality of the horn was terribly poor. Before long, the bull beast noticed Chen Ping'an's predicament. He glanced at the headpiece falling below and then back at Chen Ping'an, his expression perplexed. Then, he fixed his gaze upon Chen Ping'an with unwavering intensity. This made Chen Ping'an extremely uncomfortable. Was it over? Was he about to discover the truth behind his deception? And would this lead to his demise? As Chen Ping'an mentally simulated various scenarios of the bull beast's reactions and his own responses, the bull beast raised a hand. In an instant, an earth pillar erupted from the ground, reaching up to the bull beast, upon which the fallen horned headpiece was delicately balanced. Horn boy, are the horns of your kind so easily discarded? Can they simply be removed? The bull beast inquired. Here, your horns, Take them back. But be careful not to drop them again. With that, he extended his hand, offering the headpiece back to Chen Ping'an. Huh. Chen Ping'an stared at the bull beast's earnest expression. Are you truly an idiot? Almost instinctively, he accepted the headpiece and placed it back atop his head. Oh. Now this is correct. The horns must be well protected. It is the pride of our horned kind. The bull beast nodded in satisfaction, then stroked his own silvery horns. Once Chen Ping'an and the bull beast vanished from Qingning and the other's sight, they regained their ability to move. Panic set in among them. What should we do? What should we do? Our leader is gone. Our leader is gone. The imposing bull had completely lost his composure, flailing about like a headless fly in a frenzy. Observing his state, the mountain tiger quickly followed suit, equally agitated. What to do? What to do? Su Chao furrowed his brow, rubbing his forehead in distress. We must report this immediately. We need to call for help. We must rescue Ping'an. Yes, indeed. We must initiate a rescue. But how can we alert anyone? There is no signal for mobile phones here. Only this safety officer has means to contact the outside world, yet he has succumbed to unconsciousness. Kaoshan, who hastily rushed to the safety officer's side, shaking his shoulder urgently. Wake up. Please awaken. However, no matter how fervently he shook him, the safety officer remained unresponsive. Step aside. Allow me. Qingning boldly stepped forward, forcefully pushing Kaoshan aside, and to the astonishment of everyone present, raised her hand and delivered a sharp slap. Crack. The sound reverberated, leaving a vivid red imprint on the safety officer's cheek, and even a trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth. Chapter 50. As expected, she is the big brother's woman. I am impressed. Observing the safety officer's lack of reaction to the first slap, Qingning retaliated with another strike. Crack. Crack. She continued to deliver a series of slaps, totaling over 10, causing Su Chao to unconsciously touch his own cheek. His body trembling slightly, and his face growing warm. A terrifying thought crossed Su Chao's mind. If only Brother Ping'an could slap me like this. Originally unresponsive, the safety officer finally fluttered his eyelashes under the onslaught of slaps, slowly opening his eyes. Seeing this, the group cheered with excitement. He is awake. Finally, he is awake. Our Qingjie is formidable. Kaoshan, who nodded in agreement, exclaiming, Indeed, she is the big brother's woman. I am in awe. Yes. I, Nyozi, am also impressed. Cough. The safety officer, just regaining consciousness, felt as though his throat was obstructed, and he turned to cough violently. With this cough, several white teeth mixed with blood were expelled. What the hell? Did he lose his teeth? The group felt a chill run down their spines. This was truly a fierce strike. Su Chao silently added, When Brother Ping'an slaps me, it must be gentle. Well, not too gentle. A moderate touch would suffice. Did I die? The safety officer, with his swollen mouth and missing teeth, struggled to speak, looking around in confusion. No, you all haven't died. But something has occurred. Your face was trampled by those silver-tiered bulls. Oh, so that is why my face hurts so much. At this, Mandaniu couldn't suppress a laugh. I apologize, big sister. I know I shouldn't laugh in this situation, but I truly cannot help it. Kaoshan, who nodded again, giving a thumbs up. Big sister is indeed remarkable. She can tell a lie without a hint of embarrassment, and even with conviction. Enough. Be quiet. Qingning shot a glare at Mandaniu and addressed the safety officer in a commanding tone. Hurry and notify Captain Zhao. We need him to rescue us. Our captain has been abducted by a bull beast that has transformed into human form. What? The safety officer was taken aback, looking utterly bewildered. But as he regained his composure, his speech became more coherent. What? What kind of beast? A bull beast that can transform into human form? Diamond tier? Indeed. No. Impossible. My heavens. A diamond tier. How could you possibly survive in the clutches of a diamond tier bull beast? Silence. Qingning glared again. I command you to contact him immediately. What a domineering girl. Nevertheless, the safety officer didn't mind and quickly retrieved his walkie-talkie to call Zhao Peng, relaying the situation. Upon hearing that a diamond tier bull beast was involved, silence enveloped the other end of the line for a moment. Finally, Zhao Peng's voice came through urgently. You all need to withdraw immediately. I will send someone to retrieve you. We will discuss the details when we meet. In stark contrast to the tense atmosphere on this side, on the other side, Chen Ping'an found himself wedged between the legs of the bull beast, engaging in a rather unfocused conversation. He had come to realize that this bull beast was somewhat naive. Brother Bull, this position is quite exhausting. Why don't we walk slowly instead? That is not possible. The chief expended 10 years of cultivation to send me here, and the teleportation passage can only last for 20 minutes. If I don't return in 20 minutes, I might never return. 20 minutes? But how long have you been out already? Oh, about 5 or 6 minutes. Don't worry, horn boy, with my speed. I will soon take you to meet my clan's revered elder. I'll meet with a chicken feather. Chen Ping'an's eyelids twitched. It seemed he needed to find a way to buy time for 20 minutes. Brother Bull, is there any particular protocol regarding your teleportation passage? Can it really whisk me, a mere human, directly to the beast realm? Of course. This is a passage opened by the Bull Lord. As long as your soul and body are intact, you can be transferred directly to our beast realm. Hearing this, Chen Ping'an seemed to grasp a crucial point. So it requires both the soul and body to transfer to the beast realm? What if the body is in the human realm while the soul is in the beast realm? The bull beast looked down at Chen Ping'an and replied matter-of-factly. Then naturally, you cannot pass through. And if you cannot pass, what will you do? Will you kill me? Kill you? How could I? Horn boy, you are the Bull Lord's man. How could I possibly harm you? Furthermore, I must ensure your safety. Such a fortunate circumstance. Perhaps I should pretend to be this so-called Bull Lord's man? Chen Ping'an grinned. Are you certain? Absolutely certain. The humanoid bull beast chuckled. Horn boy, don't think I'm unaware of your intentions. You wish to buy time. It's futile. You cannot contend with me. Not at all. Do you have a misunderstanding regarding your so-called lack of speech? Horn boy, are you shocked? Have you given up? Unless you can separate your soul, you cannot stop me. All right. What an honest diamond tier bull. Shall I demonstrate a soul separation for you? Haha. What an amusing horn boy. Then you show me your separation. But you must ensure my physical body is safe. Naturally. You are the Bull Lord's man. I shall certainly protect your body. That's good. Chen Ping'an nodded. He was left with no other options. After all, it was a dead end either way, so why not take a gamble? If successful, he might even leverage the information gap to acquire a diamond tier ally. Immediately, Chen Ping'an focused his thoughts, and the golden scripture appeared before him, flipping open to the second page without any breeze. The next moment, he felt darkness envelop him, and when the light returned, he found himself in an unfamiliar forest. In the outside world, the bull beast clutching Chen Ping'an felt its smile vanish, staring in bewilderment at Chen Ping'an's limp body, instinctively shaking him again. With this shake, the horn hat atop Chen Ping'an's head fell off. Upon seeing this, the bull beast's expression twisted in anguish. It directly fell to the ground, placing Chen Ping'an gently down before retrieving the horn hat and placing it back on his head. After completing this, it numbly slapped itself across the face. How could I have forgotten? When humans forge contracts with beasts, their souls can indeed separate from their bodies. Chapter 51 Roar. Are you cursing me? The diamond tier bovine beast, now transformed into human form, wore a perplexed expression. He gazed at Chen Ping'an's figure, lost in profound contemplation and regret. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, prompting him to slap himself across the face once more. Leader, I swear I didn't speak too much this time. Why? Why has it come to this? Leader, if I return to the beast realm like this, will you kill me? Surely the leader wouldn't slay me. But the bull sovereign might very well eliminate the leader, right? The bovine beast silently shut his eyes, murmuring, Leader, how about I go back and let the bull sovereign deal with you? No, wait. Given the bull sovereign's temperament, I wouldn't escape either. Our entire lineage of bovines would likely face extinction. Such suffering, such torment. After a moment of deep thought, the bovine beast plopped down despondently beside Chen Ping'an. Horn boy, you have brought me such misery. I seem unable to return to the beast realm. At this moment, Chen Ping'an remained oblivious to the bovine beast's collapse outside. He had just utilized the golden scriptures to summon Gaosheng, who was far away at Fox Mountain, to this unfamiliar forest. Gaosheng, do you recognize this place? Gaosheng, deep in thought, scurried left and right, before finally returning to Chen Ping'an with a serious demeanor. Master, based on my careful observation, I have discovered. Discovered what? I don't recognize it either. Damn it. Then why are you pretending to know? Chen Ping'an couldn't help but kick out. Naturally, this earned him a tongue lashing from Gaosheng. Master, your feet are dirty. Please refrain from kicking. It would soil your shoes. All right, Gaosheng, where are the friends you once spoke of? I don't know, but they must be within the territory of the avian clan, the peacocks. Master, your initial beast was a peacock, so we must be in the domain of the peacock clan. Shall we explore? Chen Ping'an nodded, resigned to the situation. What else could be done? Just as Chen Ping'an entered the beast realm, a powerful spatial rift appeared deep within the mountains. Reminiscent of the moment the young bull had first emerged, a beast with the head of a dragon and the body of a jackal leaped forth from the rift. This creature bore an uncanny resemblance to the Yazi from the mythological scriptures possessed by Chen Ping'an. Upon arriving in the beast realm, the initially terrifying aura of Yazi began to dissipate rapidly. Within a few breaths, it had diminished to that of a silver-tier beast. Shaking its head, Yazi revealed a delighted smile and, having acclimatized to its newfound strength and surroundings, turned to observe Chen Ping'an's location. Meanwhile, within the bovine clan's hall of mountains and waters, the bull sovereign, clad in a flowing purple robe, opened her eyes, revealing a hint of confusion. Did my senses deceive me? Did I just catch a fleeting whiff of that jackal's energy? Could it be His Majesty? With this thought, the bull's sovereign hurriedly rose, feeling compelled to investigate. Regardless of the truth of the matter, as she exited the grand hall, the guards stationed at the entrance, all heads of various bovine subclans, hurriedly bowed and inquired. Your Excellency, where are you headed? The bull's sovereign's expression darkened. Does my business require your report? What is your lineage? How many kin do we have in our clan? Oh no. The guards, upon hearing this, felt a cold sweat trickle down their brows. It is said that serving a ruler is akin to accompanying a tiger, but this was a bit too fierce. Aren't we bovines supposed to be gentle creatures? Why does this sovereign exude such murderous intent? Did I just inquire, and now she wishes to annihilate my entire clan? The guards hastily knelt, trembling. Please spare us. Your Excellency, I shall never speak out of turn again. It shall not happen again. The G-Cup bull sovereign coldly declared. And with a gust of azure wind swirling around her, she ascended into the air, heading toward the location where Yazzie had just appeared. Yazzie's emergence triggered a series of reactions. Within a cave in Peacock Valley, a completely white peacock suddenly raised its head, exclaiming, What is this aura? With that, it spread its wings and soared out of the cave, gazing toward the source of the energy. Upon witnessing the white peacock emerge, the peacocks guarding the entrance were taken aback. Old ancestor, you have emerged from seclusion? Did any of you sense an unusual aura just now? Aura? No. Not at all. None at all. No. How strange. Could it be that I misjudged? Determined to uncover the truth, the white peacock commanded, You lot, accompany me, and remember, do not disclose my emergence from seclusion to any clan members. Yes. The peacocks nodded vigorously. Thus, the white peacock led a cadre of golden-tier peacocks toward the location of Yazzie's appearance. Minutes later, as the white peacock and its kin traversed a thicket, they suddenly detected the scent of animals running ahead. This valley has long been cleared by our clan. There are no large beasts here. Could my instincts be correct? Oh no. If it truly aligns with my instincts, then that would be a formidable being. I am currently injured and can only muster the strength of a golden tier 9. The white peacock glanced back at its companions. You lot, move ahead to scout. Yes, ancestor. Without hesitation, the peacocks hurriedly advanced before the white peacock. As they walked for less than a minute, Yazzie suddenly leaped out from the bushes, blocking their path. Hiss. Upon seeing Yazzie, the white peacock was taken aback. What manner of beast is this? Its appearance seems quite formidable. Coupled with the aura it had sensed earlier, the white peacock immediately classified Yazzie as a super strong entity. Do not provoke. This was the first thought that crossed the white peacock's mind. In stark contrast, the peacocks it had brought along were startled by the sudden appearance of Yazzie. The leading peacock, almost instinctively, queried, What are you? As soon as the words left its beak, Yazzie, who had not regarded the peacocks at all and was about to depart, turned to glare at the inquisitive peacock, roaring. Roar. Are you cursing me? The peacock that had just questioned Yazzie was momentarily stunned. Noticing that the white peacock did not issue any commands or instructions, it asked, When did I curse you? I merely inquired what you are. What species are you? And why have I never encountered such a creature? How did you arrive in our Peacock Valley? The peacock swore that this was merely a straightforward inquiry. Any species would ask such questions upon encountering an unfamiliar beast in their territory, right? Yet, as soon as it finished speaking, it saw a claw descending upon it. Roar. Who are you calling a thing? Die. Chapter 52. I cannot rest until this grudge is avenged. Die. Witnessing Yazzie's audacity in attacking them despite being outnumbered, the peacock thought, Is this creature insane? The peacock quickly retaliated, its tail feathers rising to form a barrier before it. Boom. Yazzie's claw struck down upon the feathered shield. The peacock let out a muffled grunt, glancing again, only to find a crack had appeared in its barrier. So powerful. This is the current thought of the peacock. A single strike has shattered his feathered shield. It must require a strength at least 3 or 4 tiers above his own to accomplish such a feat. Wait. With Yazzie's intervention, his power surged forth, leading the peacock to realize that this creature before him was not merely 3 or 4 tiers above him. In fact, it was even a tier lower. Silver tier 2. You are actually silver tier 2. Damn it. What on earth are you? The peacock's face was filled with disbelief. Yet, as soon as he uttered those words, the malevolent aura emanating from Yazzie intensified, causing every hair on Yazzie's body to bristle. Roar. Insect. You have insulted me, and I shall not rest until you are dead. I will kill you. After cursing, Yazzie raised his claw again and struck towards the peacock. No, this time the peacock was truly bewildered. Did I insult you? What the hell did I even say? Why do you want me dead? You. Nonsense. What did I say that warrants such a vendetta? You, a mere silver tier 2. Do you truly think I fear you? With that, the realm behind him surged again, this time forming a sword that slashed directly at Yazzie. Yazai roared once more. You are the true insect. Your entire clan is nothing but insects. What nonsense. The peacock's eyelids twitched. Is this truly your reason to be angry? Insanity. Confirmed. This creature is absolutely insane. You. All right. If you are not an insect, then so be it. Roar. Insect. Do you dare to insult me further? Your entire clan is nothing but insects. I'm done. This is madness. Boom. Immediately, Yazai and the peacock clashed 4 or 5 more times, but to his astonishment, it was not a stalemate. He was being overwhelmed by this silver tier 2 creature. Good heavens. We are crossing tiers here. This is a tier, not a mere rank. Is it really necessary to be this absurd? Even the dramas of the beast realm wouldn't dare portray such a scenario. Meanwhile, the silent white peacock, merely observing, gradually shifted from caution to disdain. Well, I initially thought you were hiding your strength. I never expected you to truly be only silver tier 2. After all, the power he had sensed earlier was overwhelmingly formidable. Even when Yazai revealed his silver tier 2 strength, he had not dared to act rashly. But now, he was certain that this fellow was indeed silver tier 2. In that case, what is there to fear? The white peacock's tail feathers soared into the air, forming a massive axe. Children, let us slay this arrogant beast. Yes, ancestor. In an instant, all the peacock tail feathers took flight, coalescing into various weapons that launched towards Yazai. Yazai, now consumed by rage, roared, You insects! You dare to insult me first, and now seek to kill me. All of you shall die. I cannot rest until I avenge this insult. Die. With that, Yazai's muscles bulged, his sharp teeth growing to twice their size, rendering him exceptionally menacing. The two sides clashed violently. Boom. However, given the overwhelming numbers on the peacock side, and although the white peacock was at golden tier 5, his true strength was comparable to Yazai's, defying common logic, as his actual power was nearing golden tier 9, possibly even approaching platinum. Soon, Yazai was marked with several wounds. Though furious, he was not foolish. Upon realizing he was outmatched, he unleashed another surge of power, expanding his muscles by a third. Boom. With a single claw, he swatted away the massive axe formed from the white peacock's feathers, and then he turned and fled. His speed as exaggerated as his attack power. Roar. You insects. I will remember this grudge. Once I find my father and restore my strength, I will invite my brother to slay your entire clan. You. The white peacock was astonished by the last display of power. Despite being at golden tier 9, he was unable to prevail. How could he lose to a mere silver tier 2? Where did this creature come from? And who is this father he speaks of? At that moment, he considered pursuing to eliminate the beast and seal his lips, but Yazai's speed was too swift, vanishing without a trace. In that instant, the white peacock felt he had misjudged and provoked someone he should not have. No, the white peacock glanced at his kin, just in case. Perhaps it would be best for him to flee, find a place to hide for 10 years, and if after 10 years his clan was safe, he could return and reclaim his position as their ancestor. Having made up his mind, the white peacock wasted no time and turned to the few that accompanied him, saying, My children, this beast is truly bizarre. Allowing it to escape would be detrimental to our clan. You all go to my retreat and wait. I will deal with him. The peacocks nodded without hesitation, flying towards the direction of the white peacock's former retreat. Once his descendants were on their way, the white peacock finally breathed a sigh of relief. Where should I hide for 10 years? After a moment of contemplation, the white peacock's eyes brightened with an idea. That wretched fox hasn't died either. That creature is also a supreme being among the fox clan. I'll go stay with him for 10 years. If that beast truly has some backing and comes looking for me, I'll use that wretched fox's clan as a shield. How clever am I? How clever indeed. With this thought, the white peacock set his sights on a direction to depart. However, at that moment, a terrifying pressure materialized out of thin air, enveloping him. Under this oppressive force, the white peacock had no chance to react, and his entire body was slammed to the ground, sinking half an inch into the earth. A mouthful of fresh blood erupted from the white peacock. In that moment, his entire being quivered. Such a terrifying aura. Sovereign. How could a sovereign appear here? And why is a sovereign attacking me? As he frantically pondered in his mind, a figure approached, gliding through the wind, slowly making its way towards him. The white peacock struggled to lift his head, and what met his gaze was a violet skirt and the signature horns. In an instant, he understood who stood before him. This is the bull sovereign from the bull clan that appeared out of nowhere. Chapter 53. Is that what you call a temperamental personality? Damn it. How did the bull sovereign end up here? Will she kill me? That wretched fox is still alive. How can I die before him? This was the only thought racing through the white peacock's mind. Just as he felt anxious, the bull sovereign arrived before him. And the white peacock felt his head grow heavy. Boom. With a resounding thud, the white peacock's head sank 3 inches into the ground. A cold voice, imbued with unmatched authority, rang out. You dare to gaze upon this king? I shall ask you, have you seen my foolish sister's child? This child has the head of a dragon and the body of a jackal. Perhaps you are unaware of the term dragon in this world. Let me clarify. My foolish sister's child has a rather temperamental personality. Have you seen him here? The bull sovereign's words left the white peacock, with his head buried in the ground. Utterly dumbfounded. What nonsense? What did he just hear? Your sister's son? Temperamental personality? Confirmed. This must undoubtedly be that unknown beast from earlier. Damn it. I knew this creature might have connections, but I never expected such a formidable backing. You have long proclaimed yourself as a being of great stature. Yet with my current prowess, even if granted tenfold courage, I would not dare to challenge you. Nay, even in my prime, I would have thought the same. Furthermore, what do you mean by describing my disposition as somewhat extreme? Such a characterization is utterly inadequate. That behavior is akin to madness. For one can inexplicably become a sworn enemy. The white peacock attempted to extricate its head from the earth, yet this time, it dared not gaze upon the esteemed one. Admit it? Only a fool would concede. If I were to divulge that I drove your sister's son away, would you not slay me on the spot? The white peacock vehemently shook its head, claiming ignorance. What? Never seen him. The esteemed one furrowed his brow, genuinely perplexed. How can I sense the power of my foolish sister's progeny here? I swear, I truly have not seen him. The white peacock hastily clarified, asserting, if I am lying, may I be struck down by divine retribution. The esteemed one nodded, acknowledging that while this realm may be weak, oaths still hold weight. In that case, you may leave. What does that mean? The white peacock was taken aback, and upon regaining composure, it realized the oppressive force weighing upon it had vanished completely. Nevertheless, it dared not move, for the temperament of that unknown beast lingered vividly in its memory. Indeed, it was a creature of madness. The fact that this esteemed being was related to that beast, coupled with the near loss of its own life from merely glancing at the esteemed one, left the white peacock wary. Who knows if this esteemed being was merely feigning disinterest, waiting for it to raise its head only to declare, "Who permitted you to gaze upon me? One cannot have two chances, death awaits." No. The white peacock buried its head deeper, resolutely deciding to remain hidden for a day, emerging only after a full day had passed. If this esteemed one were to wait for me, I shall accept my fate. Meanwhile, Chen Ping'an stood outside Peacock Valley. His expression darkened with frustration. Gao Sheng, did you not assure me that you had some influence here in Peacock Valley? Gao Sheng shrank back, muttering, Master, this may be an unforeseen circumstance. Unforeseen? They have expelled us. Chen Ping'an retorted incredulously. You dare call this an unforeseen circumstance? It must be that unruly peacock's doing. He is tarnishing my reputation. Gao Sheng exclaimed. Just moments ago, having lost his way, Chen Ping'an followed the guidance of a tome to locate the initial beast companion, the gray peacock. Of course, his intention was not to form a contract, but rather to ascertain that this gray beast would be situated in the heart of the peacock clan, where everything would be more manageable. The outcome unfolded as Chen Ping'an had anticipated. He successfully entered Peacock Valley. Initially, upon encountering a human among them, the peacocks did not obstruct his passage, with a few curious ones trailing behind him. Chen Ping'an soon directed Gao Sheng to seek out the peacock he had mentioned. Upon receiving the command, Gao Sheng puffed up with pride, striding confidently toward the nearest peacock. Hey you, go summon your ancestor Qiong Qi. Inform him that Master Sheng has come to visit. The surrounding peacocks were taken aback. They had not expected this fox to seek them out. As for the name Qiong Qi, it was unfamiliar to them. Who is Qiong Qi? Ancestor? What ancestor does our peacock clan possess? However, upon hearing Gao Sheng's name, the peacock's expression shifted to one of astonishment. You are Gao Sheng. Oh ho, now you've piqued my interest, Gao Sheng chuckled. You know who I am. That's splendid. Hurry and bring your ancestor here. This master has a great opportunity to bestow upon him. The peacock paid little mind to the notion of an opportunity. It merely repeated, You are Gao Sheng? Indeed. Gao Sheng replied, furrowing his brow. It is I, your esteemed grandfather. With your youth, have your ears grown deaf? At that moment, the peacock's feathers fluffed up in indignation, demonstrating what it meant to be a peacock in full display. Without further ado, the peacock disregarded Gao Sheng and dashed deeper into the valley. Gao Sheng, witnessing this, strutted back to Chen Ping'an, boasting, Master, what do you think? It seems I still hold some standing among the peacock clan. Chen Ping'an, surprised that the peacock clan truly recognized Gao Sheng, gave him a thumbs up. You certainly have a notable reputation. Master, you flatter me. Gao Sheng replied. So shall we wait here? Naturally. Once that foolish fox learns of my presence, he will surely come running with his tail between his legs. As Gao Sheng basked in his own confidence, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed in the distance. Soon, two humanoid figures emerged before Chen Ping'an's eyes. Peacocks transformed into human form. Chen Ping'an marveled internally. Gao Sheng's influence was indeed substantial, as two beings of at least diamond rank came forth to greet them. Behind these two humanoid peacocks trailed at least 100 more peacocks. "Master, let us approach," Gao Sheng urged, clearly delighted. "Very well," Chen Ping'an nodded, following Gao Sheng toward the assembly of peacocks. However, midway through their approach, he noticed the expressions of the peacocks directed at him were far from welcoming. Could it be that he was mistaken? Glancing at the confident Gao Sheng beside him, he thought perhaps he had misjudged the situation. But just then, the leading humanoid peacock barked in order, "Halt." Chen Ping'an and Gao Sheng exchanged puzzled glances. Upon seeing them stop, the humanoid peacock scrutinized Gao Sheng and inquired, "You are Gao Sheng?" Chapter 54. Gao Sheng and Dog's Forbidden Entry. "Indeed, it is I, your esteemed grandfather," Gao Sheng replied proudly. "You recognize me?" Seeing the peacock's reaction, Gao Sheng's pride swelled. Yet, in the next moment, the humanoid peacock unleashed a formidable force that enveloped Gao Sheng. "What?" Gao Sheng gasped. And Chen Ping'an was equally taken aback. "What is happening? Were we not on amicable terms? Damn it! You dare raise your hand against your grandfather?" Gao Sheng shouted in outrage. "Humph! I apologize, but we do not welcome you two in Peacock Valley." The humanoid peacock retorted coldly. "Guards, expel them." What is this?" Chen Ping'an's eyelids twitched in disbelief, exchanging frantic glances with Gao Sheng. What happened to the respect we were promised? This is absurd. Gao Sheng was equally flustered. "You insolent peacock! How dare you dismiss your grandfather? Where is your ancestor Qiong Qi? Bring that foolish creature to me. Damn it all. You think you can just cast us aside? My grandfather was revered in the beast realm while your ancestors were still wallowing in the mud." "Our clan's ancestor?" The humanoid peacock shook its head. "I'm afraid that is not possible. We have an unspoken rule in our clan." "What rule?" Gao Sheng inquired, his curiosity piqued. "No dogs or Gao Shengs allowed." At the entrance of Peacock Valley, Gao Sheng exclaimed, "Regardless, does this not speak to my esteemed reputation? The entire peacock lineage is aware of my name. Indeed, your name is renowned." Chen Ping'an replied, smirking. "After all, you share a name with dogs. You were always a fox. There's little difference between foxes and dogs." "Gao Sheng, what do we do now? Now I find myself unable to contract even a mere initial beast. They simply won't allow entry into the valley." Gao Sheng shrank his neck and said, "Master, how about we wander around the outskirts? Who knows? We might encounter a solitary peacock with exceptional talent." "Exceptional talent and out wandering? Even if we do come across one, would they be willing to let you contract them?" Chen Ping'an's eyelids twitched. "Without a contract, we can't return. What else can we do?" "All right then, let's take a stroll outside." Reluctantly, Chen Ping'an led Gao Sheng in a circuit around the periphery of Peacock Valley. Unfortunately, after wandering for about 10 minutes, they saw not a single peacock, nor any other beast for that matter. "Damn it, Master, should we just rush in? After all, you have the protection of the divine tome. Even if you were to be killed, it wouldn't be permanent. I am also a beast of the tome. If you don't die, neither can I." Chen Ping'an was at a loss for words. He had yet to experience death, and if Gao Sheng were to perish, it would take a day for him to revive. Who knows what is happening outside? What if that powerful beast does something to its own physical form? Just then, a rustling sound echoed from the forest ahead. After walking for so long, they finally encountered some commotion, which piqued their interest. Could they really be meeting a solitary peacock? Meanwhile, the bull sovereign, who had been searching for the Yazi, sensed the presence of Chen Ping'an and Gao Sheng from afar. Initially, she planned to exert her pressure to control them, just as she had done with the white peacock, and then approached to inquire. However, upon sensing Chen Ping'an's aura, her entire body began to tremble. The massive energy fluctuations were dazzling to behold. At her level, recognizing someone doesn't rely on their facial features, but rather on the essence of their energy and soul. Chen Ping'an's energy felt somewhat unfamiliar, but the essence of his soul was unmistakably familiar. This soul essence, it belongs to His Majesty. Almost instantaneously, the bull sovereign realized Chen Ping'an's identity. How could this be? Why is His Majesty in the beast realm? Wasn't I supposed to send my kin to search for His Majesty among the human race? Filled with excitement and confusion, the bull sovereign caught sight of Chen Ping'an from a distance. But upon seeing him, her confusion deepened. Why are His Majesty's antlers missing? And this aura? How could His Majesty be so weak? What on earth has happened to him? The bull sovereign initially intended to approach him directly, but after a moment's thought, she touched the horns atop her head. To her surprise, the horns vanished completely. Now, looking at her, the bull sovereign bore no trace of beastly features. She appeared as an ordinary human. This should suffice, right? Having completed this transformation, the bull sovereign slowly approached Chen Ping'an. Chen Ping'an was taken aback as well. He had initially thought the noise came from a beast, most likely a peacock. Yet, to his astonishment, it turned out to be a human, a woman, no less. Almost instinctively, Chen Ping'an activated his scanning mode. Although she was clad in a long dress, the silk fabric shimmered in the sunlight, revealing her long legs in tantalizing glimpses. It was only the second time Chen Ping'an had seen such long legs since arriving in this world, the first being Su Muxue, the woman who wielded the protagonist's script. Fortunately, this time, he did not spot any rings adorning her fingers. However, as he looked further up, Chen Ping'an's heart raced in shock. Holy moly, that's enormous. This is beyond what one hand can grasp. It's so large that even two hands couldn't contain it. This must be a dairy cow. Finally, Chen Ping'an caught sight of the woman's face. She appears to be in her 20s, slightly older than himself. But that's inconsequential. There's beauty in diversity. This is hardly an issue. While Chen Ping'an was still marveling at this human dairy cow, Gao Shang's expression fell upon realizing she was merely a human. After all, it was his fault that the master could not even contract an ordinary peacock. Damn it, how is she a person? Hey, you, what are you doing here? Gao Shang's words momentarily stunned the bull sovereign, a surge of anger rising within her. She instinctively wanted to slap this fox dead, but restrained herself upon seeing Chen Ping'an. Be quiet. Chen Ping'an was equally startled. Damn it, my image. He immediately kicked Gao Shang in the stomach. This was an age-old tradition. After flying 3 or 4 meters, Gao Shang scampered back to Chen Ping'an's side. This sister here, my beast, is a bit of a chatterbox. Sister? You call me sister? Upon hearing this address, the bull sovereign's anger dissipated, and she couldn't help but chuckle. You call me sister? Chen Ping'an nodded, yes. Uffed. The bull sovereign burst into uncontrollable laughter. Her laughter left Chen Ping'an dazed. Stop swaying. For heaven's sake, stop swaying. Furthermore, I only called you sister. Why are you so happy about it? Could it be that? Chen Ping'an suddenly realized that older women often felt delighted when addressed as sister. Therefore, could it be that this young lady was actually a woman in her 40s or 50s? Chapter 55, Master, you truly are not small. Amidst Chen Ping'an's suspicions, the bull sovereign finally managed to suppress her laughter. However, she couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder at being called sister. She pondered what his thoughts might be in the future. Little brother, how did you find yourself here? Little brother? Upon hearing the woman refer to his master in such a manner, Gao Shang was, of course, displeased and immediately retorted, damn it, woman, who's a little brother? You just blurted that out. My master is not small. How could you say such a thing as if you had seen it before? Master, he said you were small. Can you tolerate this? I certainly cannot. The bull sovereign contemplated for a moment, then covered her mouth with a smile. I suppose I have seen something similar. Uffed. Woman, you've seen a few of those, huh? Be quiet. Damn it. This is so embarrassing. Chen Ping'an truly wished he could slap Gao Shang into silence. Why couldn't this fellow control his mouth? Little brother, your beast is quite peculiar. By the way, since we humans have come to the beast realm, does that mean you are here to contract beasts as well? Chen Ping'an nodded, yes. Oh, the bull sovereign seemed to grasp the situation quickly, realizing that the aura she sensed earlier must belong to the son of a jackal, especially upon seeing that Chen Ping'an possessed no memory. She knew she would need to adjust her approach. Everything felt entirely different from what she had understood. What a coincidence. I too am here to contract beasts. Little brother, what type are you looking to contract? Master, you truly are not small. Why not show her? I really can't take it anymore. Be quiet. Chen Ping'an helplessly rubbed his head. Birds. Birds? The bull sovereign was taken aback. How could the Yazi have transformed into the bird clan? No, wait. Looking at Gao Shang, she seemed to understand something. Oh, little brother, are you here to select a contract from the peacock lineage? Indeed. Then why are you searching here? Aren't the peacock lineage all located in Peacock Valley? Why are we here? If I said I was driven out, wouldn't you just laugh at me? Damn it. This peacock clan actually expelled me and my master. Chen Ping'an felt a twinge of embarrassment, but Gao Shang did not hold back his sharp words. What a failure you are. Oh, you were expelled? Upon hearing this, Niuzun's expression flickered with a momentary flash of irritation, casting a discontented glance at Gao Shang. Chen Ping'an nodded slightly, tacitly acknowledging the situation without elaborating further. Unless a formidable being from the human race could manifest in the beast realm in a short span of time, all humans entering the beast realm were bound by contracts to summon beasts. Although this young lady was astonishingly alluring, Chen Ping'an was not the type to lose his composure at the sight of a beautiful woman. After exchanging a few words, he wished to continue exploring with Gao Shang in search of peacocks. If they were unable to locate any, Chen Ping'an planned to utilize the golden tome to send Gao Shang back to Fox Mountain. After all, Gao Shang was prohibited from entering. Once he was gone, surely he could gain access. You cannot possibly claim that I am a dog. However, to Chen Ping'an's dismay, regardless of the direction he took, the formidable young lady trailed closely behind him. After walking for a while, he could no longer endure it and turned to the formidable young lady, asking, Sister, what is it that you desire? Why are you following me? Aren't you supposed to be seeking a beast contract? Seeing Chen Ping'an's awkward demeanor, Niuzun found herself amused. I am not following you. I am merely heading to the territory of the Niu clan, and fortuitously, it is on the way. What nonsense? The Niu clan? Chen Ping'an was beginning to develop a complex regarding the mention of the Niu clan. Gaosheng, does this path lead to the Niu clan? Gaosheng rolled his eyes, inwardly muttering, how should I know? Since my injury, I've been hiding at Fox Mountain. Who knows the current map and power dynamics of the beast realm? Nevertheless, he felt it would be too embarrassing to admit ignorance, so he nodded. Master, this path does seem to lead to the Niu clan. Ah, sister. I never anticipated that the beast you are seeking a contract with would belong to the Niu clan. Noticing Chen Ping'an's evident aversion to the Niu clan, Niuzun inquired. Little brother, what troubles you? Is there an issue with the Niu clan? What issue could there be? I could have had my unreliable master leverage connections with the Peacock clan to secure a contract for a decent peacock. Why must I now wander aimlessly in hopes of luck? It is all the fault of the Niu clan. I was merely trying to quietly earn some merits in a remote war zone, and who would have known that the Niu clan would act so irrationally? Sending over 50 silver-level bull beasts, not to mention dispatching at least one diamond-level bull beast. Sister, are you unaware that Hua country's Su province is currently facing an invasion from the Niu clan? That was my doing. How could I not be aware? I intentionally sought you out. Of course I know. Niuzun is searching for her husband, right? What? Do you take issue with that? Naturally, I have issues. I nearly met my demise at the hands of those bull beasts. What? Upon hearing this, Niuzun's expression stiffened, and a look of urgent concern crossed her face. Little brother, what happened? How could you possibly be killed by bull beasts? Are you all right? Fortunately, the leaders of the Niu clan's branches were not present. Otherwise, they would have been terrified by Niuzun's expression. This is disastrous. This is disastrous. The Niuzun is about to annihilate her clan again. Foolish woman, do not underestimate my master. The Niu clan is but a minor challenge. No matter how many come, my master will slay them all. Although Gaosheng had been constantly on the receiving end of blows, he could not restrain his fox-like tongue. And, woman, do you know who my master is? Who? Say it, and you shall be frightened. He is the man of Niuzun, the horn boy. Upon hearing Gaosheng's words, Niuzun nearly blurted out, how do you know he is my man? But upon hearing the name Horned Boy, her expression turned peculiar. She then realized the blind spot she had overlooked. She glanced at Chen Ping'an, only to find that he had no horns upon his head. Furthermore, this was not a deliberate concealment. He genuinely lacked them. No wonder she had been unable to locate him. So, you have even lost your horns. Then why do you claim to be the Horned Boy? With a look of curiosity, Niuzun posed this question. This time, without waiting for Gaosheng to boast further, Chen Ping'an succinctly explained the situation. Initially, he expected the formidable young lady to burst into laughter at such an absurd tale. However, she did not laugh. Instead, her lips twitched slightly. Little brother, are you saying that because you wore a headpiece made of bull horns, that bull beast mistook you for a human with horns? Mistook you for the husband that Niuzun has been seeking? Indeed, it is quite absurd, isn't it? I share your confusion, but thankfully, that bull beast was not very bright. Otherwise, had my true form been taken into the beast realm, it would have been truly perilous. Confused? I am more perplexed than you. Niuzun is at a loss for words to describe her feelings. What sort of fool did they send out? They genuinely believe they found the husband. If one did not know better, they might think I was collecting male companions. Anyone who dons bull horns could be my husband. Right? Most importantly, how could you actually find the right person? Indeed, you managed to find the right one. Should this be rewarded or punished? Perhaps punishment is more fitting. No. When I return, I must inquire which branch of the Niu clan that bull beast belongs to. Such a foolish branch is not one we desire. Little brother, do you not wish to enter the beast realm? Is it not favorable for your true form to enter the beast realm? The beast realm is filled with opportunities, far surpassing what the human realm can offer. Of course not. Do you wish to? Me? Well, I do not wish to either. Then that is settled. I wonder if that bull beast will seek retribution once I have completed the beast contract and return to my true form. Gaosheng scoffed. Master, given that idiot's mind, he probably firmly believes you are Niuzun's man. Would he dare to harm you? Let us hope so. Little brother, I believe your fox-like wisdom is correct. I dare wager that bull beast would not dare to harm a hair on your head and would instead protect you with its life. This was indeed comforting. And Chen Ping'an smiled, expressing his gratitude. Niuzun contemplated, feeling somewhat uncertain, and then approached Chen Ping'an, gently pressing her finger to his forehead. Chen Ping'an felt a cool sensation at his brow, accompanied by a faint fragrance of lavender enveloping him, just as he contemplated whether to utter a word of thanks. Niuzun withdrew her hand and stepped back. Little brother, my blessings are quite effective. With this brief interlude, the distance between Chen Ping'an and Niuzun seemed to diminish slightly as they walked side by side, exchanging casual banter. Gao Sheng, trailing behind Chen Ping'an, observed this with exasperation. Were it not for the fact that this was his master, he would have wanted to exclaim, "What a sycophant!" Furthermore, this human woman had no fur at all and was quite unattractive. He could not fathom why his master was enamored with such a person. Wait, this is not right. My master is also devoid of fur and unappealing. As the trio wandered aimlessly, Gao Sheng, who had been leading the way, suddenly halted, expressing a note of suspicion. What is it? Noticing Gao Sheng's abrupt stop, Chen Ping'an inquired with curiosity. Master, look ahead. Am I seeing things, or is that a clump of white excrement? And it appears to be writhing? A writhing clump of white excrement. What is that? Upon hearing this, Chen Ping'an turned his gaze forward. Upon closer inspection, Chen Ping'an found himself momentarily bewildered. Could it truly be a lump of white excrement? No, wait. How could it possibly reflect light? Sister, why don't you rest here while I go check ahead? Niuzun nodded and gazed forward. With her current prowess, she could discern clearly that what lay before them was not excrement, but rather the white peacock they had encountered earlier. Yet, Niuzun was perplexed. She hadn't harmed it, merely buried its head in the ground. However, given the peacock's strength, it could effortlessly extricate its head as soon as she departed. What on earth was happening? How long had it been? Why was the peacock still with its head stuck in the ground? Could it be unwell? With her presence, the white peacock posed no threat to Chen Ping'an, so Niuzun settled onto a clean rock. As Chen Ping'an approached, he and Gao Sheng began to suspect that the object in question was not excrement after all. Gao Sheng, I can't shake the feeling that this excrement resembles a peacock. Master, perhaps you should remove the seams from your statement? No, but how could the peacock bury its head in the ground? Is it playing ostrich? Gao Sheng queried. Master, do you think the peacock has strayed or the ostrich has gone astray? Or could it be both? Upon taking a few more steps closer, Gao Sheng's brow furrowed. Master, why does this scent seem so familiar? Oh, no, it's too familiar. As he rummaged through his mind for this familiar scent, Gao Sheng's fox-like face became increasingly exaggerated. Holy moly, Master, this is indeed a peacock, and I recognize it. You recognize it? Master, this is the friend I told you about, the ancestor of the peacock clan, Qiong Qi. What on earth? Chen Ping'an felt a twitch in his eyelid. Could it really be such a coincidence? He refused to believe it. Surely Gao Sheng wouldn't jump to conclusions upon merely spotting a peacock. Moreover, who would let their ancestor wander away from home to this desolate place? Most importantly, who would practice the absurdity of burying their head in the ground like an ostrich? Gao Sheng, are you certain this is your friend? Absolutely. Could he be digging his own grave? Let us go. Regardless, we should check it out. All right. Meanwhile, Qiong Qi, with his head buried in the earth, sensed someone approaching. While others might be unaware, he was not. This patch of forest was close to the Peacock Valley, a territory of the peacock lineage, thus no beasts dared to venture near. Coupled with the sounds he heard, it was evidently a two-legged beast and a four-legged beast. They matched perfectly. This had to be the Niuzun from earlier and that extraordinarily gifted beast. What do you think? I was right, wasn't I? I knew you were lying in wait for me. Now that you see me still grounded, so obediently. Shall we settle our grievances? How clever am I? Just as Qiong Qi basked in his own cleverness, a strange voice rang out. Well, look who it is, the fool who plays the ground chicken. What? Have you suddenly realized that your unknown father is actually an ostrich? Are you here playing cosplay as your father? The voice was familiar, and the tone was one that made him want to leap up and slap it. An image instantly surfaced in Qiong Qi's mind, 10 tails overwhelming the scene. It was that insufferable fox. He could no longer concern himself with anything else. He didn't mind being humiliated in front of his kin. Even being humiliated in front of his own kind was bearable. But never could he suffer humiliation in the presence of that insufferable fox. As he pulled his head from the earth, he cast a glance, and, upon seeing Gao Sheng with a single tail, his pupils constricted. It truly was that insufferable fox. Upon noticing Chen Ping'an beside him, he grew curious. Who was this human? Yet, he could not afford to ponder this now. With a swift motion, Qiong Qi flung his head in a semicircle, sending the dirt atop his head splattering onto Gao Sheng. After shaking off the dirt, Qiong Qi smoothed his feathers with one wing. Remarkably, this sequence of movements exuded an elegance that almost made Chen Ping'an perceive him as a refined scholar. Insufferable fox. What brings you here, ancestor? Once he had composed himself, Qiong Qi finally took a proper look at Gao Sheng, and upon doing so, he couldn't help but chuckle. TSK. Insufferable fox. You really are regressing. Silver rank 2? Huh. You wretched bird peacock. Gao Sheng shook himself, dislodging the splattered dirt. So what if I'm silver rank 2? I've followed my master, and soon I shall return to my peak. But you, are you sure your father is an ostrich? Huh. Your father is the ostrich. Qiong Qi shot an incredulous look at Gao Sheng, smoothing his pristine white feathers as he replied nonchalantly, You insufferable fox do not understand. Although my power has diminished to the golden level, my mindset has undergone a complete transformation. Just now, I was merely practicing a return to simplicity. Your return to simplicity involves burying your head in the earth? Your father truly is an ostrich? Nonsense. With what eyes did you see me bury my head in the ground? I was hunting. Hunting, do you understand? Hunting in the earth? You insufferable fox. Deny your ignorance all you want. I was cultivating a return to simplicity, the natural state of the peacock lineage. Do you not know that peacocks without spiritual energy forage for insects in the soil? All right. So you're just trying to save face. Gaoxing scoffed. After all that, your point is that you were just looking for insects in the soil? Hunting. It was hunting, Qiong Qi reiterated, then turned his attention back to Chen Ping'an. He had been so focused on his own pride that he had filtered out much of what the insufferable fox had said. Reflecting slowly, he felt as though the fox had mentioned something monumental that he had overlooked. After a moment of recollection, Qiong Qi suddenly realized. Hadn't he said something about following a master? Master. Insufferable fox. You've been contracted by a human? Gaoxing shot an incredulous look at Qiong Qi. Was he only just now grasping the situation? Indeed. What? At this, Qiong Qi ceased grooming his feathers and stared in shock at Gaoxing. Insufferable fox. Have you been drinking too much? You actually agreed to be contracted by a human. Do you even comprehend the consequences? The consequences are not only healing my injuries, but also swiftly returning to my peak alongside my master. And returning to your peak. Insufferable fox. Are you foolish? Don't you realize? Once contracted with a human, it's akin to gaining immortality. But your power will be entirely limited to that of a human. Do you not comprehend their limitations? With their physique, forget about reaching the rank of A. They can't even endure the energy of a king level. But he is not just any human, you wretched peacock. You cannot equate my master with other humans. Yet he is still ultimately human. Listening to the exchange between Gaoxing and the peacock, Chen Ping'an gleaned insights into certain truths not covered in textbooks. Namely, that human physiques were rather poor, with a low ceiling for potential. The obnoxious peacock, Qiong Qi, couldn't be bothered to explain himself. His purpose for coming this time was to bestow upon you an opportunity. Just you? Qiong Qi clearly harbored doubts regarding Gaoxing's benevolence. Vile fox, what fortune can you possibly grant me? Foolish peacock, listen closely. The second page of my master's tome just so happens to pertain to the avian clan, so consider yourself fortunate. You too can become my master's contracted beast. Just like Qiong Qi. Upon hearing this, Qiong Qi's entire peacock visage began to twitch. What did he just hear? This insufferable fox wants him to become a human's contracted beast? What a joke. Who do you think I am? Do you believe I am one of those talentless beasts, seeking to gain some status through an immortal existence post-contract? His first instinct was to curse, though he cautiously glanced at Chen Ping'an and Gaoxing first. Indeed, both were of silver rank, thus incapable of deceit. There were no others around. I am of golden rank. Victory is mine. In that case, spit. Qiong Qi defiantly spat on the ground before Chen Ping'an, discarding his prior scholarly demeanor and instead resembling a ruffian. Vile fox, you want me to become his contracted beast? Don't flatter him. A human is worthy of being my ancestor's contracted beast? Get lost. Get far away. Human. Out of respect for the vile fox, I shall not hold this against you today. But you better take this vile fox and scram. You aspire to become my ancestor's master? What do you think you are? Chen Ping'an was momentarily taken aback. The contrast was staggering. Moreover, he had just been insulted by a beast, and the insults were particularly crude. At this point, Chen Ping'an's expression darkened, and he instinctively wished to summon the distant little Nyo from Fox Mountain through the mythical tome to play a tune of 10 sides ambushed. You are merely a golden rank. What are you trying to portray in front of me? Just then, the cow deity donned in a purple gown seemed to approach, as if she had grown somewhat bored, smiling as she neared. Little brother, what are you discussing? At her words, both Chen Ping'an and Qiong Qi turned to look. Upon seeing her, Qiong Qi's eyes widened, and his mind nearly exploded. A miscalculation. A miscalculation. This cow deity was indeed lying in wait for an opportunity. Without hesitation, Qiong Qi, under the bewildered gazes of Chen Ping'an and Gaoxing, buried his beak into the ground with a thud. What is this? What kind of maneuver is this? Sister, there has been a slight mishap. This is not excrement, but a peacock. Sister? Hearing Chen Ping'an refer to the cow deity as such, Qiong Qi, with his head buried in the soil, nearly spat blood. He had just observed. There was no presence of outsiders here. No, the cow deity's strength. She did not wish for him to feel it. He could not sense it at all. This is disastrous. This is surely a death sentence. No, I must remedy this before I perish. With that thought, recalling his memory, Qiong Qi, disregarding the filth, stepped on the spot where he had previously spat and rubbed it with his foot, erasing the saliva. This scene left Gaoxing and Chen Ping'an momentarily bewildered. Foolish peacock, what are you doing? After insulting my master, do you still wish to hunt? Hunt. The cow deity chuckled, her gaze towards Qiong Qi laced with malice. Little brother, do you think it is acceptable for this peacock to bury its head in the ground? Huh, is that your focus? Chen Ping'an was taken aback, but replied, that seems inappropriate. Indeed, I too find it inappropriate, the cow deity declared. Following her words, Qiong Qi promptly pulled his head out of the ground. Chapter 58, Contract with Qiong Qi. I too believe it is inappropriate. Wow. Qiong Qi had initially intended to directly address the cow deity, but upon seeing her stern expression, he swallowed the words back down. What to do? What to do? I am going to die? At this moment, Qiong Qi's mind was racing with thoughts on how to survive. Foolish peacock, are you staring at your mother? Master, summon the cow deity to eliminate this fool. Sheng Yi is giving him face, and he truly thinks he is something. How dare he insult you? The golden rank cow deity can handle this. Summon her to kill him. Aren't you two good brothers? Didn't you specifically send me to contract this peacock? At this moment, Chen Ping'an seemed to awaken to something. Were these two truly good brothers? Something felt off. Gao Sheng's words provided a glimmer of hope to Qiong Qi, who was nearly driven to despair under the cow deity's gaze. Human, how do you feel about my previous remarks? Huh, do you want my thoughts? Chen Ping'an did not hide his feelings, bluntly stating, I want to kill you, pluck your feathers, and make soup from your flesh. Unfortunately, I currently lack a physical form, so I cannot savor your meat. Little brother, if you wish to eat, after killing him, I have a way to bring his essence into the human realm. Damn, Qiong Qi hurriedly interjected. Human, can I interpret your words as anger? Anger? That could be one way to describe it. Smack. As Chen Ping'an finished speaking, Qiong Qi clapped his wings together loudly. Now that's more like it. Human, you have passed my test. I am willing to become your contracted beast. Quickly, where's your tome? Contract me. What nonsense? What do you mean test? Wait a moment. Damn it. Foolish peacock, clarify your words. What do you mean by test? Your test was to insult my master? You took that as a compliment, didn't you? Wild fox, you don't understand. Qiong Qi, glancing furtively at the cow deity, spoke earnestly. Wild fox, we are well acquainted, though both of us are gravely wounded, having damaged our foundations. Once we become contracted beasts, once our injuries heal, our powers will be unparalleled even among beasts of the same rank. Indeed, Gao Sheng proudly lifted his fox head. Thus, our master must possess vigor. He must seek revenge and never harm a single enemy when he can annihilate their entire family, correct? Huh, is that right? Is that even reasonable? Do you take me for a bloodthirsty demon, one who would kill an entire family but spare a single life? Chen Ping'an's eyelids twitched. He wanted to see what further absurdities these two could conjure. Precisely. You see, just now, our master maintained a smile, and I feared he might be indecisive. If that were the case, I would rather die than become his contracted beast. That is my master, not yours. It is only a matter of time. Hence, I spoke those words earlier. It seems our master possesses vigor. Master, quickly, contract me. As Qiong Qi finished speaking, he approached and rubbed his dirt-stained white head against Chen Ping'an and Shu. How utterly shameless. At this point, aside from anything else, Chen Ping'an could ascertain that this fellow and Gao Sheng were indeed friends, though it seemed to be a relationship characterized by love and rivalry. Although not as formidable as Little Neo, Chen Ping'an was acutely aware of Gao Sheng's strength. Thus, despite the peacock's insolence, a contract was an absolute necessity. Without hesitation, Chen Ping'an nodded, tossing his hand to summon his golden tome. The golden tome flipped open to the second page, seemingly of its own accord. Huh, it's golden? Upon seeing that Chen Ping'an's tome was merely golden, Qiong Qi was momentarily taken aback, feeling a twinge of reluctance. However, upon noticing the cow deity's predatory gaze, he clenched his beak and thought, golden it is. Following that, Qiong Qi stepped forward and touched his beak to the golden tome. A thought emerged in Chen Ping'an's mind. Is it a contract with the peacock before me? Upon Chen Ping'an's decisive choice to form a contract, Qiong Qi transformed into a radiant white light, merging into the second page of the Golden Codex. Moments later, he re-emerged as a white light from within the tome, returning to his original form. At this juncture, the second page of the Golden Codex also displayed the information of this white peacock. Name, Qiong Qi race, Rainbow Peacock rank, Silver Tier 2 personality, cautious, bullies the weak and fears the strong preference, taking advantage of others' skills, feather sword, feather halberd, feather spear, feather hammer. Upon seeing this information, Chen Ping'an felt a wave of darkness wash over him. The other details were manageable, but this personality and preference, how utterly infuriating. Caution is one thing, but to bully the weak and fear the strong is excessive. And as for his preference, taking advantage of others? Oh, splendid. Flipping to the first page, he glanced at Gao Sheng's details, deceitful personality, and a penchant for sowing discord. Truly marvelous. So it appears there isn't a single good entity inscribed in my Golden Codex. After the contract was formed, Qiong Qi finally let out a sigh of relief. He cautiously glanced at Niuzun, thinking, now you shouldn't be able to kill me, right? Even if you were to kill me, I wouldn't be afraid. As long as the master lives, I too shall endure. If you possess the capability, then go ahead and try to slay my master in the human realm. However, judging by your conversation with the master, it seems that's unlikely, isn't it? Indeed. How astute am I? This game cannot be lost. Since I have already been contracted, I must make my presence known. I cannot lose to Gao Sheng. Master, your shoes are dirty. Without hesitation, Qiong Qi approached and began to dab Chen Ping'an's shoes with his white wings. Get lost. This time, Gao Sheng could not tolerate it any longer and rushed forward, shoving Qiong Qi aside before extending his tongue to lick Chen Ping'an's shoes. Foolish peacock. Shoe cleaning is the task of Lord Sheng. Foolish fox, look at what you've licked. It's all wet. How about this? We can collaborate. I'll clean it up, and you can use your feathers to help the master shine them. Well, that sounds acceptable. Chen Ping'an truly wished to kick both of them. Niuzun approached with a grin, teasing, little brother, this contract of yours is splendid. You've even contracted a shoe cleaning assembly line. If nothing else, you could set up a shoe cleaning stall and never worry about food and drink in your next life. Please, sister, no teasing. Embarrassed by the banter, Chen Ping'an scratched his head. Yet, at that moment, he felt an uncontrollable surge of power, and soon a black codex materialized before him. Opening to the second page. Upon witnessing this codex, Niuzun thought to himself, as expected, I knew the sovereign could not possibly possess only one Golden Codex. Meanwhile, Qiong Qi stood frozen, black smoke billowing from his white peacock head. Damn fox. I may have overexerted myself. My blood pressure hasn't stabilized. And my vision is a bit hazy. Did I just see the master with the second codex? Chapter 59, The Two Sons of Yizi. What a fuss. Looking utterly clueless. Don't engage with Lord Sheng. He looks down upon you. What of the master? So what if he possesses a second codex? Who knows? There might even be a third or fourth. So what if there is a second codex? A third or fourth? Qiong Qi fell silent, pondering if he had been out of touch with the world for too long. Although I once looked down upon humans, I still know a thing or two. Humans can only and will only have one codex. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he spotted a familiar figure racing towards him from afar. Reflexively, Qiong Qi buried his beak in the ground. What the hell? No. Foolish peacock. Have you lost your mind over hunting again? If you enjoy it so much. Once the master returns to the human realm, I'll have him take you to play on the cement road. I too am curious to see whether your beak is tougher or the cement road. Bah. Hearing Gao Sheng's words, Qiong Qi suddenly remembered something. Wait, why should I be afraid? Now I am the master's beast. As long as the master lives, I too shall endure. Calculating my chances, ISNT this a surefire win? You cannot kill me. With that, Qiong Qi pulled his head from the ground, revealing a wriggling earthworm in his beak. Crunch. After swallowing the worm, he flicked the mud from his neck onto Gao Sheng. Returning to simplicity, I couldn't resist the aroma and went hunting a bit. Bah. Hunting? You've awakened the bloodline of your wild father, the ostrich. Haven to you? Nonsense. Your father is the ostrich. Your father ISNT an ostrich? Then tell me, what is your father? My father. Qiong Qi intended to declare that his father was a peacock, but the words caught in his throat. He genuinely did not know what species his father was, only that his mother, who raised him, was a peacock. My father is a peacock. What truly instilled fear in Qiong Qi was the presence of Yizi. At this moment, Yizi, much like the young bull before, disregarded whether Chen Ping'an consented or not and charged directly into the Mythical Codex. Subsequently, Yizi transformed into a beam of light, entering the Mythical Codex. Chen Ping'an's mind echoed with the system's notification. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully contracted Yizi. Ding. Would the host like to rename Yizi? Here we go again. No need for my consent, is there? Since renaming is an option, I shall rename him. Casting a glance at the creature with a dragon's head and a wolf's body, I shall call him Little Wolf. Ding. Name change successful. As the system's notification sound resonated, Yizi transformed into a beam of light and flew out from the second page of the Mythical Codex. At that moment, the information displayed on the second page of the Mythical Codex underwent a complete transformation, with all positions altered. Name, Little Wolf. Former name, Yizi, YZ, race, son of the ancestral dragon rank, silver tier 2 personality, irritable preference, slaughter skills, sword-shaped skybreaker, axe-shaped earth splitter. Indomitable body, dragon roar marvelous. What an irritable disposition, what a preference for slaughter. And these skills, they somewhat resemble those of Qiong Qi. However, while Qiong Qi transforms his feathers into weapons, Yizi morphs himself into a weapon. This is a walking armament. Now that little wolf has been contracted. Chen Ping'an turned to the third page. As he anticipated, the third page was no longer a blank slate, but, like the previous second page, bore a lock. Beneath the lock were the conditions for unlocking it. Unlock conditions. Level, Golden Tier, Incomplete, Total Fortune Points, 1000. 116, Incomplete. Seeing that the third page required 1,000 fortune points, Chen Ping'an felt a pang of frustration. 100 points were already a struggle. How could he possibly amass 1,000? Where could he go to scrape together that much? To Su Muxue? That fellow had awakened his Sichuan opera skills. Even if he beat him or scolded him, it wouldn't increase his fortune points. Initially, when he quarreled with Qingning, he could still gather a few fortune points. However, after this life and death tribulation, their bonds had grown exceedingly strong, akin to friends forged in adversity. Qingning wouldn't just pick fights with Su Muxue for no reason. This simply wouldn't do. Chen Ping'an realized he needed to devise a plan to stir some discord between the two. They should continue to bicker daily. As Chen Ping'an contemplated not going himself and instead allowing Gao Sheng to take his place. After all, it was also his hobby. He sensed the world around him gradually fading into darkness. He recognized this sensation as the result of his soul being drawn by the power of the ancient tome following the completion of his contract. He was about to transition from the beast realm back to the human realm. Although the world before him appeared somewhat blurred, Chen Ping'an still turned his gaze toward the direction of Niuzun, saying, "Sister, I have fulfilled the contract. If fate allows, I hope you will keep the matter of the two contracts confidential." With those words, Chen Ping'an's figure vanished from the spot. At that moment, only Niuzun, Xiaochai, Gao Sheng, and Qiong Qi remained. "Ah," Gao Sheng exclaimed, his face pale as if he had seen a ghost. "Master, at least send me back before you leave." It took but a moment for Chen Ping'an to summon him through the tome, yet returning relied solely on his own legs. Meanwhile, Xiaochai appeared puzzled. "Sister? My father calls someone else sister?" As he turned to look, Xiaochai was momentarily taken aback, nearly instinctively calling out Andy. However, upon seeing Niuzun shake his head, Xiaochai nodded in understanding, refraining from directly acknowledging her. Finally locating his father, he then glanced at Gao Sheng and Qiong Qi, deducing that they must also be beasts associated with his father's other tome. Yet upon this realization, a terrifying murderous intent erupted from Xiaochai. "It's you. The one who humiliated me. We are sworn enemies. Thieving bird. Prepare to die." Without granting Qiong Qi a moment to react, Xiaochai's forepaw struck toward him. In Qiong Qi's eyes, Xiaochai resembled a sword unsheathed, aimed directly at him. This is a disaster. Initially, his golden tier strength might have allowed him to withstand the attack. But now that his power had diminished to silver tier due to the contract, he had no chance of survival. If struck, he would surely perish. Utterly hopeless. Yet, even if he died, he could resurrect the next day. Qiong Qi contemplated resigning himself to fate and greeted Xiaochai's assault with a defiant stance. However, for reasons he could not comprehend, at the critical juncture between life and death, he instinctively pointed his beak toward the ground. With a resounding thud, he buried his head into the earth. "Good grief. Foolish peacock. Your father must surely be an ostrich." Gao Sheng cried out, hastily interjecting, "Esteemed Chai, please. We are on the same side. Spare us your claws." Chapter 60. I want to go home. This place is utterly dreadful. Though unaware of Xiaochai's true nature, Gao Sheng discerned that being on the same tome as Niuzun indicated a being of equal caliber. Provoking him would be utterly unwise. "Chai, show some mercy. We are allies. Let us not mar our camaraderie." Seeing Gao Sheng stand before him to block Xiaochai's path, Qiong Qi felt a surge of gratitude. Truly, he was a brother forged by past tribulations. Yet, despite Gao Sheng's interference, Xiaochai remained unfazed, dismissing any notion of favor. "What do I care for your face? My resolve remains unyielding. Stand aside." Without a moment's hesitation, Gao Sheng chose to retreat. "All right then, plastic brotherhood. We shall meet again after my resurrection." Just as Qiong Qi braced for his demise, Niuzun calmly uttered, "Halt." Instantly, Xiaochai ceased his attack, fixating his furious gaze upon Qiong Qi. "Let us coexist harmoniously." Niuzun continued, "And do not forget our primary purpose." Having said this, Niuzun departed without lingering, offering no farewell to Gao Sheng or the others. To Gao Sheng, she was merely a human female seeking a beast companion, of no consequence to him. As for Qiong Qi, he eagerly wished for Niuzun to leave. Now, only Xiaochai and the two of them remained, staring at each other in silence. It was Gao Sheng who broke the tension, asking Chai, "Do you have a place to go?" Roar. "No. Then why not accompany me back to Fox Mountain? I wonder if you know, but Niuzun is also there." "Niuzun?" Xiaochai glanced at Gao Sheng, pondering for a moment. "That must be my elder brother, right? If he is there, then why not pay a visit?" Roar. "Sure. Let's go." Gao Sheng nodded, then turned to Qiong Qi. Foolish peacock, what about you? Master Sheng is going back to Fox Mountain with Lord Leopard. Will you remain in your chicken coop or accompany us? Seeing that Xiao Chai had abandoned thoughts of killing him, Qiong Qi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Even if he could be resurrected, who would willingly choose death? Casting a glance toward Peacock Valley and then at Xiao Chai, he thought. Gao Sheng calls him Lord, and he seems to mention a Lord Niu as well. No, I cannot allow him to take all the glory. Very well, consider it an honor, you wretched fox. I shall lower myself and accompany you back to Fox Mountain, foregoing my return to Peacock Valley. At this, Gao Sheng's eyes gleamed with excitement. Previously uncertain with just himself and Niu Zun, now that Qiong Qi and Xiao Chai were also going, it was indisputable. Their future stronghold would undoubtedly be Fox Mountain. Once he regained his strength and the two lords rose to prominence, he could simply ride their coattails. The Fox clan would ascend to great heights. In the human realm, deep within the Panyun mountain range, Chen Ping'an lay beneath a tree beside a faintly glowing spatial rift. Next to him sat the humanoid form of the bull beast, surrounded by various branches of bull beasts, all of whom possessed strength exceeding silver tier 5. However, due to the presence of the humanoid bull beast, these beasts dared not approach. Alas, the bull beast gazed despairingly at the spatial passage before him. It's shrinking. Shrinking. Chief, I'm in agony. I can't return. What am I to do? Chief, you must have received the message I transmitted, right? Why? Why do you not come to fetch me? I am suffering. I am truly suffering. If no one comes for me, I shall be stranded in this forsaken place. As Chen Ping'an had stated upon entering the beast realm to form a contract, he truly could not return now. The passage had reverted to its original state, capable of accommodating only bull beasts of golden tier 2 or lower. To return, he would require his chief to expend 10 years of cultivation to forcibly widen the passage. Yet now, he felt as if he had vanished from existence, and sending a subordinate bull beast to relay a message yielded no responses. Antler boy, you have brought me great suffering. I, the old bull, have dutifully honored our agreement, not harming your friends. Had I known this would happen, I would have simply dispatched your friends. What a loss. I, the old bull, am suffering a tremendous loss. As he gazed at the motionless form of Chen Ping'an, the bull beast continued to chatter incessantly to Chen Ping'an's unmoving body. Alas, Antler boy, why do you not return? Are you still pretending to be asleep? Hurry and awaken. I, the old bull, have already seen through your crafty schemes. Wake up at once. My horns. My eyes. Just as this beast was about to prattle on, a brilliant golden light erupted from Chen Ping'an's forehead, a radiance that only the bull tribe could perceive, akin to the divine aura surrounding the fated child. In that very instant, this golden light shone forth like the blazing sun, momentarily blinding the beast's calculating gaze. Fortunately, this luminescence lasted only 3 or 4 seconds before fading away, allowing the beast to once again fix its gaze upon Chen Ping'an. To its astonishment, a golden emblem now adorned Chen Ping'an's forehead, a pair of horns. Yet, these horns were peculiar, their lineage unknown to the beast. No, the beast quickly recognized the identity of these horns. Oh dear, these are the horns of the bull sovereign. Leader, what in the world is happening? Oh, how I long to return home. This place is utterly unamusing. This is undoubtedly the bull sovereign's horn. Horn boy, what have you encountered? While the beast lamented, the emblem on Chen Ping'an's forehead, visible only to the bull tribe, emitted a faint glow once more. The chilling voice of the bull sovereign echoed inexplicably in the beast's mind. Protect him. If he is harmed, your tribe will be annihilated. Huh. Upon deciphering this message, the beast's face turned ashen, tears streaming down its cheeks. I am doomed. I am truly doomed. Not only can I not return, but I must also stay to protect this horned boy. Bull sovereign, have you never heard the saying? One must protect their own. Chapter 61, Return. The humanoid bull beast had scarcely finished its lamentations when it noticed that the other bull beasts were retreating into the spatial passage. What is happening? The humanoid bull beast hastily stopped a golden tier bull beast. What are you doing? What is this? The bull beast, evidently intimidated by the humanoid, confessed that they had received a retreat order. Did you not receive it? I received nothing at all. The humanoid bull beast broke into tears. Have I been abandoned? Have I become a little bull without a father's love or a mother's care? Thus, the humanoid bull beast despondently sat beside Chen Ping'an, its previously chattering mouth now silenced. I must hold on. I must control myself. I shall never speak so much again. This was its inner resolve, yet moments later, as Chen Ping'an's soul returned to his body and he awakened, the beast could no longer contain itself. Upon awakening, Chen Ping'an opened his eyes to find the bull beast gazing at him with wide, expressive eyes. This made Chen Ping'an's heart skip a beat. Surely, it would not harm him. Surely, it could not enter the teleportation passage now. Good morning. The first words out of Chen Ping'an's mouth upon waking were a simple good morning, bringing tears to the beast's eyes once more. Horn Boy, you have finally awakened. Horn Boy, have you met the Bull Sovereign? Horn Boy, what exactly have you encountered? Hearing the beast's barrage of questions, Chen Ping'an was somewhat perplexed. How could I possibly have met the Bull Sovereign? However, seeing the beast's demeanor, Chen Ping'an felt a twinge of guilt for his safety. I did meet him. What? You truly met him? Yes. I told you so. I told you. Horn Boy, did the Bull Sovereign say anything to you? He said something trivial. Observing the beast's naive belief, Chen Ping'an had a sudden inspiration. The Bull Sovereign commanded you to ensure my safety. Indeed. Is that truly so? The beast promptly plopped back down onto the ground. Has it believed me? Chen Ping'an, still feeling somewhat guilty, asked, Brother Neo, what are your plans now? Upon hearing Chen Ping'an's words, the beast shook its head vigorously. Horn Boy, you are the Bull Sovereign's consort, the Bull Consort. Do not call me brother. If the Bull Sovereign finds out, my lineage will perish. Just call me Nyoji. It seems it has genuinely believed me. Chen Ping'an thought to himself, how easily deceived. Regardless, preserving life is paramount. I must first trick him into taking me back. Once we reach the camp, even if he realizes I have deceived him, he will lack the power to harm me, right? Brother Nyoji, what do you plan to do now? Horn Boy, why are you asking me? Shouldn't I be asking you what you intend to do? Given my current state, I will follow your lead. Really? I never deceive bulls. But I am human. Humans do not deceive either. In that case, I plan to return. Is that acceptable? Of course. Is it really that easy to agree? Chen Ping'an rose with some skepticism and began retracing his steps. Although he had flown here with Nyoji's assistance, he was still clear on the route. However, after walking a few meters, he noticed Nyoji following closely behind. Nyoji, I am returning. Why are you following me? Naturally, to protect you. You protect me? Indeed. Chen Ping'an felt a wave of unease, but he feigned nonchalance and continued walking. After several hundred meters, Chen Ping'an finally breathed a sigh of relief, as Nyoji had not taken any hostile action, merely trailing behind him. Moreover, he noticed that the passing bull tribe members, upon seeing him, reacted as though they had seen a ghost, avoiding eye contact and swiftly veering away. This must be Nyoji's influence, right? Having such a bodyguard is truly beneficial. Chen Ping'an resolved to deceive for as long as he could. Yet, there was one downside. Nyoji was exceedingly bothersome. Chen Ping'an wished for him to be quiet, but alas. Given Nyoji's formidable strength and the absence of allies, he could not risk offending him. Instead, he was obliged to engage in conversation. Horn Boy, is this the wrong path? Horn Boy, once we return, you must find me a good place to stay. I want to eat fresh grass. Horn Boy, are there many cows among you? In stark contrast to the inexplicably relaxed atmosphere surrounding Chen Ping'an, chaos erupted outside the Pan Yun mountain range. In the central courtyard of the military camp, a rhinoceros wreathed in searing flames stood, exuding a formidable aura. Perched upon the rhinoceros's horn was a seemingly ordinary gray bird, unperturbed by the flames. Before the rhinoceros stood an elderly man clad in military attire, flanked by rows of soldiers. Zhao Baichi glared furiously at the elder, exclaiming, Qiong Qi, I respect you as a senior and do not wish to quarrel. If you refuse to send troops, then do not obstruct me. The elder, known as Qiong Qi, sighed in resignation, but shook his head nonetheless. Zhao Baichi, no one has said we will not rescue. Then step aside. Zhao Baichi, calm yourself. What purpose does it serve to recklessly court death? Have you not heard the intelligence? The one who captured your disciple is a beast in human form. So what if it is in human form? Is it not merely diamond tier? I have never feared such foes. If it were truly diamond tier, I would trust you could prevail. However, have you considered that diamond tier is merely the minimum standard for beasts in human form? Are you absolutely certain it is 100% diamond tier? Currently, nations such as Wokou and the Philippines have severed ties with our Huagua. Your strength ranks among the elite in Huagua. I will not allow you to take any risks. You. Zhao Baichi clenched his teeth as he glared at the elderly man who obstructed his path. At this moment, you dare to speak of a nation? It seems the one captured is not your disciple, isn't that so? Very well. If you wish to discuss the country, then let us do just that. Qiong Qi, if anything happens to my disciple, that would be the true calamity. I acknowledge your disciple's remarkable talent, which I witnessed during the Qingyun Sect's newcomer competition. His innate abilities are indeed formidable, and that fox of his, which can transform, is by no means ordinary. Thus, you should be even more assured that we shall do our utmost to rescue your disciple. However, given the current circumstances, your disciple has likely already been taken into the beast realm. Your presence there would be futile. We have already contacted Monkey Sovereign to negotiate for your disciple's release. Nonsense. Negotiate. Zhao Baichi's eyelids twitched with indignation, momentarily at a loss for words. How absurd is this? Are you telling me he was captured simply for wearing a false set of bovine horns, mistaken for a full-grown horned human? Chapter 62. She has a mental affliction. He was seized under the pretense of being that bull sovereign's consort. Once those bovine beasts realize their error, will they grant you time to negotiate? By the time they discover the truth, it will be too late for my disciple. Qiong Qi remained unmoved. Zhao Baiqi, I cannot simply relent. I assure you, I will find a way to rescue your disciple, but we must proceed with caution and deliberation. If it were anyone else blocking my way, my fiery rhinoceros would have trampled them without hesitation. Yet, before this man, Zhao Baiqi found himself at a loss. Setting aside his affiliation with the military, Zhao Baiqi was genuinely no match for him. The Qingyun Sect is formidable in Zhejiang province, even ranking among the apex sects throughout Huaguo. But they pale in comparison to the might of the official military. To put it in worldly terms, the Qingyun Sect is akin to a sizable corporation. While Qiong Qi did not explicitly state it, everyone present understood the implication. As a military official, his priority is to minimize losses. He would never risk a high-ranking executive of a major corporation for the sake of a new talent. Qiong Qi, you do not comprehend. You completely fail to grasp how significant this is for the future of Huaguo. I truly do not understand. Seeing that Qiong Qi remained unyielding, Zhao Baiqi cast a glance at the surrounding military personnel and the onlookers from various sects, commanding them to disperse. Qiong Qi, I wish to speak with you privately for 2 minutes. Very well. Qiong Qi nodded, signaling to those around him. The military promptly formed a barrier, granting Zhao Baiqi and Qiong Qi the space for their private discussion. Among the crowd, those who had hoped to rush into the mountains to find Chen Ping'an hesitated at Zhao Baiqi's arrival. Qingming furrowed her brows. Meanwhile, Mandaniu and Kaoshan who flitted about like headless flies. What should we do? What should we do? Big sister, what should we do? It's been so long. Could it be that the big brother has already encountered trouble? Indeed. Why haven't they gone to rescue the big brother yet? Silence enveloped Su Chao as he gritted his teeth. No, waiting idly is not an option. If they refuse to act, I will. My life was granted by Brother Ping'an. If anything happens to him, I will live in guilt for the rest of my days. I might as well meet my end with him. Hearing Su Chao's resolute words, Kaoshan who had shamelessly joined Chen Ping'an's team, nodded in agreement. What you say is true. I will go with you. At worst, I will return my life to the big brother. And I, Mandaniu, fearing to be forgotten, hastily added, I will go too. Silence. With Chen Ping'an absent, Qingming had unwittingly become the core of the team. Observing the reckless actions of the three, she interjected firmly. Surprisingly, even Su Chao, who often indulged in bickering, fell silent at her reprimand. This would undoubtedly bring tears to Chen Ping'an's eyes. How could their relationship improve if they did not argue? Let us wait a while longer. We shall see if Elder Zhao and Qiong Qi conclude their discussion. If they do not take action afterward, I will contact my father and have him intervene. Your father? Su Chao questioned, skeptical. They all knew Qingming's grandfather was the sect leader, but they were unaware of her parents' identities. Is your father capable of intervening? Qingming nodded. There is a 90% chance he will. 90%? Qingming, who exactly is your father? That is not for you to know. Very well. We shall defer to your judgment. With no other recourse, the group resigned themselves to Qingming's proposal. However, while they awaited the outcome, a melodious, yet mocking laughter suddenly rang out from behind them. Hee hee. Wretched girl. You wretched girl. The group turned in confusion, only to find 2 young maidens had appeared behind them. Though both were beautiful, the one who laughed was breathtakingly exquisite, surpassing their comprehension. Even Qingming's beauty seemed diminished in her presence. A celestial maiden descended from the heavens. It defied description. One could only say she was a celestial maiden descended from the heavens. Yet, why did such a stunning woman speak such cutting words? Who would laugh so mockingly? Startled by the sudden outburst from the beautiful girl beside her, the other maiden's eyelids twitched. Not again. Not again. Junior sister, do not be rude. After this, the maiden clasped her hands and bowed to Qingming, apologizing. I beg your pardon, Mississippi. We are from the Qingyun Sect. My name is Tian, and this is my junior sister, Su Muxue. As you can see, though my junior sister possesses exceptional talent, she suffers from a certain mental affliction. Mental affliction? A mental disorder? Upon hearing her explanation, the expressions of Qingming and the others softened slightly. However, Kaoshan who stared at Su Muxue, as if recalling something. Su Muxue? Qingyun Sect? That name sounds so familiar. No, it is you. You are the newly appointed saintess of the Qingyun Sect. The Qingyun Sect's saintess? Kaoshan whose reminder jogged the memories of the others. Wasn't she the legendary figure who awakened her bloodline and gained extraordinary talents? Yet, who would have expected that this saintess had a mental affliction? Ignoring the astonishment of the crowd and Tian's explanations, Su Muxue revealed a sickly smile. Hee hee. Wretched girl, how dare you seduce him? You will surely die by my hand. You. Nonsense. Who have I seduced? Even if you have a mental affliction, you cannot insult me so. Qingming's face darkened immediately. Cough, cough. Junior sister, I implore you, please be quiet. Why do you transform the moment anything related to that heartless scoundrel arises? Yu Tian felt a genuine pang of distress. She vowed that throughout their journey, her saintess junior sister had behaved more normally than any ordinary person. She exuded an aura of purity, free from the stain of the world. Yet, whenever someone or something related to Chen Ping'an appeared, she would go into a frenzy. As Qingming was about to press further, Yu Tian could only offer a wry smile and apologize. I am sorry. I am so sorry. What my junior sister meant was not you. She merely mistook you in her episode. Is that so? Qingming glanced at Su Muxue. Though she felt anger, she did not wish to stir up trouble at this juncture. In that case, please manage your junior sister. Absolutely. Absolutely. Miss. We have just arrived from the Qingyun Sect to provide support at the front lines and are still unfamiliar with the situation. Upon finishing her words, Yu Tian pointed at the encircled Zhao Baiqi and Xiao Shuai, inquiring, may I ask what transpired here? Although Su Muxue's demeanor was rather unfriendly, Yu Tian spoke with utmost courtesy. The news of Chen Ping'an's capture had become widely known. Even without asking their own group, they could easily glean information from others outside. Chapter 63. You, Qingyun Sect, truly deserve to perish. She briefly recounted the events, though Qingming refrained from disclosing the reasons behind the capture, merely stating that he had been apprehended. What? Your new disciple, Chen Ping'an, has been captured? Indeed. Upon hearing Qingming's explanation, Yu Tian's eyes narrowed with concern. What had compelled her to speak so freely? As anticipated, the very next moment, Su Muxue, without any hesitation, strode towards the mountains, her long, white hair trailing behind her. Hey, Muxue, stop, stop. Yu Tian was in a state of panic, sweat beading on her forehead. Muxue, he is a heartless scoundrel. What are you doing? He cannot die. Even if he were to die, it must be at my hands. The 3-year agreement has not yet expired. Why should he die? I have not yet tormented him. Why should he die? I must find him. Seeing Su Muxue's resolute demeanor brought Yu Tian to the brink of tears. What is this madness? This foot. You're determined to make him lick it, aren't you? Can't we find someone else for that? It was no exaggeration. With Su Muxue's beauty, whenever she desired, those infatuated admirers would be clamoring to have the privilege of licking her toes. One each day, without repetition for an entire year. Muxue, don't be hasty. What good will it do for you to go there? Can't you see that their master is already devising a plan? No. My presence will be of use. While her own strength might be insufficient, she had the formidable support of her formidable grandmother, Aunt Ping. No, you absolutely cannot go. If you truly wish to venture forth, then you must step over my body, or rather, over our master's corpse. Yu Tian had initially intended to say her own body, but realizing Su Muxue's obsessive tendencies towards Chen Ping'an, she feared that the girl might indeed turn violent against her. Watching Yu Tian and Su Muxue tugging at each other as they walked away, Qingming and her companions were utterly perplexed. What is going on? I'm a bit lost here. Why does it seem like this saintess is quite agitated upon hearing about Chen Ping'an's capture? Mandaniu scratched his not-so-bright head. Tiger, I can't shake the feeling that our boss and this saintess seem to have some sort of acquaintance. Are you out of your mind? How could that be possible? She belongs to the Qingyun Sect, while our boss is from Qingyun Sect. They're worlds apart. At the center of the isolation zone, Xiao Shuai scrutinized Zhao Baiqi, who wore a conflicted expression. Zhao Baiqi, speak up. What do you wish to discuss privately? However, let me make one thing clear. No matter what, I shall not agree to blindly rescue your disciple. Sighing, Zhao Baiqi replied, I had no intention of speaking up, considering my disciple's strength has yet to reach a level of self-sufficiency. However, given the circumstances, I must divulge the truth. What truth? Actually, it's nothing grand. I merely wish to inform you of my disciple's exceptional aptitude. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shuai comprehended that Zhao Baiqi was alluding to the remarkable abilities of his captured disciple. It appeared they had concealed Chen Ping'an's capabilities without reporting them. But what of it? Could it be that Chen Ping'an could awaken a bloodline and gain a talent? Even if he were to acquire a talent, it would never surpass the significance of Zhao Baiqi. Thus, regardless of what you say, I shall not blindly rush to provide assistance. Then tell me, what secret does your disciple possess regarding his aptitude? What has Qingyun Sect concealed? Xiao Shuai, you must be aware that my disciple's fox can transform, correct? Yes, I know this. When it transforms, it takes the form of a python. Actually, that is not a transformation. Not a transformation? Zhao Baiqi paused, his expression turning serious. What does this mean? Are you suggesting that during the competition, the transformation was merely a ruse to allow another beast to fight on their behalf? How could Qingyun Sect possibly engage in such deceitful practices? What I mean is, this is not a transformation. It is actually two different beasts. What? Qiong Qi found himself engulfed in confusion. What does this even mean? Not a substitute. Two beasts, bronze level. Each term, when isolated, was comprehensible, yet when combined, it left him bewildered. Zhao Baiqi, what are you trying to convey? Two beasts? Are you implying that both beasts belong to your disciple? Can your disciple contract two beasts at the bronze level? Your disciple possesses a rather unique golden tome, does he not? Zhao Baiqi shook his head. It is not from a single tome. Not from a single tome? Qiong Qi was even more at a loss. He had initially understood that both beasts belonged to Chen Ping'an, yet they were not from a single tome. Zhao Baiqi, you are not suggesting that your disciple possesses two tomes, are you? As expected of Qiong Qi, Zhao Baiqi nodded helplessly, confirming he indeed has two tomes. How is that possible? Qiong Qi rolled his eyes dramatically. How can a single person possess two? He had intended to counter this claim. Yet upon witnessing Zhao Baiqi's earnest expression, Qiong Qi's heart raced with disbelief. Is it true? Indeed. Zhao Baiqi, you scoundrel. You dare to withhold such extraordinary matters from us. Qiong Qi, this cannot be laid at our feet. Only the sect leader and I are aware. You know the current situation in Huagua. We are besieged on all sides. Setting aside your failure to report such a significant matter, I must ask, what level is your disciple's second tome? Zhao Baiqi shook his head. What level? It is a mythic level, one I have never heard of before. A mythic level? Qiong Qi's confusion deepened. He had indeed never heard of such a thing. What color is it? Black. Black? Qiong Qi furrowed his brows, pondering. That does not sound particularly impressive. I wonder how many pages it contains. Likely no more than one or two. One page combined with a golden tome would merely equate to a platinum tome. If there were 2 pages, it would amount to a diamond tome. The possessor of a diamond tome would undoubtedly be a national-level prodigy. Zhao Baiqi, how many pages does your disciple's second tome have? 1 or 2? Observing Qiong Qi's increasingly serious expression, Zhao Baiqi realized he had made an impact. Then let me stoke the flames further. 9 pages. 9? Is that so? At this moment, Qiong Qi's voice cracked slightly. Zhao Baiqi could only repeat, 9 pages. Is that true? Absolutely no exaggeration. Damn it. Zhao Baiqi, you treacherous fiend. You dare to withhold such a prodigious individual from Qingyun Sect. Let us go. We must hurry. Upon delivering a furious rebuke, Qiong Qi immediately turned to leave. Zhao Baiqi hastily asked, Qiong Qi, where are you going? Where else? We must hurry to rescue your disciple. Your Qingyun Sect truly deserves to perish. If you had reported this earlier, we would not have reached this critical juncture. No, if you had reported this earlier, your disciple would never have been sent to the front lines. Watching Qiong Qi's frantic demeanor, Zhao Baiqi internally scoffed. Report? What nonsense. If we had reported it, you military forces would have surely forced us to send him. Only a fool would report this. Chapter 64. The Beast Army retreats. Dispatch the order. All golden-level warriors assemble. We depart for the rescue in 5 minutes. Upon discovering that Chen Ping'an possessed a tome with 9 pages, Qiong Qi was now more anxious than Zhao Baiqi, immediately issuing orders as he exited. As the army began to mobilize swiftly, Qingning and her companions finally exhaled in relief. However, upon hearing that only those of golden rank could participate in the rescue mission, the 4 grew anxious once more, hastily seeking out Zhao Baiqi to request their inclusion in the rescue team. Yet, they were met with a firm refusal. You would only hinder our progress. Although the words struck a disheartening chord, Zhao Baiqi spoke the truth. Qingning and her friends were not reckless individuals. They could only hope for the military success in retrieving Chen Ping'an. Besides Su Muxue, Yu Tian was equally astonished, wondering how the military would go to such lengths for a mere bronze rank holder of the Golden Codex. Did this seemingly unfaithful man harbor some hidden secret? Amidst the speculation, 5 minutes swiftly elapsed. At the front lines, over 1,000 golden-ranked warriors had gathered, each having summoned their respective summoned beasts. Leading the charge were Zhao Baiqi upon a flaming rhinoceros and Qiong Qi upon a thunder lion. After exchanging a nod of mutual understanding, Qiong Qi bellowed, Everyone, advance at full speed. With that, the thunder lion leapt forward, closely followed by Zhao Baiqi. Just then, another squad of soldiers rushed toward them, calling out, Qiong Qi, wait. Something is amiss. Something is amiss. What? The thunder lion halted. What has happened? Speak quickly. Qiong Qi. The Bull Beast Legion. The Bull Beast Legion. What about the Bull Beast Legion? They have retreated. A full withdrawal. Upon hearing this news, everyone around them breathed a sigh of relief. A retreat? Did this not signify their victory? Incredible. We have won. We have won. Cheers erupted. In stark contrast, Qiong Qi and Zhao Baiqi's faces paled instantly. In a situation of equal strength, how could the bull beasts suddenly retreat? Could it be that the bull beast's invasion was to locate that man, the bull sovereign? Had they found him? Their first thought was of Chen Ping'an. Damn it, we cannot wait any longer. Zhao Baiqi. We must advance with utmost speed. All golden-ranked warriors. Follow us without regard for formation. With that, the Thunder Lions surged ahead, crackling with electricity, while Zhao Baiqi's flaming rhinoceros kept pace. This demonstrated the disparity between the two and the golden-ranked warriors. In less than a minute, they vanished from sight. Deep within the Panyan mountain range, unease gnawed at Qiong Qi and Zhao Baiqi as they ventured deeper. There are none, not a single one. The once surging tide of bull beasts had completely vanished. This was evidently the worst possible outcome. Zhao Baiqi, if you fail to rescue your apprentice, you shall be the greatest traitor in Huagua. And you, Qiong Qi, if it weren't for your delay, would we still be in this position? That was due to your concealment. Both were now frantic, their pace quickening. Hey, Qiong Qi, there are 2 humans ahead. Are they scouts from your unit? Scouts? Following Zhao Baiqi's gaze, they indeed spotted 2 human figures in the distance. Given their presence, they must be scouts. Qiong Qi nodded. Indeed. Do not mind them. Let us hasten. However, they soon realized that one of the figures had spotted them and was approaching at a run, seemingly intending to block their path. This frustrated Qiong Qi. Who is this? Why can't they assess the situation properly? Move aside. With his furious shout, the figure halted immediately. Seeing this, Zhao Baiqi and Qiong Qi disregarded the two and continued forward. In a minute, they brushed past the 2 figures. As they did, Qiong Qi and Zhao Baiqi instinctively glanced at them. In that fleeting moment, both were struck dumb. A chill ran down Qiong Shuai's spine, igniting a sense of impending danger. One of them was not human. With horns and a bovine nose, it was a bull beast. In human form, and his thunder lion felt no hint of its presence. A formidable opponent. As for Zhao Baiqi, his attention was drawn to the other human figure. Upon seeing this silhouette, he felt his heart lighten. Ping'an, master. The 2 figures were none other than Chen Ping'an and Nyoji. Ping'an? Upon hearing the names, Qiong Qi was momentarily taken aback, only to realize that the very person they sought to rescue was right here. What is going on? Stop. Halt. Urgently commanding the Thunder Lion and the Flaming Rhinoceros to stop, the 3 beings exchanged bewildered gazes. Smoke began to rise from their heads, each mind swirling with questions. What on earth is happening? Master. Chen Ping'an, however, was overwhelmed with excitement, finally having found support. He cast a glance at Nyoji, who was curiously examining Qiong Qi and Zhao Baiqi. Now I am not afraid. Even if you discover my true identity, it matters not. Yet, he wished to maintain the ruse a little longer. However, he could not tolerate wearing those horns any longer. They were crafted from the real horns of a massive bull. Far too heavy. Chen Ping'an's neck already ached. With that thought, he swiftly removed the horns and tossed them to the ground. Indeed. Nyoji looked puzzled. Horn boy? Why do you treat your horns so carelessly? Pick them up. Quickly. Pick them up? Absolutely not. Whoever wants them can take them. Chen Ping'an retorted defiantly. Master. Hurry. Take me back. Master? In his imagination, upon seeing his master, he believed his master would effortlessly lead him back. Yet what was this? Why did his master and this imposing military figure appear so wary? That should not be the case. Wasn't Nyoji a diamond rank? His master was also a diamond rank. Moreover, his master possessed 4 diamond rank summoned beasts. As Qiong Qi would say, we have the odds in our favor. Yet the aura emanating from this military elder was evidently on par with his master. Another diamond rank. How could they possibly lose? That was inconceivable. Master? Chapter 65. Who are we confronting? Ping'an, can you come here? Is there any reason I cannot? Chen Ping'an hastened to Zhao Baiqi's side. While Zhao Baiqi and Qiong Qi remained on high alert, their gazes fixed on Nyoji. Their expressions betrayed nothing, yet their hearts roiled with tumult. They were indeed genuine diamond ranks. However, had they not seen Nyoji's appearance, they would have felt no energy fluctuations emanating from him. He seemed just like an ordinary person. But could he truly be an ordinary person? There were 3 possibilities. Either Nyoji truly possessed no power, or he was equipped with some form of concealment artifact or relic. Last year, the greatest fear they harbored was the 3rd possibility, that Nyoji's true strength far surpassed their own. Master, let us depart. Though the current situation was somewhat surreal. Leaving Qiong Qi and the old man perplexed, they were somewhat relieved to see that Nyoji had neither harmed Chen Ping'an nor restricted him. However, relief did not equate to complacency. Zhao Baiqi, unusually courteous, turned to Nyoji and said, Dear friend from the beast realm, it seems that Ping'an has troubled you these past few days. We shall not impose further and will take our leave now. Oh, no problem at all. Nyoji waved his hand dismissively, but perhaps unable to restrain himself, he continued to chatter. You're the master of the horn boy. Why does the horn boy have horns, yet you do not? Did you teach him that his horns are detachable? Could you teach me as well? I could at most hide my horns, but I also wish to remove and play with my own. Zhao Baiqi stood momentarily stunned by a barrage of questions. What on earth was this? Detachable horns? Playing with them? Such absurdities. Do you even hear what you're saying? With a forced smile, he refrained from answering, but instead clasped his fists and continued, Friend from the beast realm, we shall take our leave now. As he spoke, he disregarded Niu Ji and attempted to walk away with Chen Ping'an. Wait. However, the typically affable Niu Ji interrupted them at that moment. It seemed that the situation would not be so easily resolved. This was likely to be a fierce confrontation. Zhao Baiqi turned, his demeanor sharpening. Friend from the beast realm, do you have further matters to discuss? Upon hearing Zhao Baiqi's tone, Qiong Qi was equally unyielding. Waving his hand as the diamond tome before him began to flip through its pages wildly, summoning 4 diamond-tier beasts in front of him. With such a display, should Niu Ji prevent Chen Ping'an from leaving, they would take the initiative. Yet, amidst this tense atmosphere, Niu Ji's next words nearly choked them. Why didn't you call me to join you? I want to go back with you. The Horn Boy is a man of our Niu clan's Niu Zun, and I must protect him. That is certainly not the case. Did you not see that he has lost his horns? Zhao Baiqi retorted, exasperated. You have mistaken your man. Moreover, who knew what chaos would ensue if they took him back? Dear friend from the beast realm, what if we cannot take you with us? Oh, if not, then I shall have to kill you. Regardless, I will not allow you to take away our Niu Zun's husband. Zhao Baiqi's eyelids twitched once more. What a simpleton to deliver such a harsh statement in the most innocent tone. Realizing the atmosphere had soured dramatically, Chen Ping'an quickly cast a glance at Niu Ji and hurriedly attempted to smooth things over. Master, he surely will not harm me. He merely wishes to protect me. After all, I am the husband of Niu Zun. Having said this, Chen Ping'an urgently gestured to Zhao Baiqi. Zhao Baiqi, not lacking in insight, immediately grasped the situation. Yet, understanding aside, he felt an overwhelming sense of despair. No. Are you out of your mind? You dare deceive him. Do you comprehend the strength of your opponent? If he discovers your ruse, I shudder to think of the consequences. Indeed, how could I harm the Horn Boy? I am here to protect him. This. Zhao Baiqi found himself at a loss. Observing Niu Ji's demeanor, it was clear they could not simply dismiss him. Confrontation? That seemed uncertain. After exchanging glances with Qiong Qi, who nodded in affirmation, Zhao Baiqi finally acquiesced. Then, dear friend from the beast realm, will you accompany us? Of course I shall accompany you. Should you refuse, I will not allow you to take away my Niu husband. The tone of this statement felt rather threatening. At this moment, Chen Ping'an had already mounted the back of the fire rhinoceros and whispered into Zhao Baiqi's ear, Master, this beast is rather simple-minded. He genuinely believes I am their Niu Zun's husband. If we can trick him into going to Qingyun Sect and sever his ties with the outside world, we could nurture him there, thus gaining a reliable guardian for our sect. Chen Ping'an initially intended to say guardian beast, but Niu Ji was not bound by a contract. Yes, a wild beast for protection. Upon hearing Chen Ping'an's suggestion, Zhao Baiqi's eyes lit up with newfound resolve. What a splendid idea. There is indeed room for maneuvering. With this beast at our side, even if the military from Huagua comes to Qingyun Sect to conscript, they would have to think twice. Ping'an, you truly are a genius. The sect master was right. You indeed possess the qualities to lead. Why don't we have this beast and your master join forces? We could directly eliminate the sect master, and you could ascend to power. Excellent, excellent. It was indeed his master, before Niu Ji had even returned. He was already scheming how to utilize the beast. Yet, the objective behind this utilization felt a bit predatory. Eliminate? Eliminate the sect master? Zhao Baiqi's thoughts had already been quite shocking, but when Chen Ping'an uttered the words eliminate the sect master, everyone was left utterly dumbfounded. A black tome materialized before Chen Ping'an, flipping open to the second page without any wind. Little Chai leaped from within the tome, his eyes ablaze with a thirst for slaughter. After he appeared, he glanced around before uttering 3 words. Eliminate. Who? Without waiting for Chen Ping'an to respond, he turned his gaze toward Niu Ji, perceiving him as the greatest threat. Eliminate. Eliminate you. To everyone's astonishment, Little Chai raised his paw, transforming his body into a blade aimed at Niu Ji. A plethora of question marks appeared above Chen Ping'an's head. I did not summon you. I truly did not summon you. How did you manage to come out on your own? If you're out, what are you doing? Are you truly a tiger? You act without regard for your opponent. Chapter 66. This Little Chai is truly something. Seeing Little Chai attack, Niu Ji was not one to be trifled with. Recognizing this was Chen Ping'an's beast, he refrained from harming Little Chai, instead mimicking the creature's actions, gathering his energy in his palm. He prepared to meet Little Chai's strike with his own hand. Chen Ping'an watched in a cold sweat, internally screaming, Little Chai? You truly are something else. Stop. Everyone stop. It's a misunderstanding. We're not attacking him. Upon hearing Chen Ping'an's cries, Niu Ji, behaving almost like a loyal beast, promptly withdrew his offensive stance and stood there obediently. This was truly a standstill. However, Chen Ping'an's true beast, Little Chai, showed no signs of ceasing his aggression. Eliminate. Eliminate you. Boom. With a single swipe, Little Chai's paw struck Niu Ji's arm, instantly leaving several bloody marks. This shocked both Zhao Baiqi and Qiong Qi to their cores. What on earth? This is madness. Just as things were about to come to a close, this chaos erupts. It's over. It's over. There is no way to resolve this now. This beast will surely go berserk. Yet, to everyone's bewilderment, Niu Ji did not seem the least bit enraged. Rather, he looked at Chen Ping'an with a hint of grievance. Horn boy, I have obeyed you so well. Why do you still allow your beast to attack me? I am not in the mood for words. This. Chen Ping'an was equally bewildered. He truly could not comprehend how the little jackal appeared on its own. At that moment, the mythical tome flipped open once more, landing directly on the first page. Subsequently, the figure of the little bull materialized before Chen Ping'an's eyes, charging directly in front of the little jackal amidst the twitching gazes of the spectators. With a resounding crack, a snake-like tail struck the little jackal squarely on the head, the sound echoing with evident force. The little jackal, previously reeking of brutality, now had its ferocity significantly tempered upon seeing the little bull, and it dared not emit a sound even after being struck. After administering the blow, the little bull bowed apologetically to Chen Ping'an and the others, its demeanor surprisingly reminiscent of a human expressing contrition. Was this truly an apology? Having completed this, the little bull coiled its tail around the little jackal's body and soared towards the mythical tome, before transforming into two beams of light and returning to the beast realm. Now Chen Ping'an seemed to grasp the situation, yet his heart was in turmoil. It appeared that the beasts summoned by the mythical tome did not require his consent to form a contract. Could these beasts emerge without his permission? Witnessing Chen Ping'an's beast emerge and then return on its own, the bull beast, though injured, remained unperturbed, quietly licking its wounds nearby. At this point, Zhao Baiqi and Qiong Qi were utterly confounded. Who could enlighten me? What on earth is happening here? No, wait. Soon. Zhao Baiqi discerned the crux of the matter. Two beasts emerging from a single tome, and both were of silver rank. He glanced at Chen Ping'an. Good gracious. Silver rank. Even he, well-versed in such matters, could not help but exclaim. In the world of contracted beasts, one was lucky to possess even one. Meanwhile, others were still toiling in the lower tiers of bronze. And yet you tell me, you have directly ascended to silver rank? Absurd. Truly absurd. Ping'an, have you reached silver rank? Your concern lies here? Chen Ping'an longed to retort regarding his master, yet he sincerely questioned. Such an excellent opportunity for ostentation. Shouldn't it be seized? What is the purpose of leveling up? Naturally, it is to showcase one's prowess. Unbeknownst to him, the corners of his mouth had already twisted into a smirk. With an awkward scratch at the back of his head, he said, Master, it seems I inadvertently reached silver rank. Inadvertently? What a marvelous understatement. Zhao Baiqi felt as though he had swallowed a mouthful of excrement. This was his disciple. His own disciple. Ping'an. What am I to say? However, Ping'an. That should have been the second beast from the Black Tome, right? What is going on? How did it appear on its own? Due to the uniqueness of the tome. Chen Ping'an was aware, but explaining it was too cumbersome, so he opted for a vague response. Master, I don't know either. I did nothing, just said a word. Yet, as soon as the words left Chen Ping'an's mouth, the mythical tome appeared once more. The little jackal, sporting a swollen head, reappeared. What? Who? It scanned the surroundings. Still those few individuals? The previous encounter with the bull had seemingly gone awry. Time to choose someone else. The little jackal's eyes glowed red as it turned towards Zhao Baiqi and lunged forward. I'll take you down. The flame rhinoceros. Zhao Baiqi, not daring to be negligent, quickly commanded the flame rhinoceros to intercept the little jackal. Chen Ping'an also swiftly summoned the mythical tome to retract the little jackal. At this point, Chen Ping'an was certain that the little jackal was indeed serious. Before understanding the mythical tome and the constraints on these beasts emerging freely, he had to seal away the attack command. Seeing Chen Ping'an scratching his head again, Zhao Baiqi was at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, he could only helplessly remark, Ping'an, your beast is quite unique, isn't it? Mediocre, it was merely an accident. Meanwhile, Qiong Qi, who had been silently observing the bull and Chen Ping'an, expressed his excitement. Young friend Ping'an, I never anticipated that after this ordeal, not only would you emerge unscathed, but you would also ascend to silver rank. Young friend, this should be your second tome, correct? Although I already believe it. Could you summon your other golden tome for me to see? Chen Ping'an cast a questioning glance at Zhao Baiqi, as he had inadvertently revealed the secrets of two tomes. All right, Receiving Zhao Baiqi's affirmation, Chen Ping'an nodded and waved his hand to summon the Golden Tome. Upon seeing the distinctly different Golden Tome, Qiong Shuai's breath caught in his throat once more, his face flushing with excitement. 2 tomes. It truly was 2 tomes. An existence that shattered the understanding of our human race. Qiong Shuai's tone trembled with awe. Young friend Ping'an, I have already witnessed the 2 beasts from your previous tome. May I ask if this tome has contracted 2 beasts or still only 1? Could you summon them for me to see? 2 have been contracted. As for summoning. Chen Ping'an glanced at Zhao Baiqi, realizing that until the situation was clarified, Zhao Baiqi was his most formidable ally. It's all right. Ping'an, you can trust Qiong Shuai. Trust? Was the title Shuai meant in its literal sense or as a military rank? Nodding, Chen Ping'an forewarned before summoning Qiong Shuai. The 2 beasts from my Golden Tome might be somewhat crude in their speech. Crude? They're merely 2 beasts. How crude could they possibly be? Qiong Shuai chuckled and nodded, dismissing the concern. Seeing this, Chen Ping'an finally waved his hand, and Gao Sheng and Kong Qin appeared before him. Qiong Shuai, these are the 2 beasts from my Golden Tome. The fox I've seen in the video, but your second beast is actually a peacock. Let me take a good look. The previous 2 beasts from the Mythical Tome were somewhat beyond comprehension, and he had no idea how to express his opinions about them. Now, having seen the fox and peacock, he felt more assured. As for Kong Qin, upon hearing that this old man wanted to take a closer look at him, he was indignant. What did he take himself for? However, he still turned to survey the surroundings. 3 formidable presences, the strongest being the humanoid bull beast. And it was evidently on his side. Confirmed. Victory was assured. In that case, there was no need to fear. Old man, what are you staring at? Do you think the ancestor is someone you can just gawk at? You want to see, then see. Do you believe I will gouge out your eyes and feed them to the dogs? As Kong Qin concluded, Gao Sheng also grew excited, urgently chiming in. Hey, you daft old man. Why are you just standing there? Didn't you hear that foolish peacock insulting you? How can you tolerate that? If it were me, I wouldn't stand for it. If you can endure this, you're no better than a tortoise. Old man, why are you looking at me? It's that foolish peacock insulting you. And as for me, I'm Gao Sheng. I'm scolding you. Beat him. Why aren't you beating him? Kong Qin shot another glance at the humanoid bull beast that had approached Chen Ping'an. Confirmed. It was indeed on his side. Beat me? Huh. An ancestor is not something you can just beat at will. What are you, old man? He is calling you what? Are you something? You are nothing. Why are you just standing there? Can you really tolerate this? Well, I certainly cannot. He must endure, even if he cannot. Upon hearing Gao Sheng and Kong Qin engaging in their banter, Qiong Shuai's initially curious expression gradually morphed into one resembling that of a liver. Is this what you call rude? For a fleeting moment, Qiong Shuai contemplated striking down these 2 beasts directly. Throughout his life, despite having faced numerous challenges, he had never been insulted so brazenly by these creatures. It was one thing to be scolded, but to have it sung back and forth was utterly intolerable. You too. Silence. Chen Ping'an, feeling helpless, had long predicted this outcome. However, he had anticipated Gao Sheng's penchant for instigating discord, not Kong Qin's outright insults. The interplay between them was exponentially more combative than mere addition could convey. Hearing Chen Ping'an's furious admonition, Gao Sheng nodded defiantly, glancing back and forth between Kong Qin and Qiong Shuai. Did you both hear that? Your master commands you to be silent. How could Kong Qin tolerate being told to shut up by Gao Sheng? Nonsense. The master clearly wants you and that old man to be quiet. I swear. I absolutely cannot endure this. I have not uttered a single word aside from commenting on your peacock, taking a deep breath to suppress his rising fury. Qiong Shuai's face turned a shade darker as he retorted. Is it possible that the master, your master wants you two to be silent? Impossible. X2. I am indeed commanding you both to be silent. Fine. The 2 beasts, demonstrating remarkable adaptability, promptly ceased their chatter upon sensing Chen Ping'an's anger. Chen Ping'an, feeling slightly embarrassed, scratched his head and asked, Qiong Shuai, are you still watching? I was watching you, cough cough. Never mind, I won't watch anymore. At this point, Qiong Shuai was teetering on the edge of his composure, hastily waving his hands. Quickly, retrieve those 2 beasts. Witnessing such a display, the old man dared not express his ire, further solidifying Kong Qin's confidence in their assured victory. Old man, are you not watching? What did you just say? Sensing that Kong Qin was about to start again, Chen Ping'an swiftly returned the creature to the tome. Only then did Qiong Shuai exhale in relief. Regaining his composure before lamenting, young friend Ping'an, do you not possess even one reasonably normal beast? In a certain sense, managing to have none that are normal at all is a remarkable feat in itself. Who says I do not have a normal beast? Chen Ping'an was eager to inform him that his little Nyo was perfectly normal. Well then, young friend Ping'an, let us return for now. Nodding, Chen Ping'an glanced at Nyoji and instinctively said, Nyoji, keep up. All right, horn boy. Observing Nyoji so obediently following Chen Ping'an, the thoughts of Zhao Baiqi and Qiong Qi coalesced into a singular question. Which one is truly your beast? The group then prepared to head back to the camp. On their way, they encountered Golden Tier warriors still making their way to the Pan Yun mountain range, and Qiong Qi allowed each of them to return. Until now, Chen Ping'an remained unaware of the true identity of the military-clad elder. However, he was certain that this elder held an extraordinary status. Otherwise, why would even Golden Tier warriors heed his words? Upon reaching the tent encampment of the army, they found a throng of people already gathered before the camp. These individuals donned garments from various sections. Aside from Qingning and a few others, most were indifferent to Chen Ping'an's fate, merely curious about the individual who could summon the military's elite to action. Here they come. Here they come. I see the boss. The boss is right on the back of the old man's fiery rhinoceros. From a distance, Mandanyo shouted excitedly. At this, Qingning and the others finally felt their anxieties ease, just as they intended to step forward to greet Chen Ping'an. A familiar figure inexplicably surged to the forefront of the crowd ahead of them. Upon recognizing this person, Hua Shan who nudged Mandanyo. Nyozi, is that not the saintess of Qingyun Sect, who has some mental affliction? What is she doing? I don't know. Who's he? Why don't you go ask her? No way. Nyozi, do you think this saintess of Qingyun Sect might actually have a relationship with our boss? Strangely enough, it is quite possible. Hearing the two's conversation, Qingning shot them a displeased glare. Enough with the nonsense. Rumors are often birthed from individuals like you. They exchanged glances, both wearing expressions of understanding. Mandanyo patted his chest, assuring, don't worry, in my eyes, you are the true big sister. The only big sister. Right. In my Huzi's eyes, it is the same. Silence. How many times must I tell you? I am not your big sister. Right, not big sister. Big sister. Let us hurry to the front. We must not allow the saintess of Qingyun Sect to steal the limelight. Nyozi speaks wisely. Big sister, let us proceed. Silence. You two fools. Qingning scolded, yet as they had suggested, she led the members of Qingyun Sect forward. Chapter 68. Master. Quickly shatter her bracelet. Regardless of whether she is a big sister or not, Chen Ping'an is still one of us from Qingyun Sect. How can we allow others to take the lead? Meanwhile, those who had initially gathered to discern the identity of Chen Ping'an now wore expressions of curiosity. Is that not the saintess of Qingyun Sect? What are they doing? Why are they more proactive than the people from Qingyun Sect? Indeed, it is clearly a safe return for the people of Qingyun Sect, yet they seem more eager? Something feels off. Bah, speak not such nonsense. That saintess of Qingyun Sect is my goddess. How could he, Chen Ping'an, possibly be worthy? Amidst the crowd's scrutiny, Su Muxue remained composed, intent on seeing whether Chen Ping'an had sustained any injuries. If he were injured, she would make a note of it in her little book. The military allowed Chen Ping'an to be harmed. Therefore, when she grew stronger, the military could very well cease to exist. Su Muxue was unfazed by the attention. But beside her, Yu Tian was nearly in tears. What is happening? What is happening? Is this not madness? But she felt powerless to intervene. Is he not just a man who licks toes? Look at the surrounding spectators. With just a word from you, Su Muxue, how many of them would not come forward, begging for a lick? Soon, Chen Ping'an, escorted by Zhao Baiqi and Qiong Qi, arrived at the outskirts of the camp. Upon seeing the crowd gathered at the front, Chen Ping'an was momentarily stunned, almost convinced he was hallucinating. He was not surprised to see Qingning and the others, but another familiar figure stood amidst the throng. Su Muxue, how did she end up here? No, wait. Chen Ping'an suddenly recalled something. Looking again at Qingning and Su Chao, he noticed that as children of fate, they still emitted a faint golden radiance. However, Su Muxue appeared as ordinary as any other person, devoid of any visible golden light. By all accounts, she should not be a child of fate. Yet, he had indeed first acquired his fortune points through her. What on earth is happening? Filled with confusion, Chen Ping'an scrutinized Su Muxue. Her visage remained as enchanting as ever. To describe her as a beauty capable of toppling kingdoms would not be an exaggeration. In terms of appearance, she surpassed even Qingning by a fraction. The only other individual he had encountered, whose beauty could rival Su Muxue, was that sister from the beast realm. Today, Su Muxue donned a pristine white short-sleeved garment from the Falling Cloud sect, adorned with delicate clouds that lent her an air of sanctity. Below, she wore a skirt that gracefully transitioned from a soft rosy hue to a luminous white, infusing her ethereal presence with a touch of charm. And to crown her appearance, her long, lustrous hair cascaded down her back, truly white, undeniably long, and impeccably straight. It was as though her legs extended endlessly below her waist. However, As Chen Ping'an's gaze wandered to Su Muxue's waist, he noticed an exquisite white jade bracelet adorning her wrist, its quality unmistakably exceptional, clearly a treasure of great worth. Recalling the spectral figure that accompanied Su Muxue during the contract with Gao Sheng, Chen Ping'an's expression shifted dramatically, and instinctively, he pointed at her bracelet, exclaiming, "Quick, master! Shatter her bracelet!" Huh? The newly arrived Zhao Baiqi, startled by Chen Ping'an's urgent words, instinctively replied, "All right." At that moment, the gray sparrow perched atop the fiery rhinoceros unleashed a swift stream of water, its speed so remarkable that those around barely had time to react. A sharp crack echoed, followed by the sound of something clattering to the ground. Following the noise, it became evident that Su Muxue's bracelet had shattered into several pieces. Everyone was left in a state of bewilderment, question marks hovering above their heads. What on earth? Are they insane? This is madness. She came to welcome you. She is the saintess of the Falling Cloud sect. And yet, you immediately had your master destroy her bracelet? And you, master. It's one thing for your young disciple to act thoughtlessly, but how could you be so reckless? Did you truly strike it? Only then did Zhao Baiqi regain his composure, admitting to himself that he too felt a pang of regret. Yet this was merely an instinctual reaction. He glanced at the young lady before him, and disbelief washed over him. Wasn't she the fiancée of his prized disciple? Wasn't she the one from the Silver Codex? How had she suddenly become the saintess of the Falling Cloud sect? It turned out that it was she who had awakened her bloodline and gained her talents. Zhao Baiqi scanned between Chen Ping'an and Su Muxue, realizing that the 3-year pact might truly be in jeopardy. At that moment, the shock was palpable not just among the onlookers, but even Chen Ping'an himself. For as the gray bird shattered Su Muxue's bracelet, a prompt resonated in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully plundered 50 points of fortune value. Stunned. This was genuinely bewildering. Chen Ping'an initially thought he had misheard. 50? 50 points? Just for breaking a bracelet? This was utterly absurd. He had painstakingly gathered a few dozen points from Su Chao and Qing Ning over such a long time, and yet, he simply shattered her bracelet without causing her any harm, and she rewarded him with 50 points. Chen Ping'an was now entirely convinced. Su Muxue was undoubtedly a child of fortune, and an exceptionally powerful one at that. But why could he not see the golden aura surrounding her? Piecing together the information, he reached a startling conclusion. Was Su Muxue wielding the protagonist's script? Hence, he could not perceive her golden light. As Chen Ping'an pondered the matter of fortune points, Su Muxue glared at him with gritted teeth. Chen Ping'an snapped back to reality, feeling slightly awkward, as if he were the one calling off the engagement. In terms of face and reason, he was clearly in the wrong. Moreover, this was the second time he had shattered her jade artifact. However, if Su Muxue were to brandish a ring or something similar, and he were asked whether he would shatter it, he would undoubtedly respond with enthusiasm. Yes. Break it. It must be shattered. Fortune points take precedence over all. Su Muxue, it has been a while. Hiss. Upon hearing the exchange between Chen Ping'an and Su Muxue, a stir erupted among the crowd, their expressions a mix of surprise and intrigue. They actually knew each other. Regardless of their acquaintance, Chen Ping'an must surely be unwell. What had his goddess done to provoke him into shattering her bracelet? What is the nature of their relationship? Could it be that the bracelet was a gift from Chen Ping'an? This rumor sounds intriguing. Do continue. Overwhelmed by the surrounding chatter, Tian felt as if she might bleed from frustration. Why, oh why, did she have to bring her sister Muxue along this time? Chen Ping'an, you harbor some deep-seated grudge against my jade artifacts. Su Muxue nearly spat through clenched teeth. With neither face nor reason on his side, Chen Ping'an felt a twinge of embarrassment as he attempted to explain. Not at all. When I was young, my father and mother had my fortune read, and the fortune teller claimed I was fated to clash with jade artifacts. Is that an explanation? Su Muxue was almost amused by her own exasperation. If you were destined to clash with jade, then why not simply refrain from wearing any? Why shatter mine? Unable to help himself, Chen Ping'an replied, it was instinctive. How about I accompany you with another piece? Su Muxue had intended to voice a few more words, but Tian, unable to bear the situation any longer, felt her face flush in front of the 1,000 onlookers. She cautiously tugged at Su Muxue's sleeve, urging, Sister Muxue, that's enough. Since you see Chen Ping'an is unharmed, isn't that sufficient? This time, Su Muxue complied, responding, all right. She then fixed a glare at Chen Ping'an, declaring, Chen Ping'an, there are 2 years, 10 months, and 6 days until our 3-year agreement. Wait for me. With that, she turned and strode away, leaving the onlookers in a state of utter confusion. What does 2 years mean? What does it imply? Instantly, the crowd erupted in wild speculation. Chen Ping'an, now feeling helpless, mused on how effortlessly he had acquired 50 fortune points from her. This woman was undeniably holding the protagonist's script. Who knew what trump cards she would reveal in the future? As Su Muxue departed, Qing Ning discreetly concealed her bracelet, tucking it away before approaching Chen Ping'an once more. Are you all right? Seeing the concern etched on their faces, Chen Ping'an smiled and nodded reassuringly. Fear not. I am fine. Oh, it's you all. With me around. How could the horned boy possibly be in trouble? The ever-dutiful Niu Ji, who had been trailing behind the fiery rhinoceros, recognized the group as if encountering old friends in a foreign land. Upon hearing Niu Ji speak, everyone turned their attention to him. As they did, a collective gasp echoed through the camp, followed by a rising cloud of astonishment. What was this? What was happening? Was it their imagination? A horned beast? This was certainly no human. It was a beast, transformed into human form. How could this creature return with Zhao Baiqi and the others so calmly? What on earth was going on? They were utterly baffled. Qing Ning and the others quickly recognized Niu Ji, a chill creeping up their spines as memories flooded back. Wasn't he this the beast that had once sought to slay them? Chen Ping'an did not risk his life to rescue them from that bull beast. How is it that this creature is now walking alongside him? As the sudden appearance of Niu Ji caused a stir, Qiao Shui furrowed his brow and commanded, "Evacuate." Instantly, squads of soldiers stepped forward, using their bodies as barriers to isolate the agitated crowd and clear a path. Naturally, the members of Qingyun Sect were not hindered. Chen Ping'an and his companions proceeded unhindered towards the camp. Meanwhile, Su Muxue had already sent Yutian away and returned to her tent alone. Upon entering, she retrieved a jade pendant from her bosom. A figure emerged from the pendant. Upon seeing this figure, Su Muxue pouted. Aunt Ping. I've seen him again. He's still so detestable. Aunt Ping. I can see that he has already reached the silver rank. What should I do next? This figure was none other than Su Muxue's grandmother, Ping'an, who resided in the ring. However, as soon as Su Muxue posed her question, she noticed something unusual. For the first time, Ping'an appeared entirely different from her usual self. Previously, no matter the circumstance, Ping'an always bore a compassionate and gentle demeanor. However, now, her expression could only be described as ferocious. Indeed, ferocious. Aunt Ping, what has happened to you? Su Muxue hurriedly inquired. Ping'an gritted her teeth. Muxue, after you win the 3-year agreement, you must kill that Chen Ping'an. Hearing Ping Mi's words, Su Muxue frowned. Why? I want him to crawl at my feet for a lifetime, licking my toes. Muxue, I know you truly desire to be with that Chen Ping'an, don't you? Su Muxue did not deny it, but instead nodded earnestly. Indeed. So let me ask you, even if you win and that Chen Ping'an marries you, will he truly stay by your side? After pondering for a moment, Su Muxue shook her head. No. Then that's good. As long as you kill him, Aunt Ping will have a way to keep him by your side forever? Really? Su Muxue's eyes lit up with fervor as she asked, Aunt Ping, what is the method? Please tell me. At this moment, Aunt Ping revealed an even more sinister smile. Muxue, you should have noticed Aunt's current state, right? Aunt Ping, you are now a ghost bound to the jade pendant. Correct. Muxue, as long as you kill Chen Ping'an and bring his corpse to me, I can skin him and make you a set of fitted clothing from his hide. Furthermore, I can use my abilities to seal his soul within the garments crafted from his skin. That way, as long as you wear clothing made from Chen Ping'an's hide, it will be as if he is forever by your side. Upon hearing Aunt Ping's explanation, Su Muxue displayed a look of astonishment. Subsequently, she began to laugh, and her smile grew increasingly morbid. Hee. To seal his soul within his skin, then fashion his skin into fitted clothing. This way, I can be with him forever. Aunt Ping, is it truly possible? Can it really be done? Ping'an nodded. When have I ever deceived you? Wonderful. Wonderful. Aunt Ping, you must help me. I want to be with him. Forever. You silly girl, would Aunt Ping suggest such a method if she weren't willing to help you? MHM. Aunt Ping, how did you suddenly think of such a brilliant plan? Suddenly, Ping Mi's expression turned to one of grinding teeth. That damned Chen Ping'an. I could overlook him destroying my ancestral home, but my villa, my new home. Do you know how much effort I put into building that villa? Only for him to ruin it again. Twice he has wreaked havoc upon my home. I cannot allow him to have an easy time. Is that so? Su Muxue was indifferent. After all, it was not her residence. Aunt Ping, don't worry, once we return, I will buy you the finest jade accessory to help you build a villa. Such a shame for the meticulous renovations I've done. I haven't even spent a day living in it before it was destroyed. Chapter 70. What are your thoughts on the military of Huagua? Aunt Ping. But Chen Ping'an has already reached the silver rank. No worries. What is a mere silver rank? You can rest assured, with Aunt here, it is not a problem. After a moment of contemplation, Ping'an continued. Here is the plan. Once you reach silver rank, and after you enter the beast realm through the tome, do not contract immediately. I have hidden something in the beast realm. We will retrieve that item first, as it can act on a soul level. At that time, I am confident that you will awaken your second bloodline and become the first dual bloodline, dual talent human in the history of the human race. Thank you, Aunt Ping. Inside the military's achievement exchange hall, Qiong Qi looked helplessly at the score plate in Chen Ping'an's hand. Over 70 points. A full 70 points. This youth, who has only been on the front lines for a few days, has amassed such a considerable amount of military achievement. Qiong Qi, how about it? Can I exchange it now? The items were clearly priced, so Chen Ping'an could exchange them as he pleased. Qiong Qi nodded and retrieved a piece of yellowed paper from the display case, which was the very item Chen Ping'an had sought from the beginning. Ping'an, this costs 50 military points. Are you truly sure you want to exchange for this? Qiong Qi still advised against it. If it were me, considering your current strength, preserving your life should be your utmost priority. It would be better to exchange for these blood vitality pills and Qi recovery pills. Chen Ping'an gave an awkward smile. He truly wished to inform Qiong Qi that these two pills were concocted by him. No need, Qiong Qi, I want this paper. All right. Seeing that he could not persuade Chen Ping'an otherwise, Qiong Qi began to explain the origins of the paper. Ping'an, this paper has changed hands several times and has had no fewer than 10 owners, yet no one has been able to uncover its secret. All I can tell you now is that this paper was obtained from a very dangerous secret realm, and its only special property is that it is impervious to water and fire. As he spoke, Qiong Qi handed the paper to Chen Ping'an. However, Chen Ping'an was not in the mood to listen to his explanation, as his mind was solely occupied with this paper. The paper felt somewhat cold to the touch, and Chen Ping'an examined it. Aside from its coolness, it bore no other extraordinary qualities. It felt just like ordinary paper. Ping'an, have you made your selection? If so, let us head back. As Chen Ping'an was about to continue his examination, the urging voice of Elder Zhao sounded from the entrance. With the bull beast army having retreated, Chen Ping'an and the others no longer needed to remain outside the Panyan Mountain Range. However, Panyan Mountain Range had now become a restricted area, guarded by soldiers. They're here, Chen Ping'an responded and was about to step outside, but Qiong Qi stepped in front of him first, smiling as he asked, Ping'an, what are your thoughts on the military of Huagua? What is this about? Chen Ping'an felt perplexed but answered honestly, it seems I don't have any particularly strong opinions. Well then, would you be interested in joining our military? Rest assured, with my recommendation, you will not be just an ordinary soldier. What is this about? Why does it feel so inexplicable? No, that's all right. Oh, very well. Upon hearing Chen Ping'an's refusal, Qiong Qi nodded and stepped aside. This left Chen Ping'an completely bewildered, though he did not dwell on it. After Chen Ping'an exited, a middle-aged man in military attire and glasses walked into the tent. The middle-aged man adjusted his glasses. A hint of confusion etched upon his face. Commander Qiong, are we truly allowing him to leave just like that? Did you not assert that he must join our military? Commander Qiong stroked his slightly bearded chin and smiled. What's the rush? He currently comprehends nothing. Coercing him into our ranks would only yield counterproductive results. Was Commander Qiong suggesting to wait? No. What I mean is, we can entice him to join from another angle. Commander Qiong, I fail to grasp your meaning. What should I do? Simple. This time, you will accompany the individuals from the Qingyun Sect back. You shall oversee the various transitions between the Qingyun Sect and our nation, and ascertain whether any violations have occurred. The bespectacled man nodded, understanding this part, as he would frequently investigate the strengths of various sections. The sects could be likened to large corporations, and their investigations were akin to an oversight committee. At that time, do not be polite. Simply conduct the most thorough examination. Within any sect, there will always be numerous inadequacies, and the Qingyun Sect is certainly concealing a plethora of them. Ensure they rectify all of them. Until they do, they shall not be permitted to recruit disciples or engage with the outside world. The bespectacled man, slightly taken aback, adjusted his glasses once more. What if the Qingyun Sect resists? Fear not, they would not be foolish enough to confront our military. Understood, Commander Qiong. May I confirm the ultimate objective of this operation? Is that even a question? Naturally, it is to have the people of the Qingyun Sect willingly deliver Chen Ping'an to the Military Affairs Office in Kyoto. However, I can make an exception and allow Chen Ping'an to retain his position within the Qingyun Sect, permitting him to hold dual roles. Dual roles? What makes Chen Ping'an so exceptional that Commander Qiong holds him in such high regard? Despite his confusion, the middle-aged man understood that those in the military did not question orders. They simply executed them. Yes, Commander. Once the bespectacled man took his leave, Commander Qiong chuckled softly. Chen Ping'an, I shall return to Kyoto first. I will await your arrival there. Compared to sitting upon the fiery rhinoceros of Zhao Baiqi, the immense devilfish of Elder Wu Feng was certainly more comfortable. 2 days later, atop the main peak of the Qingyun Sect, after the sect leader personally retrieved the bespectacled military man who had returned with Chen Ping'an, and his companions descended from the giant devilfish under the watchful gazes of numerous Qingyun Sect disciples. Su Chao, who had already forged a bond of life and death with Chen Ping'an, let out a cold snort and shot him an angry glance before striding towards the direction of Peak 1. He needed to return and act as Chen Ping'an's eyes and ears, ideally uncovering evidence of any assassination attempts orchestrated by the elder of Peak 1. After bidding farewell to Qingming and Mandaniu, Chen Ping'an prepared to return to Nine Peaks. He was in urgent need of a tranquil and secure place to examine the yellowed papers that had just come into his possession. Junior brother, you have finally returned safely. The voice of Fan Yojio interrupted Chen Ping'an's thoughts. Looking over, Chen Ping'an saw that in addition to Fan Yojio, his senior sister Xie Xiaoan and Qian Quan had also come to welcome him, especially Qian Quan, whose expression was more animated than that of his senior sister and second senior brother combined. You rascal, you have truly frightened your senior brother and sister, Fan Yojio exclaimed, embracing Chen Ping'an's shoulders. Come, we must return. You absolutely must tell me what you encountered. Even Xie Xiaoan leaned in, nodding in agreement. Indeed, junior brother. Your master must have been in quite a flurry to rush over. Surely, you face considerable danger? Chapter 71. What if we were to sell his kidneys? Well, it wasn't too dangerous, just nearly resulted in my death. The laughter of the group was abruptly silenced, their eyelids twitching in disbelief. Why did every incident sound so vastly different when recounted by this junior brother? Seeing the expressions of his senior brothers and sisters, Chen Ping'an recounted the events that had transpired, albeit omitting certain details. They listened, stunned by his revelations. What on earth? You became the man of the Bull Sovereign? And you brought back a humanoid beast of diamond rank? Junior brother, what about this Bull Ji? Why haven't we seen him? Oh, primarily to avoid causing a commotion. I had him return with our master to Nine Peaks. You had him? Qian Quan asked, his expression perplexed. Ping'an, this beast isn't your familiar. Does he truly listen to your commands? Familiar? It was Chen Ping'an's turn to be taken aback. From what it seems, this Bull Ji is more obedient than my familiar. That's about right. A treasure. A veritable treasure. Qian Quan's eyes gleamed as he pointed towards the distant peaks. Junior brother Lingon, what do you see? I see mountains and forests. Wrong. It's your mountains and forests. Junior brother Ping'an, this is a pure wild diamond-grade beast. Its blood and body are treasures beyond measure. Why not we extract its kidneys and sell them? Truly, you dare to engage in any form of business. Are you even considering selling the organs of a beast? Merely jesting, Dear junior brother Ping'an, I want to be visiting the beast at your ninth peak. My supply of pills has dwindled, That is indeed your purpose for coming here. Chen Ping'an nodded, and Qian Quan handed him a silver ring. Junior brother Ping'an, this contains the spirit stones from the sale of this batch of pills. This portion is yours. I have already deducted the cost of the ring. Storage equipment? Chen Ping'an recalled Qingming's treasure trove. Slipping the ring onto his finger, he focused his thoughts inward. The interior of the ring was approximately the size of a small car, incomparable to Qingming's. Inside were densely packed spirit stones, the exact quantity beyond Chen Ping'an's ability to count. He could only describe it as a heap. Have I unexpectedly become a wealthy man? Indeed, collaborating with Qian Quan was the wisest choice. Brother Qian, how much stock do you require? Qian Quan presented another silver ring. Take as much as you want. Fill it according to the 3-3-1 ratio. 3-3-1, 3 blood-reviving pills, 3 chi-replenishing pills, and 1 spirit-opening pill. These were a continuous source of spirit stones, and Chen Ping'an spent 90% of the spirit stones that Qian Quan had given him to purchase pills. After returning the rings to Qian Quan, the latter's smile was so broad that his eyes nearly disappeared. As Qian Quan departed, Chen Ping'an, surrounded by his senior brother and sister, returned to Nine Peaks. Upon arrival, he saw Bull Ji, resembling a statue, gazing at him with an upturned neck. Beside him, the old man Zhao Baiqi appeared somewhat helpless. Bull Ji, I told you, Ping'an is a treasure of our sect. There is no way we would let anything happen to him. Xie Xiaoan and Fan Yojio marveled at the sight of Bull Ji, astonished that a humanoid beast had indeed returned with Chen Ping'an. While Zhao Baiqi struggled to manage Bull Ji, Chen Ping'an found it quite easy. After assigning Bull Ji to an independent courtyard, he exchanged knowing glances with Zhao Baiqi, silently communicating. From now on, Bull Ji would remain here, isolated from external information. Thus, even if rumors spread outside, Chen Ping'an impersonating the Bull Sovereign's husband would remain entirely unaware. Fan Yojio then took on the responsibility of caring for Bull Ji's daily needs, which left him with an oddly surreal feeling. He had expected that taking care of Bull Ji would involve bringing sumptuous feasts from the main peak daily. To his surprise, Bull Ji consumed nothing but tender grass. Fan has fallen into misfortune. The illustrious prodigy of Nine Peaks must now rise before dawn to venture outside and cut grass. What a travesty! You, a magnificent beast of diamond rank and above, are reduced to grazing. Where's the logic in this? Under the insistent urging of Niu Ji, Chen Ping'an has also relocated to Niu Ji's courtyard. Inside the room, Chen Ping'an has finally managed to settle all matters, allowing him to delve into the study of that enigmatic yellow paper. Upon retrieving it from his bosom, he began his relentless examination. It is said to be impervious to fire and water, and upon testing it, he found it to be true. No flame could ignite it, nor could water dampen it. Though he was acutely aware that this paper was anything but ordinary, the inability to uncover its secrets left him in a state of vexation. After a fruitless bout of exploration, he summoned Qiong and Qiong Qi with a wave of his hand. If he lacked knowledge, he would inquire of those who possessed it. No, it should be those who have knowledge of beasts. If a human had such knowledge, they would not find themselves passing from one master to another. After all, this paper emerged from a secret realm. What is a secret realm? It is a graveyard for untamed beasts. As soon as Qiong and Qiong Qi appeared, they began to survey their surroundings. Upon realizing there were no enemies, both beasts simultaneously sighed in relief. However, the two were astute enough to recognize that their appearance should not be in vain. They must curry favor with their master. Without the need for communication, they understood each other perfectly. Qiong leaped to Chen Ping'an's feet and began to lick his shoes vigorously. After Qiong had completed his task, Qiong Qi used his feathery wings to wipe away the saliva left behind. This seamless choreography left Chen Ping'an utterly astonished. Master, are they clean? Well, they are passable. Passable? That must mean the wretched fox failed to do a thorough job. Nonsense. Clearly, it was you foolish peacock, who did not wipe properly. In the absence of any foes, these two would naturally bicker, prompting Chen Ping'an to intervene hastily. Enough, both of you. Be silent and come here. Have you ever seen this item? With that, he lifted the mysterious yellow paper from the table. The moment Qiong laid eyes on the yellow paper, his pupils dilated, and an expression of sheer astonishment overtook him. This is, oh, so you do recognize it? Chen Ping'an's heart raced with excitement at Qiong's reaction. Could it be that he is the true fated individual? Was he about to unravel the long-hidden secret of this yellow paper? What is this? Huh. Chen Ping'an, still in a state of exhilaration, nearly lost his breath upon hearing Qiong's bewildered inquiry. In an instant, Chen Ping'an's countenance darkened, and I mean truly dark. You don't know? The words nearly erupted from between his clenched teeth. Qiong seemed blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation and replied nonchalantly, I don't know. Following a piercing scream, Qiong was sent flying by a swift kick, and Chen Ping'an's roar followed suit. You don't know? How utterly infuriating. Chapter 72, the third tome of the scriptures. Witnessing Qiong being punished, Qiong Qi erupted in laughter, finding immense delight in the scene. Ha! Serves you right. Qiong, how could you, once my equal, not recognize this item? Chen Ping'an, who had still been somewhat miffed, suddenly had a moment of clarity upon hearing Qiong Qi's words. Indeed, it appeared that the peacock possessed a modicum of wisdom, as his nature was characterized by caution. Qiong Qi, do you know what this is? I don't know. Curse it. Chen Ping'an erupted once more, delivering a kick that sent Qiong Qi crashing into Qiong. You don't know either. How dare you mock Qiong? Seeing Chen Ping'an's fury, Qiong Qi felt a pang of injustice. Master is punishing Qiong. He wouldn't dare retaliate. Thus, I had the upper hand. What is wrong with me chiming in? Yet now, the master is punishing me too. Together, Qiong and I can't possibly contend with the master. Clearly, we wouldn't dare. Realizing their utter lack of prospects, Qiong Qi instinctively directed his mouth toward the floor. Damn it! Chen Ping'an nearly spat blood at the sight. This was a room, not the outside. Furthermore, it was a space where his precious 9 peaks resided. Could the decor be lacking? Solid wood flooring. And now, a hole was created just like that? Qiong, who had previously been on the receiving end of a beating, suddenly brightened. Master, he is damaging your belongings. Can you tolerate this? If it were me, I certainly couldn't. Oh dear, what a calamity. How have I ended up with such two foolish beasts? Chen Ping'an felt utterly helpless, though at least he still had one reliable ally. Little Nyo. The mythical tome materialized out of thin air, and little Nyo appeared by Chen Ping'an's side. Qiong hastily approached to pay his respects. Nyo Yi. May you be blessed. Qiong Qi also rushed forward to greet him. Nyo Yi. May you be blessed. Very well, very well. Is this how you wish to play? Chen Ping'an decided to relinquish the matter. Little Nyo, do you recognize this paper? Hiss. Little Nyo inquired, casting a puzzled glance at the yellow paper in Chen Ping'an's hand. Hiss. Qiong quickly translated, Master. Nyo Yi says he does not recognize it either. Even little Nyo does not recognize it. Could it be that he is not destined to possess this paper? Why then did an inexplicable resonance emerge within him upon seeing it? Why did this instinct compel him to acquire it? Observing Chen Ping'an's melancholic expression, little Nyo called out again. Hiss hiss. This time, It was Qiong Qi who eagerly interjected, "Master, Niu Yi says that while he may not know what it is, generally speaking, treasures possess spirit, and if they possess spirit, they can recognize their master by blood." Hiss. Niu Yi further stated that if blood recognition proves ineffective, then it cannot be deemed a true treasure, and thus, the master need not feel so despondent. Blood recognition? Chen Ping'an nodded. If that is the case, then he would give it a try. But how to draw blood? Should he bite his tongue? Perhaps a cut on his hand? Both options seemed unfeasible. These ideas were merely things seen in television dramas. If Chen Ping'an were to attempt such, it would surely be excruciating. After searching his surroundings, Chen Ping'an finally located a sewing needle within the room. After Gao Sheng used foxfire to purify it, Chen Ping'an steeled himself and pricked his finger. Hiss. That stings a bit. After putting away the needle, he diligently squeezed out a drop of blood. Upon letting the blood fall onto the mysterious yellow paper, he remained still, watching for any sign of change. At the moment the blood touched the yellow paper, it emitted a verdant glow. This light illuminated Chen Ping'an's head, casting a green hue upon him. There is promise. This truly holds promise. Witnessing the transformation of the yellow paper, Chen Ping'an was utterly exhilarated. Shortly thereafter, the paper began to absorb his blood. Within mere moments, the drop of blood was completely consumed. Chen Ping'an hurriedly tried to extract another drop, only to find that the wound seemed to have healed. With no other option, he resolved to prick himself once more. Hiss. Just a little pain. He continued to squeeze out more blood. At long last, after absorbing 10 drops of Chen Ping'an's blood, the yellow paper underwent a remarkable transformation. It had turned a vibrant green, yet there appeared to be no discernible content upon its surface. Chen Ping'an hastily grasped the paper, only to witness it float gracefully into the air, hovering before him. In that instant, he felt an inexplicable connection to the paper, as if it were an intrinsic part of his very being. This sensation, Chen Ping'an was utterly astounded. He recognized this feeling all too well. It was reminiscent of the control he wielded over the golden and mythical scriptures. This paper was, in fact, a scripture. As the thought crossed his mind, the surface of the paper erupted with radiant green light, enveloping it as if it were a tangible entity. Moments later, the green luminescence dissipated entirely, revealing a green scripture before Chen Ping'an's eyes. This. At that moment, Chen Ping'an was left utterly speechless. He had contemplated various possibilities for the paper, yet never could he have imagined that it would turn out to be a scripture. With a mere thought, the green scripture vanished, seamlessly transferring into his consciousness. Another thought summoned it back, and it floated again before his chest. 3 scriptures. Had he truly acquired 3 scriptures? Chen Ping'an was once more taken aback by this revelation. 2 scriptures were already beyond reason. What would others think if they discovered he possessed 3? Just contemplating it caused the corners of his mouth to twitch in delight. He must present himself with an air of grandeur. But first, he needed to ascertain the grade of this scripture and the number of pages it contained. With a focused thought, a surge of confidence filled his mind. This green scripture was also a mythical scripture? Chen Ping'an's excitement escalated. The entities within the black mythical scripture, the little cow and the little jackal, were extraordinary beings. What then could this green one hold? Without hesitation, he opened the green mythical scripture. Upon doing so, his brow furrowed in confusion. 1 page? After flipping back and forth, he confirmed his suspicions. It truly had only 1 page. No, wait. At the second position, he noticed clear signs of tearing. In an instant, understanding dawned upon him. This was a scripture that had been partially destroyed. To acquire the remaining pages, he would need to gather the yellow papers he had obtained. However, such items were indeed rare and elusive. With a sigh, Chen Ping'an turned his attention to the initial beast depicted on the first page of the green mythical scripture. Upon closer inspection, he was puzzled, for the image of the initial beast revealed a tree. In this age, could a tree truly be considered a beast? Although the tree was merely a 2-meter-tall sapling, Chen Ping'an recognized it at once. Wasn't this the Bodhi tree? He then glanced at the accompanying description. Name, Western Gung Metal Bodhi tree. Species, innate 5-element spirit tree. Rank, unknown. Skills, unknown. After reading the description, Chen Ping'an's breath caught in his throat. What had he just seen? It truly was a Bodhi tree, and one of the innate 5-element spirit trees, no less. Could such a thing actually exist? And within the beast realm? Driven by curiosity, Chen Ping'an wasted no time and placed his hand upon the green scripture. The next moment, his body inexplicably vanished, leaving only the little cow and Gao Sheng alongside Qiong Qi in the room. After a moment of surprise, the little cow transformed into light, returning to the beast realm through the mythical scripture. This left Gao Sheng and Qiong Qi in a state of dismay, exchanging wide-eyed glances. What about us? Master, how could you be so unkind? At least send us back first. Meanwhile, Chen Ping'an, upon entering the beast realm, found himself enveloped in darkness once more. When his vision cleared, he was greeted by a landscape of rolling hills. However, what puzzled him most was that the atmosphere felt decidedly off. Having traversed the beast realm twice already, he was somewhat familiar with its essence. Yet, this world bore no trace of the beast realm's presence whatsoever. This place was not the beast realm. In an instant, the realization struck him, and disbelief flickered in his gaze. Wasn't the world supposed to consist solely of the human realm and the beast realm? How could there be another world? After the initial shock, he hurriedly attempted to summon the little cow and the little jackal. In this unfamiliar realm, ensuring his safety was paramount. With a burst of light, the little cow and little jackal appeared before Chen Ping'an, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he could still summon his beasts. As his thoughts coalesced, Gaosheng and Qiong Qi also materialized in front of him. Master. Upon returning to Chen Ping'an's side, they finally relaxed. Huh, what the? Qiong Qi, eager to curry favor with Chen Ping'an like Gaosheng, suddenly sensed a chilling presence. Without needing to guess, he knew it was the jackal. This jackal held an unforgiving grudge. Even after all this time, and considering they were all master's beasts, why did it still wish to harm him? This battle was destined to end in defeat. If defeat was inevitable, then he would bury his head in the ground. Wait, no. Master, where have you brought me? Gaosheng's exclamation quickly brought them back to reality. Master, this is not the beast realm. Chen Ping'an could only nod helplessly. It shouldn't be, right? I don't even know where this is. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Seeing Chen Ping'an's confusion, the little cow let out a few calls. Gaosheng quickly translated, Master. The cow says this should be a newly opened space. A space? It can be opened? Chen Ping'an was taken aback. Gaosheng's expression brightened. Oh, so that's how it is. Master, this is akin to a secret realm. Once we beasts attain a certain level of strength, we can open a space for our own burial. But wait, even if a space is opened, it should still carry the essence of the beast realm. This open world bore not a single trace of the beast realm's aura. Chen Ping'an pondered for a moment. Could it be that in addition to the beast realm and human realm, there exist other worlds? Indeed, there are. Gaosheng exclaimed almost instinctively. Upon confirming this, Chen Ping'an was not overly surprised. The pressing matter at hand was to locate the Western Gung metal Bodhi tree mentioned in the green scripture. Extending his hand, the green scripture reappeared. Ah, what a sensation. However, upon summoning the green scripture, Chen Ping'an was astonished to find that the tactile sensation was completely different from his previous experiences in the beast realm. Now, it felt as if he were holding something tangible. After expressing his bewilderment, Gaosheng promptly explained, Master, of course it feels real. Don't you realize? This time, you haven't merely sent your soul. Your body has accompanied your spirit. My physical body has come along. Chen Ping'an was once again astonished, hastily examining and touching his own form. Indeed, now, as he gazed at the green scripture, his astonishment deepened. Where in the world had this come from? However, before long, an enigmatic message emanated from the verdant tome, swiftly permeating Chen Ping'an's mind. In an instant, he discerned the location of the initial beast he was to command, namely the Western Gung metal Bodhi tree. Let us go. Regardless of the circumstances, we must investigate. Given the unfamiliar terrain, Chen Ping'an dared not be careless, promptly instructing the little ox and the little jackal to forge a path ahead. Meanwhile, Gaosheng and Qiong Qi flanked him on either side. To his astonishment, after walking for a while, he encountered not a single enemy. Apart from the lush vegetation, there were no other living beings in sight, not even an insect. This rendered the dense hills even more peculiar. The unconventional silence stirred an unsettling feeling within Chen Ping'an. Conversely, Gaosheng and Qiong Qi remained unfazed, surmising that this was merely a newly created secret realm, akin to a graveyard. After all, who would construct a burial site teeming with life? For what purpose? To dig up a grave, consume flesh, and utilize bones as weapons? The little jackal occasionally cast glances at Qiong Qi while obediently staying beside the little ox. As for the little ox, its pair of dragon-like eyes were in constant flux. A secret realm? No. This cannot be the so-called secret realm described by Gaosheng and the others. Their notion of a secret realm is merely a grave, a space opened by powerful beasts before their demise, akin to a storage area. However, from his perspective, this world possessed a complete set of laws, a genuine realm. This is not a secret realm. It is a true world, albeit one that has only recently been established. How could such a small world be founded by the beasts they speak of? Apart from its oddities, Chen Ping'an encountered no threats along his journey. Following the guidance of the tome, he finally arrived at the low-lying area of the hills. More precisely, it was a circular plain approximately 30 kilometers in diameter, encircled by hills. This plain was overgrown with weeds reaching half his height, and at the very center stood a striking 2-meter-tall tree. Chen Ping'an immediately recognized it as the first initial beast depicted in the verdant tome, the Western Gung Metal Bodhi Tree. Upon sighting the Western Gung Metal Bodhi Tree, the little ox's eyes nearly bulged out in astonishment. No wonder this world had achieved completeness. It was all due to this Bodhi tree. From that point onward, Qiong Qi took the lead, his feathers coalescing into a sword that could effortlessly sever the weeds before them. When Chen Ping'an approached the Bodhi tree, he found himself perplexed about how to forge a contract. Instinctively, he reached out to touch the Western Gung Metal Bodhi tree. The moment his hand connected with the tree, it transformed into a beam of green light and fused into Chen Ping'an's being. Simultaneously, a notification chime resonated in his mind. Ding. Contract successful. What? Was that it? It was that simple? He marveled. Contracting with this mythical tome seemed far easier than with a mundane golden tome. Extending his hand, Chen Ping'an summoned the green mythical tome to inspect it. Name, Gung Metal Bodhi Tree. Species, innate 5 elements spirit tree. Rank, silver tier 2. Skills, 1 tree, 1 world. Innate Gung Metal Chi, innate Gung Metal Body. While he understood the rest, he was puzzled by the meaning of these skills. Instinctively, Chen Ping'an attempted to summon the Western Gung Metal Bodhi Tree, only to realize he was entirely unable to do so. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his lungs. In an instant, his complexion paled, and with a heart-wrenching scream, he collapsed to the ground in agony. The pain was excruciating, a torment that pierced his very soul. What was happening? What was wrong with his body? Master! Master! The little ox and little jackal were startled by Chen Ping'an's sudden transformation and rushed forward. However, upon witnessing his condition, even the little ox hesitated to approach. Another agonizing scream escaped Chen Ping'an's lips, and to his astonishment, a golden light erupted from his body. As the light manifested, viscous black liquid oozed from his skin, releasing an overwhelmingly foul odor that assaulted the noses of the 4 beasts. While the little ox and little jackal merely wrinkled their brows in mild discomfort, Gao Sheng and Qiong Qi retched violently. This is truly repulsive, Gao Sheng exclaimed in horror. What is happening? Why does it smell so terrible? Could this be excrement? Qiong Qi, after heaving, echoed his shock. How could the master's excrement emerge from his skin? Is it possible that his pores serve as an anus? With Qiong Qi's words, the little jackal could no longer contain itself, delivering a swift paw that sent him flying. After being struck, Qiong Qi dared not retaliate, hastily burying his head in the ground. With Qiong Qi in such a state, Gao Sheng was too intimidated to speak further, letting out another retch before muttering in a strained voice, "The master is indeed the master. Magnificent in all respects. Even his excrement is uniquely produced." Of course, his praise prompted yet another slap from the little jackal. "Quick, knock me out." At this moment, Chen Ping'an was writhing in pain. If anyone were to suggest that he couldn't endure such agony, he would surely respond with a slap. "You come here and try." Hearing Chen Ping'an's demand, even Qiong Qi, whose head was buried in the soil, pulled it out, his eyes shimmering with golden light. "And there's this benefit? The master himself requested it. I am merely following orders." Victory is assured. Just as Qiong Qi was about to approach, Gao Sheng was quicker, landing a paw on Chen Ping'an's head. "Master, I shall assist." Yet, with that one strike, Chen Ping'an, already suffering from lung pain, now felt the pain multiply. "You foolish fox. You don't even know how to knock someone out. Aim for the back of the head. Watch me." Subsequently, Qiong Qi's feathers transformed into a sword once more, and the handle struck Chen Ping'an's nape. Another agonizing scream escaped him. Now, both his head and lungs throbbed with pain. Chen Ping'an felt as though his head would explode. Truly, these 2 imbeciles embodied the phrase more harm than good. "Master, just a moment. Let me try once more." "Try what?" "Little jackal, take care of them." Upon receiving Chen Ping'an's order, the little jackal sprang into action, exclaiming in human speech, "I'll take you down." With that, it lunged at Qiong Qi. The latter panicked. "Master, you instructed us to knock you out. I told you to knock me out, yet you strike me instead. Am I knocked out now?" Chen Ping'an was rolling on the ground in agony, cursing. Qiong Qi was on the verge of tears, realizing he couldn't escape being beaten. He hastily added, "Little jackal, the master meant to target me and that foolish fox. Why are you only attacking me?" As he watched the little jackal chase after the 2 fools, the little ox could only shake its head in resignation, though its gaze toward Chen Ping'an remained free of concern. He could clearly perceive that his father was currently undergoing a profound transformation, a metamorphosis of the body. The excruciating pain he experienced stemmed from the frailness of his physical constitution. After a moment's contemplation, the young bull summoned the wind element to coalesce into his guqin and a pair of azure hands. As the elemental hands began to pluck the strings, the enchanting melody of the 9 resonated through the air. Under the spell of this hypnotic tune, Chen Ping'an, who had been writhing in agony, found his eyes glazing over. and soon succumbed to slumber. On the surface, it appeared as though Chen Ping'an had fallen into a deep sleep, yet within, he entered a realm of extraordinary insight. Much like the tales of cultivation he had perused in his past life, an image of his own body appeared within his consciousness. This was introspection. Through this inner vision, Chen Ping'an finally understood the source of his suffering. At that moment, nestled within his left lung, a diminutive western golden Bodhi tree had taken root. The pain he felt was due to the tree's roots burrowing deeper into his lung and merging with it. During this fusion, streams of golden energy emanated from the roots, coursing through the blood vessels within his body. This golden light was no mere flow through the veins. Wherever it traveled, it bestowed upon Chen Ping'an's flesh an ineffable and ethereal grace. Moreover, this golden luminescence did not confine itself to the normal flow of blood. It actively sought to clear any obstructions within his blood vessels. The duration of this process was indeterminate, and even the young bull, who played the nine, began to perspire profusely, his wind element hands trembling slightly. Chapter 75. A world unique to himself at last. Within Chen Ping'an's consciousness, the roots of the western golden Bodhi tree had fully anchored in his lung, extending from the left lung to the right. The young bull seemed to sense the conclusion, and the melody of the nine abruptly ceased. Chen Ping'an awoke from his slumber with a sudden gasp. Ugh! However, the first thing he did upon awakening was to retch. Stench! What wretched odor permeated the air? Who has left this filth here? Huh? What is this? After cursing, Chen Ping'an felt a sticky sensation enveloping his body. Instinctively glancing at his hands, he discovered a black, viscous substance coating his skin. Bringing it to his nose, he recoiled in horror. Ugh! To his dismay, this repugnant filth was his own doing. Master, you have finally awakened. Can you please ask the little wolf to cease his actions? Upon seeing Chen Ping'an awaken, Qiong Qi rushed forward, tears streaming down her face, her voice filled with despair. Chen Ping'an turned to look, and to his astonishment, a significant portion of her feathers had been plucked by the little wolf. Cease? Why should I stop? Little wolf, continue. Finish him. Meanwhile, Gao Sheng watched with unrestrained excitement as Qiong Qi endured the onslaught, acting as the little wolf's cheerleader. Chen Ping'an furrowed his brow. Little wolf, did I not instruct you to target those two? Why are you fixated solely on Qiong Qi? What about Gao Sheng? Continue. Eliminate him. The little wolf, albeit a tad hesitant, barked out a response before turning its attention to Gao Sheng. No, please don't. Little wolf, finish him. Now it was Qiong Qi's turn to act as a cheerleader. Ignoring the chaos around him, Chen Ping'an scrutinized his own body. Despite being enveloped by the foul odor, he felt an invigorating lightness coursing through him. Shaking his arms, he felt as if he could easily fell a bull with a single punch. Perhaps in an effort to channel the surging power within, Chen Ping'an swung his fist downward, instinctively channeling a force into it. In an instant, he marveled as his fist appeared to be encased in a layer of metal, shimmering in golden hues. The intensity of his aura was so formidable that even Gao Sheng and Qiong Qi, who had been the targets of the little wolf's wrath, momentarily forgot their plight and turned their gazes toward him. Filled with newfound confidence, Chen Ping'an thought to himself, with this punch, I shall surely create a crater several meters deep. Bang! Upon striking the ground, however, his expression shifted. What mere centimeters deep crater was this? Is that all? Gao Sheng could not help but interject. Qiong Qi added, Master, is this thunderous sound merely a drizzle? Chen Ping'an felt a twitch of embarrassment. How awkward indeed. Little wolf, why do they still have the time to talk? Gur, continue. Eliminate. Ignoring the ongoing fray, Chen Ping'an examined his fist. Although he had not created a crater, he discovered that his fist bore no pain whatsoever, and that previous surge of power. Quietly attuning himself, Chen Ping'an concentrated, and in an instant, the skin across his entire body transformed into a metallic sheen. At that moment, he grasped the significance of the western golden Bodhi tree's roots in his lungs. He could now harness the power of the golden element to metallize his skin. An unyielding fortress? While he lacked offensive capabilities, his defensive strength seemed terrifyingly formidable. To confirm his newfound ability, Chen Ping'an extended his left hand, commanding it to transform into metal. Qiong Qi, lightly strike my arm with your sword. Had this been prior to the little wolf's antics, Qiong Qi would have eagerly obliged. But now, Master, I dare not. Perhaps you should ask Gao Sheng instead? Damn it, you wretched peacock. Master, this peacock, as your beast, dares to defy your command. Can you tolerate this? Were it me, I could not endure it. Enough. No more idle chatter. I promise I won't harm you. Strike. Okay, fine. Reluctantly, Qiong Qi nodded, her feathers morphing into a sword that she aimed at Chen Ping'an's metallic arm. Clang. With a clear and crisp sound, Chen Ping'an beamed with joy, his laughter echoing. This is solid. This is solid. As long as I am metallized, Not even a silver-tier foe can harm me. And as for a gold-tier adversary, they would need to exert considerable effort to inflict any damage. Little wolf, continue your attack. Master, did you not say you wouldn't strike me? Did I strike? You. Amidst the complaints of Qiong Qi and Gao Sheng, Chen Ping'an vanished from the scene using the Green Mythology Codex. Upon returning to his chamber, Chen Ping'an summoned the Green Tome once more. Indeed, he could sense the power of the Western Golden Bodhi tree rooted in his lungs. By harnessing this power, he could reconnect with the Green Mythology Codex and re-enter that wondrous world at will. Not only that, but he discovered he could also teleport anything he touched into that previous realm. Furthermore, the items he sent forth bore a mark, allowing him to summon them at will. This world was crafted by the Western Golden Bodhi tree, and now that it had established its roots within him, it was akin to his own domain. Chen Ping'an felt exhilarated, contemplating the treasure chest belonging to Qingning. He was confident that no storage artifact could rival a world of his own. He envisioned bringing in a mobile home, ready to retrieve it during future missions. Wouldn't that astonish everyone for centuries? This was the true essence of fortune. Returning to the world of the classic tome, Chen Ping'an relayed this matter to Gao Sheng and the others, who unanimously decided that they would relocate to this realm henceforth. He refrained from sharing any details regarding the Green Tome, even with Zhao Baiqi. Privately, he tasked Qian Quan with seeking information about other such yellow papers. Given that Qian Quan, being an online broadcaster, had a rather extensive social network. In the ensuing days, Chen Ping'an spent a few tranquil days at the ninth peak. However, tranquility was fleeting, for he soon received a message from Su Chao. Uncertain whether it was due to the previous assassination attempt on Chen Ping'an that had failed, Su Chao sensed that both his master and senior brother Shi Qi were intentionally keeping him at a distance. Su Chao was unable to uncover concrete evidence of his master's intentions to assassinate Chen Ping'an, yet he was certain that his master had not abandoned the plot, prompting him to advise Chen Ping'an to always have Niuji accompany him. Upon receiving this news, a cold smile crept across Chen Ping'an's face. Is there truly such a thing as a 1,000-day vigilance against thieves? What a hassle. If you wish to kill me, do you not mind if I retaliate? If I cannot eliminate the elder of the first peak, can I not deal with a disciple of the first peak? Chapter 76. Old Nio is not slacking off. Chen Ping'an initially intended to discuss matters with Su Chao face-to-face, but given that they were within the confines of the Qingyun Sect, he was wary of potential spies. Even online communication required utmost caution. After leaving a message for Su Chao to help tally the disciples frequently visiting the first peak Master-S Hall, Chen Ping'an sought out Zhao Baiqi. After all, he was his master and had thus far treated him well. In the courtyard of the ninth peak, Zhao Baiqi was engaged in a casual conversation with Niuji. Since Niuji had arrived at the ninth peak, Zhao Baiqi initially avoided him, overwhelmed by Niuji's incessant chatter. However, as time passed, Zhao Baiqi seemed to have warmed up to the banter, and the two conversed like old village women, gossiping about various trivial matters. Naturally, most of the tales came from Niuji, revolving around the animal realm. Upon Chen Ping'an's arrival, Niuji sprang to his feet as if he had seen a cat. Zhao Baiqi shook his head in disbelief, baffled by how he had managed to charm a beast that might be stronger than him into obedience. Hey, horn boy, you've come. I, old Nio, have not been idle. I'm always keeping an eye on you. All right, I know. I assure you, I'm not slacking off. But you mustn't go report me to Niozun. Niozun? Report? Even if I wanted to, I wouldn't know where to go. Rest assured, I truly want to report you. Ping'an, what brings you here? Aren't you busy concocting your ninth peak elixirs with your second senior brother? Master, the ninth peak elixirs are in the capable hands of my second senior brother and Qian Quan. This time, I have a matter to consult you about. Oh, Zhao Baiqi's curiosity was piqued. This was the first time Chen Ping'an sought his counsel since joining the Qingyun Sect. Go ahead, what would you like to discuss? Master, why would an elder from the first peak wish to kill me, a mere novice from the ninth peak? Let me think. Zhao Baiqi nodded instinctively, but soon his eyes widened in shock. Wait, Ping'an, what did you just say? I asked, why does an elder from the first peak want to kill me? Huh? Niuji, what are you doing? After Chen Ping'an repeated himself, he noticed Niuji inexplicably levitating, as if about to depart. Horn boy, I shall go slay the elder from the first peak you mentioned. You are the man of our Nio clan's beast lord. Want to kill you? I cannot allow that. You're being overly earnest. Come down. For now, there is no need for you to take action. But I must. If you don't come down, I'll tell Niozun you've been slacking off and not properly protecting me. At Chen Ping'an's words, he felt an impulse. But Niozun was already alarmed. In his eyes, the bullhorn mark on Chen Ping'an's forehead began to glow. Is this a message? Who can withstand this? If Niozun finds out, the least that could happen is our lineage's leader is doomed, and at worst, our entire clan could perish. Stop. I'll come down. Horn boy, I beg you, please take back what you just said. When Niu Ji obediently descended, Chen Ping'an nodded. All right, I'll take it back. Perhaps it's better left unsaid. At that moment, in Niu Ji's eyes, the bullhorn mark on Chen Ping'an's forehead finally dimmed. Niu Ji sighed in relief, expressing gratitude. Horn boy, I shall remember this favor. From now on, whatever you say, I shall comply. This left Zhao Baiqi, who was watching, utterly astonished. This was a beast that was not bound by a contract. And what is this? A favor? Is that truly what you call it? That's exceedingly obedient. Ping'an, what on earth is happening? Why would an elder from the first peak want to kill you? Do you have any evidence? Anticipating this question, Chen Ping'an shook his head helplessly. No evidence, but it is likely the elder from the first peak. He subsequently recounted the assassination attempt he had previously encountered and the intelligence Su Chao had provided. Su Chao said the messenger was a mouse. Chen Ping'an nodded yes. Master, why are you summoning the flaming rhinoceros? Master, please come down. Upon hearing Chen Ping'an's account, especially the part about the messenger being a mouse, Zhao Baiqi was convinced. If the situation were true, it could only be the elder from the first peak. After all, his most prized beast was the mother and son mouse. How dare they? As a fellow sect member, they would dare harbor murderous intent against my disciple. Ping'an, just wait. I shall go to the first peak and bring you that scoundrel's head. Saying this, Zhao Baiqi prepared to ride the flaming rhinoceros directly to the first peak. Alas, master, come back. Quickly come back. This is reckless. Reckless. Chen Ping'an, now exasperated, thought. I confess to you to discuss how we should respond to this matter and to plan accordingly. Yet you're rushing off without a second thought? This is entirely not what I envisioned. Chen Ping'an had expected his master to be meticulous, demanding evidence before taking action, but who knew his master would be so rash? Opting for violence over dialogue. Going back. Reckless? There is no going back now. Ping'an, wait. I shall avenge this wrong. Just then, Zhao Baiqi felt an unsettling sensation of weightlessness, as the flaming rhinoceros beneath him began plummeting towards the ground. Then he heard a furious voice. You human! Did my bull husband not make himself clear? He commanded you to return, and you failed to comprehend. At that moment, Niu Ji, still in human form, had grown 3 to 4 times larger, transforming into an 8-meter-tall giant. He seized one of the flaming rhinoceros's legs and slammed it towards the ground. This startled not only Zhao Baiqi, but even Chen Ping'an, who could not help but exclaim, What the? Niu Ji, stop. Be gentle. Don't hurt my master. As soon as Chen Ping'an shouted, the black mythical tome materialized and flipped open to the second page. The little jackal sprang forth from within. What the hell? Who am I fighting? It glanced around before ultimately fixing its gaze on Zhao Baiqi. I'll kill you. With that, it lunged forward, claws poised like a sword. Damn it. Stop. Halt. I hastily retracted the little jackal back into the Bodhi tree world. I can't manage it. I can't control it. Besides the little calf. My other beasts are quite peculiar, but why is my master also so eccentric? I cast a glance at the bovine Ji, who was pulling the flaming rhinoceros down from the air. Ji is truly exceptional. Not merely a beast, but surpassing one. Alas, the condition is that he must never uncover the truth. Chapter 77. Master, I have a plan. After being forcibly yanked down from the sky, Zhao Baiqi's expression soured considerably. Ping'an, what are you doing? I'm here to help you avenge yourself. Chen Ping'an rubbed his temples. Master, do we have any evidence? What evidence do we need? It was all done by Yifeng. Chen Ping'an massaged his temples again, admitting that he might have overestimated his master's competence earlier. Master, it was Yifeng who attempted to assassinate me first. They are the true villains. But if you rush in without any proof, who in the sect will believe us? Who will aid us? Zhao Baiqi fell silent for a moment. They would probably side with that old rascal Yifeng, wouldn't they? Then that is perfect. So, Master, let us not act rashly. We must seek vengeance. But we must do so justly. We need to rally everyone's support for our cause. But, Zhao Baiqi's expression grew conflicted, and he sighed deeply. Ping'an, this is too unjust for you. Unjust? Master, we cannot openly seek trouble with Yifeng, but that doesn't mean we can't covertly make our move. I cannot find peace until this vendetta is settled. Oh, Zhao Baiqi's eyes brightened. What do you plan to do? Master, aren't they trying to kill me? Why shouldn't I retaliate against their people? Chen Ping'an shared his thoughts, which were quite straightforward, indiscriminately hunting down Yifeng's disciples while they were on missions. Master, what do you think? Will this impact the sect? Will it affect the 9 peaks? Upon hearing Chen Ping'an's method of revenge, Zhao Baiqi looked at him in astonishment. The bizarre deaths of Yifeng's disciples will undoubtedly affect the sect. As for the 9 peaks, Ping'an, what relevance does that hold for us? You aren't the one killing them, so how would it implicate the 9 peaks? Chen Ping'an finally smiled. This was tacit approval, and his master's backing was a significant advantage. Horn boy, you humans are truly troublesome. If we were beasts, we wouldn't have to go through all these convolutions. We'd just charge in. That's because you are beasts, and we are humans. Gee, you must stay here quietly and not follow. How can that be? I must protect you. Naturally, Chen Ping'an could not allow Ji to accompany him outside. He absolutely could not let Ji be exposed to the outside world. If you insist on coming, I will tell Bull Zun. I want to go. As Chen Ping'an finalized his approach for revenge against Yifeng, within the Elder's chamber of Yifeng, Su Chao and the Elder were engaged in a clandestine discussion on how to deal with the 9 peaks. The Elder of Yifeng looked pale as he examined the intelligence in his hand. So, the guest at the main peak has been lingering there to ensure that the sect leader personally delivers this Chen Ping'an into the capital? Indeed, Master. Master, we cannot allow this Chen Ping'an to remain. With Xie Xiaoan and Fan Youzhou already a concern, now there's an additional Chen Ping'an. The 9 peaks are on the verge of surpassing us. The Elder of Yifeng gritted his teeth and nodded. It's all their fault. I had such confidence in them. We provided them with such favorable conditions, yet they couldn't even eliminate this Chen Ping'an. Master, I sense something amiss. He has a silver rank. Yet they dispatched silver rank against him when at that time Chen Ping'an was merely bronze rank. Are you still doubting your junior brother Su Chao? Indeed. Master, I suspect Su Chao is untrustworthy. Impossible. The Elder of Yifeng shook his head. Your junior brother Su Chao is arrogant. Publicly humiliated and beaten by Chen Ping'an in the sect, his intent to kill Chen Ping'an is even stronger than yours. But enough. Don't mention your junior brother Su Chao again. I haven't even divulged our plans to him yet. Let us focus on how to deal with Chen Ping'an. Upon hearing this, Shi and the Elder of Yifeng both fell silent as they gazed at Chen Ping'an's profile. Master, I've thought of a plan. Oh, what plan? As the idea seemed increasingly feasible, a triumphant smile spread across Shi's face. Master, everyone in the sect knows that Chen Ping'an deceived a diamond rank humanoid bull beast into becoming his bodyguard, and that beast should currently be at the 9 peaks. The Elder of Yifeng nodded. Indeed, the sect leader has issued orders that no one aside from those from the 9 peaks may step foot there. Shi, what do you mean? You're not thinking of targeting the humanoid bull beast, are you? Master, Shi chuckled. Just think about it. Why did this bull beast come to our Qingyun Sect with Chen Ping'an? Isn't it obvious? It's because he impersonated the husband of the Bull Zun. Then that is perfect. Master, the sect has prohibited us from going to the 9th peak to seal off any news regarding the bull beast, effectively placing it under house arrest at the 9 peaks, right? What if we could infiltrate the 9 peaks and reveal to the humanoid bull beast that Chen Ping'an is not the true husband of the Bull Zun, but an imposter? What do you think would happen? What would happen? It would surely go into a rage, and the first to perish would be Chen Ping'an. Not only that, but Zhao Baiqi and his other 2 disciples would surely protect Chen Ping'an. Annihilate the peak? As this idea dawned on him, the Elder of Yifeng's eyes widened in astonishment. Brilliant. Truly brilliant, Shi. You are indeed my most esteemed disciple. This plan is exquisite. If this plan succeeds, in the best-case scenario, Zhao Baiqi might even perish. By the time the opportunity arises, with the sect leader gone, who could contest me for the position of sect leader of Qingyun Sect? Ha! A hearty laugh escaped the Elder of Yifeng. Shi, I entrust this matter to you. As a disciple of Yifeng, you may command at will. If there are truly no suitable candidates, you may also reach out to that side to send someone over. I'll leave it at that. If this plan comes to fruition, I shall reward you with a purple-grade sacred relic. At this, Shi's eyes sparkled, and he nodded earnestly. Yes, Master, rest assured. I shall not disappoint your expectations. Ha! As he envisioned the future scenario, the Elder of Yifeng couldn't help but laugh again. The following day, above the Qingyun mountain range at the periphery of the Qingyun Sect, Chen Ping'an awkwardly sat astride the back of Gao Sheng. It was awkward because Gao Sheng was too small, without counting the tail. His body was only about 1 meter tall, while Chen Ping'an had grown well beyond that, now standing at a height of 1 meter 80. As he mounted Gao Sheng, only its head and tail remained visible beneath Chen Ping'an's hips. However, there was no alternative. Among Chen Ping'an's beasts, only Gao Sheng was still somewhat rideable. Chen Ping'an had resolved that once he reached the gold rank, his next beast would certainly be one suitable for riding. Chapter 78. I bet on Yifeng's victory. Slap. Chen Ping'an struck Gao Sheng on the head. Can't you fly straight? What else with the zigzagging? Master, why not ride the foolish peacock instead? Gao Sheng, dear brother, it is indeed a struggle. I have only just attained the silver rank. The ability to fly is already quite remarkable. Do you have any idea how heavy you are? With you, one could surely take to the skies. Shouldn't you be praising me instead of blaming me? He's too small to accommodate. But I can fit, can't I? We are all friends. Why must I be the only one to endure such hardships? Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck, as if the gates of wisdom had swung wide open. Master, I have devised a solution. It will be stable and won't cause you any discomfort. Oh, what is this solution? Master, you can summon that foolish peacock as well. Place your left foot on my back and your right foot on the foolish peacock's back. Huh. Upon hearing Gao Sheng's suggestion, Chen Ping'an's eyes lit up. It seems quite reasonable. With my left foot on Hu and my right on the peacock, my prestige would indeed surpass the current state. As for stability, as long as Gao Sheng and Kong Qin coordinate well, my silver rank balance is not something an ordinary person can match. Excellent. You may land now. Right away. Moments later, in the low skies above the Qingyun Mountains, Chen Ping'an stood with his left foot on Gao Sheng and his right foot on Kong Qin. His arms crossed before his chest. At last, there was a semblance of prestige. Yet, Kong Qin glared at Gao Sheng with fiery eyes. Master, there is commotion over there. Gao Sheng, indifferent to Kong Qin's anger, surveyed the surroundings with keen eyes. We did not come here for leisure, but rather to seek someone. In the dense woods, a mountain away from Chen Ping'an, 3 young men glared fiercely at the 4 before them. Louis, do not overstep. The spirit Yuan grass was clearly found by me first. The leader of the 4 stepped forward, a faint smile gracing his lips, entirely dismissing the 3 before him. And so what? Who decreed that what you found first belongs to you? You, Louis, do not take us for fools. Oh, Liu Yi's smile widened. And what if I do? Hurry up and leave. This spirit Yuan grass now belongs to our first peak. You, how dare you claim it for the first peak? Do you really think we, the 8th peak, fear you? The 3 brothers from the 8th peak shared resolute glances. Their eyes filled with determination as 3 silver rank auras erupted forth, 3 bronze tomes levitating before their chests. Before them appeared an eagle, a monkey, and a pangolin. Observing this scene from a distance, Chen Ping'an could not help but think, well, they have the land, the sky, and everything in between covered. At the command of the 3, the pangolin burrowed into the ground, and the 3 beasts surged towards the 4 opponents. Ha! They dare to fight back? I commend your audacity. Louis scoffed coldly. Kill them. Yes. Immediately, the first peak's members summoned their respective tomes. 1 silver tome and 3 bronze tomes manifested. 5 silver rank beasts charged at the 8th peak's beasts. At this moment, the superiority of the higher rank tomes became apparent, 1 against 2. The battle between the beasts was about to erupt. Meanwhile, Chen Ping'an, who had initially intended to engage with the first peak, now found himself intrigued. Retrieving a bag of seeds from the Bodhi tree realm, he began to watch the spectacle unfold. Come, Gao Sheng, Kong Qin, let us place a wager. How about the loser slaps themselves 10 times? Huh, what manner of nonsense is this? Gao Sheng shrank his fox-like head. Master, what are we betting on? Chen Ping'an smiled slightly. Let us wager on which side will emerge victorious. I bet on the first peak. Betting on that? Gao Sheng rolled his eyes. It's a foregone conclusion that the first peak will win. Master, great minds think alike. Shaoxing also believes the first peak will prevail. Huh. Chen Ping'an's expression darkened. But I have already bet on the first peak. This is a single choice question. Once I have chosen, you cannot choose again, or else how can we wager? No. Gao Sheng's face fell, his gaze filled with sorrow. Master, if you wish to strike me, just say so. Am I to dare resist? Why bother? Then, I bet on the 8th peak winning. Now that is more like it. Kong Qin, what about you? Me? I thought I had escaped a calamity. But now that both sides have been chosen, what am I to select? Master, both sides are already picked. Xiao Qi is left with nothing to choose. Nonsense. Isn't there a possibility of a tie? A tie? That is even less likely. Then, I choose a tie. Fine, you shall be the tie. Watching Chen Ping'an's excited demeanor, Gao Sheng and Kong Qin could only think one thing. Although the master is not human, he truly resembles a dog. Boom. On the opposing side, as one of the first peak's beasts slammed its paw onto the ground, blood seeped from the earth. Following this, a beam of light erupted from the ground, directly entering the tome of one of the 8th peak brothers. The tome snapped shut. Uffed. That individual could not help but spew forth blood. Second brother. 2 urgent cries echoed, clearly indicating that the previous strike had killed the pangolin hidden underground. Impressive work. Louis rejoiced. Continue. Leave no one alive. The tide of battle, which had already favored one side, now tilted even further. For the first time, Chen Ping'an witnessed a beast's direct death. Previously, on the beast battlefield, it was always the humans who fell first. Did the death of a beast truly cause backlash to its master? Just as Chen Ping'an hesitated, the eagle in the sky let out a mournful cry before plummeting to the ground, lifeless. Although the 3 brothers were filled with rage, they had no spirit left. Reluctantly, they called out, Louis, halt. We concede. We no longer want the spirit Yuan grass. Now you regret it? Louis displayed a bloodthirsty smile. Too late. After your deaths, 1T the spirit Yuan grass still belong to us? At Louis' signal, 3 of the 5 beasts began charging towards the 3 brothers. The lone remaining monkey sought to assist, but was held back by the 3 beasts, forced to watch in anxiety. Louis, do you truly wish to kill us? Although we are not from the first peak, we are still disciples of the Qingyun Sect. Louis, if you truly kill us, the elders of the 8th peak will not let you off. Do you dare threaten me at death's door? Louis chuckled. Do you think you are from the 9th peak? The elders of the 8th peak will have to get through the elders of the 1st peak first. Amidst their conversation, one beast had already reached the 3 brothers, delivering a resounding strike with its tail. 3 anguished screams erupted as the brothers were sent flying, blood spewing forth. Chapter 79. Here, please call me the Heavenly King. The 3 were struck and sent reeling, bloodied. TSK, they are truly intent on killing. Observing this scene from a distance, Chen Ping'an clicked his tongue. If he had any lingering reluctance to hold the 1st peak's elders accountable for the actions of these disciples, it had vanished entirely. These individuals deserve to die. Gao Sheng and Qiong Qi, being beasts of wisdom, could naturally deduce Chen Ping'an's thoughts from his expression. Though they remained silent, scorn began to brew within them. You are truly hypocritical. It is permissible for your 9th peak to kill, yet not for others? Master, will you just watch? Shall we not intervene? According to convention, shouldn't we descend upon these 3 like celestial beings to rescue them? Chen Ping'an shot a glare at Gao Sheng, exclaiming, nonsense. I do not know them. Why should I concern myself with their fates? If you and Qiong Qi can't handle the situation, I would still need to summon Xiao Niu and Xiao Chai. My dual treasures would be exposed. It's better if they perish. What? Can't handle it? Gao Sheng, taken aback, retorted, you imbecile peacock. My master actually thinks we are incapable of dealing with a few beasts of the same rank. This is intolerable. Even if I can endure it, you cannot. Attempting to sow discord between me and my master? Do you take me for a fool? Contesting with my master is a futile endeavor. As Chen Ping'an awaited the disciples of Yifeng to dispatch the disciples of Bafeng, the 3 beasts besieging the monkey seemed to seize an opportunity and unleash their combined might. Boom. The 3 forces converged into one, striking the monkey squarely in the chest. With a pained cry, the monkey was sent hurtling backward, and fortuitously, it landed right where Chen Ping'an was concealed. Ha! Louis, witnessing this, laughed mockingly at the pale faces of the Bafeng trio, saying, you see? If you had just left earlier, you would have been better off. Now, look where you are headed, toward death. The 3 men, sensing their imminent demise, gritted their teeth and declared, Louis, Yifeng, even in death, we shall not spare you. In death, you won't even have the chance to become ghosts. Unless the King of Heaven himself arrives, no one can save you. With that, Louis gestured to those nearby, and one beast began to charge up for a lethal strike against the 3. Just then, an angry shout rang out from afar. What the hell? My sunflower seeds. The abruptness of the voice startled everyone, and they turned to locate its source. Upon seeing it, they were all rendered speechless. There are still people? No. How could there still be someone? Why did we not sense anything? Chen Ping'an glared at them, his sunflower seeds scattered across the ground. I was merely enjoying a spectacle. You all can kill each other without involving me. Why bring your beasts crashing down upon us? Lu Yi's expression shifted. Although such occurrences of sect members killing each other were not uncommon, one must do it discreetly. If others witnessed this, it would complicate the aftermath. Who dares to sneak around? Seeking death, are we? Come forth. Who? You were all inexplicably thrust into this situation, Chen Ping'an retorted. You may call me the King of Heaven. The King of Heaven? Very well, then. You are seeking to rescue these 3 brothers, are you? Lu Yi's realization turned to fury. First, eliminate this ignorant fool. With that, 5 beasts lunged at Chen Ping'an in unison. Just 5 silver-level beasts. The odds are in my favor. What is there to fear? Qiong Qi soared in front of Chen Ping'an, transforming her feathers into a long spear. You fool. The ancestor has shown you mercy. Allow me to demonstrate my might. Taste my spear. In a swift motion, the spear cleaved through the air. Instantly, a sound of flesh tearing resonated as the foremost silver-level beast was sliced in 2, its innards spilling onto the ground. Gasp. A hushed silence enveloped the surroundings as the remaining 4 beasts froze in disbelief. It died just like that? Lu Yi spat out blood, clearly shaken. The slain beast was his companion. No. Impossible. Silver level. You are merely a silver level yourself. How could you annihilate my beast in an instant? No. You're silver level beast. It spoke. Seeing Qiong Qi take the lead, Gao Sheng's frustration boiled over. Damn it. You little brat. You are not capable of this. Hurry up and continue fighting. Can you endure while your beasts are slain? I certainly cannot. Another voice. No. Lu Yi, abruptly realizing something, exclaimed, It's you. Chen Ping'an, from Jufeng. Upon hearing his name, Chen Ping'an shook his head. Wrong. In Qingyun Sect, you may refer to me as Chen Ping'an, but here, you must address me as the King of Heaven. What are you two fools dawdling for? Attack. Sure thing. You brat. Prepare to be vanquished under the King of Heaven's command. That is my target. You brat. Taste my spear. In a matter of mere breaths, the other 4 silver-level beasts had already been reduced to corpses. This, so powerful. Witnessing Chen Ping'an's beasts unleash such terrifying strength caused blood to trickle from the lips of Lu Yi and his companions, their eyes wide with disbelief. Meanwhile, the 3 brothers, now lying on the ground in despair, revealed glimmers of hope. Could they be saved? As Gao Sheng and Kong Qin approached, the 4 from Yifeng snapped back to reality. Panic setting in. No. How could this happen? Please, don't come closer. Chen Ping'an, we are from Yifeng. You dare to kill us? You cannot. I have already stated. In Qingyun Sect, you may refer to me as Chen Ping'an, but here, you must call me the King of Heaven. In a bid for their lives, Lu Yi abandoned his pride, hastily nodding. King of Heaven, this spiritual herb is yours. Spare us. We are from Yifeng. You cannot kill us. If you do, Yifeng will seek vengeance. Surely you do not wish to make enemies of Yifeng? Yifeng, I apologize, but in Jufeng, we do not entertain notions of whether or not to kill. It is merely a matter of desire, and as the King of Heaven, I desire to kill. No, we can negotiate. Lu Yi's body trembled as he attempted to say more, but Kong Qin had already made her move. I have shown you mercy. Enough with the prattle. As my esteemed companion would say, die, taste my spear. Chapter 80, just call me Jianren. Gao Sheng and Kong Qin dispatched their silver-level beasts with the ease of slicing through vegetables, let alone dealing with beast tamers devoid of beasts. Without even a cry, 2 of Yifeng's 4 members lost their heads to Kong Qin's spear, while Gao Sheng's claws tore through the chest of another, creating a gaping wound. There was no resurrection possible for them. Gao Sheng, dispose of the bodies. Very well. Flames surged once more, and within moments, the 4 corpses were reduced to ashes, scattering through the dense forest. Incinerating the evidence must be done by fire. Chen Ping'an was quite satisfied, having witnessed the slaughter of Yifeng's members. Despite being of the same silver level, Chen Ping'an's prowess left the trio from boffing utterly unsettled. How powerful! This is overwhelmingly powerful. As Chen Ping'an approached, their anxiety surged again. What now? What to do? Will he silence us to cover his tracks? After all, only the dead hold their tongues. No, we must save ourselves. One among them, despite being gravely injured and racked with pain at even the slightest movement, steeled himself and rose with great difficulty. With a thud, he knelt before Chen Ping'an. The other 2, seeing this, hurriedly mimicked the gesture, enduring their agony as they knelt before him. Though Chen Ping'an was a newcomer to the sect this year, they dared not presume upon him and did not even dare to treat him as an equal. Thank you, my lord, for saving our lives. We, your humble brothers, are willing to serve you as your loyal servants. Please, show mercy and allow us to live to assist you. This scene left Chen Ping'an utterly astonished. Gao Sheng also expressed his admiration, remarking on their perceptive awareness of the situation. Indeed, their actions had genuinely spared their lives. Initially, Chen Ping'an had intended to eliminate them to silence any potential witnesses. After all, killing one person is akin to killing several. Strangely, he felt no remorse akin to that of a first-time killer. Could it be that I am truly not a good person? Noticing Chen Ping'an's silence, the trio grew increasingly anxious, fervently bowing their heads. My lord, spare our lives. We are undoubtedly of value to you. Observing their incessant kowtowing, Chen Ping'an contemplated before nodding. Very well, I shall refrain from killing you. However, how can I trust that you will remain loyal to me? The 3 men, still bowing, hesitated momentarily, displaying a hint of indecision. Shall we swear an oath upon the sacred texts? If oaths held any weight, what need would there be for the police? The trio immediately resumed their bowing. Fear not, my lord. You have saved our lives. We would never betray you. Chen Ping'an sighed. All right, enough of that, rise. I accept your servitude. You may live. At this, the 3 men exhaled in relief, enduring their discomfort as they stood before Chen Ping'an, adopting an obedient demeanor as they awaited his instructions. Do not look at me so. Speak up. I am still unaware of your names. The eldest among them hurriedly replied. My lord, we are the 3 brothers. I am the eldest, Zhu Jiantian. You may call me Jiantian. Jiantian. Chen Ping'an nodded, recognizing him as the master of the eagle. The second brother, the master of the pangolin, quickly interjected, My lord, I am the second brother, Zhu Jiandi. You may refer to me as Jiandi. Heaven and earth? 3 brothers? The last one could not possibly be. Chen Ping'an looked inquisitively at the master of the monkey. Indeed, the monkey's owner was blushing fiercely yet gritted his teeth, declaring, My lord, I am the 3rd brother, Zhu Jianren. Would you Could you please refrain from calling me Jianren? You truly are Jianren. Your parents must be quite the characters. Ha ha. Chen Ping'an stifled his laughter, but Gao Sheng and Qiong Qi couldn't contain themselves, nearly bursting into fits of laughter. Jianren. What a fitting name. You truly are something else. My lord, he does not wish for you to call him Jianren. He is the youngest among the three. My lord, perhaps you could call him Little One? Little One? Were it not for the fact that Gao Sheng was Chen Ping'an's beast, and that Zhu Jianren felt powerless, he would have erupted in anger, retorting, You are the Little One. Your entire family is filled with little ones. My lord, would you still call me Jianren? Chen Ping'an could no longer hold back his laughter. Very well. From now on, I shall call you Jianren, and you need not address me as my lord. Simply call me the eldest brother. The trio nodded, addressing him as eldest brother. Following this, they exchanged glances, and an odd atmosphere began to settle in. It was Chen Ping'an who first broke the silence, asking, Do you three have any matters to discuss? Jiantian then looked somewhat embarrassed and addressed Chen Ping'an, my lord. I mean, eldest brother, do you not have any instructions for us? I believe the three of us can be of use. Oh, Chen Ping'an understood. They were concerned that he might be toying with them, ultimately intending to eliminate them, right? However, to be honest, Chen Ping'an had never intended for them to survive. Accepting them had merely been a momentary act of kindness. He had not considered what tasks to assign them. But gazing into their earnest eyes, Chen Ping'an pondered, Perhaps I should assign them some tasks? Let me think. What kind of mission shall I give you? Yes, yes. The three replied in unison, their eyes gleaming with anticipation as they awaited Chen Ping'an's directives. How to employ these three? Chen Ping'an's mind drifted to novels from his past, recalling what protagonists typically had their subordinates do. However, after several minutes of contemplation, he conceded defeat. He simply could not think of a task for them. Fine. Let us do this. You three shall covertly form a faction and aid me in recruiting those who wish to follow me. After all, I am a man favored by destiny. Even if I am not the child of luck, I surpass the child of luck. Other fortunate individuals rally their followers with a mere call. I cannot fall behind. Help the eldest brother recruit followers? Yes. The trio nodded. This is not uncommon within the Qingyun Sect. Many gifted disciples have their own groups. Chen Ping'an nodded in agreement, though it seemed somewhat lacking in flair. I have it. Jiantian, among those you recruit, there must be at least one flying beast. Form an aerial unit. Jindi, you must recruit at least one burrowing beast. Create a subterranean unit. As for Jianren, you may decide freely. As long as it runs on the ground, you shall form an infantry unit. Chapter 81, The Nine Peaks. A veritable den of slaughter. This. Zhu Jianren was truly at a loss, feeling as if the names of his brothers had been bestowed upon them by their deceased grandfather. Had his grandfather not died, he would have wanted to give him a good beating. No, his grandfather may be dead, but his father was still alive. When his grandfather named him, his father had not intervened. No, Zhu Jianren had made up his mind. Once he returned to recuperate, he would certainly confront his father. After all, his father had not awakened the sacred text. He was merely an ordinary man. How could he not defeat him? Chen Ping'an, of course, was oblivious to Zhu Jianren's tumultuous inner thoughts. Jianren, what troubles you? Do you not like the infantry unit? No, not at all. I quite like it. Good. If you are pleased, then that shall be the case. You are free to leave. This time, the three did not hesitate. They had received a task from Chen Ping'an, who was not only their eldest brother, but also their savior. They were determined to demonstrate that they were still of some use. They would strive to fulfill their eldest brother's assignment, ensuring they performed better than the other two. With this in mind, the trio exchanged glances, surprisingly detecting a competitive spark in each other's eyes. After watching them depart, Chen Ping'an casually tossed the Lingyuan grass into the Bodhi tree world before soaring into the sky. One foot in the fox position and the other in the peacock position. The objective given by Su Chao was not merely one team, but an entire 4 teams of disciples from the first peak. The other 3 teams were also comprised of 4-member squads, all at the silver level of strength, and Chen Ping'an easily dispatched them without expending much effort. As the sun began to set, Chen Ping'an had just finished off the last team of 4 when he headed towards the 9 peaks. Upon returning, he reported his achievements of the day to Zhao Baiqi. While Chen Ping'an was recounting his exploits, Xie Xiaoan was also present beside Zhao Baiqi, and he did not conceal from his elder sister the fact that the first peak had intended to kill him. After listening to Chen Ping'an's report, Zhao Baiqi nodded and asked, Ping'an, how do you feel about what you accomplished today? Was it satisfactory? Now, reflect on it. Do you have anything to add? How could it have been executed more effectively? What is this? Why are we reflecting? Chen Ping'an shook his head. I don't think there's anything. Zhao Baiqi then turned to Xie Xiaoan. Xiaoan, your turn. Do you think your junior still has anything left undone? How could he improve? Upon hearing this, Xie Xiaoan nodded and approached Chen Ping'an, wearing a look of disapproval. Junior, you are far too kind-hearted. I killed them all. How is that kind? Chen Ping'an was somewhat bewildered. Senior sister, what do you mean? What do I mean? Xie Xiaoan stood on her toes and patted Chen Ping'an on the head. Little junior, do you truly believe you've left no trace? Do you think no one will discover that those from Yifeng were slain by you? Well, Chen Ping'an shook his head. Even if the Zhu brothers kept silent, in this world of beast taming, who knows what peculiar beasts might be able to uncover the truth? Little junior, you should understand. Once an action is taken, the walls have ears. Sooner or later, others will find out. Thus, we must take precautions in advance. Seeing Xie Xiaoan's solemn expression, Chen Ping'an hastily adopted a compliant demeanor. Senior sister, please commence your speech. Xie Xiaoan shot him a glare. Little junior, as the saying goes, when you cut grass, you must uproot it. I must say something harsh. Even if Yifeng realizes they were killed by you, with master around, they won't dare seek revenge. However, others may go to great lengths for vengeance. Chen Ping'an instinctively asked, who are those others? Of course, the relatives of those you killed. Since you've taken their lives, why not investigate their backgrounds and eliminate anyone in their families who possesses the awakening tome? That would ensure your safety. In fact, the safest route would be to eliminate their families entirely, but killing ordinary people would attract military intervention, which could be troublesome. What are you suggesting? Kill those in their families who possess the awakening tome? In an instant, Chen Ping'an was left dumbfounded. His gaze towards Xie Xiaoan transformed entirely. What kind of predatory rhetoric was this? How could someone with such a warm demeanor utter such chilling words? Confirmed. She is definitely not a good person. Ping'an, do you now understand where you went wrong? Zhao Baiqi interjected, his tone serious. Good heavens. This is truly astounding. This Yifeng is nothing but a den of slaughter. Master, is this really okay? Won't it cause an uproar? Will no one intervene? What about the military? Zhao Baiqi scoffed. Intervene? What is there to manage? To put it bluntly, those who can be killed are essentially of no consequence. You have no standing, and since you refuse to join the military, preferring instead the sect, complaining about their strictness, what does it matter if they die? The military won't care about you. Their focus will be on the sect you join. Moreover, the military doesn't expect much from these individuals when a beast calamity arises. Zhao Baiqi then glanced at Chen Ping'an. Of course, if you were to die, I guarantee the military would take notice and even seek revenge for you. Why? Because you are a prodigy. Chen Ping'an nodded, somewhat understanding. Remember, once you have made enemies, you must be ruthless. Otherwise, it may be you who faces death tomorrow. Xiaoan, go summon Yu Jiao to help clean up the aftermath of Ping'an's actions today. Oh my, this is getting serious. Chen Ping'an could guess that this so-called cleanup involved assisting in eliminating anyone in the families of those he had slain today who possessed the awakening tome. He initially contemplated intervening, but suddenly realized that there was a certain logic to this approach. The perspective that needed changing was not his master's or the world's, but his own. After all, this was not the well-ordered world of his past life. It was a realm where the strong reigned supreme. Master, I understand my mistake. Good. As long as you recognize your error. Rest assured, if Yifeng seeks to kill you, we of Jiufeng will avenge you. We shall eradicate Yifeng completely. In the ensuing days, Chen Ping'an continued to hunt the silver-ranked disciples of Yifeng as prey. Meanwhile, Xie Xiaoan and Fan Yojiao did their utmost to assist Chen Ping'an in the aftermath. Initially, the people of Yifeng believed that the missing individuals had simply failed to complete their tasks. However, as the number of absentees grew, they quickly realized something was amiss. Consequently, the elders of Yifeng hastily dispatched some golden-ranked veterans to investigate. Chapter 82, Su Chao's Secret Realm. Just as Xie Xiaoan had surmised, Chen Ping'an believed he had utterly annihilated Gaosheng, confirming that all the missing individuals were dead. The only problem was that the perpetrator remained unidentified. In the Grand Hall of Yifeng, Elder Zhang Chun trembled as he perused a series of documents. These were photographs. If Chen Ping'an were to see them, he would undoubtedly be astonished, for they depicted the very locations where he had slain members of Yifeng. All dead. Indeed, Elder. These locations are where the missing individuals last vanished. One of the men present licked his lips and said, Elder, I can smell the scent of death in these places. I can confirm, they are all there. Yes, but who is responsible? Shi darkly interjected, Master, could it be the people from Jiufeng? Impossible. On the surface, we have no enmity with them. Although Jiufeng is savage, they would not senselessly hunt down our Yifeng members. Master, could it possibly be Su Chao? You again? That is impossible. Su Chao has no motive. As for the culprit, we must uncover the truth. Also, how is the matter I entrusted to you progressing? Shi, looking somewhat troubled, shook his head. Master, Zhao Baiqi has been in Jiufeng recently. My men cannot infiltrate. Perhaps due to the inexplicable deaths of my disciples. Elder Zhang's temper seemed somewhat frayed. You are disappointing me. Zhao Baiqi, here's the plan. I will find a way to lure him out of Jiufeng. And you seize the opportunity. Rest assured, Master. As long as Zhao Baichi departs, I guarantee I can connect with that Nyoji. Send a notice. Henceforth, if silver-ranked disciples venture out, they must be accompanied by a golden-ranked disciple. Understood. At Jiufeng. Junior, well done. Fan Yojo beamed at Chen Ping'an, astonished at how much stronger his junior had become after just one outing. A silver-ranked disciple killing like this? By such calculations, as a silver-ranked 9th tier, he was no match for his junior. Thanks to second senior brother and senior sister for helping me with the aftermath. No problem. Junior, Yifeng is reacting quite strongly. Shall we continue? Let's halt for now. We have important matters to attend to. Just as the brothers were discussing, Zhao Baichi entered. Master, what is it? What could be more important than avenging Junior? The secret realm is about to open. What? Chen Ping'an was utterly confused. Secret realm? What secret realm? Fan Yojo, however, was overjoyed. A secret realm represented opportunity. Is it the one at the bottom of Yifeng Cliff? Indeed. Zhao Baichi nodded, somewhat puzzled. Initially, the sect demanded that Yifeng reveal it promptly, but they kept delaying. This time, for some unknown reason, they have taken the initiative to approach the sect leader and decided to disclose it immediately. The bottom of Yifeng Cliff? Chen Ping'an pondered for a moment, and suddenly a realization struck him. Could it be, Master, that the secret realm you mentioned is the very one discovered by Su Chao when he fell off the cliff? Chen Ping'an distinctly remembered that when he first encountered Su Chao, the illuminating golden light emanating from him had blinded his eyes. While the fixed NPC nearby had narrated that Su Chao's unexpected plunge not only spared his life, but also led him to a safe secret realm, which subsequently upgraded the Golden Classic to the Platinum Classic. Indeed, it is that very secret realm. Although the path to the secret realm was now accessible, entry was strictly limited to those of silver rank. Thus, you two should venture forth together to see if you can encounter any fortuitous opportunities. What opportunities could there possibly be? Chen Ping'an questioned, puzzled. Hasn't Su Chao already explored this secret realm? Are you serious, junior brother? You actually believe that? Isn't that so? Certainly not. Fan Yojo exclaimed, astonished. I once thought you quite clever. How could you be so naive? Do you truly understand what a secret realm is? Chen Ping'an nodded, aware that a secret realm is essentially a tomb crafted by a powerful beast for itself. You are aware, I presume, that such formidable beings must at least be of stellar rank to carve out a special space for their final resting place? Do you grasp the concept of stellar rank? Yes, stellar rank is one tier above my master. Correct. Currently, among our human race, only that distinguished figure within the military has attained stellar rank. Does that not terrify you? With only one individual achieving such power, it is indeed formidable. Junior brother, do you truly believe that such a mighty beast would leave its tomb entirely unguarded? At this revelation, Chen Ping'an began to comprehend. Beasts are inherently believers in the afterlife, and the tombs they construct are intended for their reincarnation. Hence, it would be inconceivable for them to leave no contingency plan in place, allowing Su Chao to seize an opportunity so easily. Just as you surmised, if I am not mistaken, Su Chao merely entered the threshold of the secret realm, lingering at the entrance without venturing deeper. Ah, now I understand. Chen Ping'an exclaimed, enlightened. Fan Yojo continued, junior brother. Consider this. Merely lingering at the entrance granted him the means to elevate the Golden Classic into the Platinum Classic. What might lie in store for those who delve deeper? The opportunities are beyond imagination. This secret realm may not even be left behind by a glory-ranked beast, but possibly by a monarch or even a supreme-ranked beast. Indeed, with newfound enthusiasm, Chen Ping'an's eyes sparkled. However, second senior brother, since this peak has only just opened, could it be that all the treasures have already been claimed? That is a possibility, yet regardless, since they have opened it, we must certainly explore. The path of cultivation is far too slow when relying solely on gradual progress. Exactly. Zhao Baichi nodded. Once you enter, with your combined strength as brothers, unless faced with the inherent threats of the secret realm, there is no need for fear. With such encouragement, Chen Ping'an was resolute in his decision to go, though a hint of worry lingered. Master, this is ultimately under the jurisdiction of Peak. If they are intent on harming me, might my presence provide them an opportunity? Zhao Baichi waved his hand dismissively. It matters not. The other silver-ranked disciples entering the secret realm will pose no threat to you. I shall personally oversee the entrance of the secret realm, keeping a vigilant eye on Peak's members, ensuring that no one above silver rank enters. Is that so? In that case, there truly is no issue. Excellent. Then we shall await the opening of the secret realm. At Peak, Qi declared, this time, I have invested significantly. As you know, although we have maintained the pretense of stabilizing the entrance to the secret realm, we have not truly explored under the interference of the main peak. In chapter 83, do you also wish to embrace? Qi continued, this time, I will summon the sect leader and the elders of each peak. As the elder of the 9 peaks, Zhao Baiqi will undoubtedly attend. Shi hastily knelt in reverence. Rest assured, master. I shall personally lead the charge. We will certainly confront that Niu Ji and inform him that Chen Ping'an is an impostor pretending to be Niu Zuanfu. At that moment, the 9 peaks shall surely descend into chaos. Very well. Excellent. Observing Shi's confidence, Zhang Chun nodded in satisfaction. 3 days later, beneath the cliffs of Peak, the ground once overgrown with weeds and trees had been meticulously cleared, transformed into a vast plaza now teeming with people. Within the grand hall of Peak, Qing Zongzhu and the other peak leaders and elders had gathered, facing a massive display screen. The screen depicted the plaza below, particularly highlighting a shimmering, purple-hued spatial rift, the entrance to the secret realm. Zhang Chun, increasingly displeased, addressed Zhao Baiqi. Is this sufficient? This time, our disciples from each peak shall enter. To prevent any from that side attempting to sneak in with golden rank disciples, we shall witness together. Not only will no golden rank individuals be permitted to enter the secret realm, but even access to this plaza is strictly forbidden. Is this not satisfactory? As Zhang Chun's words lingered, Zhao Baiqi's fire rhinoceros materialized within the main hall, prompting Zhao Baiqi to rise. Zhang Chun, if you have something to say it directly. What is with this indirect reference to my name? Do you wish to fight? How dare you? You come here only to challenge. Zhang Chun's eyelids twitched in irritation. Even if their rivalry persisted, was this not merely a verbal exchange? You want to resort to violence immediately? Observing Zhang Chun's growing agitation, it seemed he was about to summon his own beast. Qing Zongzhu hastily intervened, standing as a mediator. Ahem. Elder Zhao, this is uncalled for. There is no need for such escalation. On the surface, Qingyun Sect appeared to be a grand sect, but in reality, it was a coalition of the 9 peaks, akin to a parent company overseeing several subsidiaries. Now, with the 9 subsidiaries at odds, the main company could only strive to mediate. All right, this is acceptable. Regardless, the stabilization of the secret realm's entrance has been accomplished by Elder Zhang of Peak, and we are grateful for his efforts. Now that the secret realm is open, it is fair and just. Let each peak's disciples rely on their own abilities to see if they can seize any opportunities. Upon hearing Qing Zongzhu's words, Zhao Baiqi snorted dismissively, casting a glance at the quietly observing elder of Lu Peak, Man Mang. Man Mang, for your sake, I shall not pursue this matter with Zhang Chun. With that, Zhao Baiqi dismissed the fire rhinoceros and resumed his seat. Meanwhile, Zhang Chun, the elder of Peak, cast a disgruntled look at Man Mang, his expression conveying a sentiment of, I see. It is no wonder Zhao Baiqi is so quick to anger. He has your support behind him. Huh, what? Man Mang, who had been silently observing, was taken aback. What does this have to do with me? I said nothing. Moreover, you claim I owe you a favor? Since when were we so familiar? Brother, you are none other than the infamous killer of the 9 peaks, Zhao Baiqi. I typically avoid you at all costs. We hardly exchange a word in a year. Alas, Elder Zhang, this must be a misunderstanding. Elder Zhao, you truly need not feel obligated to me. Shall I continue my assault? Zhao Baiqi's demeanor suggested he was ready to summon the fire rhinoceros once more. And no, what is happening here? Man Mang was genuinely perplexed. Please, show me some consideration. Upon encountering the troublesome Baiqi once more, the imposing man python gestured toward Zhang Chun with his eyes, exclaiming inwardly, I have no idea how this troublesome Baiqi has implicated me. I have no connection with him. You, from Peak 1, and those from Peak 9, settle your own disputes without involving me. Yet, in the next moment, the screen ahead displayed a close-up. Naturally, the focus was on Chen Ping'an, but accompanying him was another individual, exuberantly racing toward him. Boss, over here. Why didn't you come out when you returned to Peak 9? I've missed you to death. The one rushing over was none other than the robust man Dainyu, one of Chen Ping'an's few friends within the Qingyun Sect. Having shared life and death experiences, Chen Ping'an responded with a smile, embracing man Dainyu. Haha, Dainyu. It's just that something held me up. In the grand hall of Peak 1, Zhang Chun observed the unfolding scene, frequently casting knowing glances at Man Python, as if to say, look, you're still pretending. Your 6 peaks have clearly mingled with Peak 9. Man Python, at a loss for words, realized he could not wash away the stain of this situation. If a conflict were to erupt between Peak 1 and Peak 9, remaining neutral would be impossible. Damn it, you've ruined me. Didn't your grandmother teach you our family's motto when you climbed the mountain to find me? Those who recognize the times are the true heroes. Our priority now should be to seek revenge while maintaining neutrality. Just then, another figure appeared on the screen. Su Chao emerged, positioned directly opposite Chen Ping'an, his face contorted with fury, veins bulging as he glared menacingly. Chen Ping'an thought to himself, goodness. This is within the sect's main gate, and we must maintain appearances. Everyone believes you. Su Chao, have a grudge against me. But your performance is so convincing that I almost believed you were serious. Is that fury truly making your veins pop? Seeing Su Chao's expression, Zhang Chun felt increasingly confident in Su Chao's intentions, internally chastising his most diligent disciple, Shi Qi, for being overly cautious. That expression, it's unmistakably genuine anger. It can't possibly be feigned. I told you so. Su Chao harbors only rage toward Chen Ping'an. He desires nothing more than to see him dead. How could he possibly assist Chen Ping'an? He was still entangled in Shi Qi's words. After all, Su Chao was his prized disciple. Once they exited the secret realm, he would reveal certain matters to him. When Su Chao learned that his master intended to eliminate Chen Ping'an, he would surely be delighted. No, wait. If I tell him I am doing this for his sake, wouldn't he be even more pleased? How delightful. While Zhang Chun chuckled to himself, Su Chao's voice thundered through the screen. Let him go. Hearing this, Mandaniu reluctantly ended his embrace with Chen Ping'an, staring at Su Chao in confusion. Do you want a hug too? This nearly made Su Chao blurt out, can I hug you too? Yet, he quickly regained his composure. Knowing he couldn't let others catch on. No need. Chapter 84. A good dog does not block the way. As Su Chao stormed off, Chen Ping'an finally understood why Su Chao's act felt so genuine. This wasn't he acting. The fellow was genuinely enraged. As for the reason behind his anger, Chen Ping'an was left speechless. We agreed to be brothers. What do you want? Chen Ping'an. Following Su Chao's departure, Qing Ming noticed Chen Ping'an and approached him. At this point, apart from the mountain tiger, the rest of their small team had reunited. Fan Yojio regarded his junior disciple with a hint of deep understanding. This junior was remarkable. His recent journey not only enhanced his strength, but also expanded his connections. Big sister, Mandaniu called out, recognizing the moment. Qing Ming, though still at the bronze level, would soon ascend to silver given their talents. Big sister, Mandaniu cheerfully addressed her. Qing Ming, too weary to correct him, shot a glare at Mandaniu before silently standing beside Chen Ping'an. Chen Ping'an, how have you been? Why didn't you come find me after returning? Huh. Upon hearing Qing Ming's words, Fan Yojio's eyes lit up with intrigue. This seemed rather peculiar. Almost intriguing. A junior disciple from Peak 9 and the granddaughter of the sect leader seemed like a fitting match. Fan Yojio immediately signaled Chen Ping'an with a nod. Little junior, keep it up. Your senior brother is rooting for you. However, Chen Ping'an was utterly perplexed, responding with a frown. Why would I seek you out? Is there something? You jerk. Qing Ming shot him an annoyed glance, wondering if he was dense. This scene did not escape the notice of those around them, causing a stir of envy. Since Qing Ming had appeared in this year's new disciples arena, she had become Qingyun Sect's acknowledged beauty. Yet, she was an icy beauty, as no one had witnessed her conversing with anyone. But here, she was actively engaging with Chen Ping'an, who appeared indifferent. People are truly envious. If you weren't from Peak 9, I would have scolded you. Qing Ming, why are you glaring at me? Forget it, let us go. We're entering the secret realm. Ignoring Qing Ming's reproachful gaze, Chen Ping'an took the lead toward the entrance of the secret realm. This marked Chen Ping'an's first encounter with the actual entrance of the secret realm. The inky entrance flickered with violet light, radiating an eerie and mysterious allure. However, the entrance was relatively small, merely the size of an ordinary door, allowing only one person to enter at a time. Consequently, a long queue had formed at the entrance. Seeing this, Mandaniu prepared to obediently take his place at the end of the line, but was promptly halted by both Chen Ping'an and Fan Yojio. What are you doing? Boss, I'm going to queue. Do you see them queuing? Chen Ping'an pointed ahead, where two individuals brazenly cut to the front. Amid a chorus of curses from the crowd, to make matters worse, they had positioned themselves directly in front of acquaintances of Chen Ping'an. Isn't that the Jianren trio? Zhu Jiantian, unperturbed, shoved the intruder ahead of him. What do you think you're doing? Go to the back of the line. The intruder's face changed drastically. You dare to push me? Who told you to cut in line? Zhu Jiantian retorted, but then he sensed something was amiss. As dozens of individuals behind him simultaneously turned their heads, their gazes filled with menace. Suddenly, the queue dissolved as the front line was blocked. Do you know where you are? This is the territory of Peak 1. You should be grateful just to be allowed into the public secret realm. The intruder stood defiantly before the crowd. I didn't intend to quarrel with you, but since you're so ungrateful, you'll all wait until the disciples of Peak 1 have entered before your turn. Peak 1, move. As his words fell, dozens of those who had been waiting in line laughed as they departed, heading toward the front. You guys. The onlookers seethed with frustration, yet strangely, despite the murmured insults, none dared to step forward. In fact, their ire was directed not at the Peak 1 disciples, but at Zhu Jiantian instead. Which peak are you from? Don't you know that it's better to avoid trouble? It's just a matter of cutting in line. We have no objection. But you're the one making a fuss. Exactly. all belonging to the Qingyun Sect. Are they unaware of the tyrannical nature of the people from Yifeng? Now, how splendid. By the time the Yifeng members are all inside, darkness will have enveloped the sky. Upon hearing these veiled insults, the three brothers of the Zhu family were nearly driven to laughter, turning to memorize the faces of those who spoke. Meanwhile, the individuals from Yifeng were chuckling, evidently pleased with the current outcome. One audacious interloper even pointed at Zhu Jiantian with a grin, saying, "And you, get to the back. You shall be the last to enter." "You, why should that be? Just because we hail from Yifeng. If you refuse to move to the back, we'll wait until dusk to enter, and we will exhaust you. Are you not afraid of the Elder's wrath? Why should we fear? We have the ability to block the entrance. Do you think this is an academy for ordinary folk? This is a sect. Yifeng possesses this strength. Why would the Elders scold us? Moreover, we aren't blocking forever. We are merely entering later. If there is blame, let it fall upon your incessant chatter." The Yifeng member concluded, and those queued behind Zhu Jiantian echoed the sentiment. "You should move to the back. Don't let your selfishness hinder us. Indeed, hurry to the back. This mess is your creation. You all." The three brothers of the Zhu family were now gritting their teeth in frustration. "If you dare not speak, I shall voice our grievance. So this is it. Big brother, we shall remain here. If it comes to it, we simply enter this secret realm. Shall we endure together?" Zhu Jiantian, on the other hand, wore a nonchalant expression, unconcerned. "What is it to endure? Who fears whom? Isn't it merely a matter of words? I have been called Jiantian for over a decade. My skin is thick." Observing the scene, the line's last member, Chen Ping'an, was now smiling as he explained to Mandanio. Without hesitation, he and Fan Yojiu stepped forward from the queue. What are you up to? By rights, Yifeng's members should be at the front, yet suddenly a few have emerged. As some spectators began to voice their thoughts, they promptly fell silent upon witnessing the formidable presence before them. This was not a situation they could provoke. That woman is the granddaughter of the sect leader, and the burly man is a ruffian, no doubt. As for the other two, they are from the 9th peak, even more formidable. Not only did those at the back hastily quiet down, but even the Yifeng disciples blocking the way turned pale upon recognizing Chen Ping'an and Fan Yojiu. The Zhu brothers felt a surge of joy, but quickly suppressed their expressions. Chapter 85. You call this a grave? The Zhu brothers understood that they could not reveal their identities just yet, considering the peculiar circumstances in which they had met. Should anyone trace their steps, it would jeopardize their leaderess' safety. Under the gaze of the crowd, Chen Ping'an approached the members of Yifeng directly. "Step aside. Good dogs do not block the way." The once arrogant Yifeng disciples now displayed entirely different expressions upon facing Chen Ping'an and his companions. Now, it was their turn to feel constrained. Just as one of them began to speak, Fan Yojiu, standing beside Chen Ping'an, delivered a swift punch. Bang! A sharp crack echoed as the speaker's nasal bone shattered, blood gushing forth. Hiss! Gasps of shock erupted among the onlookers. Chen Ping'an was momentarily taken aback, realizing that his senior brother, despite his polite demeanor, was merciless towards foes. Fan Yojiu even complained, "Junior brother, what are you doing? Why engage him in conversation? Simply dispatch those blocking our path." Chen Ping'an scratched his head, feigning innocence. "I'll be more careful next time, second brother." With that, he turned his gaze back to the Yifeng disciples obstructing him. Though their faces were grim, they could not help but curse inwardly. Damn it, he truly struck. Under Chen Ping'an's intense gaze, despite their displeasure, they hurriedly shifted aside, clearing a path straight to the secret realm's entrance. Chen Ping'an then gave a thumbs up to Fan Yojiu. "You know, this approach is surprisingly effective. Direct action is much more satisfying than mere threats." Chen Ping'an initially intended to proceed, but after a moment of contemplation, he looked back at the Zhu brothers. "You three seem agreeable. Come along with me." "No." Upon hearing that Chen Ping'an wanted to bring the three along, the Yifeng disciple with the shattered nose was taken aback, immediately protesting. However, before he could finish, a flash of golden light appeared before him, a fist the size of a sandbag materializing in his line of sight. Ouch! Chen Ping'an landed a punch squarely on his eye. Delight surged through him, realizing that he indeed preferred taking matters into his own hands. Although his strength paled in comparison to his second brother's, he had coated his fist with a layer of golden energy. The impact, though not immense, was excruciating. After a shriek, the obstructing disciple's eye promptly swelled, and he stared at Chen Ping'an in disbelief. Your fist, why is it glowing?" Hearing this, the other Q members silently mourned for him. He had been reduced to a fool. A glowing fist? The power from the kingdom of light? Truly, his fist had genuinely emitted light. Seeing the disbelief etched on everyone's faces, he shouted once more. Ouch! But before he could finish, the other eye received a punch as well, leaving him looking like a bewildered creature. The Yifeng members now glared fiercely at Chen Ping'an. "Fan Yojiu, with a cold snort, summoned a centipede that crawled into his mouth, instantly amplifying his muscles. He presented a clear warning. If they did not step back, he would unleash his full wrath. With Fan Yojo's intimidating display, the Yifeng members hastily made way for an even wider path. After all, they were about to enter the secret realm. Who would waste their energy in a confrontation at such a moment? Except for Fan Yojo. This fellow was truly ready to fight. Only then did Chen Ping'an and his companions make their way toward the secret realm, under the complex gazes of the onlookers. Upon seeing the Zhu brothers stride directly towards the secret realm's entrance, those in line exchanged furtive glances, preparing to follow suit. The Yifeng members gritted their teeth. But seeing that Chen Ping'an and his companions had not yet entered the secret realm, they were momentarily at a loss for whether to block the following individuals. Chen Ping'an, however, glanced back and asked, "Why are you following? Are you from Yifeng? Are you all foolish? Why aren't you stopping them?" You. Chen Ping'an's words caused the faces of the Yifeng members to twitch. Were they not worried about being attacked outright? If you let us in, won't you be safe? But upon hearing this, it seemed Chen Ping'an had no intention of concerning himself with them. Well then, that simplifies matters. Just the opportunity to vent some frustration. In the next moment, the Yifeng members once again surrounded the path, forcefully pushing back those who attempted to squeeze in. Chen Ping'an, how can you do this? Shouldn't you assist me? You should help us enter. Are you out of your mind? Am I even acquainted with you? Amidst their complaints, Chen Ping'an took a step forward, directly entering the secret realm's entrance. At this, the crowd felt utterly deflated, but recalling the actions of the Ninth Peak members. One of them, driven by impulse, exclaimed, "If you don't let me go first, believe me, I'll confront you." Confront? Come on. Does Yifeng fear you? Why was this tactic ineffective? The individual who had called out was met with a sidelong glance from those around him, who whispered, "Do you think you belong to the Nine Peaks as well?" Chen Ping'an's vision was suddenly engulfed in darkness, and when light returned, he found himself in a drastically altered environment. This was the sensation of traversing through the gateway of a secret realm, an experience entirely distinct from entering the world of ancient tomes. However, as he surveyed his surroundings, Chen Ping'an felt a surge of nausea. Was this a grave? You dare to call this a grave? Shouldn't graves resemble caves, or something of that sort? Yet, upon raising his gaze, he beheld a blood moon suspended ominously in the sky. The crimson moonlight illuminated the ground ahead, inducing an involuntary tremor in his heart. Chen Ping'an was about to inquire of his second senior brother whether all secret realms were akin to this, but before he could articulate his thought, a wave of shock coursed through him again. There was no one. He was utterly alone. After scanning his surroundings in bewilderment, Chen Ping'an confirmed a troubling notion. The entrance to this secret realm had indeed transported him at random. Although the world before him appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary rocky expanse, devoid of any vitality and bearing no immediate threats apart from the eerie crimson light, he dared not let his guard down. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned Gao Sheng and Qiong Qi. The moment they appeared, both looked somewhat disheveled, as if they had just endured a beating. It was evident to Chen Ping'an that this was undoubtedly the work of the little jackal. But the disarray lasted only a fleeting moment, as Gao Sheng gazed curiously at the realm of the blood moon. "Master, have you come to unearth a grave? Whose grave is this?" "It seems to be that of a beast of royal caliber, capable of manifesting a blood moon." Hearing Gao Sheng's words, Chen Ping'an's heart stirred. Indeed, it was the grave of a royal-level entity, just shy of that of a sovereign-level powerhouse. Chapter 86. The Bull Outside. The bull heeds not the call. A royal-level grave. Does that not imply that treasures truly lie herein? The mere thought of treasures excited Chen Ping'an, while Gao Sheng maintained an indifferent demeanor. In contrast, Qiong Qi's expression was far from pleasant. He felt a pang of trepidation as he glanced at the blood moon. What a jest! This is a royal-level grave. In the past, he would have approached without fear, even considering excavating it. However, now, he was merely at the silver tier, and although the two younger leaders were formidable, they could at best contend with gold-tier adversaries. Would the grave left behind by a royal-level beast lack defensive measures? Certainly not. This situation appeared to offer little chance of victory. Shrinking his neck, Qiong Qi timidly suggested, "Master, little peacock feels a bit dizzy. Perhaps I have caught a cold. Would you mind sending me back to the Bodhi Tree world?" "A cold? You, a beast, can catch a cold?" Chen Ping'an was rendered speechless, while Gao Sheng immediately berated him. "Damn it, you coward. What do you mean by that?" "Master, this coward is afraid. He dares not even consider protecting you. How could you tolerate this?" "I certainly cannot. If I were master, I would summon the jackal to tear this peacock apart." Qiong Qi truly exemplified the essence of bullying the weak while fearing the strong. Perhaps there is some merit to that, Qiong Qi. Now, Master grants you two choices. Either you voluntarily proceed ahead to scout the path, or I summon the little jackal to compel you to lead the way. Is this even a choice? A fool would not opt for the second option. There was no escaping this predicament. Master, may I select a third option? A third option? What might that be? I will walk alongside the fox to scout the path. Well, that works. Let it be the third option. Damn it. Peacock. I curse you. Go die? There was no alternative. Chen Ping'an's command was absolute, leaving Gao Sheng and Qiong Qi no choice but to proceed ahead to scout the way. Meanwhile, at the Nine Peaks, Xie Xiaoan, tasked with guarding the Nine Peaks and preventing others from approaching Niuji, furrowed her brow. Before her were several monitors displaying surveillance of the various entrances to the Nine Peaks. At that moment, she noticed 4 individuals scanning their surroundings. Seemingly intent on entering the Nine Peaks? How could this be allowed? Without hesitation, Xie Xiaoan rose and approached the main entrance. You 4, which peak do you belong to? Who permitted you to come here? Upon seeing Xie Xiaoan, the 4 individuals initially rejoiced, but quickly suppressed their emotions. Xie Xiaoan, do not presume that we are afraid of you. We of the first peak have our own strength. We have heard that you 9 peaks have brought a time bomb to our Qingyun Sect. We come here today for no other reason than to see the time bomb you brought back. Indeed. Xie Xiaoan, step aside. We merely wish to take a look. We will not do anything else. Is it your prerogative to enter and inspect the 9 peaks at your leisure? Xie Xiaoan provided no opportunity for them to speak further. A grotesque humanoid frog, its skin decayed, appeared before her. Under the wary gazes of the 4, the rotting frog vanished, and to their horror, each found a decaying frog's arms sprouting from their midsection, which then lunged toward their faces. Ow! Following 4 anguished cries, their faces were instantly bruised and mottled. The 4 cursed under their breaths. Indeed, those from the 9 peaks are not to be trifled with. We were merely in the midst of an argument. Should you not have at least engaged in some discourse before resorting to violence? Who attacks first? Xie Xiaoan, you are courting death. I refuse to believe that. As fellow gold-tier beings, we cannot contend with you. With that, the 4 summoned their respective beasts and engaged Xie Xiaoan in battle. Simultaneously, on the paths of 9 peaks, Shi Qi stealthily led 3 others upward toward the mountain's summit. As they neared the peak, Shi Qi exchanged a knowing glance with one of them, who nodded in response. In the next moment, a white jellyfish, measuring 5 to 6 meters in diameter, was summoned. The jellyfish floated in midair, and upon receiving its command, it extended its umbrella to obscure the 4 individuals. With their figures concealed by the jellyfish's canopy, they vanished from sight. Shi Qi then resumed his ascent with the others toward the summit of 9 peaks. Upon entering the 9 peak structures without obstruction, Shi Qi could not contain his glee. It's secure now. I have nearly fulfilled the task assigned by my master. Contemplating the calamity that would soon befall 9 peaks, Shi Qi could hardly suppress his laughter. Who knows, perhaps after today, the Qingyun Sect will no longer have 9 peaks. Subsequently, Shi Qi and his companions arrived at a concealed corner. Shi Qi made another gesture, prompting another of his companions to summon a bat the size of a human head. As the bat emerged, it emitted an inaudible sound wave. Moments later, a gray mist emanated from the bat, swiftly coalescing into architectural forms. Once fully materialized, it revealed the comprehensive structural layout of the 9 peaks. Soon after, a cluster of black mist flickered within the diagram. Shi Qi, that Niuji should be located here. Excellent. Shi Qi nodded again, and without needing further prompting, the last of his companions summoned a beetle no larger than a finger. As it opened its mouth, the beetle crawled inside. I leave it to you. Rest assured. I shall return shortly. Wait for any commotion, and make your swift exit. As he spoke, the figure of this person seamlessly melded into the very ground beneath him. In Niuji's courtyard, he languidly grasped a blade of grass that Fan Yojo had cut for him early in the morning before heading to the portal of the secret realm, chewing it absent-mindedly. The presence of the horned boy has vanished. He must have gone to the cemetery. Alas, what to do? I feel so troubled. Niuzun has entrusted me with the task of safeguarding the horned boy, yet the horned boy has commanded me not to leave this place, lest I face the wrath of Niuzun. Oh, Chief, how should I navigate this dilemma? Is it truly acceptable for me to graze here? Well, never mind. I shan't dwell on it. The heavens are high and Niuzun distant, yet the horned boy is near. Out here, I am free from any orders. Niuzun, you surely won't hold it against me, will you? Chattering away like a loquacious individual, Niuji continued to munch on grass while conversing with himself. Oh, how peculiar. Why is there such a commotion at the horned boy's residence today? Niuji turned to glance in the direction of Shi Qi. What business is it of mine? Just a flock of birds. Yet moments later, Niuji found himself puzzled. Is this commotion directed at me? How intriguing. He focused his gaze on a corner of the courtyard. Under his scrutiny, the individual who had previously swallowed a beetle slowly emerged from the earth, albeit only his head. As soon as his head appeared, he began to glance around anxiously and soon locked eyes with Niuji. The moment their gazes met, the individual was taken aback. A bovine head and nose, truly a beast transformed into human form. I stand no chance. I'm utterly outmatched. Nevertheless, I must remember. My purpose here is not confrontation, but rather to establish a cordial rapport. Just as he intended to fully emerge from the ground, he discovered he was immobilized. A formidable force binding the earth around him. Without needing to guess, he understood this was undoubtedly the doing of the bovine beast. Instantly, beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead, and his mind raced. Senior, please cease. I am an ally. An ally. An ally? Oh, so you mean to say you and I are on the same side, correct? Yes, yes. Although Nyoji seemed somewhat simple-minded in front of Chen Ping'an, he was astute enough to discern that these individuals had stealthily approached him. How could they possibly be allies? However, boredom had settled in, and perhaps this encounter would provide some amusement. After a moment's contemplation, Nyoji seized a handful of tender grass, approaching the anxious head that had just emerged from the ground. Without regard for decorum, he plopped down onto the ground and began stuffing grass into the creature's mouth. Since you claim to be one of my own, you should partake in this grass as well. It's fresh and incredibly fragrant. Eat, eat. The creature, initially startled, transformed from panic to confusion. Who in the world is trying to feed me grass? Senior, I have something to him. Before he could finish his sentence, Nyoji stuffed grass into his mouth, filling it to the brim and preventing him from speaking. The creature began to whimper, realizing the absurdity of the situation. Wait, this bovine must be out of his mind. I am human. You are feeding me grass? This was entirely contrary to what he had envisioned. Now, escape was impossible. As the earth held him fast, he found himself at a loss for words, and desperate to speak, he resolved to swallow his pride. Fine, I shall eat the grass. After all, only by consuming the grass could he regain his ability to speak. Crunching and munching, the creature devoured the grass, much to Nyoji's delight. See, I told you that you would enjoy it. This grass is quite tender. Consider yourself fortunate. I only allow myself to eat it one blade at a time, yet I am sharing it with you in handfuls. Do take your time. I have plenty more. As the creature swallowed the grass, preparing to speak, Nyoji promptly stuffed another handful into his mouth. Act like a human. Can you not behave like a human? The creature was genuinely distressed, tears streaming down his face as he munched on the grass. Hey, why are you still crying? Is it because the grass is too delicious? Or are you moved by my generosity? Do not weep. I assure you, there is more than enough. After consuming dozens of mouthfuls of grass, the creature was truly at his limit. His stomach was churning violently. Fortunately, Nyoji, being somewhat kind-hearted, observed his plight and cheerfully inquired, "Are you full now? Do not hesitate to tell me. After all, this grass isn't mine to begin with, so eat to your heart's content." With great urgency, the creature chewed and swallowed the grass, tears in his eyes as he blinked feverishly. He wished to nod, yet found it impossible, given that only his head was above ground. Eat. I am full. Senior, I am quite full. Very well, if you are satisfied, you may take your leave. Should you find yourself hungry again, do remember to return. There will always be enough. Upon hearing this, the creature felt the binding force around him dissipate, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. This transformed bovine is rather amiable, is he not? As long as I am willing to eat grass. His temperament is quite genial. He nodded instinctively, ready to depart. But suddenly, he recalled his true purpose. What the hell? I did not come here merely to eat grass. Having endured such humiliation, I must succeed in my mission. Senior, hold on. There is something of immense importance I must share with you. Oh, Nyoji nodded, curious. What is it? Clearing his throat, the creature fully emerged from the soil. Senior, you are unaware, but you have been deceived. Me? Deceived? Impossible. The chief has stated that as long as I speak little, I am the wisest of bovines. I have scarcely spoken at all, so surely I am quite clever. How could I possibly be deceived? Is that what you call cleverness? Then does that mean bovines are devoid of intellect? Furthermore, you claim to speak little? You are hardly short of mouths. Senior, truly, you have been deceived. You have upset me, grass-eating lad. Now tell me, how have I been deceived? Grass-eating lad? The creature was struck as if by lightning, but managed to force a smile. Senior, you came here to protect the consort of your Nyozun, did you not? Indeed. I am here to protect the horned boy. Then you are mistaken. Senior, do you not realize? Chen Ping'an is not the consort of your Nyozun at all. He is an impostor, a fraud. What? Nyoji was taken aback, his expression resembling that of someone who had seen a ghost as he stared at the grass-eating lad. Senior, I assure you, this Chen Ping'an is not the rightful partner of your Nyozun. He is a mere pretender. As the words left his mouth, Nyoji's previously jovial demeanor shifted dramatically, an overwhelming aura of terror enveloping the grass-eating lad, making it difficult for him to breathe. Yet, within his heart, Nyoji was consumed by exhilaration. It has worked. The Taoist master. I have become attuned to the aura of this humanoid bull beast. It is sheer wrath. As a being of such formidable strength, once he realizes he has been deceived, it is bound to culminate in a relentless confrontation. The ninth peak is doomed. The ninth peak is indeed doomed. In truth, the mission has already been accomplished, yet this brazen lad's mind began to whirl. Such a powerful humanoid bull beast. Why should we not forge an alliance with him? Not only could we employ his might to obliterate the ninth peak, but we could also cultivate a friendship with him. Fostering an alliance with the first peak? Is this not a plan that achieves two objectives with a single endeavor? A genius. I truly am a genius. How splendidly I have conceived such a brilliant stratagem. Chapter 88. I shall ensure the demise of the first peak. The more he pondered, the more exhilarated the brazen lad became, and he immediately called out, "Predecessor, remember, overcoming countless adversities, it is we, the people of the first peak of the Qingyun Sect, who have risked our lives to convey this message to you." Upon finishing his words, the brazen lad chuckled, intending to burrow into the earth. However, the next moment, he found himself momentarily bewildered, wondering why he could not escape underground. How had the ground been ensnared by the very humanoid bull beast before him? Gazing at the creature whose eyes were gradually turning crimson, an inexplicable wave of trepidation washed over the lad. "Predecessor, could you please release me from this constraint?" Yet, as soon as he uttered his plea, he beheld a colossal hand descending towards his face. This was the last scene he witnessed before his demise. For with that hand's descent, his head was obliterated. Roaring, it was then that the humanoid bull beast unleashed a furious bellow. "Dare you insult my clan's bull sovereign? The mark upon the brow of the horned boy cannot be forged. You claim the horned boy is an impostor. Are you suggesting that my clan's bull sovereign could mistake her own spouse? Do you truly believe my clan's bull sovereign is as foolish as I am? No, I am not foolish. The first peak. What an audacious first peak. Horned boy, do not blame me for disregarding your commands. They have dared to insult the intellect of the bull sovereign. I can no longer endure this. Not even a moment longer." Amidst the fury of Qiong Qi, two clouds of darkness surged forth beneath him. Qiong Qi ascended into the air, declaring, "I shall ensure the demise of the first peak." From his elevated vantage, he beheld Xie Xiaoan still engaged in combat with the four from the first peak. Xie Xiaoan, the esteemed senior sister of the ninth peak, proved her mettle as a golden tier practitioner. She had merely summoned her first summoned beast, the Lich Frog, yet it was already overpowering the quartet. Nevertheless, upon sensing the sudden surge of Qiong Qi's formidable power, Xie Xiaoan's previously playful demeanor transformed into one of alarm. She hastily turned her gaze towards the ninth peak's interior, her mind racing with calculations. What terrifying strength, even surpassing that of my master. It must be that humanoid bull beast. He seems exceedingly enraged. What is happening? What has transpired? A myriad of thoughts flooded Xie Xiaoan's mind. Could it be? Could he have discovered that my junior brother was deceiving him? This is not good. A diversion is necessary. Xie Xiaoan abruptly turned her attention back to the four. "First peak. You shall perish. You shall perish." Ha ha ha. Sensing the sudden eruption of power within the ninth peak, the four erupted into joyous laughter. It appeared their scheme had succeeded. "Xie Xiaoan, your ninth peak is finished." Ha ha ha. Just then, Qiong Qi's voice resonated from above. "Are you four from the first peak?" Huh. The four were momentarily taken aback, but quickly broke into laughter. "Yes, indeed. We are from the first peak." Meanwhile, Xie Xiaoan was frantically devising an escape plan. Yet, in the next instant, she was frozen in shock. A massive hoof, composed of rock, materialized out of thin air and came crashing down upon the four before her. Crack! A cacophony of bone-crushing sounds echoed as the rock hoof vanished, leaving nothing but four flattened forms in its wake. All from the first peak must perish. Qiong Qi's wrathful voice boomed from the heavens. What in the world is happening? Was he not supposed to seek vengeance against us at the ninth peak for revealing the truth? Why is he now attacking the first peak? Is this not fortuitous? While Xie Xiaoan remained in a stupor, Qiong Qi inquired directly from the sky, Horned Boy's senior sister. "Where's the first peak? Where is it? What does he intend to do? Surely, he does not mean to storm into the first peak, does he?" Whatever the case, since Qiong Qi is not my opponent, Xie Xiaoan pointed in the direction of the first peak. "That way, we shall settle old and new grievances alike." For daring to insult the bull sovereign, Xie Xiaoan barely had time to utter anything further before Qiong Qi soared towards the first peak. Only then did Xie Xiaoan regain her senses, a single thought racing through her mind. This is a monumental crisis. A truly catastrophic event is unfolding. No, this matter concerns the first peak. I cannot be absent. I must observe. In the next moment, 12 decayed frog arms sprouted from Xie Xiaoan's back, rhythmically flapping like wings. An eerie scene unfolded as Xie Xiaoan truly began to ascend into the air, albeit at a lower altitude compared to Niu Ji and the others. Once Xie Xiaoan and Niu Ji had departed, those hiding within the ninth peak, including Shi Qi and the others, finally swallowed hard and fled the ninth peak. At present, Shi Qi was utterly at a loss, truly bewildered. Who could explain to him what had transpired? Why, after reporting the betrayal, had the bull beast not taken action against the ninth peak that deceived him, but rather sought vengeance against the first peak? With no time to ponder further, Shi Qi hastily sent a message to his master, urging him to hide whenever possible. If he were to confront the bull beast, even if victory were attainable, the cost would be too great. Within the hall of the first peak, Zhang Chun saw the message sent by his disciple. What do you mean by hide if possible? What should I be hiding from? Hey, Zhang Chun, what are you looking down at? Could it be you are colluding with someone, planning something unsavory? You, Zhao Baiqi. Do you think I am as shameless as you? Hide. What a joke. That is simply not an option. Here, is there anyone who could possibly threaten me? Zhao Baiqi waved his hand, summoning the flame rhinoceros once more. Zhang Chun, who do you dare call shameless? Say it again if you have the courage. If you wish to fight, just say the word. Damn it. You were the one who insulted me first. What is going on? What is happening? Sit down. Let us discuss matters calmly. The Qingyun Sect master nearly spat blood, having to rise again to play the peacemaker. Zhao Baiqi, seemingly following the script, snorted coldly. Manticore, I shall grant you one more opportunity to save face. Do not. I truly beseech you. Spare me. The manticore nearly spat blood once more. Just as Zhao Baiqi was about to sit down, everyone, including the Qingyun Sect master, suddenly stood up in unison. At the very moment they rose, a stone pillar erupted from the ground between them, piercing through the ceiling above. Boom. With a resounding explosion, the entire roof was blown away, and Niu Ji's figure appeared in the skies above. Upon seeing Niu Ji, Zhao Baiqi was momentarily taken aback. How did he manage to emerge? The others were similarly bewildered, exchanging frantic glances. This is the Qingyun Sect, is it not? Is this not the first peak of the Qingyun Sect? What is happening? Who dares to cause trouble at the first peak of the Qingyun Sect while we are all present? At this moment, waves of fury began to swell within the hall, particularly from Zhang Chun, the elder of the first peak. A golden scripture materialized before him. 3 diamond-tier beasts materialized directly ahead, challenging anyone who dared to cause trouble at the first peak. Damn it. Nevertheless, Niu Ji paid him no heed. Instead, he excitedly turned to Zhao Baiqi, the mentor of the horned boy, exclaiming, You're here too. I have a question for you. Is this the first peak? Chapter 89, Chaos Unleashed. Huh. Greetings Zhao Baiqi. Niu Horn. Niu knows. It's him. The humanoid bull beast that Chen Ping'an from the 9th peak abducted. In an instant, all gazes converged upon Zhao Baiqi, who, despite his fierce demeanor, found himself momentarily bewildered. Casting a glance at the shattered remnants of the surroundings, he thought to himself, to hell with it. If you're not satisfied, let us fight. Who cares about notions of righteousness? Indeed, this is the first peak. With that declaration, Zhao Baiqi pointed at Zhang Chun. He is the peak master of the first peak. Mu, it's you. I'll crush you. Niu Ji, in alignment with Zhao Baiqi's sentiments, launched an immediate attack upon learning Zhang Chun's identity, a rock-formed bull horn crashing down towards him. Damn it, Zhang Chun would not submit easily. A diamond-level battle was on the brink of eruption, shattering the entire grand hall into fragments. Regardless of the circumstances, Zhang Chun remained an elder of the Qingyun Sect, and after a brief moment of hesitation, the other elders from various peaks also joined the fray, directing their assaults at Niu Ji. Naturally, Zhao Baiqi was not among them. In his mind, Zhang Chun was a sworn enemy, and Niu Ji was a ticking time bomb. If they could weaken each other as strength, that would be fortuitous. At times, Zhao Baiqi even took on the role of a considerate NPC, admonishing any disciple of the first peak who crossed their path during the battle. Hey, you disciple of the first peak, why don't you hurry and get lost? Are you seeking death? No sooner had he shouted than Niu Ji would comply, abandoning the collective assault to stomp a first peak disciple into a pulp. The other elders, astonished, had not anticipated Niu Ji's strength to be so formidable. As a diamond tier, he was single-handedly facing 9. No, wait. 9 were beast tamers, each possessing at least 3 diamond tier beasts, making it a battle of 1 against 27. And he had not even begun to falter. This was diamond tier combat. The mere aftermath could effortlessly claim lives. In just a few moments, the first peak was bathed in blood. The number of golden tier disciples who had perished was unfathomable. Zhang Chun's rage was palpable, but he felt utterly powerless. This was the foundation he had painstakingly built over half a lifetime. All of it was being destroyed. Seeing that the first peak was on the verge of obliteration, the sect master of Qingyun gritted his teeth and activated the protective sect formation. A blue light shield enveloped the 10 peaks, including the master peak of Qingyun Sect. Within this protective barrier, Niu Ji felt his body grow heavy, his movements slightly stifled. Zhang Chun's eyes were bloodshot. Die. I want you dead. Mu. Niu Ji roared in response, his humanoid form swelling dramatically, transforming into a colossal 100-foot giant bull, his power surging to a level that bore a hint of glory tier strength. All of the first peak must perish. All must die. Upon witnessing the activation of the protective sect formation, all disciples of Qingyun Sect were astir. Their expressions a mixture of confusion as they sensed the aura converging towards the first peak. When they beheld Niu Ji facing 9 alone, they were truly dumbfounded. Chaos ensued. Qingyun Sect was thoroughly thrown into disarray. Of course, at this moment, Chen Ping'an was oblivious to the turmoil unraveling in Qingyun Sect. He himself was equally perplexed and disoriented. Is this a tomb? Is this truly a tomb? Damn it. Initially, Chen Ping'an had cautiously allowed Gao Sheng and Qiong Qi to scout ahead, while he stealthily trailed behind. However, now, he had completely given up. If it were you, you'd be despondent too. After traversing for half a day without reaching any conclusion, they were still nowhere near the end. Not only was there no sign of an exit, but the surrounding environment mirrored the landscape they encountered upon entry, still a blood-red rocky terrain illuminated by the blood moon. As for danger, they had not encountered any at all. Thus, Chen Ping'an resumed his previous demeanor, soaring confidently through the air beneath the blood moon, with his left foot as a fox and right foot as a peacock. Gao Sheng, Qiong Qi, is this how your beast tombs are? Gao Sheng ascended slightly higher, allowing most of Chen Ping'an's weight to rest upon Qiong Qi's back before shaking his head. Master, I truly don't know. The beast cultivation abilities in our beast realm vary, hence the tombs they create differ as well. What then? What kind of cultivation does the owner of this tomb practice? Master, if Xiaoxing knew, wouldn't it have been easier to find a way out? Feeling the increasing weight upon their backs, Qiong Qi silently flew higher, shifting Chen Ping'an's center of gravity onto Gao Sheng's back before scoffing. Fox, you don't know this? What were you babbling about earlier? Oh, Qiong Qi. You know? Me? Of course I don't. Great. Now Chen Ping'an was at a loss for how to berate these two beasts. Encountering one was rare. Encountering two was akin to winning the lottery. How perplexing. Gao Sheng, don't you think it's strange? We entered together with so many others. Where are they? Surely, we should have encountered at least a few by now. Master, Xiaoxing truly doesn't know. Hey, Master, I think I've discovered a clue. What clue? Qiong Qi inquired. Pointing down at a rocky pit, Qiong Qi explained, Master, I've had a feeling since the very beginning. Although we've been flying forward, we've actually been trapped in a cyclical space. I've seen this pit for the 4th time now. 3 times is a pattern. Now I can finally confirm it. Trapped in a cycle? So I've been going in circles this entire time? A term appeared in Chen Ping'an's mind. Ghost wall? He trusted Qiong Qi's words. After pondering, Chen Ping'an gestured to the left. Since flying forward brings us back to the same spot, let us try flying left. A moment later, they found themselves back at the same rocky pit. Really back again. Master, I told you. We've been going in circles. Seeing Qiong Qi's self-satisfied expression, Gao Sheng felt a twinge of irritation. Bah? Master, what if this is a trick set by the owner of the tomb? Perhaps we're not actually flying in circles, but rather moving through a space akin to a tic-tac-toe grid, repeating in confined squares? Bah, a tic-tac-toe grid? Fox, are you nibbling on nonsense? Even a respected level might not possess the ability to conjure the grid tomb you speak of. Enough bickering. Here is the plan. Chen Ping'an waved his hand, summoning Little Coyote and Little Bull. I'll stay here with Little Bull and Little Coyote. Gao Sheng, you fly forward, and Qiong Qi, you fly back. Let us see if you can return. Huh, Master, you want us to act separately? Qiong Qi's expression fell. This space is mysterious. I don't have the advantage here. Master, look, if you just assign a task, Qiong Qi finds an excuse for everything. Is this tolerable? If it were me, I wouldn't stand for it. While Gao Sheng loved to stir the pot, it was the most basic form of provocation, yet he spoke the truth. Unwilling to go? Little Coyote, take him down. Chapter 90, The Peacock Drill. Do it. Take him down. Wait. Coyote, don't do it yet. I'm going. I didn't say I wouldn't. I'm all better now. Really. While others might temper their strikes for Chen Ping'an's sake, Little Coyote was serious. He would strike with full force. Master, what if we cannot return and end up lost? Fear not. There are plenty of stones here. Simply choose one and dash your head against it. And within a day, you shall be resurrected in my grimoire. What a barbaric solution. The master may not be human, but he is certainly a true dog. After a moment of submission, Qiong Qi soared westward, while Gao Sheng ventured east. Chen Ping'an patiently awaited in the stone pit. Little Niu lay quietly beside him, while the little jackal was restless, darting about as if afflicted with hyperactivity, sniffing the ground here and running laps there. Were it not for his dragon-like head, Chen Ping'an might have mistaken him for a mere dog. After a quarter of an hour, as the little jackal unearthed a third pit out of boredom, a white dot appeared in the eastern sky. Gaosheng was returning from the east. Upon seeing Chen Ping'an and the others, Gaosheng felt a surge of excitement and accelerated, landing directly beside Chen Ping'an. Master, Gaosheng, you return the same way? Not at all. I flew straight ahead, and as I was flying, I spotted you. So it's not a loop. This implies there's a boundary to this world, and upon reaching it, one is automatically turned back? And what about Qiong Qi? Indeed. It was not long before Qiong Qi also returned from the west. Once he landed, Chen Ping'an began to feel a twinge of anxiety. Could we truly be trapped here? Thankfully, he had the Bodhi tree he had contracted, which granted him access to the Bodhi tree world. He had already deposited a plethora of items there, ensuring he was not in want of food and drink at the moment. Otherwise, would he not perish from thirst or hunger in this desolate place? Though there were no foes nearby, this space itself posed the greatest threat. A secret chamber? A colossal secret chamber? Gaosheng, though cunning, was adept at assessing situations. He glanced at Chen Ping'an's expression and discerned his thoughts. Master, this is not a secret chamber. Any beast that prepares a grave for itself before death must believe in reincarnation. If one intends to be reborn, their strength will surely differ from what it once was, making it improbable that they would devise a dire circumstance for their future self to inherit their legacy. There must be something unique about this place. Qiong Qi nodded in agreement. Indeed, Master, while the fox may be rather contemptible, I concur with this sentiment. Bah, being endorsed by you, foolish fox, brings me no joy at all. A glimmer of hope, is it? Chen Ping'an fell silent, contemplating how to break the deadlock. He had already explored all directions with no success. Graves, by all accounts, aren't they usually underground? Chen Ping'an gazed at the blood-red rocky ground illuminated by the blood moon. Could it be beneath us? Do you think the exit might be right under our feet? Beneath us? Gaosheng craned his neck. That could be a possibility. These rocks are indeed the finest defense. Then let us dig. All right, master, we shall dig. Gaosheng eagerly echoed, but soon after, silence enveloped them once more. Even little Niu's gaze shifted towards Gaosheng. Master, Niu, what are you doing? Digging. You can't expect me to do it, can you? This is solid rock. I cannot manage it. Look, even the little jackal has barely managed to scrape a pit 20 centimeters deep. Me dig. Gaosheng's face contorted with frustration. Master, I am of the fire element, not the earth element. I cannot dig. Now, Chen Ping'an and his companions were at a loss. Not a single earth-type beast among them. And how long would it take to dig through this rocky ground? Truly formidable defenses. As Chen Ping'an pondered, his gaze swept over his four summoned beasts. Soon, he spotted Qiong Qi, who was shrinking his neck in apprehension. In the next moment, a light bulb flickered above Chen Ping'an's head. Eureka! Without even mentioning the digging, he declared, Qiong Qi, you and the little jackal shall engage in battle. Qiong Qi was taken aback. Weren't we supposed to dig? Why is it suddenly about me? And against the little jackal, no less. I have no chance of winning, absolutely none. Thud. A crisp sound resonated as Qiong Qi dove headfirst into the ground below. Chen Ping'an's eyes gleamed with excitement. There it is. Qiong Qi's unique skill resembled a conceptual ability. Regardless of the terrain, as long as he declared defeat and plunged downward, he could create a hole in even the hardest ground. A peacock-shaped pile driver. No need for further effort. The peacock's head emerged. A perfect hole. Chen Ping'an's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Come, Qiong Qi, direct yourself over here. Yes, right here. Excellent. Now you shall battle the little jackal. Boom. A hole appeared. Watching Chen Ping'an's maneuver, Gaosheng internally lamented 1,000 woes. It was the master's ingenuity at play, though Qiong Qi was not human. The master treated even animals as mere machines. After creating a series of holes, Gaosheng seized the opportunity to insert his fox claw into one of the holes and, with a mighty effort, dislodged a large chunk of rock. Remarkably, this method proved to be several times more efficient than digging with claws. Even if Qiong Qi was dim-witted, he understood that the master no longer regarded him as a beast. He wished to resist, but it was as if his fundamental programming compelled him to comply. At the mention of battling the jackal, his head could not help but plunge downwards, with Qiong Qi acting as a pile driver. A substantial pit formed before Chen Ping'an in no time, reaching depths of 5 to 6 meters. Just as he contemplated digging further down, a crisp clinking sound echoed in the air, accompanied by a cry of distress from Qiong Qi. Ouch! My mouth, oh ancestral spirit. Have we struck something valuable, or reached the bottom? Quickly, dig for me. Moments later, Gaosheng lay sprawled on the ground, while Chen Ping'an helplessly perched atop him. They had indeed reached the bottom. Though the surface still appeared rocky, It had become as immovable as a texture map. Even Qiong Qi's conceptual skill was rendered ineffective. There was truly no way forward. Having explored every direction, was the exit truly in the heavens? Master, I shall ascend to investigate. Qiong Qi flapped his wings and took to the sky. However, he soon returned. Master, above is just like below. Upon reaching a certain height, there's an invisible wall. Could we truly be doomed to perish here? Gaosheng, are you certain that beasts constructing graves always leave a way out? Absolutely guaranteed.